Through salary payments, the purchase of raw materials, and food procurement, the people now have money in hand. Next, Lasung just needs to implement a new policy that all products bought from state-owned enterprises must be paid for in currency. Thus, the currency of the Han people will truly circulate. Even though it's just a simple cycle where the government issues money and it returns to the government. Money is something that once it circulates, everyone who touches it will benefit. People with money certainly can't spend it all at once. They will save a portion for accumulation or use that money to buy personal assets they previously thought about but couldn't afford. The government, through circulating a large amount of money, will also accumulate quite a bit. Moreover, once everything is standardized, personal desires they once thought of but couldn't afford. Additionally, the government, by circulating a large amount of money, would also accumulate quite a bit. Moreover, after everything is standardized, the Han people can also start collecting taxes, using the tax revenue to develop the entire clan. This is extremely important for both the living standards of the people and the development of the Han people. After addressing these issues, the final problem left is product pricing. Based on Lasung's commodity-backed currency system, the amount of money issued and purchasing power must be linked to the commodities, and representing these, commodities are three essentials for human life: food, textiles, and white salt. In fact, as long as the government sets the price of food, everything else can be converted based on that price, including textiles and white salt. According to the currency system of the Han people and based on actual productivity, how should food prices be set? First, it is necessary to consider the unit of food and the conversion rate to currency. This is mainly to avoid complications in future transactions. For example, if rice is priced at 1 coin per pound, then one person cannot eat an entire meal. If they go to a restaurant and one person orders a large bowl of rice, about a quarter pound, then paying 1 coin is clearly a loss. Even if you add in the cost of firewood and service fees, the value of a bowl of rice cannot increase fourfold. If so, who would still go to the restaurant? Wouldn't it be better to just bring rice home and cook it? Furthermore, if such a situation arises, the smallest denomination of Han currency is 1 coin, so how would the seller give back the change? Transactions like this cannot be executed. Therefore, to avoid such situations, when pricing, it is essential to consider the minimum value of a product, such as buying a pastry, a bowl of rice, a bowl of porridge, or an egg. With these smallest units, when a transaction occurs, the buyer must have enough money to pay, and the seller must also have change to give back. Finally, Lasung set the prices for food as follows. Polished rice is 1 dime per pound, unhulled rice is 8 cents per pound, corn is also 8 cents per pound, mainly because the yield of corn is quite high. Soybeans are 1 dime and 5 cents per pound, peanuts are 2 dimes per pound, unpolished wheat is 1 dime and 5 cents per pound, polished wheat is 1 dime and 8 cents per pound, and flour is 2 dimes per pound. Currently, the main staple of the Han people is rice, followed by corn, and lastly wheat. Although wheat is planted earlier than corn, the yield is always low, so the people are not very interested in growing wheat. Moreover, after corn started to come into people's view, they realized that on the same area of land, the yield of corn is much higher than that of wheat. This further reduces interest in growing wheat. Therefore, although wheat is still grown annually among the Han people, the amount planted is very small, mainly for research and domestication, and it has not been widely popularized. As a result, the Han people also do not have much wheat stored. Scarcity makes it valuable, which is why the price of wheat is so high. As for why rice and wheat are divided into different price levels depending on whether they are hulled or not, it is mainly due to the tax system of the Han people. Lasung stipulated that agricultural taxes must be paid entirely in unhulled rice. In fact, it has been proven that unhulled rice can be stored longer than polished rice. Furthermore, based on Lasung's past experiences, the food stored in warehouses is also all unhulled rice, except for processed rice packaged in standard packaging. Polished rice is a commodity sold outside. The type of rice that Lasung refers to as stored is the strategic reserve food of the nation. Aimed at responding to emergencies, all are intended to be preserved for as long as possible. The price of this food is not too high but also not low, as basically the price of each pound of food is about 1 dime. Thus, when buying a bowl of rice, one can pay between 3 to 5 cents, including the cost of ingredients, cooking, labor, and service fees. Controlling prices at a few cents also helps both buyers and sellers have change to give back, avoiding situations where there is not enough money to buy or no change to return. After establishing this food pricing standard, other items can be converted based on the food price. For example, textiles. First, calculate how much material is needed per square meter. Calculate the material cost, then add labor costs. Currently, a textile worker of the Han people can weave 2 meters wide and 10 meters long in a day. The daily wage of this person must first ensure enough for 3 hearty meals, plus a little extra to cover living expenses, which can be calculated as half a portion of a meal for one person. Thus, her daily wage must be enough to feed her 5 meals. After calculating the cost of raw materials, adding labor costs, and then adding a certain profit margin, the total will yield the ex-factory price of textiles. Next, in the retail stage, additional costs for transportation, storage, rent, and employee wages will be added, along with the retailer's profit, before arriving at the retail price. This price is not determined by La Sung but is adjusted by the market itself. Due to the environment, even weather can affect the price of raw materials each time they are purchased. Of course, workers are fixed, but depending on the distance between the retail point and the factory, shipping costs will also vary. This has always been the case. The farther from the source, the higher the retail price. Other things are similar, like in the salt mining industry. The cost of labor plus shipping costs, then divided by the output plus a portion of profit, will finally yield the retail price. The most important factor is that the labor cost has a standard, which can be evaluated using the price of staple food. A person needs a certain amount of rice to eat each day, which doesn't change. So as long as they have enough to eat, adjustments can be made depending on the type of work so that workers can save a little money after meeting their personal needs. As for pork, La Sung doesn't know how things were in the past, but in modern times, he has heard a bit. For example, corn. This type of grain is good for health if eaten once a week. Of course, eating it daily won't kill you. It's just that coarse grains wear down teeth quite a bit, and the nutrition is definitely not as good as refined rice. But in modern times, corn is often used as pig feed. It is said that pigs can produce 1 pound of meat from 3 pounds of corn, so this standard can also be used to price meat. 1 pound of meat equals 3 pounds of corn, which is 2 dimes and 4 cents, plus a bit of profit and other costs, making each pound of meat about 4 dimes. So the minimum standard of 3 meals a day for a worker is 5 bowls of rice, costing about 2 to 3 dimes. If you add half a pound of meat, then each day, it would be about 5 dimes, plus a bit of vegetables, totaling around 6 to 7 dimes. If you add a little to support a family, at most it would be just $1, a total of about $30 a month in wages. The overall wage level is equivalent to the 70s and 80s in our country. Of course, this is already a fairly comfortable living standard. As for farmers who don't work for others but are self-sufficient, they eat the food and vegetables they grow themselves. If they have extra, they raise pigs for meat, which can also be sold to increase income, and if done well, they can save quite a bit of money, not less than the working class. Of course, what I just mentioned is just the average wage, because different professions, different levels of positions, and different job difficulties mean that wages cannot be exactly the same. But once there is a basic staple food price as a reference, the value of everything else can be evaluated based on that. Furthermore, the price of staple food cannot remain fixed forever. La Sung cannot set the price of staple food at one level and not change it. There must be a profit margin left for merchants, but this margin cannot be too large. The government must do everything possible to prevent merchants from speculating and hoarding goods to drive prices up, especially during years of natural disasters. Taking rice as an example, La Sung has set a floor price. The price of milled rice cannot be lower than 8 dimes, because if staple food is too cheap, farmers will struggle to survive. They depend on staple food to live. If staple food has no value, how will they survive? Therefore, if there is a year when surplus staple food can be bought, but if private merchants lower the purchase price, the government will not allow it. In this case, the government will buy everything at a minimum price of 8 dimes per pound, buying as much as needed to save the market and drive the price of staple food up. There is also a ceiling price, where the price of milled rice cannot exceed 1 dime and 4 cents per pound. If there is a year of natural disasters like droughts or floods that reduce staple food production and people cannot eat enough, and merchants hoard staple food to drive prices up, then the government will sell the reserved staple food at this ceiling price. They can sell as much as they want, but they must pull the price down so that merchants dare not raise prices. At the same time, they must severely punish those merchants who disrupt the market, especially those who profit from natural disasters. If caught, they will be executed, with no mercy. To prevent the situation of hoarding and merchants taking advantage during years of natural disasters, the government, when selling staple food at low prices, must require identity verification and limit the quantity purchased over time. Each person can only buy a certain amount per day, preventing merchants from buying in bulk and continuing to disrupt the market. After stabilizing the pricing issue, the remaining problem is currency reserves. Currently, the Han ethnic group only has one mint, located in Hanyang City. Although there is a wind-powered minting machine, providing enough money for transactions for tens of thousands of people is still a significant challenge. Therefore, the next issue to discuss is the renovation of the Han ethnic group's metalworking workshop. Another thing is to severely punish those merchants who disrupt market order, especially those who dare to profit from natural disasters by speculating on staple food. If caught, they will be executed immediately, with no mercy. To prevent the situation of hoarding and speculating on staple food during years of natural disasters, the government, when selling staple food at low prices, must require identity verification and apply restrictions on time and quantity. Each person can only buy a certain amount per day, avoiding merchants from buying in bulk and continuing to disrupt the market. After stabilizing the pricing issue, the remaining problem is currency reserves. Currently, the Han ethnic group only has one mint, located in Hanyang City. Although there is a wind-powered minting machine, providing enough money for transactions for tens of thousands of people is still a significant challenge. Therefore, the next issue to discuss is the renovation of the Han ethnic group's metalworking workshop. Additionally, there is a maximum standard where the price of milled rice cannot exceed 1 dime and 4 cents per pound. If there is a year of natural disasters like droughts or floods that reduce staple food production and people cannot eat enough, while merchants hoard staple food to drive prices up, the government must sell the reserved staple food at this maximum price, selling out completely to pull prices down, making those traders dare not raise prices anymore. To cope with the upcoming market, Lasung has been preparing for the past month, mainly stockpiling supplies. Fortunately, the population of the Han ethnic group is not too large, so there have not been any serious issues occurring temporarily. In the production workshops of the Han ethnic group, they can only buy a certain amount, preventing merchants from buying in bulk and continuing to disrupt the market. After stabilizing the pricing issue, the remaining problem is currency reserves. Currently, the Han ethnic group only has one mint, located in Hanyang City. Although there is a wind-powered minting machine, providing enough money for transactions for tens of thousands of people is still a significant challenge. Therefore, the next issue to discuss is the renovation of the Han ethnic group's metalworking workshop. Additionally, there is a maximum standard, where the price of milled rice cannot exceed 1 dime and 4 cents per pound. If there is a year of natural disasters like droughts or floods that reduce staple food production and people cannot eat enough, while merchants hoard staple food to drive prices up, the government must sell the reserved staple food at this maximum price, selling out completely to pull prices down, making those traders dare not raise prices anymore. To cope with the upcoming market, Lasung has been preparing for the past month, mainly stockpiling supplies. Fortunately, the population of the Han ethnic group is not too large, so there have not been any serious issues occurring temporarily. In the production workshops of the Han ethnic group, Lasung has been preparing for the past month, mainly stockpiling supplies. Fortunately, the population of the Han ethnic group is not too large, so there have not been any serious issues occurring temporarily. In the production workshops of the Han ethnic group, the authorities must sell the reserved food at this maximum price, selling it all out to bring the prices down, making it so that traders wouldn't dare to raise prices anymore. To cope with the upcoming market fluctuations, Lasung has been preparing for the past month, mainly stockpiling supplies. Fortunately, the population of the Han people isn't too large, so there haven't been any serious issues for now. In the production workshops of the Han people, Lasung has been preparing for the past month, mainly stockpiling supplies. Fortunately, the population of the Han people isn't too large, so there haven't been any serious issues for now. In the production workshops of the Han people, the managers are reading an announcement from the higher-ups to the workers, stating that today will be a day off. The clan members who arrive early in the morning seem tense, not out of excitement, but because they feel confused and anxious. In the weaving workshop, hundreds of female workers gather, and manager Lin Thao is standing on a makeshift platform. The leader has said that from now on, the Han clan will start a private ownership system, meaning we will no longer distribute supplies to each household. Starting today, those who work in the workshop will receive something called money. In the future, if anyone needs anything, they will have to use money to exchange for it. Upon hearing this news, the entire workshop immediately buzzes with chatter. What is money? Oh man, before, the clan distributed supplies just fine. Why suddenly stop now? So how will we live from now on? Come on, big sister, you didn't say that before. I remember this year when the leader divided the land, you were so happy, saying that finally, we have our own land, and when we harvest rice, we can store it in our homes and even sleep on the pile of rice. Come on, the girl just had a baby and dares to talk back to big sister like that. The woman referred to as big sister quickly regained her composure to hide her embarrassment. I guess it's because the leader has given land to everyone, so the clan no longer has food to distribute. Now we all have our own food and other things. Definitely can't be distributed casually. Our clan is now very large, with several big cities, and it takes 7 or 8 days to travel from here to Liu Yang district. How can we distribute fairly to everyone? Yeah, what you said makes sense. Up there, Lin Thao glanced at everyone's reactions and clapped her hands to signal for silence, once again capturing everyone's attention. All right, everyone, quiet down a bit. You all know that at the beginning of this year, the leader divided the land for each household. The first rice harvest this year is also about to ripen. In just a few days, you will have your own accumulation. We won't starve. But as you all know, right now our Han clan is large. Distributing food to each person isn't a problem, but meat is limited. Although we raise many cattle and sheep, with so many people, if we eat meat, it won't last long. But things will be different in the future, when everyone works here and earns money. Besides the food harvested from the fields, if you want to eat meat, you can raise your own. The leader said that this money can be exchanged for anything, and if anyone wants to raise livestock, they can go to the livestock area to buy after receiving the money. As soon as Lin Thao finished speaking, the crowd started buzzing again, but mainly still worrying about future living conditions. Yeah, raising pigs and goats, I thought about that too, but thinking it over, it doesn't seem reasonable. Not as good as when the clan distributed to everyone. What do you mean by that? Is there something wrong with having pigs and goats at home? You can eat whenever you want, right? Himph, you think it's that easy, wanting to eat whenever you want. Let me ask you, how many people are in your family? Killing one pig at a time, how many days will that last? I see that before you finish eating, the meat is already spoiled. Even if you try to preserve it, the taste can't compare to fresh meat. Back then, when the clan distributed, it wasn't such a hassle. There were so many people, killing a dozen at once could be done in a day without worrying about spoilage. And in the future, if we raise our own, even if we kill one in winter, does that mean we only eat dried meat in spring, summer, and fall? Yeah, having dried meat is fine too. I see you've only lived comfortably for 2 years and already started to be picky. Forget about the times when we suddenly face hunger. Now you even reject dried meat, wanting fresh meat every day. Come on, don't talk like that. If you don't want fresh meat every day, then don't eat it. Are you arguing stubbornly? All right, everyone listen to me. I haven't introduced how to use this money yet. Lin Thao waited a moment and then lifted a tray from the side table, on which was a set of money consisting of 10 coins from the Han clan. The 10 shiny new coins glimmered in the morning light. These metal items were already precious. Now everyone sees the glimmering light from there and can't help but glance over. This is the money of our Han clan. There are 10 types in total, but all are called money, differing only in size, weight, and exchange value. Now I will explain to everyone the benefits and how to use this type of money. Lin Thao spoke while walking down, weaving through the crowd lined up, talking as she went so everyone could see what the money looked like. I also heard the worries you had earlier. Some people said their families kill pigs, and if they can't finish eating, it will spoil, but they don't want to eat salted meat, so what should they do? Haha. If it were before, it would definitely be a dilemma. But now that we have money, everything is different. Upon hearing this, those who were just discussing the matter quickly turned their eyes toward her, listening intently. If your family kills a pig and can't finish it, you can sell the leftover meat outside. As you said, your family can't finish eating, but others are too lazy to raise, so if they want to eat meat, they can directly exchange with you. Of course, you might have thought of this, but didn't know what to use for exchange. If you take food to exchange, the meat seller might not want it. They want a piece of animal skin, but you don't have it. Or someone has animal skin but feels it's unfair to exchange for a small piece of meat, and if they exchange for a large piece, they can't finish it, so what should they do? Speaking of this, Lin Thao paused for a moment, and everyone around nodded in agreement. That's right. The issues just mentioned are what they are about to face. Most have thought about this before, but now it's different. Starting today, everything that can be seen and touched in the Han clan can basically be exchanged for money. Moreover, the money is divided into many types and can be exchanged with each other. Any surplus or deficit can be compensated. Thus, if you want to buy as many things as you want, you can use money to exchange, and those who receive money can also use it to exchange for what they want. After hearing this, the crowd buzzed again. No one expected that money could have such an effect. Doesn't this mean that money is almost omnipotent, capable of buying anything and everything can be measured by how much money it takes? Lord Thurung, can I use money from selling pork to exchange for food? Is that okay? Of course, it is. Lord Thurung, then I will exchange the surplus food for money. Can I use that money to buy a small cart? Sure. I already said that in our Han tribe, as long as there's someone selling, everything can be exchanged for money. It just takes different amounts for different things. Whatever people want to exchange, they just need to prepare enough money. As soon as Thurung finished speaking, everyone eagerly nodded again. They suddenly realized that starting today, the Han tribe might really experience significant changes, and money is indeed very convenient for transactions. But just then, the woman who had just said she wanted fresh meat every day suddenly posed a question that left Thurung, who had prepared for days, momentarily speechless. Lord Thurung, I have another question. We work here every day. The men have to go out to the fields, and some even have to work elsewhere. Even though there are people at home raising pigs, they don't have time to slaughter and sell them themselves. So what should we do? This question left Thurung stunned. Over the past few days, the leader had summoned managers like her to explain the role of currency to help them explain it to the workers in the workshops. But this question went beyond monetary transactions and touched on life issues. It seemed not to relate much to money, but it was indeed closely tied to the lives of these female workers. Thurung felt like her head was about to explode. When the leader introduced currency, he casually used the example of pork transactions, and Thurung simply repeated what La Sung had said. But now someone took this opportunity to raise the issue. What if there's no time to sell? Thurung didn't know how to respond and just felt frustrated. Before she could think of an answer, the woman who had asked continued, Lord Thurung, how about this? Since everyone is busy, could we find someone with time to take over the selling of meat? When someone wants to sell meat, they bring it to that person, exchange it for money, for the whole pig, and let that person slaughter the pig and sell it back to everyone. After hearing this, everyone thought about the feasibility of this plan and felt it seemed plausible, but no one considered it a big deal, not even Thurung, who didn't think much of it either. After all, this was unprecedented, and no one had any experience. So Thurung just casually replied, maybe that could work. You all discuss it at home. For today, let's focus on how to use money first. After that, I will distribute wages to everyone, and then you can go home to rest. Today, we have a day off, and come back to work tomorrow morning. Then Lin Thao continued to explain to everyone about the 10 denominations of currency. First, there are 3 types of coins with denominations of 1, 2, and 5 vun. 10 vun can be exchanged for 1 gok, and the gok also has 3 denominations of 1, 2, and 5. The coins are made from 2 colors. The gold-plated copper ring with a silver core is similar to a gold medal inlaid with jade, but here it's copper inlaid with silver. The process of making them involves using a stamping machine to create a copper ring. Then a small piece of silver is stamped, the 2 parts are fitted together, and then a steel press is used to tightly bond them. The coins have matching patterns that help secure the 2 parts firmly. 10 gok equals 1 nguyen, but the nguyen denomination is even more special. The nguyen has 4 denominations, all stamped from silver plates: 1, 2, 5, and 10. Currently, the 10 nguyen silver coin is the largest denomination in the Han tribe, but it is already considered large currency, because the average income of Han people is currently only about 30 coins a month, equivalent to 3 10 nguyen silver coins. As for the 100 nguyen denomination, it doesn't exist yet, but if a lot of gold is mined in the future, creating denominations of 100, 200, and 500 is feasible. However, this denomination is too large. Compared to modern purchasing power, it might be equivalent to several thousand renminbi. After explaining the basic knowledge of currency, Lin Thao also added about the government's pricing standards for food, helping everyone understand the value of money better. Of course, this can't be memorized immediately, as everyone is still getting used to currency. However, La Sung had prepared in advance. Currently, the workshops and warehouses of the Han tribe have calculated the costs and have clear price lists for their products. Therefore, buying goods from the state will no longer be complicated. In personal transactions, if someone doesn't know what price to sell, they can go to the food warehouse to ask. The officials managing the warehouse will base the current food prices to provide a reasonable price and then let both parties negotiate. After sharing this basic information, Lin Thao also reminded everyone to be careful in managing their money and warned about the penalties for theft or robbery of others' property, advising everyone not to violate the law. Finally, the most enjoyable part, distributing wages. The female workers in the weaving workshop receive an average wage of 30 coins a month. From now on, they will have 2 days off each month, but the days off are not fixed. If they need to take a day off, they must inform the foreman in advance. If they take more than 2 days off in a month, their wages will be deducted. However, it's not a complete deduction. Taking off less than 2 days will not result in wage deductions. Taking off 3 to 5 days will deduct 5 gok for living expenses, which is just enough for food. If they take off more than 5 days, the wages for that day will be fully deducted. But if there's no reason, and they don't need to take a day off, they can accumulate their days off to use for other purposes, like traveling far, for example. This is a fairly flexible and humane leave policy. When distributing wages to facilitate transactions for everyone, La Sung didn't distribute 3 coins of 10 yuan each to everyone, but gave out 20 small coins in denominations of 1, 2, and 5 wen. The rest was in jiao and yuan. Only a little was distributed, totaling 30. The coins came in all denominations to help everyone quickly get used to the currency. One more thing, thanks to La Sung's coin design, each denomination is different and has a special pattern, so even people who can't read can recognize the value of the coins through their images. Even blind people can distinguish the denominations based on size, weight, and patterns. Today is a holiday, and everyone is happily returning home after receiving their pay. On the way back, the woman who suggested buying live pigs to slaughter for sale began to think more carefully about the feasibility and potential benefits. If La Sung knew about this, he would probably be surprised. Who would have thought that as soon as the money was distributed, someone would see a business opportunity right away? Buying live pigs to slaughter and sell, isn't that just a butcher's job? This is indeed a profession that can earn quite a bit, not to mention being able to enjoy fresh meat every day. As more and more factories paid wages, many workers from the Han ethnic group also received the brand new coins, and everyone took them home to admire. That's right, admire, because these small, shiny coins are truly exquisite. In Hanyang City, a trainee working at a woodworking shop just received his 35 coins and returned home. The owner of this house is named Ta Dao, a miner from the Ta Din tribe, who used to follow the logging team up the mountain to chop wood. Due to his frail body, he couldn't swing an axe, so he only worked as a saw puller. After growing up, he married within the tribe. Since he was skilled at sawing wood, and just at the right time, the woodworking shop transferred some skilled workers to Liuyang County, so Hanyang City selected a group of trainees to supplement, including Ta Dao. Currently, Ta Dao has been working at the woodworking shop for 2 years and has participated in the production of many important devices. Among the carpenters making wooden boats last winter, he was considered an important job, so his pay was a bit higher. Returning to the house, which only has 3 main rooms, he immediately heard the chattering voices of women, the babbling of children learning to speak, and the joyful laughter that filled the small house with a lively atmosphere. Ta Dao's family has 6 members. Besides himself, there is his wife Han Thao, who is the same age, and their 1-year-old son. The other 3 are a pregnant woman rescued from the fire tribe, along with a disabled wild man that they brought back to exchange for an ox cart. Of course, the pregnant woman has since given birth, having a baby girl who is now 3.5 years old. The man assigned to live with her is a bit disabled, but she doesn't mind. In this complex but harmonious household, only Tad Dao and his wife, On Thao, work at the factory. Tad Dao is a carpenter, while On Thao, being skilled at identifying dye plants, is currently working at the dyeing workshop that Tiu Diab just reorganized. The wild man they brought back used to do manual labor, like being a mason at construction sites in Hanyang City. The woman living with him stays home to take care of the 2 children and manage the cooking for the whole family. But since last year, when the construction projects in Hanyang City were completed, this year they were allocated land, so this temporary couple began to focus on farming, raising chickens, and watching the kids at home. Currently, only 2 people in the house receive wages, but the amount is not small, reaching 65 coins. Hanyang City is gradually seeing people move out. Complex families like Tad Dao's are no longer common, and those who remain in the city rarely have couples working together in the factory. Hey guys, look at how beautiful this money is. Back when the Han ethnic group only had around 100 people, we had to protect the tribe, fighting wolves all night at the city gate. Back then, the leader only rewarded each person with a copper button. Looking back at this coin now, even the 1 wen coin is bigger than my copper button back then. The Han ethnic group has truly become much stronger. Tad Dao sighed as he looked at the pile of coins on the wooden table. However, the others in the house did not share his sentiment, as they were all newcomers. As Tad Dao said, the time when there were only 100 people feels too distant for them, but just after 2 or 3 years of joining the Han ethnic group, the changes are enough to make them proud. However, the 2 women in the house didn't care whether the money was beautiful or ugly, but were discussing how to use the money, what to buy, what the house was lacking, and the prices of items in the tribe. Meanwhile, in the district of New Duong, across the river, they are also distributing money in large quantities. This is a newly built city, so there are no factories yet, but with the large number of people on the construction site, they can't be made to work for free. According to La Sung's orders, everyone participating in the city's construction receives wages. Although not as much as factory workers, it is enough for them to buy food to fill their stomachs along with a set of clothes and shoes. By the time this money reaches their hands, not much is left, as it just passes through their hands and is then exchanged by La Sung for food. Nevertheless, this process must be carried out to help everyone get accustomed to using currency and gradually accept it. However, this familiarization process for someone in New Duong County is happening unusually quickly. In the newly designated administrative area of New Duong County, a row of tall tiled houses has been erected first. The person working here is Thu Dai, who is responsible for the defense of the entire New Duong County. At this moment, Thu Dai is lying sideways on the table, his eyes shining brightly as he looks at the silver coins in his hand. This is Thu Dai's salary, amounting to 100 coins, plus other nominal bonuses, totaling 1,000 coins. According to the leader, besides the salary, among these, there's also a reward for the past contributions of Thu Dai. But honestly, this isn't that important for someone like Thu Dai, who used to be in the black market trade. A few coins aren't worth much. In just half a day, he came up with a ton of ways to make money. New Duong District is a newly built city, initially not inferior to Lu Duong District, and it's located close to Handong City, giving it a geographical advantage with extremely convenient waterway traffic, allowing for several trips in a day. Right now, it's in the early stages of construction. Although food, white salt, and clothing are not lacking, other goods are extremely scarce. There's no need to do anything technical. Just transporting goods from Handong City to sell here would already make money. But what to sell? Third Eye fell into thought, and after a moment of consideration, he decided that selling meat made the most sense. However, unlike others who thought of slaughtering pigs to sell meat, Thu Dai was smarter. He thought about selling cooked food. The supply was readily available in Handong City. While there weren't many pigs there were plenty of goats, chickens, and rabbits, especially rabbits, which were so abundant that they couldn't eat them all. After all, Handong City was one of the first cities to develop private livestock farming, but the population wasn't large. Plus, with rabbits breeding quickly, there was a strange phenomenon where people had to practice abstinence with rabbits. They couldn't let them breed recklessly anymore, as the people couldn't eat them all. Meanwhile, New Duong District was severely lacking in meat. If they could let the rabbits breed freely, providing a portion of meat for New Duong District was entirely feasible. Moreover, at this time, New Duong District was all construction sites and the folks worked all day. If they didn't have to cook themselves in the evening and could just get fragrant cooked meat, there would definitely be people willing to spend money to buy it. Thinking of this, Third Eye chuckled and hurriedly counted the pile of coins La Dai had on the table. This amount was for hiring a boat, this amount was for hiring helpers. I also need to buy a few large pots. I'll go ask over in Handong City how much the iron pots cost, and the rest will be used to buy rabbits, pigs, and goats. Seems good to go. Oh, how much money did I calculate earlier? I should probably write it down. Wow, it looks like I need to buy some paper and pens too. Money spends really fast. Turns out I need to buy so many things. This money matter is quite interesting. The front side of the coin has different values and designs, but the back is uniform with the portrait of the leader. On the coin is the royal emblem, with only the shoulders and collar visible, and the design is very clear. Thanks to the issuance of currency, newcomers to New Duong district, or those who have been there for a year and a half but have never met La Sung, all know the leader's face. This really helps La Sung enhance his reputation within the territory of the Han people. However, Third Dai didn't care much. At first, he was a bit curious, but he never had the intention of wanting his image printed on money, because he also realized that this was something only the leader had the right to do. Even if La Sung were to die, if someone succeeded him as the new leader, the image on the coin couldn't change, because La Sung's position in the hearts of the Han people is unmatched. He is the one who led them to a better life, taught them countless production and living skills, almost like a god in their eyes. In this world, who besides La Sung deserves to be printed on money? While Third Dai was busy researching plans for spicy pig head and rabbit meat, in Lu Duong district, the circulation of currency also brought about changes. However, what surprised people was that the first change didn't come from within Lu Duong district but from the Lin tribe, a tribe that currently does not belong to the Han people, living on a small island in the wetlands. When spring comes and the ice melts, boats can travel back and forth between the two places. Trade between the Lin tribe and the Han people is becoming more frequent, but this time it was different, as for the first time, both sides had a dispute over the method of payment. We really don't need any currency. This time we just need enough white salt and cloth in exchange. Even if you give us money, we can't eat it or use it for anything. A young man with a small beard under Lin Thao's command, worried and helplessly said. He was very anxious. This was the first time he was tasked with leading a delegation to the Han people for trade. Previously, it was always a barter system, but this time the other side suddenly switched to those tiny, shiny coins. Honestly, those coins were very beautiful, making him want to exchange some to take back for collection and admiration. But his feelings about them stopped there. Besides being exquisite and beautiful, they could be used as toys for entertainment, but they couldn't be eaten or worn. His mission was to exchange for salt and clothing. If he didn't complete the mission and brought these things back, what good would it do? The person in charge of receiving from Lin Duong district was a minor official in the district, namely the chief of the Sai tribe, who previously handled matters related to the Lin tribe. Currently, although he has taken a small official position, his duties remain the same, continuing to be responsible for communication with the Ling tribe. No, this is the will of our leader. From now on, all transactions must be paid in money, so we can only give you money. But we also have what you need. You can completely take the money into the city to buy. If that's the case, then why don't you directly exchange us for what we need? Wouldn't that be simpler? Hemph? Making us take the money first and then exchange it. Isn't that just too idle? The person in charge of the Leng tribe was very annoyed by this. He didn't understand why the Han people suddenly changed their system when everything was fine. Normally, it's fine, but this time the issue is the transaction that he is in charge of. If the mission isn't completed, he will definitely face punishment. However, the attitude of the Han tribe is very firm. Even if it's just a matter of hiding the left hand while showing the right, it must be done according to the correct procedure once. According to the leader's opinion, this is a rule that no one is allowed to break. Of course, the main purpose is to get everyone used to dealing with currency soon. In the end, the Lang tribe had no choice but to stubbornly come here to trade. But after the private ownership system began, many things were far from before, like the transaction between these two tribes, for example. Previously, products made by the Lang tribe could enter every household in Liu Yang district. They just needed to climb onto a raft to the shore and exchange supplies with the Han tribe. As for how to distribute them to the households, how much each house received, that was something the Han tribe had to worry about. But after the private ownership system, it's different. Now, to achieve a similar goal, bringing the Lang tribe's goods to each house has two methods. The first method is trading between the two tribes, then the Liu Yang district government sells them retail to the people. The second method is for the Lang tribe to pay a trade tax to the city and sell directly to the Han people. But the second method is still too hard for the Faoer Lang tribe to accept. Currently, they can only use the first method, similar to before, to trade. Once inside the city, the Liu Yang district quickly called in a skilled accountant to inventory the various supplies from the Lang tribe, appraise them, and pay them the currency they deserve. After that, the Lang tribe provided a list of supplies they wanted to charge, according to the prices set by the Han tribe. So, the currency just entered the hands of the Lang tribe, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to the Han tribe, without even needing to move at all. This left the small bearded person in charge of the Lang tribe feeling quite helpless. Wasn't this just wasting time? Nevertheless, when leaving, Chief Sai still talked to the small bearded man about the upcoming changes. Currently, the main supplies produced by your tribe are divided into two types. The first type includes items like brush handles, protective baskets, steaming trays, flat sieves, silkworm breeding trays, brooms, and cooling mats. These protective items can still be traded like before. The second type is fresh produce. We plan to set up a trading market in Liu Yang district for you to enter the city and trade with the people. Mainly lotus leaves, lotus seeds, fish, shrimp, crabs, water, chestnuts, lotus roots, live ducks, and duck eggs. These items spoil easily and require fresh stock every day. If we continue trading as we do now, the delay will be long. You need to tell your leader about this, right? That's right. Our leader mentioned that you need to increase the supply of products, especially cooling mats, silkworm trays, and brush handles. We also need more lotus leaves. Let me think. And also reed leaves. As long as they are wide and long enough, we need them all. As for food, you don't need to worry. Even if you don't grow rice anymore, you can still buy food from us anytime. You just need to focus on producing more goods. After hearing this, at first, the small bearded man seemed indifferent, but the last two sentences made him frown. What? We no longer grow food but specialize in buying from other tribes. Even though the other party guarantees that they can buy anytime, he still feels something is off. As for the 4 types of products that the Han tribe requested to increase supply, he didn't quite understand either. Cooling mats are easy to understand because it's early summer now, and the weather is getting hotter. Cooling mats will definitely sell well. But what the heck is a silkworm tray? This thing, he heard, has been promoted by the Han tribe since early spring. It looks like a large round plate with a very low rim. Can't hold much, and is less convenient than a basket for holding items. The Han tribe explained that it's used for drying things, which makes some sense, but recently the Han tribe has requested more silkworm trays. He doesn't know what they are drying that requires so many. As for lotus leaves, this is easy to understand. It was initially introduced by the Ling tribe because they previously lacked containers, so their people often used bamboo tubes to cook rice, then poured meat and vegetables along with rice onto washed lotus leaves. This way of eating is called rice, served in hand by the Han tribe. Initially, the Ling tribe only sold it as a trial, but unexpectedly, the Han tribe leader specifically requested lotus leaves, even dry ones, but not to hold rice, rather to wrap food. But they didn't care much. Whatever the Han tribe used it for is their business, as long as they know this is useful for the Han tribe and can exchange for goods from them. As for reed leaves, this is really the first time this thing is neither edible nor drinkable, nor can it be wrapped like lotus leaves, yet it's abundant in the swamp. This can also be exchanged for money. The small bearded man expressed great doubt. However, he didn't say anything more. Whatever foolish things the Han tribe does is their business. It has nothing to do with him. After checking the quantity of iron, white salt, ceramics, and fabrics needed to bring back, the small bearded man quickly led his people back. Just as they were climbing onto the raft to leave, Chief Sai stood on the shore, stroking his beard, still not understanding why the leader needed so many reed leaves. Speaking of this, it actually started from the end of spring. At the beginning of this year, when Sister Thu, they happened to subdue the Nep tribe, a tribe that has sticky rice. This made La Sung immediately remember the delicious dishes he loved from his past life: sticky rice cake, noodle soup, and sticky rice dumplings for the Dragon Boat Festival. Unfortunately, all these dishes require sticky rice, while the Han tribe only grows regular rice, so they can't make them. But from this year onward, they will no longer be lacking. Therefore, as soon as the new sticky rice harvest is ready, La Sung requested Liu Yang District, which is near the swamp, to prepare reed leaves, the best material for wrapping sticky rice dumplings. Speaking of food, there are also many changes in clothing. The Han tribe's silkworm breeding and weaving industry has started to become organized. In the newly built Ru Yang district, a series of silkworm farms with brand new covers have been cleaned, dried, and moved into the silkworm houses. The silkworm houses here are very spacious, built temporarily according to the leader's method, located far from the construction area to ensure quietness. Inside the silkworm house, the new silk has been washed, dried, and then moved into the silkworm house. The silkworm house here is very spacious, temporarily built using the chief's method, located far from the construction area to ensure quietness. Inside the silkworm house, the wooden racks lined up, on which layers of silkworms were placed. The silkworms raised here are all natural silkworm eggs collected from the wild during winter. As for the silkworms from the mulberry trees that were just moved here, they haven't had time to grow, so they can only raise green silkworms. At this point, it was early summer, and the first batch of spring silkworms had begun to climb the mountain to spin cocoons. Silkworms have a habit of crawling up high when spinning cocoons, so in modern silkworm farming, people use plastic nets placed on racks for the silkworms to crawl up and spin cocoons, making it easier for later harvesting. This is something La Sung learned from his silkworm-raising teacher in his previous life. However, thousands of years ago, before plastic, the ancients had their own methods. They bundled straw into bunches and set them up in the silkworm house for the silkworms to climb and spin cocoons. Because the shape of the straw bundles resembled mountains, this process was called climbing the mountain. While the spring batch of silkworms was spinning cocoons, the summer batch that had just hatched in the adjacent silkworm house was still in the larval stage. If you entered the silkworm house at this moment, you could hear the soft rustling sounds of the silkworms munching on leaves. Silkworm farming had entered a phase of scaling up. At least the first concentrated silkworm farming room had been established, proving that this entirely artificial silkworm farming model is feasible. However, La Sung was still not satisfied with the silk weaving technique. The first generation silk looms were still improved versions of the flying shuttle looms, but currently, they could only weave coarse white silk. Even if dyed later, it would still just be coarse silk, meaning it was a monochrome silk. This type of silk, when worn, only had the advantage of being soft and skin-friendly, but La Song still felt it hadn't reached the standards of high-quality silk he desired. Remembering the old days, Chinese silk was famous worldwide and was not as ordinary as this. Thinking of the famous brocade from ancient times, it was woven with patterns, not printed or dyed later, but rather patterns woven directly into the fabric. Such fabric truly deserved to be called a fine product. In the textile industry, fabrics can be divided into two main types based on patterns and colors. 1. Type is woven first, dyed later. Although the dyeing methods may differ, they all share the same meaning. The other type is dyed first, woven later, meaning the threads are dyed into color first, then those colored threads are used to weave patterned fabric. This method can be executed using a regular loom, but it can only produce horizontal and vertical stripe patterns, which look like prison or hospital uniforms. Using it to make traditional clothing would be very unattractive. Making quilt covers would be acceptable. Of course, it is also possible to weave both horizontal and vertical stripes. At that point, it would result in a plaid fabric heavily influenced by Scottish style, but using it to make traditional clothing would be ridiculous. Therefore, La Song wanted to restore the famous ancient Chinese looms, the type of loom that could automatically encode and weave brocade with uneven patterns. This was a cutting-edge technology of ancient times, which is why brocade became famous throughout China. Although in his previous life, La Song had never been to a museum to see this type of loom, he had seen its operating principles in documentaries. While he wasn't sure if he could create an exact replica, making a machine with equivalent functions shouldn't be a problem. Technically speaking, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the weaving level of the Han people currently completely meets the standards of the pre-industrial revolution era. Restoring a technology from 2,000 years ago posed no pressure at all. Currently, if the textile industry of the Han people does not aim for advanced, sophisticated development like this type of loom, it can only move towards mechanization and automation to increase efficiency. Otherwise, it would have to abandon the development of the textile industry, focusing all resources on research in the field of printing and dyeing, looking for ways to develop printing techniques. However, La Song currently had no intention of that, because the structure of the Han people was still in this phase. If they suddenly advanced to industrialization, a large number of Han women workers would lose their jobs. How many people would be needed once the factories were automated? La Song currently needed to create jobs for them, so he could only change the direction of development. This new loom, although called digital control encoding, was actually not related to modern digital control computers at all. This was technology from thousands of years ago when there were no computers. Even the encoding was done manually, feeling similar to programming. The loom was still a loom, the only difference lay in the encoding part. Its operating principle was actually quite similar to modern cross-stitching. Cross-stitching divides the fabric into small squares and fills them with different colored threads, ultimately creating a picture with a meticulous mosaic effect. This loom works similarly. The loom does not have squares like cross-stitching, but the fabric itself is made up of countless vertical and horizontal threads. These threads interweave can also be considered as small squares. The weaving process involves controlling two groups of lifting rods, alternately opening and closing. The two groups of vertical threads and threading the horizontal threads through, gradually forming a sturdy fabric. However, if you want to weave directly into a shape, you cannot just control the vertical threads into two groups. For example, if you want to weave a yellow shape on a black fabric, you must select the correct positions, lift the corresponding vertical threads, and thread the yellow horizontal thread through, so that the horizontal thread appears at that position, just like in cross-stitching, filling the same color into the necessary horizontal squares. This loom is the same. The first difference compared to before is that the lifting rods controlling the two groups of vertical threads need to be improved. After the improvement, although still divided into two groups, each vertical thread now has the ability to adjust independently. This is an extremely meticulous task. Specifically, it involves installing a row of thin steel wires on the lifting rod. The number of wires equals the number of vertical threads. Each wire corresponds to one vertical thread. The bottom passes through the vertical thread, while the top leaves a straight row of push rods. The digital encoding control part resembles a roll of cards. Although still divided into two groups, each vertical thread can be independently adjusted. This is an extremely meticulous job. Specifically, it's about installing a row of thin steel wires on the lifting bar. The number of wires equals the number of vertical threads. Each wire corresponds to one vertical thread. The bottom goes through the vertical thread, while the top leaves a straight row of pushing bars. The control unit encodes numbers like a roll of cards. The giant screen is made up of long bamboo strips. Each bamboo strip can be considered as a row of squares in cross-stitching. Each square corresponds to a vertical thread, and on the same row, holes are punched in the squares that need to form the same shape. Finally, it is mounted on top of the lifting beam. Thus, when the vertical threads need to be pulled up, the steel wire on the vertical thread will push into the bamboo panel. The vertical threads that need to be pulled up will correspond to the small holes on the bamboo panel, helping that vertical thread to be successfully pulled up. As for the vertical threads that do not need to be pulled up, the corresponding bamboo panel will not have holes, so when pulled, the steel wire will be pressed down by the bamboo panel, preventing that vertical thread from being pulled up. After each pull, a bamboo panel with different hole positions will be replaced, and then the bamboo panels will be arranged in the order needed for pulling, ultimately creating a repeating cycle. Throughout this entire process, the holes in different positions on the cover are essentially a way of programming numbers by digitizing each vertical thread and then through two modes of operation, blocking and allowing to pull, controlling the vertical threads below to be lifted or lowered in the design sequence, almost like the earliest binary programming. Next, the arrangement of each cover is essentially encoding, meaning arranging each group of data in order so that the machine can operate repeatedly in that sequence. All the bamboo panels are sewn into a fixed ribbon by two rollers and gears evenly distributed on top of the weaving frame, allowing the steel wire of the pulling beam to tightly integrate with the bamboo ribbon. The interlocking mechanism is connected through crankshafts and connecting rods on both sides of the machine. The pedal of the pulling device is connected to the gear part of the encoding cover above. Thanks to this, every time the weaver steps on the pedal, the decoding above will also switch to the next cover through the connecting rod and gears, then repeat a chain of encoding like a conveyor belt. This primitive digital programming technique in the world is actually not too difficult, mainly made from steel, wire, wood, and punching holes in bamboo. The difficulty lies in the culture, meaning the design of patterns, because even if you can weave patterns directly, you can't keep using just one style. The more diverse the patterns, the better, so it doesn't get boring. This entire machine is not newly built from scratch but improved from an old shuttle loom with an overall size slightly larger than the original. Because the outer part added an interlocking mechanism, the top added a digital encoder, and the inside also significantly improved two pulling devices. Nevertheless, it is still considered quite compact, because La Sung once saw in a documentary those looms as tall as two-story houses, requiring 4 or 5 people to operate together. Meanwhile, the machine that La Sung and everyone improved can fit inside a single-story house, taking up less area and space, while integrating advanced shuttle technology with better efficiency and fewer labor requirements than the original. In principle, this machine only needs one person to operate it, of course, only when weaving fabric. However, when it comes to changing shuttles or codes, other people are still needed to assist. Typically, each machine will require one weaver and one apprentice assistant. 2 people are enough. In terms of efficiency, because silk thread is much thinner than hemp and wool fibers and also more complex in coating, the loom that could weave 10 meters of wool fabric in a day. Now, one person working all day can only weave about 2 meters, reducing efficiency by up to 5 times. But slow and steady, La Sung doesn't place too much weight on this issue. If it were that easy to weave, then what would be left of luxury goods? Technically, whether it's the intricate complexity of the machinery or efficiency, it has reached the highest level possible at present. After half a month of improvements, the first digitally controlled loom has been completed. Long has also finished the bamboo disc encoding set, which includes one set with dragon patterns, one set with auspicious cloud patterns, and finally, one set with Chinese character flag patterns. Just by replacing this encoding set and using the corresponding 2 colored silk threads, it is possible to weave consecutive Chinese character flags. After that, just cut each flag apart and it's done. Half a month has passed, and it's also the time for the first harvest of the year. In the golden rice fields, the working atmosphere of everyone in the clan is clearly more lively than in previous years. The reason is that the amount of rice harvested this time, after paying taxes, can be stored for themselves. Finally, they can harvest rice from their own land. This year, the food fields have changed significantly compared to previous years. First, the area planted with wheat has shrunk. This season, only 50 acres could be planted. If it weren't for the purpose of breeding and selection, the villagers probably wouldn't want to plant it. Because on one side, the rice is golden ripe, while on the other side, the wheat is still lush green with a long growth cycle, and the yield is much lower than rice. Moreover, it's not that one can't live without eating flour. Anyone with common sense knows what to choose. On the other hand, this year, all the farmland on the east bank of the Ino Fu River has been planted with glutinous rice brought by Bolak Neum. Although the advanced cultivation methods of the Han people have been applied, the yield is still significantly lower than that of the Han's ordinary rice. For the same area, the yield of glutinous rice is about 2/5 lower than that of ordinary rice. Additionally, due to its rarity, La Sun has priced the glutinous rice still in husk at one corner of 5 coins per pound, equivalent to the price of soybeans. However, for now, the people are still not used to this round-grain glutinous rice, and its promotion among the Han people still faces many difficulties. It has to wait until the reed leaves from Liuyang County are sent to wrap into sticky rice cakes. It's just a pity that, currently, there is still no suitable filling. Finally, the difference from previous years is that the area planted with corn has increased. At first, the men planted rice in the main fields, while the women's auxiliary fields were forced by La Sung to plant entirely corn. Corn has a short growth cycle, ripening in just 3 months, and its yield is not inferior to rice. With an area of 600 square meters per acre, the average corn yield reaches over 700 pounds. However, due to being planted in early spring, the growth cycle is still a bit long, extending until the spring rice is ripe. The reason is that the mandatory corn planting is mainly for breeding purposes, to promote the process. Planting corn on a large scale to solve the food issue for the new towns of the tribe this year. The new towns are currently in their initial stages, with irrigation channels and farmland not yet completed like Han Feng City. Therefore, to make them self-sufficient, drought-resistant corn has become the top choice. Although corn is a secondary food source, in the current situation, filling their stomachs is the #1 priority. Thus, after harvesting corn in Han Feng City, the authorities quickly purchased all of it. After separating the kernels and drying them, they were immediately transported to the new towns and ordered them to plant right away. This year, the new towns only planted corn, and they must harvest at least 2 crops before winter to solve their food issues. By mid-April, Han Feng City was awash in shades of yellow. Not only was the square in the city used for drying food, but all 4 main streets and alleys were also piled high with rice. The area for planting seemed unchanged, but unlike the previous public ownership system, when everyone dried food together, now the private ownership system is common, and each household finds their own place to dry. By the end of April, when the second rice crop was sown, the tax collection work began. The tax method stipulated was to collect 1/4, but in reality, the amount of rice each household harvested varied. The county office was already short-staffed and couldn't go house to house weighing rice. Therefore, La Sung proposed a solution to randomly select 10 plots of land, weigh the yield of each plot, take the average, and apply a 1/4 tax standard for each household. That morning, each household had to send someone to stay home. The county's clerks drove 4-wheeled carts to each house to collect the rice. Households also opened their doors, prepared rice to submit. The reason someone had to be home was for the head of the household to sign, matching it with the household registry, ensuring no one evaded taxes, and the authorities could also avoid double taxation. By noon, Tio Kubain, an 8.5-year-old boy, stood on tiptoe at the door waiting and finally saw the cart come to collect the rice. "Kid, where's your family? Come out and submit the rice." The clerk in charge of the household registry, dressed in a black robe, wearing a headband symbolizing his position, flipped through the yellow household registry and tax book. Seeing Kubain standing at the door, he said a line, then suddenly noticed that Kubain was wearing a decorative bronze button with cloud patterns on his head, and couldn't help but admire the boy. This clerk was selected last year from the students of the tribes, and they had joined the Han people quite late, knowing well what the decorative bronze button represented. Although it wasn't a title, he was certainly one of the earliest members, not someone like him, a mere clerk who could easily be dismissed. He was just curious why such a young Kubain could achieve such merit. However, Kubain seemed used to that surprise and admiring gaze, not explaining or boasting, hurriedly calling his mother to submit the rice. The rice collection process was very simple. Beside the cart carrying the rice was a funnel cart, a simple but sturdy wooden frame, with a measuring container on top and a stack of bags ready below. Kubain's mother used a basket to carry the rice to the door, and the clerks began measuring each container and bagging it onto the cart. Finally, the clerk in charge of the household registry recorded the amount of rice collected and the head of the household's name in the tax book and asked Kubain's mother to sign and fingerprint. Then, he took out a small book that had just been printed a few days ago, flipped to a new page, filled in the head of the household's information and the tax amount, then stamped it with the bronze seal he carried, tore it along the fold, giving 1/2 to the head of the household and keeping the other half as a record. This was the tax receipt, which could be referenced later if any issues arose. The tax collection work went smoothly. After collecting, this amount of food would quickly be transported by water and land to the 4 new towns, Fumanquan, Ma Dien, Danson, New Duon. The food supply to Tuthong County relied entirely on Lu Duong County. Otherwise, the pressure in Han Duong City would be too great. After arranging the collection and transportation of food, La Sung did not stay in Han Duong City to supervise but completely entrusted it to the officials to handle. After all, they were also newcomers, and to grow, they needed training. As long as the principles were not wrong, other small mistakes could be forgiven, as long as they learned from experience and corrected them later. People are not afraid of making mistakes, only afraid of making mistakes and not knowing how to fix them. After reminding them of the key points to pay attention to in their work, La Sung rode on Hoi Son, leading 3 other giant elephants along with some newly manufactured scales from Han Duong City, transporting them to Lu Duong County to conveniently check the work there. The currency had been in circulation for a month. Compared to the existing towns of the Han people, the place with the most small transactions was Lu Duong County. Even though there were trials in Han Duong City and New Duong County, where skilled people could manage, the overall environment still couldn't compare to Lu Duong County. The new numbers there were both more complex in quantity and composition than Han Duong and New Duong. Along with the increase in small transactions, some issues were also unavoidable. This was not the fault of the currency, but due to problems with the trading units. The retail market in Lu Duong County mainly focused on 3 groups of local Han people, Lung merchants, and immigrant laborers. Their transactions were not large, mainly buying and selling fresh goods. Among the products of the Lang tribe, ducks and duck eggs were easier to handle, which could be sold by the piece or by the egg. But other items like water chestnuts, lotus roots, and even fish couldn't be sold in single quantities. Therefore, they really needed a set of small scales ranging from 0 to 20 pounds for the merchants to use. This was also the reason La Sung hurriedly brought the scales over. On the other hand, these two new giant elephants ate quite a lot, and Han Duong City couldn't afford to feed them, so La Sung planned to take these two giant animals to the grassland east of Bat Bao Son, where he had first set up camp in the swamp. Of course, all these tasks could be delegated to others. Not buoyant enough, so La Sung plans to take these two giant animals to the eastern grassland of Ba Bao Mountain, where he first set up camp in the swamp. Of course, all these tasks can be assigned to others. La Sung didn't have to make the trip himself, but this time he had a reason he couldn't ignore. According to the periodic report from Dai Thu, La Sung learned that something special had happened in Liuyang district, especially after the currency was issued and small retail transactions emerged. Since La Tong took this issue very seriously, Dai Thu also had to pay attention and was very concerned about the information from the assistants. The incident reported by Dai Thu the day before yesterday mentioned that about 3 or 4 days ago, the Lang clan had gone to Liuyang district to sell goods as usual, but that day, a type of plant suddenly appeared among their merchandise. It looked like a stripped corn stalk. They sold it in Liuyang district for 5 coins each. This price wasn't cheap. It was enough to fill an adult for a meal, even to the point of being stuffed. But strangely, this seemingly ordinary item was selling like hotcakes. On the first day, not many people bought it, but by the second day, as soon as it hit the market, it was snatched up without hesitation, not even bothering to haggle. The following days were even crazier. As soon as the Lang clan's boat docked, people were already lined up at Liuyang district market, nearly pulling each other into the river to grab it. Initially, Dai Thu didn't pay much attention, but when he heard the villagers talking and saw the strange behavior, he realized something was off. By the morning of the 4th day, when the Lang clan's boat just docked, Dai Thu immediately sent someone to bring back a few stalks. Then he heard his subordinates say, "This thing doesn't have a name yet. The Lang clan doesn't even know what to call it, they just know it's edible and not toxic." The people of Liuyang district have named it the sweet stalk. True to its name, this is a type of stalk that tastes sweet. Dai Thu also tried the thin skin, peeled it, took a bite of the stalk and chewed it in his mouth, releasing a lot of sweet juice, then spat out the pulp. According to Dai Thu's report, the green skin is over 2 meters long, the stalk is straight and as thick as a thumb, the skin is thin and watery, the juice is sweet, and one bite is irresistible. After reading this, La Sung couldn't stay calm. If he wasn't mistaken, this was the sweet stalk he had eaten as a child, scientifically known as sweet sorghum, which is essentially a type of sweet sorghum stalk. The most important thing is that it also has a famous nickname, northern sugarcane. The Han people do have sugarcane, and the meat-eating plants in the mountains can produce syrup, but there's only one type, and the yield is low. More importantly, that plant needs to consume meat and blood. With the current strength of the Han people, being able to cultivate one plant is already quite good. To mass-produce this type of plant for sugar, who knows how many years it would take to grow. Not to mention, the cultivation costs that the Han people couldn't afford. Therefore, sugar is extremely rare among the Han people, only shared with a few high-ranking individuals, and even then, it's in syrup form. Due to the very low yield, La Sung was also reluctant to engage in the sugar processing industry, but just because it doesn't exist doesn't mean there's no demand. Sugar is something that any era, the whole world recognizes as something that can enhance human happiness. Moreover, there was a famous figure who once said that the addictive rate of sugar is even higher than any drug. Therefore, when the sweet stalk just appeared in Liuyang district, even though its price was enough to buy a full meal, it could only provide a little sweet juice, the people still rushed to buy it. This shows that the sugar market is very large. Not only do the Han people need it, but even when sold in the grasslands of Zhu Island, they would love sugar as much as they love salt. And what La Sung was concerned about wasn't just sugar production, because the scientific name of the sweet stalk is sweet sorghum. So no matter how sweet it is still a type of sorghum. This sweet sorghum has a very high usage rate. Besides being pressed for sugar like sugarcane, it can also produce sorghum grains. These grains are also a type of food, not only for eating but also very suitable for brewing alcohol. The issue of drinking alcohol causing mistakes can be set aside for now. The most important thing is that if alcohol can be brewed, then ethanol can be produced. And with ethanol, in treating external wounds, it can be disinfected, increasing the survival rate of the people, which is also a solid step forward for Han medicine. Finally, utilizing the byproducts, the sorghum grains can be used for brewing, while the lower stalks can be pressed for sugar. However, after pressing for sugar, the remaining skin and coarse fibers are equivalent to sugarcane cores. These byproducts are excellent for livestock feed, not only sweet, but also high in energy, leading to rapid growth. If not used for livestock feed, they can also be used to make paper pulp. This truly is a miraculous crop, with countless uses. With the appearance of sweet sorghum, how could La Sung sit still in Hanyang district? If it weren't for having to arrange tax collection these past few days, he would have galloped straight to Liuyang district. But it's not too late to go now. After all, La Song wasn't just going to eat the sweet stalk. The main purpose of this trip was to find a way to obtain some seeds, then experiment with mass cultivation, preparing materials for the Han people's future alcohol and sugar production industry. The food situation this year has changed significantly compared to previous years. First of all, the area planted with wheat has decreased significantly. This source only planted 50 mu in total. If it weren't for the need to compete for seeds and select varieties, the people probably wouldn't want to plant at all. After all, over here, the rice has ripened, while over there, the wheat is still green, with a long growth cycle, and the yield is far inferior to rice. Besides, not eating flour won't kill anyone. Anyone with sense knows which one to choose. On the other hand, the farmland on the east bank of the Rushui River this year is entirely planted with glutinous rice brought by the Nian tribe. Even though they applied the quite advanced farming methods of the Han tribe, the yield is still clearly lower than the ordinary rice of the Han tribe. With the same area, the yield is about 2/5 lower than that of ordinary rice. Additionally, because rare items are precious, the price of glutinous rice is set high, while the husk is priced at 5 coins per pound, equivalent to soybeans. However, for now, Du is not used to eating this type of round glutinous rice. It will be a bit difficult to popularize it in the Han tribe. We have to wait until the leaves from Liuyang County are sent over and wrapped into sticky rice cakes before we can proceed. It's a pity that there are currently no suitable fillings for the cakes. The last difference compared to previous years is the increase in corn cultivation area. In the first season, the men's fields are all planted with wet rice, while the women's auxiliary fields are entirely forced to grow corn by La Sung. Corn has a short growth cycle. It ripens in 3 months and yields is not inferior to wet rice. Considering 600 square meters as 1 mu, the average yield per mu of corn exceeds 700 pounds. However, since it is planted in early spring, the growth cycle is slightly longer, and it eventually ripens at the same time as the spring rice. The reason La Sung forced the planting of a corn season is mainly to increase reproduction. First, to popularize large-scale corn to solve the food problem for several new towns of the tribe this year. The new towns are currently in the establishment phase, and the irrigation channel. He wants them to be self-sufficient, and corn, a crop that adapts well and is quite drought-resistant, becomes the top choice. Although corn is a coarse food, given the current situation, filling their stomachs is the #1 priority. Therefore, after the corn in Hanyang City is harvested, the government immediately purchases all of it. After simple shelling and drying, the corn is transported right to several newly built towns with orders requiring them to plant immediately. This year, the new towns only planted corn, and they must harvest at least 2 seasons before winter to solve their own food issues. By mid-April, the entire Hanyang City is filled with brilliant golden colors. Not only is the square in the city used to dry food, but all 4 main streets and alleys are also piled high with drying rice. At first glance, the cultivation area seems not to have changed much. But unlike the previous period of collective ownership, when everyone dried food together, now the private ownership is widespread, and each household finds their own place to dry it. By the end of April, when the second rice crop has been sown, the tax collection work begins. The tax collection method stipulates that 4 parts out of 10 are collected, but in reality, the amount of rice harvested varies from household to household. The county office has already been short-staffed and cannot send people to each house to weigh and measure. Therefore, La Song proposed a solution to randomly select 10 mu of farmland, weigh the yield of each mu. Then take the average as the standard, collecting 4 parts out of 10 of that yield as tax. That morning, each household had to send someone to stay home to wait for the tax collection. The minor officials from the county drove 4-wheeled cars. The reason someone had to stay home was for the head of the household to sign for confirmation, matching it with the household registry to ensure no one evaded taxes and to avoid multiple tax collections. By noon, the 8.5-year-old boy, Xiao Shubing, stood on tiptoe at the door waiting, and finally, the cart for collecting rice arrived. "Hey kid, where are the adults? Come on, submit the rice." The minor official in charge of the household registry wore a black long robe and a headscarf symbolizing his official rank. While flipping through the household registry and tax records, he saw Xiao Shubing standing at the door. When he noticed the boy wearing the brass button with cloud patterns, he couldn't help but admire him. This minor official was selected from the tribe's students last year. Joining the Han ethnic group quite late, he knew well what the brass button with cloud patterns represented. Although it wasn't an official rank, it certainly indicated he belonged to one of the earliest groups, not someone like him who could easily be touched. He was just curious why such a small child like Xiao Shubing had such merit. However, La Sung seemed to be used to these surprised and admiring looks. He didn't bother to explain or boast but hurriedly called his mother out to collect the rice. The rice collection process was quite simple. Next to the cart carrying the rice, there was also a funnel cart accompanying it, looking simple but very sturdy, with a measuring scoop on top and a stack of empty sacks below. La Sung's mother carried rice in a wicker basket to the gate, and then the minor officials began measuring each scoop, bagging it, and loading it onto the cart. Finally, the official in charge of the household registry recorded the amount of rice collected along with the head of the household's name in the tax book, then asked La Sung's mother to sign and fingerprint. Once done, He took out a small notebook that had just been printed a few days ago, flipped to a new page, filled in the head of the household's information and the tax amount, and then stamped it with the brass seal he carried. Finally, he tore the paper along the fold in the middle, giving one half to the head of the household and keeping the other half at the county office. This was the tax receipt. If there were any issues later, the two halves could be compared for verification. The tax collection work went smoothly. After the collection was finished, this rice would quickly be transported by water and land to the four new towns: Fu Ma Pass, Ma Tian, Danshan, and Ruyang. The amount of rice supplied to the Xitong County was entirely handled by Liuyang County. Otherwise, the pressure in Hanyang City would be too great. After arranging the collection and transportation of rice, La Sung did not stay in Hanyang City to supervise but completely entrusted it to the officials to handle. After all, they were also novices. To grow up, they needed training. As long as they did not violate the principles, any minor mistakes could be forgiven as long as they learned from the experience and corrected it later. People are not afraid of making mistakes. They are only afraid of making mistakes without learning from them. After giving instructions on the points to note in the work, La Sung rode his gray elephant, leading 3 other elephants along with some newly manufactured measuring tools from Hanyang City, and then transported them to Liuyang County to conveniently check on the work there. The currency has been in circulation for a month. Compared to other towns of the Han ethnic group, the place with the most small transactions is Liuyang County. Although in Hanyang City and Ruyang County there were attempts, one cunning hand, the overall environment still cannot compare to Liuyang County. The population there, both in quantity and composition, is more complex than in Hanyang and Ruyang, and along with small mistakes can be forgiven, as long as one learns from them and corrects them later. People aren't afraid of making mistakes. They are only afraid of making mistakes without learning from them. After giving instructions on the points to pay attention to in the work, La Sung rides the gray elephant, leading 3 other elephants along with some newly manufactured scales from Hanyang City, then transports them to Liuyang County, conveniently checking the work there. Currency has been in circulation for a month. Compared to other Han territories, the place with the most small transactions is Liuyang County. Even though Hanyang City and Ruyang County have tested it, a schemer, the overall environment still can't compare to Liuyang County. The population there, both in number and composition, is more complex than Hanyang and Ruyang, and along with the increase in retail transactions, some issues are also unavoidable. This is not the fault of the currency, but due to problems with the trading units. The retail market in Liuyang district is mainly focused among 3 groups: the local Han people, the Ling merchants, and the out-of-province laborers. Their transactions are not large, mainly involving the buying and selling of fresh goods. Among the many products from the Ling people, things like ducks and duck eggs are easy to handle. They can be sold by the piece or by the egg. But other items like water, chestnuts, lotus stems, and even fish cannot be sold by unit. Therefore, they really need a set of small scales ranging from 0 to 20 pounds for the merchants to use. This is also the reason why La Sung hurriedly brought the scales. On the other hand, these 2 newcomers are eating too much. Hanyang City can no longer support them, so La Sung plans to take these 2 to the green grassland east of Ba Bao Mountain, where La Sung first entered the swamp and camped. Of course, these tasks could be delegated to others. La Sung doesn't need to go himself, but this time he has a reason he can't ignore. According to the periodic reports from Dathu, La Sung learned that something special had happened in Liuyang district, especially after the currency was issued and retail transactions appeared. Because La takes this issue very seriously, Dathu also has to pay attention and is very concerned about the information in the markets. This was reported by Dathu the day before yesterday. The report stated that about 3 or 4 days ago, the Ling people were still coming to Liuyang district to sell goods as usual, but that day a type of plant suddenly appeared among their goods, looking like peeled corn stalks. They were selling in Liuyang district for 5 coins each. This price is not cheap. If eaten with rice, it's enough to fill an adult's stomach, even to the brim. But strangely, this seemingly unremarkable item was selling like hotcakes. On the first day, not many were bought, but by the second day, as soon as it hit the market, it was snatched up completely, even without haggling. The following days were even crazier. As soon as the Ling people's boat docked, there were people lined up waiting at Liuyang market, almost rushing to the riverbank to grab it. Initially, Dathu didn't pay much attention, but after hearing the discussions among the tribe members and seeing the strange reactions, Dathu also realized something was off. On the morning of the 4th day, when the Ling people's boat just docked, Dathu sent someone to bring back a few stalks. Then he heard his subordinates say that this thing temporarily didn't have a name. The Ling people didn't know what to call it, only that it was edible and not poisonous. The people in Liu Yang district named it sweet stalk. True to its name, it is a type of stalk with a sweet taste. Dathu also tasted it. Its skin is thin. He peeled it and bit into the stalk, chewing in his mouth released a lot of sweet juice. Then he spit out the pulp. According to Dathu's report, this plant has a green skin over 2 meters long, a straight stem as thick as a thumb, with thin, watery skin and sweet juice, making it impossible to stop after eating a piece. Lasu, upon seeing this, couldn't remain calm. If he wasn't mistaken, this was the sweet stalk he had eaten as a child, scientifically known as sweet sorghum, which is essentially a type of sweet sorghum stalk. The most important thing is that it also has a very famous nickname known as northern sugarcane. The Han people do have sugar. The roots of the carnivorous plant in the back mountains can also produce syrup, but there's only one plant, with low yield, not to mention that plant also drinks blood. With the current strength of the Han people, managing to cultivate one plant is already impressive. To mass-produce carnivorous plants for sugar would take who knows how many years to grow. Not to mention the cultivation costs, the Han people also cannot afford. Therefore, in the Han community, it is extremely rare. Only a few high-class people can share it, and that's just syrup. Due to the very low yield, La Song was also too lazy to engage in the sugar processing industry. But just because there isn't any doesn't mean people don't have a demand. One must know that sugar, regardless of the era, is recognized worldwide as something that can enhance human happiness. And there was once a famous figure who said that the addiction rate it could only provide a bit of sweet juice, yet the tribe members still rushed to buy it. This shows that the sugar market is very large. Not only do the Han people need it, but even when selling this in the grasslands, on the islands, they would love sugar at first sight, just like buying salt. And what Le Sung is clearly concerned about is not just sugar production. One must know that the scientific name of the sweet stalk is sweet sorghum. Therefore, no matter how sweet it is still a type of sorghum. This sweet sorghum has a very high usage rate. Besides being able to be pressed for sugar like sugar cane, its upper part can also produce sorghum grains. These grains are also a type of food. Eating is unquestionable. The important thing is that sorghum is very suitable for making alcohol. The issue of drinking alcohol causing trouble is temporarily set aside. The most important thing is that as long as alcohol can be made, it also means that alcohol can be produced, and as long as there is alcohol, in treating external wounds, later on, it can also be used for sterilization, which significantly enhances the survival rate of the tribe members and is also a solid step forward for the medical field of the Han people. Finally, utilizing the byproducts, the upper part is sorghum grains, the lower part is the stalk for pressing sugar. But after pressing the sugar, the remaining skin and rough fiber are equivalent to the core of sugarcane. These byproducts used to feed livestock are indeed excellent feed. Not only does it have a sweet taste that makes the livestock enjoy eating, but also the energy oil helps them grow faster. And if not used as livestock feed, they can also be utilized to make paper pulp. What a miraculous crop. The most important thing is that as long as you can make wine, it also means you can produce alcohol. And just having alcohol can greatly help in treating external wounds later on, significantly improving the survival rate of the tribe members, which is a major step forward for the Han people's medical field. Finally, utilizing waste products, the upper part is millet used for making wine, while the lower part is the sugarcane stalks. But after extracting the sugar, the remaining husks and fibers are equivalent to the core of the cane. These waste products are excellent feed for livestock. Not only do they have a sweetness that makes the animals love to eat them, but they also provide energy that helps them grow faster. If not used as livestock feed, they can also be utilized to make paper pulp. It's truly a miraculous crop. Its uses are countless. With the appearance of sweet sorghum, how could Le Sung sit still in Hanyang City? If it weren't for having to deal with tax collection these past few days, he might have run straight to Liu Yang City already. However, it's not too late to go now, because La Sung doesn't just want to eat a few stalks of sweet sorghum. The main purpose of this trip is to find a way to obtain some seeds, then experiment with mass planting to prepare materials for the Han people's brewing and sugar-making industries in the future. 4 gigantic elephants clear the way, followed by more than a dozen carts loaded with goods. Le Sung leads a team, and it only takes 2 days to reach the Liu Yang district. By the time they arrive, it's already late afternoon on the second day. The fresh produce market has long since closed. La Sung didn't get to witness the scene of thousands of people lining up to buy sweet sugarcane as he had hoped. But on the streets, he saw many children chewing on sugarcane or elderly people squatting by the roadside, holding half a bamboo tube and a sieve while peeling corn. "Leader, this morning I bought a bunch of sweet sugarcane for you, so you can eat it whenever you want." Dai Thu, following behind La Sung, noticed him staring at the kids holding sugarcane and spoke up. La Sung frowned, showing his displeasure. Why are there no trash bins on the street, and he doesn't see any street cleaners around? Is there no one managing sanitation in Liu Yang district? Watching those kids finish their sugarcane and spit out the pulp right in the middle of the street. Hey, it wasn't like this before. This only started happening these past few days since the sweet sugarcane came about. Dai Thu, feeling a bit flustered, hurriedly explained. So how have you dealt with it? La Sung turned to look at Dai Thursday. Yes, this district hasn't managed this issue yet. The trash bins are cleaned twice in the morning and afternoon. Right now, we're focusing on how much money the Ling tribe has made from us. Calculating over the past few days, just from their sweet sugarcane sales, they've already made tens of thousands of coins. Leader, isn't that a problem for our tribe? That's all our money. Dai Thu said worriedly. La Sung, this seems a bit off. The Ning tribe makes quite a bit of money selling sugarcane, but they have money and don't know how to spend it. so they end up coming back to the Han tribe to shop, and the Han tribe also profits from selling to them. The money just circulates, nothing bad about it. After hearing this, La Sung wasn't too concerned about that. Instead, he was very focused on the waste issue in the city. In these times, healthcare is already poor, and the population in the city is densely packed. If the environmental sanitation issue isn't handled well, once an epidemic breaks out, it won't be a joke. La Sung immediately ordered, "Let's not discuss that for now. You all focus on solving the waste problem first." The sanitation department of Liu Yang district should recruit disabled or elderly people from the neighborhoods, and each ward will divide areas for street cleaning every day. The tools and garbage trucks will be provided by the sanitation department. Every 100 meters on the street, there should be a trash bin made of bamboo. Additionally, the sanitation department will send people to patrol and check, fining 1 coin for anyone who litters. The district office also needs to promote waste management and fines so that the citizens are aware of the situation. Remember, fines are not the goal, but a means. I want to see no one littering on the streets anymore. Got it? La Sung thought for a moment and quickly came up with a simple management plan. Dai Thu quickly nodded, "Yes, leader, I got it." Then he led La Sung towards the newly built official residence area. This official residence was just constructed this year, and currently, there are only a few buildings, with most of the area still under construction. The construction of the official residence is not only happening in Liu Yang district. Due to the initial design flaws of Hanyang City, the city is too small, ultimately lacking a separate official residence school, which gives La Sung a headache. With the spirit of not repeating past mistakes, La Sung required that each newly built district must have an independent official residence. Entering the courtyard of the independent district office, the space felt unusually empty. Only about a dozen office staff remained to handle some tasks like organizing documents and statistics. Upon inquiry, he learned that most of the other officials had gone to various areas in the city to handle work. The Hanyang district office is busy, and this side is no less so. The newly harvested food needs to be counted and stored, and part of it is also allocated to support the construction of Saitong district. Moreover, this Liu Yang district itself is not yet fully completed. Dai Thu led La Sung into the main hall and quickly brought out the planning map of Liu Yang district as per La Sung's order. Currently, the entire Liu Yang district has 5 independent earthen cities, but they are adjacent to each other. Each city's area is slightly larger than Hanyang City. According to La Sung's terminology, this is called a market district. The administrative level of the market district is set as a township level, 1 level smaller than the county but larger than the village. Currently, besides the desolate government area, there is a temporary lodging area for workers with rammed earth tents. Only 3 wards are the official residential areas. The workers from other places who haven't officially joined the Han tribe are currently living in these makeshift tents. However, since the beginning of this spring, when more than 10,000 people were relocated elsewhere, this area has become desolate again. Even so, since spring, Liu Yang district has continuously welcomed tribes from the south. Although the numbers are much smaller than last year, perhaps not even 1/10, La Sung is still very interested in the southern area, because right now, there is nothing La Sung is more interested in than the population. However, this is something that cannot be forced. Everything takes time and must be done step by step. Instead of worrying, La Sung thinks it's better to fully utilize the existing workforce. La Sung relaxed in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the map. After a moment of thought, La Sung began to draw on the map. Liu Yang district is located in a small plain, bordered to the east by the Liu Yang River, and to the west by a dense forest, which is also part of the territory of Ruyang district. 2 mountain ranges to the north and south embrace the fertile land, which is about 800,000 acres. If calculated the old way, 1 acre equals 666 square meters, but if converted to 600 square meters per acre, as it is now, the total area could reach over 1 million acres. With such a vast land, if fully developed, just the cultivation alone would yield a massive amount of food. However, there is a clear issue at present. The population in Liu Yang district is too concentrated. The cultivated fields are mostly located near the riverbank, all of which are rice paddies. This is also a necessity, as the main food source of the Han people in the past was only wet rice. The further away from the river, the more difficult it is to cultivate the land. Digging canals and ditches requires a lot of manpower. Even though there are a few giant elephants to help, the work of digging and transporting still needs human labor. But now things are different. The Han people currently have wheat, corn, soybeans, and soon they will also have millet. All of these can be grown on a large scale. With these crops, the population of Liu Yang district can expand outward, bringing people deeper into the fields, reclaiming land and farming in a village-style manner. Although the defense capability may be slightly weaker, the wild animals around here have been mostly cleared out by the Han people. If enclosed villages are built, a certain level of defense can also be achieved. This type of village resembles the residential areas of the Qin and Han dynasties, somewhat similar to the old neighborhoods of ancient times. The architectural style is not very important. The main thing is that these areas all have a surrounding wall, leaving only one entrance and exit. In fact, early residential areas also applied this idea. For example, in some cities, the names of the areas still include Li or something similar. Lei Sung also envisioned his village in this way. All the houses are neatly arranged, leaving a few small alleys, surrounded by houses or walls forming a simple defensive structure, ultimately leaving only one entrance and exit. Such a village layout not only prevents small animals but also guards against attacks from outside. More importantly, it can concentrate the entire village population into an easily manageable and controllable area. The number of people does not need to be too large. Each li represents one village, with about 100 households being sufficient. However, regarding the distribution location and expansion direction, La Sung still chose areas near the canals, because even if it is far from the riverbank, there should still be canals for convenient irrigation of the fields. Of course, there is another way, which is to dig an artificial river and distribute all the villages along both sides of the river. Building houses and village walls, whether using fired bricks or earth, still requires land. So where does the land come from? Originally, this is a plain eye, and it cannot be dug up haphazardly. Thus, two villages will jointly manage a section of the river. When the village is completed, that section of the artificial river will also be dug out. After that, just need to lead a few small canals to bring water into the fields. This method also has another benefit, which is to create a network of waterways between the villages. Even if it is a small artificial river that cannot accommodate large boats, it is enough for merchants to use small boats or rafts to travel. This way, merchants from all over can ride the waves to the villages to sell goods. Even though the volume of trade is not large, it is still better than villagers having to go to the city to buy and sell. Villages far away from the city would take at least half a day to get there. Half a day back just to buy a few things, and the whole day would be gone, which is a huge waste of time. Once the decision was made, La Song quickly turned the idea into a concrete plan. This year, Liuyang District will continue to relocate people outside, but these individuals will still be under the district's management. The artificial river will run from east to west. 10 meters wide and about 4 to 5 meters deep is enough. Each section of the river will be dug by two villages, with each village digging half of the section closest to them, using the soil on site to build houses and village walls. The starting point of the artificial river will be extended from the existing canal on the bank of the Liuyang River towards the east. Initially, do not allocate too much manpower for this because the land around the city also needs people to cultivate it. La Sung's plan is to prepare to divide 10 villages towards the east, 5 villages on each side of the river, with each village having 100 households, totaling 1,000 households. To be honest, this number of people is still small. If they want to dig the river and build the village in a short time, they will definitely need support from within the city. Of course, to complete this plan, La Sung will not hesitate to provide this support, because this is just an investment. When these villages produce, the profit will be much greater than the investment. Moreover, these villages are built on flat land. No matter how good the Dao River is, it cannot have too many rice paddies. If rice cannot be grown, then wheat, corn, and millet must be planted. Thanks to this, the cultivation of wheat by the Han people will also develop sooner. Regarding manpower, if there is not enough, they can find recently discovered foreign tribes to come and work. Wages and other expenses will be covered by the city, and all tools will also be provided by the district. La Sung quickly assigned this task to the giant trees, requesting them to focus on the village expansion project this year. One more point is that this artificial river must have a bridge, and it should be an arch bridge, allowing boats to pass underneath, so it does not obstruct water traffic and facilitates travel between the two banks. This type of bridge, if built on the river, with the current technical level of the Han people, is certainly still quite difficult. But now the situation is different. The Han people can completely build an arch bridge on flat land first, then lead the water in, meaning they build the bridge on dry land and then bring the water in. Thus, even if the bridge is a bit more complicated, as long as it is not disturbed by water, the Han people's technology can still complete it, then lead the water in, meaning building the bridge on dry land, and only then bringing the water in. So even if the bridge is a bit more complicated, as long as it's not disturbed by water, the Han people's techniques can still be completed. Leader, so does the task of expanding the village to the east have any specific requirements? For example, until when should it be done? How many villages need to be expanded, and how far should the artificial river be dug? When Lao Wang explains the plan in detail, Dai Thu also raises his question. Lao Sung thinks for a moment and then drops a line that almost knocks Dai Thu off his feet. This depends on your abilities. If you have the skills, dig this river to connect with the new Thui River, using this artificial canal to link the 3 districts of the Han people, then I will consider it a major achievement for you. After hearing this, Dai Thu is immediately stunned. From Liaoyang District to Hanyang District, the walking distance takes about 70 days, easily over 100 kilometers. Digging a river 100 kilometers long. Oh my, this is too much. My head is spinning, not to mention the enormous workload. Just the population along the river alone is already a huge number. If we pull all the people from Liaoyang District to dig the river, it wouldn't even connect to the new Fu River. The task is indeed too difficult. However, Lao Sung also realizes Dai Thu's thoughts, stands up, pats him on the shoulder to comfort him. Don't worry too much. This river is actually dug in sections, It's not like I'm asking your Liaoyang district to dig the whole river. Hanyang district just split off a few counties this year, and it's not finished yet. It will definitely take 2 years before they can help. New Yang district will also take a year before they can mobilize people. This year, just do what you can, wait another year or two. I will let those 2 districts start digging the river and building the village. At that time, we will dig from both ends toward the middle, dividing it into 3 sections. Sooner or later, we will connect the 2 rivers. What are you afraid of? I'm not setting a deadline for you, just do it. Use as many people as you have. Hearing Lao Sung say this, Dai Thu finally breathes a sigh of relief. If he had to rely solely on his district to dig this 100-kilometer-long artificial river, he might not even see the day when the 2 rivers connect. After arranging the task of building the villages, Lao Sung then mentions the second purpose of this trip, to build a professional shipbuilding yard in Liaoyang district. The Liaoyang River is vast, with a width of up to 100 meters, flowing out into the Great Marsh above, and flowing into the Jinsha River below, passing through the Ovan Gorge and heading southeast. That is the eastern side of the large lake on the prairie. But for that vast land, the Han people know nothing at all. Where did the southern tribes come from? Why do they bother to migrate north? How many people are there? How many tribes? And is there any civilization that is a bit more advanced? Even if they are just shifting cultivators like the Tang tribe, there must be something. Assuming there are many tribes in the southeast that know agricultural techniques, then the population there must be significant. And population is exactly what the Han people need the most. Of course, land is also important. Although with the current strength, the Han people are not capable of occupying, sending a team of boats downstream to explore the situation is also a good idea. Considering the customs of the lower reaches of the Jinsha River, gathering information about geography, hydrology, and climate is also preparing for the Han people's future occupation. And, to have a strong enough fleet to deal with all situations, a professional shipyard is indispensable. The matter of sailing on inland rivers is actually based on old standards. Anyone who knows a bit about boats understands. First, the boat must have a shallow draft. The flatter the bottom of the boat, the better, to ensure smooth mobility. The water level of inland rivers is usually not very deep. If the boat has a deep draft, it is very easy to run aground. Next, the hull of the boat must be low, meaning the part above the water level must be low. The distance from the side of the boat to the water surface is usually only about 1 meter. This is determined by the depth of the draft, because a boat with a shallow draft already has little below the water level. If the upper part is built too high, it will make the boat unbalanced, and just a strong wind could capsize it. As for things like the bow or stern of the boat, whether flat, sharp, or round is not very important, because this is just traveling on inland rivers. There isn't much difference. Of course, these things are not crucial. The most important point is that this time Lao Sun is preparing to produce sailing boats, which are boats powered by sails. When going upstream or against the wind, oars can be used to create thrust. In addition, since no one currently knows how to operate sailing boats, Lao Sun decides to design the sails for the first generation in the style of Chinese hard sails, with the aim of making them easy to operate, learn quickly, and get accustomed to. There are 2 main types of sails. Most ancient Chinese sailing boats use hard vertical sails. This type may not have been seen in reality, but it is not hard to find in movies. Chinese hard vertical sails are rectangular and upright, with a 2-layer structure. Inside there are many cross beams for support, which helps increase the durability of the sail and makes it easy to adjust the sail direction to catch the wind. The specific operation is to stand underneath and pull the sail up like raising a flag. Very simple, but the boat's flexibility is poor. Western sailing boats later mainly use soft horizontal sails. The mast is tied with many horizontal layers. The sails are also divided into 4 to 5 layers from top to bottom, and there are no supporting beams inside the sails. The operation is also very complicated, and sailors have to climb up and down the mast, which is very dangerous. Anyone who has seen the movie Pirates of the Caribbean will surely have a deep impression. However, everything has its pros and cons. This type of soft horizontal sail, although complicated to operate, maximizes the wind's strength. The main sail, the auxiliary sail, the stern sail, and the triangular sail at the front, when combined with various types of sails, will make the boat more flexible, even allowing it to sail against the wind. Usually, the triangular sail at the front of Western ships is used to sail against the wind. This type of sail can utilize the wind when going against it, with the wind against it to move in a zigzag pattern, also known as the snake movement. Of course, this type of sail is quite complex. Even La Sung doesn't fully understand it, let alone those in the tribe who have never seen a sail before. Therefore, in this initial construction phase, let's just use the hard sails of our ancestors for now, practicing with the vertical sails first and we'll figure the rest out later. One more thing is that since the ship is equipped with vertical sails, it is very likely to lose momentum when facing headwinds and reverse currents, not only making no progress but potentially being pushed backward by the water flow. Thus, additional oars and a rudder need to be installed on the ship to assist with propulsion. Moreover, since these ships will operate on wide rivers, their size must also be larger. La Sung applied the dimensions of early river warships from the previous world, then made slight adjustments to fit the reality. In the end, the initial dimensions were decided to be 20 meters long and 6 meters wide. So how big is this size? If compared to a normal house, it's as wide as 2 houses and as long as 6 houses. In reality, warships are usually not that wide because weapons require speed. In shipbuilding, the larger the length-to-width ratio, the more streamlined the hull, and the faster the speed. This is an unchanging rule in fluid dynamics, as a streamlined shape will experience less drag. Modern warships typically have a length-to-width ratio of about 8 times. This is the balanced shape between stability, water displacement, and speed. As for warships from World War II, they are even crazier, with a length-to-width ratio of up to 12 to 13 times to increase speed and have a longer flight deck. 6 meters wide, has a length-to-width ratio of just over 3, so the speed will definitely not be fast. However, compared to some famous ships in history, the speed of this ship is not slow. For example, Zheng He's treasure ships, over 120 meters long, more than 60 meters wide, with a length-to-width ratio of less than 2, look like a giant wooden basin. So how could it be fast? But it is indeed very large, with a deck area even larger than a standard football field. Additionally, to increase speed and maneuverability, Lasung decided to design the bow of the ship to be round and the stern in a semi-tunnel shape. A round bow cannot cut through waves like a pointed one, but since this ship won't go out to sea, there's no need to focus too much on that. A square bow would create more drag, so Lasung chose a round bow as a general solution. Of course, just slightly round. The tunnel-shaped stern is designed to increase the operational area at the back, allowing not only for a central rudder, but also for 2 oars on either side to assist with propulsion. Especially when the ship is going upstream, the shape of the stern will create greater drag, helping the ship not to drift backward, like a kind of natural brake. To complete the first sailboat model of the Han people, Lasung put in a lot of effort. Just the pencil sketches piled up to a stack of shoes. Although his drawings were not very precise, at least he could understand them. This time, he brought the sketches to Liuyang County, hoping to get his ship in the water soon. Since the ship is quite small, there's no need to dig a separate dock, just build a shipyard right by the shore, and after completion, push the ship straight into the water. To speed up the shipbuilding process, this time Lasung didn't hesitate to use the Han people's limited iron supply. He specifically allowed the use of iron nails for shipbuilding along with steel tools and accessories like anchors. The shipbuilding site is right by the shore with an area as large as a market. Reason for needing such a large area is that this place is not only for building ships but also has a storage area for wood. Freshly cut wood cannot be used immediately. It must be dried in the shade for at least a year to meet standards. Additionally, a row of wind-powered sawmills was built here to supply wood for shipbuilding. Besides that, there's a small blacksmith shop. Although there's no blast furnace for smelting iron, there is an automatic hammer, which is very suitable for making tools and iron nails. The newly built market consists of 4 main parts: a wood yard, a blacksmith shop, a wind-powered wood processing factory, and a dock. Of course, it currently only exists on paper and may take another year to become a reality. But Lasung doesn't mind much. The sooner this is done, the better. The longer it is delayed, the longer it will take, especially with the exploration policy through the fleet, which will have a significant impact on the future of the Han people. Lasung assigned this important task to the giant tree, asking him to organize the officials under his command to prepare supplies, wages, and recruit or transfer suitable craftsmen. Currently, some minor officials can be sent to survey the site, then clean up the land. Things that need to be moved should start early. After arranging these 2 tasks, the giant tree also has a short-term task to do immediately, which is to send officials to the market to popularize the use of scales. They must quickly teach the merchants how to use scales, putting an end to the random selling situation, regardless of what is sold by the piece. How can that be? Now that we have scales, we must quickly unify the weight units. After a hasty night's rest, early the next morning, Lasung went to the temporary dock by the river very early to wait. Waiting for what? Of course, waiting for sweet sugarcane from the Ling tribe. Yesterday, Lasung checked out a bundle of sweet pieces that the giant tree left for him. It really looks just like the sweet sugarcane he used to eat in his previous life, and the sweetness is also rich. However, when the Ling tribe transported it, they cut off the tops and roots, so Lasung couldn't confirm whether this sweet grain is the same as the sweet grain he once knew. The important thing is that they cut off the tops, where the flowers and seeds develop. So currently, what is the seed-setting rate of this sweet piece? It really tastes just like the sweet sugarcane he used to eat in his past life. The sweetness is also rich. However, when the spirit tribe transported it, they cut off the top and roots. So Lasung couldn't confirm whether this type of sorghum is similar to the sorghum he once knew. The important thing is that they cut off the top, where the flowers and seeds develop. So currently, the seed-setting rate of this sweet piece is unknown, and whether the sorghum yield is enough to meet the demand for brewing is still unestimable. Anyway, even if the sorghum on the top hasn't developed enough to be food, the sweet piece still needs to be planted. Even if it's not used for brewing, just making sugar alone is enough to help the Han people earn a fortune. While Lasung was lost in thought, from the northeast of the riverbank, the spirit tribe's fleet also appeared. Due to the limited carrying capacity of the rafts to transport more goods, they set many rafts at once. La Sung saw this scene, slightly taken aback, and turned to ask the giant tree standing next to him. Haven't they ever suggested buying boats from us? Or are you guys not selling? The giant tree honestly replied, well, they did ask, but they didn't clarify whether they would buy or not. I also don't know if the chief allowed selling, nor do I know how much to sell for. After that, they didn't ask again, so I didn't pay attention. La Sung nodded. Yeah, then let's sell. Didn't you say they made quite a bit of money from us? Then let's find a way to earn it back. Sell the type of wooden boat 8 meters long, 3 meters wide, carrying 20 people like before, just need to improve a bit, adding a paddle at the back. The cost for 10 people to build such a boat takes about 10 days, and the labor cost is 100 coins. The wood has to be bought from the logging team, then processed into planks with iron nails, sealed and waterproofed with paint. In total, it's nearly 500 coins, rounded up to 1,000 coins for a boat to sell at the market for them. After hearing this, Lei Sung immediately came up with the idea of selling boats. Compared to fresh food, boats are the big-ticket item. In the Han tribe, you can fill your stomach with just a few coins. The average monthly salary for each person is only about 30 coins. A small boat costs 1,000 coins. You have to save for 3 or 4 years to afford it. Not everyone can afford it. Meeting a wealthy tribe like the Spirit Tribe, who need boats, if we don't take advantage of them, La Sung feels uneasy. The giant tree, after hearing La Sung's calculations, was also a bit stunned, not understanding why the cost is only about 500 coins, but the chief raised the price to double without batting an eye. However, this is a way to earn money for the Han tribe. Nothing wrong with that. After all, it's about deceiving outsiders. The great tree no longer hesitated, turned to whisper a few words to a small official accompanying him, telling him to immediately hang up the sign to sell the boats. But while the two were still talking, La Sung added, remember, the family price is the same. Huh. The leader sells to his own tribe at this price too. The great tree almost bit his tongue, thinking he misheard, and immediately asked again, what do you think? Of course it's this price. If we don't make money, how can we support the shipbuilding yard and the workers? If we don't make money, how can we fund the research and development of new boats? If we don't make money, how will the workers be motivated? Do you think money just falls from the sky? Moreover, do you think anyone in our tribe besides the Spirit Tribe has enough money to buy a boat? What will they do after buying a boat? So selling to our own tribe, you definitely won't be able to sell. La Sung gently explained. If it's priced so high, of course, no one can afford it. After hearing this, the great tree couldn't help but mumble, but La Sung still heard him. Why are you not convinced? Do you think I'm biased towards my family? La Sung smiled and asked the great tree back. No, it's not me. I'm really not saying that. What I'm saying is the truth. A price that's too low won't benefit future development. We need to let the workers earn some money. But if the price is too high, even if there are a few buyers, we still won't make money. Do you know how to solve this? Also, you think I don't favor my family, right? So tell me how to solve both of these issues at once. La Sung asked the great tree again. But this time the great tree said nothing, just shook his head. He really didn't know how to solve this. 1. The currency had just been issued, and everyone in trade had no experience at all. 2. Solving both problems at the same time. He truly didn't understand how to make money while taking care of his family. Fortunately, La Sung also understood the great tree's capabilities, not making him wait long, and immediately shared his method. For this type of small boat, a price of $1,000 is definitely something no one can afford, because no one can spend that much money all at once. But you also can't lower the price, so what to do? We can sell the boats outside, but we can also rent them internally. For example, this month, he can spend $1,000, but if he buys a boat, he won't have any money left, so he can't buy it. But I can directly rent him a boat for $60 a month, equivalent to the salary of 2 people. This way, that amount of money isn't too much anymore. Right now, he rents 2 boats, carrying goods from Han Duong City back to New Duong District, making a price difference that exceeds the salary of 4 people. Do you understand? As for our shipyard, selling this boat won't work, but renting it out for $60 a month to merchants is nothing. It may seem like we aren't making money, but in reality, over a year, calculating 14 months, just from the rent, we can collect $840. By the second year, we reduce the price of the 1-year-old boat to $800 and continue to rent it out, still for $60 a month. Over 2 years, that adds up to nearly $1,700, which is worth more than the original $1,000. By the 3rd year, after using the boat for these 2 years, we can sell it at a low price of $500, and there will definitely be buyers. So, although it takes a little longer, the money we earn is truly 2 to 3 times more than initially, allowing us to earn more while also solving the problem of the people not being able to buy boats. Overall, it helps develop water transport, facilitate trade, and grow the economy. This is truly a method that serves 2 purposes. When La Feng finished explaining this method and calculating for the great tree was completely stunned. This is business. Oh my god, economic growth. This is truly a method that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. When La Fang finished explaining this method and calculated for Dai Thu was completely stunned. This is business, oh my gosh. Can you really play it like this? How did the leader manage that? This method seems quite feasible since the monthly rent is 60 coins, which he can afford. It doesn't seem too expensive at first glance, but unexpectedly, in the end, it turns out to be more expensive than buying a new boat. Seriously. Seriously. Oh, damn it. La Sung and Dai Thu were standing at the dock talking when, in the distance, the bamboo raft of the Spirit Clan had also arrived. On the other side, the Spirit Clan members standing on the raft had already spotted a group of people wearing loose black long-sleeved shirts from afar. They were quite used to this scene. That was the typical attire of the Han officials. Just by looking at the wide sleeves, you could tell right away. Common folks rarely wore such wide sleeves. These officials were just here to collect taxes. In fact, the Spirit Clan has long been puzzled as to why when they come to the Han Clan to sell goods, they have to handle all the transportation themselves, meaning they bring the goods right to the Han Clan's doorstep. Clearly, the Han Clan is benefiting, so why do they still have to pay taxes? Just out of respect for the power of the Han Clan, the Spirit Clan had to swallow their pride, and moreover, after paying taxes, they still made quite a bit of money. The Han Clan's trade taxes from the Spirit Clan are usually divided into three types. One is customs duties, calculated per cart or boat. For example, when carts or boats enter the Han Clan's borders, each cart or boat carrying certain goods has to pay a specific import tax. The other two types are categorized by goods, roughly divided into salt, iron, food, livestock, textiles, handicrafts, and fresh produce. The first items are hardly related to the Spirit Clan, so they only have to pay taxes on handicrafts and fresh produce. One type is food, and the other is items woven from bamboo. The Spirit Clan members approached the dock, 2 people per raft, one person rowing the raft while the other got off to carry goods. The distance from the dock to the market isn't far. You just have to cross the fields to see it. This route requires a cart for transportation. The carts are 2-wheeled pushcarts, and only those who have paid taxes are allowed to receive tickets to enter the market and the right to rent carts. Today, when they saw the young man leading the Han Clan, the Spirit Clan members suddenly felt very familiar, as if they had met him somewhere before. Therefore, the leader of the group, Xiao Ha, couldn't help but step forward to greet him. "Gentlemen, why are you here so early today? Is something going on?" Xiao Ha followed the etiquette of the Han Clan, respectfully clasping his hands to La Sung and Dai Thursday. La Sung didn't respond, just nodded to Dai Thu, signaling him to speak. Dai Thu understood immediately, quickly grasping La Sung's intention. "Today, there's indeed something important to discuss with you, and all 3 matters are very important to you. Oh, I wonder what Sir Lin wants to say." Xiao Ha felt a bit anxious upon hearing that it was related to him. The leaders of the sales group like them aren't always the same person, so what a coincidence that something like this happens on the day he arrives. "Haha, don't worry, it's nothing major. I'll briefly let you know first, and later you can report back to your leader. First, our Han Clan has now developed a specialized tool for measuring weight called a scale. From now on, many types of goods can be sold by weight, no longer needing to be sold by the piece. Calculating by weight will be fairer for both sides. Later in the market, there will be a minor official teaching how to use it. You can buy a scale from him. Secondly, starting today, our Han Clan will begin selling boats, the type of boat that is 8 meters long, 3 meters wide, capable of carrying more than 20 people, priced currently at 1,000 coins each, and you can buy one anytime." "What? 1,000 coins each is too expensive. Who can afford that? Can the price be lowered?" "Our Ning clan doesn't have much money either." Upon hearing the price of the boat, Xiao Ha couldn't hold back and immediately asked, "The price is set, and if you want to buy, it cannot be reduced. If you want it cheaper, the only way is to join our Han Clan. Only then will you have the right to rent a boat. The rental fee for the boat is only 60 coins per month." Dai Thu immediately explained, "Oh, so you can rent a boat too. 60 coins a month, 30 days in a month, which means 2 coins a day. A sweet sugarcane costs 5 coins, so selling just 40 sweet sugarcanes a day would cover the rent." "Humph, that's not too much, right? But why don't you let us rent? Why must our Spirit Clan buy?" After hearing Dai Thu's explanation, Xiao Ha immediately started calculating, his fingers moving quickly, and it's no wonder the Spirit Clan chose him as the leader of the group. However, after calculating the boat rental price, Xiao Ha immediately disagreed. Clearly, renting is much cheaper than buying a boat. At this moment, hearing Xiao Ha's counter-question, Dai Thu felt a bit awkward. Because this matter was just mentioned by the leader, many details had not been clearly explained to him. For example, whether they could rent to outside tribes or not. Therefore, Dai Thu had to look at La Sung, hoping the leader would answer this question. "Our boats are only rented to Han Clan citizens with legal residency because they have homes, land, families, neighbors, and titles. They can't just run away. As for people from other tribes, we don't dare rent to them. For example, if I let you rent a boat, and you row the boat away and don't come back, what would happen to me? Wouldn't I be at a huge loss? La Sung immediately provided his reasoning. After hearing this, both Dai Thu and Xiao Ha fell silent, as it was truly irrefutable. That's absolutely true. Currently, the Han clan is implementing a system of joint responsibility. If one household commits a crime, neighbors who shield them, do not report, or do not stop them will all be punished together. Even if one person commits a crime impulsively without intent, but when he commits the crime and runs away, if his family does not force him to confess, they will also be held accountable. In such a system, who would dare to rent a boat and then run away? Even if no deposit is required, it doesn't matter. But people from other tribes, even if they put down a deposit, cannot be guaranteed. After hearing this, Dai Thu nodded in agreement. While Xiao Ha was different, he was a person who feared trouble. Moreover, the decision to buy the boat wasn't his to make, so he immediately employed a delaying tactic. The cost of the boat is too high. I can't decide on that. This matter needs to be reported back to the leader, so they can make the decision. Now, let's talk about the third issue. What is the third issue? This time, without waiting for the elder tree to speak, La Sung chimed in, because the third issue was what he was most concerned about. The third issue relates to your sweet sugarcane. Don't worry, we aren't forbidding you from selling sweet sugarcane to the Han people. I just want to know if the part of the sugarcane you cut off has a type of red rice on it. Can you get me a bit to take a look? When Xiao Ha heard La Sung's words, he initially thought the Han people didn't want them to sell anymore because they were making too much money, but unexpectedly, La Sung was asking about the red rice on the sugarcane. Immediately, Xiao Ha's eyes narrowed. He remembered very clearly that the leader had specifically cut off that part of the red rice, saying it had great utility, and seemed to want to use that rice to negotiate with the Han people. He wasn't quite sure of the specifics, just that the leader instructed him that if the Han people asked, he should say there was red rice, but if they wanted it, the Han leader had to come personally to negotiate. Thinking of this, Xiao Ha felt a surge of joy. Finally, the Ling tribe had something that the Han people were interested in. That red rice really existed, and there was a lot of it. But our leader has said, to get this red rice, the Han leader must come personally to negotiate. Leader, we have something to discuss with him. After hearing Xiao Ha's words, both the elder tree and Lei Sung exchanged glances and smiled slightly. Then the elder tree introduced, this is our Han tribe's leader. If your leader wants to negotiate, let him come here himself and remember to bring what is called red rice. Hey, we don't like that, he interjected. Regarding what you want to do, if it's not too difficult, we will seriously consider it, as a favor for the red rice. Xiao Ha was startled to hear this. It turned out the young man who had been talking to him all this time was indeed the leader of the Han tribe. La Sung's reputation was indeed not ordinary. It wasn't because he looked intimidating, but because of the terrifying power of the Han tribe, a powerful tribe with advanced technology and a large population. A word from this leader could determine the life and death of many people. Saying his words were like law would not be an exaggeration. Realizing the identity of the person in front of him, Xiao Ha immediately retracted his earlier rude attitude, respectfully clasping his hands and bowing his head in salute to La Sung. He suddenly remembered that he had seen this person before. It turned out to be him. La Sung's image appeared everywhere on the coins of the Han tribe. It was just that his attire today was different. If he wore a dragon robe and a crown and added a few years, everyone would definitely recognize him right away. Leader, I will definitely report everything to our leader so that he can bring the red rice to meet you tomorrow. La Sung merely nodded slightly, giving a brief reply before allowing Xiao Ha to leave. Xiao Ha didn't dare to say anything more, bowed once again, and hurriedly walked away. After learning that the Ling tribe truly had red rice, La Sung also breathed a sigh of relief. He and the elder tree strolled around the lush green rice fields by the river, then entered the market in the city to have a bowl of plain porridge with pickled vegetables for breakfast. After that, the two continued to inspect Liuyang County. The Han tribe currently has 3 counties, each with its own distinct industries. Hanyang County is famous for its textile and metallurgy industries. Newchang County has just started silkworm farming but has already stabilized. Liuyang County holds all the paper mills of the Han tribe. Entering the newly built paper mill, the atmosphere here was stifling due to dust. The male workers were shirtless, rolling up their pants and working diligently. Because they had to use drying ovens, the temperature in the mill was extremely high, especially in summer, making everyone feel uncomfortable. Currently, the paper production line has been expanded to 20 seconds, with about 8 people working at each second. Some were specifically pedaling. To provide power, some were checking the flames in the drying oven, and others were pouring pulp and water into the tank, adjusting the consistency of the pulp. From pulp to drying oven to roll racks, the finished paper would be spread out, cut to the appropriate size, and put into use. However, the paper industry in Liuyang County currently relies entirely on the paper trees from Nanshan Mountain. With the current production speed, this raw material will soon run out. The Han tribe is currently using paper mainly for government agencies, with low consumption. Most is stored or used for window coverings in the counties. But the paper mill cannot stop production for this reason. Now, when the paper trees are no longer sufficient, La Sung decided to experiment with other materials. He chose 3 types of bamboo: sugarcane, pulp, and rice straw. Bamboo is a familiar material. It has been used to make paper since ancient times, famous for its continuous paper, which can be used to print books and preserve for hundreds of years. La Sang had only heard of sugarcane pulp but didn't know how effective it would be. As for rice straw, it was easier to understand. Because the straw is yellow, the paper made from it retains that color, called raw color paper. This type of paper is of low quality. It's not good for writing, but in an era without plastic bags, it was an ideal packaging material. La Sang recalled that back in his hometown, during every holiday, people would often use this yellow paper to wrap candies into neat square packages, stacking them on top of each other, with a red paper on top that had blessings and advertisements written on it, then tied up with twine. Back then, bringing a stack of candies like that home was a great joy for the elderly. Regarding the method of making raw color paper, with current technology, as long as the pulp-making process is resolved, the subsequent steps can be completed on the production line. To speed up the pulp-making process, La Sang used a knife to chop the straw, washed it with water, soaked it in lime water for a day, then boiled it in alkaline water, and finally steamed it until cooked. In other words, he used both physical and chemical methods to torture the straw, causing the rice fibers to decompose and soften, shorten the natural reaction time. After steaming, the straw is ground into dry powder and then diluted with water to create yellow paper pulp. La Sang assigned the task of researching paper from different materials to the group leaders who have been working effectively recently. He asked them to stop producing regular paper and shift to developing a new type of paper. After making this decision, it was already late afternoon. The members of the Lin tribe, after a day of selling at the market, also began to pack their things to head home. They still had to travel a bit by water before it got dark to return home. Everyone quickly boarded the boat, otherwise, they would miss out on hot meals. Hurry up. All right. Today, the leader of the Han tribe specifically mentioned 3 important matters concerning the Lin tribe, so Tiu Ha was also anxious to get back early. None of these matters could she decide on her own, especially the issue regarding the red rice that the leader had instructed carefully. Tiu Ha didn't know what the Han tribe's leader wanted to negotiate with the red rice, but she felt that the Han tribe was not an easily threatened tribe. Who knows if the leader of the Han tribe could turn ruthless? If things didn't go well, it wouldn't matter if her leader wasn't there, but she would be the one to bear the consequences. With a worried mindset, Tiu Ha rowed with all her might, seemingly taking only half the usual time to return to the Bo tribe, as if she were running away. The leader of the Lin tribe, Lin Ven, stood on the shore of the island in the middle of the lake, waiting for the trading team to return, hoping to hear the news he had been waiting for. This sweet tree had been sold for nearly 10 days. Could it be that the leader of the Han tribe still hadn't noticed? Or was he not interested in this? Nine Ven stood on the shore, filled with doubt. Just then, a series of boats began to appear in sight. His tribe members had returned. Leader, something big has happened. Today, the leader of the Han tribe personally came. He requested the red seeds from the sweet tree. I told him I couldn't decide this on my own and would have to wait for tomorrow when the leader comes to negotiate with him. As soon as she got ashore, Tiu Ha saw her leader standing there and shouted, "Oh, did you personally see the leader of the Han tribe?" He directly said he wanted the red seeds from the sweet tree. Nin Van was also very excited and stepped forward to ask Tiu Ha for confirmation. That's right. It was introduced by the district beast, Lu Duong Dai Thu, and I saw his face look very similar to the person on the back of the coin, just with different clothing and hairstyle. But with the district beast Lu Duong vouching for him, it must be correct. Tiu Ha nodded, confirming it. Yes, good. Ha ha ha, it seems like I have to go myself tomorrow. Ah, did the leader of the Han tribe say anything else? Lin Ven continued to ask. The leader of the Han tribe said that if we want to negotiate with him, we must bring the red seeds. They don't like to talk empty-handed. Additionally, today they also hung a sign selling boats at the market. The small boat that had come here once could carry more than 20 people, and the selling price was 1,000 coins each. There was also something called a scale. According to the Han tribe's introduction, this is a tool used to measure weight. Later on, we will also need to use scales to measure when selling, but that thing has to be bought with money. Today we only bought a few. Everyone still doesn't know how to use it much. Hearing the leader ask, Tiu Ha recounted everything, and Lin Van let her go. After getting the expected information, Lin Vane began to think. The leader of the Han tribe is indeed a peculiar figure. This is Lin Van's assessment of La Sang at this moment. The reason he reached this conclusion is that there are things that make Lin Van feel extremely confused, such as the red seeds on the sweet tree. This is not a product of the Lin tribe. Without a chance encounter, Lin Van wouldn't have been able to obtain it. So the question is, how does the leader of the Han tribe in that distant plain know that there are seeds on this tree and that they are red? Additionally, there was news received today that the leader of the Han tribe had created a weight-measuring tool called a scale. This had been brought before him. Seeing this strange tool, Lin Vane further solidified his thoughts. This had been brought before him. Seeing this strange tool, Lin Vane further solidified his thoughts. This is definitely a strange character, capable of crafting anything. Is this person even normal? There might be even scarier abilities. The leader of the Han tribe seems to have the ability to foresee many unseen future events. He also knows the properties and uses of it, which is truly frightening. But the more it is, the more excited Lin Ven feels. Thinking about meeting this miraculous leader tomorrow, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Finally, when dawn broke, to the quacking of a flock of ducks, Lin Van woke up early, packed lightly, and followed the boat convoy of his tribe to the Han tribe. When the group arrived at the Han tribe's port, it was already bright. There was no sign of La Sung at the dock, only 2 or 3 tax collectors waiting. However, Lin Van did not feel disappointed. On the contrary, he understood the Han tribe's intentions. In fact, even though no one said it, this was how the Han tribe expressed their attitude towards him. Your Lin tribe is just a small tribe with a few thousand people, not qualified for the leader to personally welcome. Even if you have what the Han tribe wants, it's not enough to threaten them. Therefore, when meeting for negotiations, be careful, don't speak carelessly. The tax collector noticed a small bag, containing about 10 pounds of red seeds, but didn't know what they were. However, someone next to him seemed to have received instructions, and upon seeing the red millet, stepped forward to greet. Are you the leader of the Lin tribe? Yes. Yesterday, my people arranged to meet with the leader of the Han tribe today. May I ask where I should go to meet the leader? Seeing the tax collector step forward, Lin Van asked, Our leader is waiting in the official area. Please bring the red seeds and follow me. The tax collector waved for Lin Van to follow him ahead. Lin Van quickly called a subordinate to carry the millet along. On the way, no one checked them, and they went straight through. However, Lin Van felt a bit surprised. The Han tribe seemed to really not place much importance on the red seeds. When the tax collector saw the red seeds, Lin Van intended to offer them directly, but the other party refused and told him to bring the seeds along. This was like a second reminder that the Han tribe didn't necessarily need this. Don't rush to make any demands. Think carefully before speaking. Not long after, they arrived at the construction area of the official residence. Passing through a chaotic construction site, the tax collector led Lin Van to a private courtyard, then immediately stepped forward to exchange words with the gatekeeper. These two were from the Lin tribe. One was the leader of the Lin tribe. The other was a helper carrying items. Our leader has arranged for me to take you in. Oh right, the red seeds. The leader of the Lin tribe is also bringing them. Then please come in. The leader might be having a meal. Let them sit and wait in the hall for a bit. The leader will be here soon. After hearing this, the tax collector immediately led Lin Van and the other person in, seating them on either side of the guest chairs in the hall, pouring hot water for the two, and then left to inform the leader who would arrive shortly. About an hour later, La Sung finally appeared. In fact, he wasn't eating but had just woken up, washed his face, changed clothes, and was waiting for his family to start cooking, drinking 2 bowls of porridge to fill his stomach before coming to the hall with the tax collector. Today, Dai Thu did not accompany La Sung but was sent to guide the construction of the shipyard. The person following La Sung was the tax collector who had led him in the morning. Entering the hall of the official residence, the 2 guests had been waiting impatiently. At this moment, seeing La Sung appear, they suppressed their restlessness. Lin Van hurriedly stood up to greet La Sung, and the follower also imitated by clasping his hands, but the action was awkward and looked quite funny. All right, no need for formalities. You've been waiting for a long time. I won't say much. Our Han tribe needs a lot of these red seeds for cultivation, preferably the kind that can be planted. You understand, right? If not, you wouldn't think of using this to exchange for benefits. Now, speak. What do you want? La Sung waved his hand, taking a handful of unpeeled millet from the bag in the middle of the room, then sat down in the host's seat to study, also preparing to hear what the Lin tribe would propose. Dear leader of the Han tribe, Lin Van has no intention of using these red seeds to threaten the Han tribe, just wants to take this opportunity to meet the leader. Since you are often not here, I had to use this method. This bag of red seeds, I offer it to the leader as a gift. Lin Van saw La Sung sit down, and after he finished speaking, he stepped forward to the center of the hall, clasped his hands and bowed. Oh, La Sung suddenly looked stunned. What is this? Not negotiating conditions, over 10 pounds of seeds just given away, just to meet me once. Seems like this guy knows how to play his cards right, definitely wanting to ask for something big. Haha, Lin Ven, right? You're really clever, a quick-witted person. I really like this gift, I accept it. But you just said you used this method to lure me here, just to meet me once. Now that you're here, you've met me. Just say it straight. Now I'm also curious, what exactly do you want to say? La Sung thought to himself, laughing heartily a few times, accepting the gift from Lin Van, while also becoming interested in this guy. He wondered if he had a grand idea or some scheme for coming to see him. La Sung chuckled a few times after hearing this and accepted the gift from Lin Van. Still, in his heart, curiosity about this person began to grow. I wonder what kind of wisdom or scheme they have for coming to see me. La Sung chuckled softly a few times after hearing this and accepted the gift from Lin Van. However, he gradually became curious about this person. He wondered what important matter this guy had come to see him about, or if it was just some scheme. Ha ha ha, Lin Van, right? You're really clever, quick-witted. I really like this gift. I accept it. But you just said you used this method to lure me here, just to meet me once. Now that I'm here, you've met me. Just say it straight. Now I'm also curious. I wonder what exactly you want to say. Lasung thought to himself, laughing heartily a few times, looking relaxed. He accepted the gift from Lin Van, but at the same time, he also began to feel intrigued by this guy. I wonder if he specifically sought me out for some brilliant idea or if it's just some kind of scheme. Haha, Lin Thao, right? You're really smart and quick-witted. I really like this gift. I've accepted it, but you just said you used this method to lure me here just to see me in person once. Now that I'm here and you've seen me, just say what you need to say. I'm curious too. I wonder what you actually want to say. La Sung thought to himself, laughing heartily a few times, looking relaxed. He accepted Lin Thao's gift but also began to feel intrigued by this guy. I wonder if he specifically sought me out for some brilliant idea or if it's just some kind of scheme. Ha ha ha, Lin Thao, right? You're really smart and quick-witted. I really like this gift. I've accepted it, but you just said you used this method to lure me here just to see me in person once. Now that I'm here and you've seen me, just say what you need to say. I'm curious too. I wonder what you actually want to say. Thinking of this, La Sung laughed heartily, accepting Lin Thao's gift but also developing an interest in this guy. He wondered if he had some grand scheme or plot in mind when he came to meet him. Thinking about the population, La Sung looked at the handful of millet in his hand, and suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, his expression brightening as if he had just realized something. That's right. The Lin tribe used to survive by foraging for water chestnuts and fishing, and later, with the help of the Han tribe, they began to cultivate rice and raise waterfowl. But they had only been growing rice for less than a year. This year, suddenly, they ran over to the Han tribe to sell sweet pieces, selling a daily amount that didn't need to be discussed and continuing to sell for half a month. If it were foraged from nature, could there really be that much? Would it be that stable? Could it be that sweet? Definitely not. La Sung had tasted the sweet sugarcane from the Lin tribe, and it was indeed very sweet, perfect for making sugar. But aside from honey and the flesh of carnivorous plants, La Sung had never seen any naturally grown crop that was that sweet. This proves that the sweet sugarcane they sell must definitely be a variety that has been selected and domesticated for a long time. If not, then the origin of the sweet sugarcane from the Lin tribe and the population that Lin Van mentioned would not match. He must have discovered that the surrounding tribes were growing sweet sugarcane, and there were quite a few of these tribes. Their sweet sugarcane was all obtained through trade. As for what to use for trade, that's too simple. Whether it's items from the Lin tribe or from the Han tribe, as long as it's brought out, it's hot merchandise, no worries about not being able to sell. La Sung thought confidently. In reality, even though it wasn't entirely accurate as La Sung guessed, it wasn't far off either. This situation started last year. Last year, the Lin tribe first learned that growing rice could yield stable food, and by chance, they also discovered that the rice seeds were found by La Sung in the swamp. This opened a new door for the Lin tribe. After mastering the technique of making rafts, the Lin tribe continuously explored deeper into the swamp. One was to catch wild ducks for domestication, and the other was to search for other types of crop seeds. Heaven does not disappoint those who work hard. After more than a year, the Lin tribe found other tribes growing various crops, among which some also grew rice. But compared to the farming techniques and tools of the Han tribe, it was like night and day, with most still in a semi-wild state. Besides rice, the most widely grown crop was sweet sugarcane. Sweet sugarcane also belongs to the grass family, being a relative of rice. So it's not surprising that these two types of plants appeared together in the swamp. Initially, those who grew sweet sugarcane only knew that the seeds on the plant were edible and could be replanted multiple times. Of course, they also knew that the stalk of the sugarcane was sweet, but not as sweet as it is now. This was because the sweet sugarcane grew in the swamp, which contained too much water. Since it was discovered by humans and brought to drier land for cultivation, getting more exposure to sunlight and losing a large amount of water, the result was that the sugarcane stalk became sweeter, leading to the type of sugarcane that is currently in high demand in the Han tribe. After the people in the tribe discovered this, Lin Van also personally visited the tribes along the shore a few times, bringing along some porcelain, white salt, and fabrics from the Han tribe as gifts. Lin Van was warmly welcomed by those tribes, being treated as a distinguished guest wherever he went. Afterwards, Lin Van also shared with them the farming techniques from the Han tribe, which excited several tribes, even making them willing to trade sweet sugarcane seeds. While visiting these tribes, Lin Van also tasted the sweet pieces they brought out. This was indeed sweet, but they didn't have the technique to extract sugar, so they couldn't preserve that sweetness. The people in the tribe were few, unable to consume it all, and without a way to preserve it, they ultimately could only watch the sweet sugarcane rot in the middle. Lin Van felt very heartbroken, but he didn't know how to keep that sweetness, as sweetness in nature is inherently rare. This issue would have passed, but at the beginning of summer this year, the Han tribe suddenly implemented a private ownership system and traded with currency, making the exchange of goods much more convenient. As long as you have money, you can exchange for everything. Similarly, everything else can also be exchanged for money. After a week of figuring out what money was, Lin Van immediately recognized a business opportunity. The sweet sugarcane that the tribes along the lake grew could not be preserved, and the people in the tribe could not consume it all, ultimately leading to it rotting in the middle. But the Han tribe had a large population capable of consuming it. Moreover, this was something sweet. In this time of scarcity for sweet items, there was no worry about not being able to sell it, only worry about not having enough to eat. Thus, a plan to buy large quantities of sweet pieces and then sell them back to the Han tribe popped into Lin Van's mind. When he started to implement it, everything went more smoothly than expected. There were countless sweet sugar canes in the tribes along the lake, and normally, they couldn't eat them all, leading to them rotting in the middle. Now that someone wanted to trade for goods, why wouldn't they trade? Would they be foolish enough to refuse? Thus, the Lin tribe easily traded their entire sweet piece for just a little white salt, a porcelain bowl, some fabric, and iron floats, even asking them to cut it short and bundle it for easy transport on rafts, saving both time and labor. These sweet sugarcane bundles, when transported to the Han tribe, almost immediately made a splash. The prices weren't high, just equivalent to a meal, and one sweet cane could be bought for 5 coins, making it a rare sweet treat. Many factors combined to create terrifying chemical reaction. On the first day of sales, the Lin tribe's sweet cane sold out completely. By the second day, a rare sight appeared as people lined up long to buy. By the third day, fights broke out over the sweet pieces. At this point, the Luoduang district authorities had to intervene. If they hadn't stepped in early, the people might have rushed to the riverbank to buy. However, making money was one thing. Lin Van's goal didn't stop there. He wanted to gain a supernatural status within the Han tribe, along with power, and these sweet canes were just a test of the Han tribe's attitude, as well as a way to attract the leader, La Sung. Understanding all this, La Sung began to trust Lin Van's words. The island in the lake was real, the population was real, and the large quantity of sweet pieces was also real. Lin Van indeed had the ability to fulfill those promises. But at this moment, La Sung still had one question. If you have the ability to gather such a large population and help the Han tribe occupy vast lands, why would you want to join the Han tribe? Wouldn't it be better to conquer those populations yourself, rule a region, and become the leader of a large tribe? La Sung asked, naturally wanting to test whether Lin Van had any ambitions. Of course, he definitely had ambitions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have demanded the position of district chief before officially joining. But La Sung wanted to know more if he had ambitions for independence. Having ambitions isn't scary. A person who is too easily satisfied and lacks initiative is complacent. However, having too great ambitions that threaten the unity of the tribe is unacceptable. However, upon hearing La Sung's question, Lin Van could only smile wryly and explain, No, leader, you overestimate me. I just said that if the leader makes me the district chief of the Han tribe, then I can do those things. Without the backing power of the Han tribe, relying solely on my Lin tribe with over 1,000 people, it would be absolutely impossible. First, we don't have large ships like the Han tribe. Relying only on rafts would allow us to transport very little. Second, we also don't have as many products and technologies as the Han tribe. Third, even if I could abandon the small island in the lake and move to the land across the swamp, gathering tens of thousands of people along the shore, it wouldn't be long before they would disperse, each going their own way. Oh, why do you think that way? Isn't it true that the more people, the greater the strength? La Sung continued to lure Lin Van into the trap while observing his reactions. No, I heard that the Han tribe currently only has tens of thousands of people, and the leader manages them with difficulty, having to distribute them to many different places. If I also establish a large tribe nearby, the leader would definitely not agree. If the leader doesn't agree, even if the Han tribe doesn't attack us, just stopping trade with us would mean that with the population I gathered, without oxen for plowing, without iron tools, without ships or carts, without fabric and animal skins, and without salt, those populations that were hard to gather would ultimately disband due to various conflicts, because they live together but are not as comfortable as before, lacking food, lacking clothing, and with inconvenient transportation. Just these few things would be enough to cause great chaos in the tribe. At that time, who knows, those small leaders from before might kill me and replace me. In the end, after a great chaos, the strongest tribe would redistribute the population and territory, while my Lin tribe would ultimately disappear in that turmoil. Wow, this guy is truly talented. La Sung couldn't help but think. From Lin Van's answer, it was clear that he had once considered independence, But after weighing the potential punishments the Han tribe could impose, along with a series of ensuing consequences, he realized that without the deterrent power of the Han tribe, without the materials and technology from the Han tribe, even if he struggled to gather the population in one place, it would only lead to greater chaos, ultimately resulting in disintegration. His far-sightedness, clear, logical thinking, and keen ability to observe the times made him a top talent for the current Han tribe, even surpassing some of La Sung's current district chiefs. With such talent, being a district chief would indeed be more than enough. However, a person like this has great ambitions. A ruler must dare to use them and have the ability to suppress them. But La Sung was confident in himself, not afraid of him rebelling. In terms of knowledge, La Sung had thousands of years more than him. In terms of cunning, La Sung had also gone through 9 years of compulsory education. As for his reputation within the tribe, La Sung was even more favored by the people. With such comparisons in mind, La Sung did not hesitate to agree. If this time goes well, it could very well be a great opportunity for the Han tribe to develop. 50,000 people, more than the total current population of the Han tribe. If all these people were relocated, establishing 3 more districts would be no problem. Thinking of this, La Sung couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and stepped down, pulling Lin Vun up. I agree to your tribe joining. I can also promise you the position of district chief, but currently, there are no vacant district chief positions in the Han tribe. You can only be the district chief of a new district, and all matters of establishing the new district will be your responsibility. As for the issue of recruiting the population and stabilizing the new tribesmen, we need to discuss that in more detail, along with selecting the location for the new district. The new district definitely cannot be placed in the swamp because that area has too many restrictions and is not suitable. If this time goes well, it could very well be a great opportunity for the Han tribe to develop. 50,000 people, more than the total current population of the Han tribe. If all these people were relocated, establishing 3 more districts would be no problem. Thinking of this, La Sung couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and stepped down, pulling Lin Vun up. I agree to your tribe joining. I can also promise you the position of district chief, but currently, there are no vacant district chief positions in the Han tribe. You can only be the district chief of a new district, and all matters of establishing the new district will be your responsibility. As for the issue of recruiting the population and stabilizing the new tribesmen, we need to discuss that in more detail, along with selecting the location for the new district. The new district definitely cannot be placed in the swamp because that area has too many restrictions and is not suitable, living and developing long-term, which is disadvantageous for future expansion. The choice of location to continue speaking later. As for your name, Lam Thu in Liu Yang District and Thai Dat in New Yang District, I have given both of them their names, and now you are also the district chief. So I will also give you a name. Your self-chosen name is Ling Yun. This name is not bad, but the surname Lang in the Han ethnicity already exists. There is a young man from the grasslands named Lang Feng. You are not from the same family, so temporarily you should not share the same character. So, let's take the character Yun as the surname. What's the big deal? Let's call you Wine Ji. The surname Yun in the Han ethnicity is still unique. Only you and your bloodline possess it. From now on, you are the first ancestor of the Yun clan. Thank you, Chief, for giving me the name Yun Ji. I will definitely work hard for the chief in the future. Soon, we will add a new district for the Han ethnicity. That's right, I know a way to extract sweetness from within, turning it into something like salt. It just isn't as white as salt, but it's sweet. We in the Han ethnicity call this sugar. La Sung took a sip of tea, explaining simply. Oh, so we in the Han ethnicity already have something called sugar. Then why have I never seen it sold in the market? This time, Yunji was even more surprised. He didn't expect that the Han ethnicity had created such a wonderful thing. Could the method of making it be similar to salt? It is, but it's very rare and not pure. A few years ago, I saw brown sugar at the Spring Festival in the Western Valley that looked like dried blood. It came from a tribe called Zhou. They used grapes to make it, but it had many impurities and wasn't as sweet as sugarcane, so I never valued it. Until this time, after trying the sugarcane you brought back, I had the idea of producing sugar on a large scale. La Sung explained further. The method of making sugar is nothing too miraculous. Just extract the sweet juice, heat it until it thickens, and then let it dry naturally. The principle is like that. Even in this world, La Sung is not the first to make sugar. This time, he simply improved the process with a more scientific method. Really? That sounds great. As long as the chief has a way to make something called sugar, I will transport all this sugarcane back. But chief, does making sugar require any preparation? Will we have enough time this season? In fact, Yunji asked this to probe further, but he was too curious about the sugar-making process to hold back his questions. La Sung thought for a moment. There was nothing he couldn't say because the technique was really not complicated. Just saying it out loud would allow others to learn, but knowing how to do it doesn't mean one can actually do it. If he wanted to control it, just one word from him would suffice. Making salt is even easier, but currently, it is still in the hands of the state. As for making sugar, he had already tried the sugar cane. That thing is essentially just chewing for the sweet juice, and the pulp has to be spat out. So the real sweetness lies in the juice, so we just need a tool to extract the juice. After that, the juice is still liquid. How do we turn it into something like salt? Yoonji was even more curious, then poured the juice into a large pot, stirring it while heating until it turned into a thick caramel color like glue. At that point, he could turn off the heat. If he wanted to make it into hard sugar cubes, he should scoop it out and pour it into a prepared mold to cool naturally, which would yield transparent amber-colored hard sugar cubes. If he wanted to make it into small grains like salt, he should pour the cooked sugar solution onto a copper-covered table and use a shovel to stir it evenly. This process must be continuously stirred. As the sugar cools, it will become fine brown sugar like flour. As for turning brown sugar into white sugar, I'm not sure, but the process might be to dissolve the brown sugar in water. Once fully dissolved, filtering it several times will yield a lighter sugar solution. Next, add a bit of activated carbon to the lighter sugar solution. Use the activated carbon to absorb the colored substances. In the end, you will get an even lighter sugar solution, then evaporate the water. What remains is the sugar that has had its color removed. Although I haven't tried it, I guess this method can't produce white sugar like salt. At most, it can make light yellow sugar. That might be the highest level that our Han ethnicity can achieve at present. La Sung had never made sugar, but in his past life, he had watched a few videos teaching how to make handmade sugar from sugarcane. In an era of increasingly advanced production and life, industrialization, modernization, and a focus on efficiency, people have started to pursue a healthy lifestyle. Online, there are countless videos about natural purity, handmade, cultural heritage, intangible, and the dedication of artisans. The technique of traditional handmade sugar is almost the same. In the videos, they make it quite simply. Although La Sung's environment is a bit worse, he is still the chief. Just one word from him, the entire resources of the tribe can be mobilized. What is there to fear about not being able to make a few sugar cubes? La Sung spoke very detailedly, but not slowly, which made Yoonji quite troubled. He listened very attentively, but his Chinese had only been learned for a year. Simple communication was fine, but the technical terms like dissolve, filter, and mold that La Sung mentioned left him completely clueless, not understanding anything at all. In fact, not just him. These technical terms were only understood by the elders of the Han ethnicity and the group of women who cook salt. Other jobs had little exposure to these terms. But now that La Sung had said everything he needed to say, Yoonji also felt it was inappropriate to ask further. That would be too obvious and might raise suspicion about his intentions. Being a smart person, Yoonji wisely chose not to ask further. In the following time, La Sung assigned Yoonji a few short-term tasks. The first was to purchase a large quantity of sugarcane and sorghum seeds. The sugarcane would continue to be sold, but from now on it would be sold by the family to the family. This is an internal trade activity, so temporarily the Ling clan will have to pay an additional tax, especially on the high-profit sweet goods. The surplus can be experimented with. A small scale of a few sugar pressing techniques, see if it's feasible, need to research what specialized equipment is required. After that, when the tribe starts planting sorghum, mass production will begin. Another task is to draw a map of the entire swamp, marking more than 20 islands in the lake that Van Chi mentioned, while also conducting a cleanup campaign for the lake, relocating all the tribe's people in the swamp outside. The islands, in the middle of La Sung Lake, have another purpose. While the tribes and residents along the swamp cannot be disturbed for now, because La Sung has not yet decided where to place the new district. First, it cannot be too far. Otherwise, it will escape the control of the Han tribe, and then there's the issue of development direction. With the current situation of the Han tribe, the overall range of influence stretches from west to east. The west has many mountains, the center has forests, the east has plains and swamps, and there are two rivers in between. Continuing east is a vast body of water, which certainly cannot be developed on a large scale. The west is mainly mountainous. With no major roads or rivers, the cost of governance is too high, so development can only proceed in two directions, north and south. The southern area is still unclear, and La Sung also intends to assign the Liu Yang district to develop the southern land because it is quite close. In contrast, the northern land has abundant resources but has not been truly occupied. Previously, it was due to a lack of people, but now Van Chi has promised to provide 50,000 people, so the Han tribe needs to advance northward. North of the Han Yang district, outside the Fuma Pass, is a grassy hill area, and after 1 or 2 more days of travel, you will reach the forest area and the gradually rising mountain range. In between is a grassy hill area, not very large but long enough. This area has a terrain that rises gradually towards the west and lowers towards the east. The farthest point to the west is where the Sharp-Horn tribe used to live. The high and open terrain is also where the Sharp-Horn tribe raised deer. Towards the east, the terrain gradually lowers, transitioning into plains. The last point to the east is the edge of the swamp area. This entire narrow strip of land is a hilly terrain, very suitable for developing livestock farming. If the entire area is occupied, it could become the Han tribe's base for raising war horses. At the same time, they could breed livestock such as cattle, sheep, camels, and donkeys. The area between the two rivers could be built into a migration city, developing agriculture along the river. Of course, this is not the key point yet. The important thing is that in this battle to eliminate at the Fuma Pass, the cavalry first discovered the forest in the northwest direction of the Fuma Pass, no more than 2 days' journey away. This forest does not have many types of trees. Only the dominant tree is the eucommia. La Sung knows about the eucommia not, because its bark is a traditional Chinese medicine. In fact, he still does not understand the medicinal effects of eucommia bark. The reason he knows about this plant is due to another characteristic of eucommia. The eucommia is essentially a type of rubber tree, with its bark, roots, leaves, fruit peel, and seeds being usable parts. Just breaking it in half will pull out white threads like spider silk. These white substances are actually polymers, also known as rubber or resin. This is said because eucommia rubber is significantly different from rubber from traditional rubber trees. Traditional rubber trees produce latex, which is collected and processed into rubber products. However, eucommia rubber cannot produce liquid rubber. All rubber is stored in the parts of the tree. And another characteristic of eucommia rubber is that it will change its physical state according to temperature. La Sun knows this mainly because eucommia rubber is a raw material for special rubber used in many military and high-tech products. He has always been interested in military affairs, and the project to develop eucommia rubber in China was proposed by Soviet experts to the Prime Minister based on the actual situation in China during the early establishment of the country. For such a significant event, La Sung remembers it very clearly. Eucommia rubber is usually crushed from the bark, leaves, fruit peel, and seeds. Then it is dissolved, filtered, and reacted with alkaline solution to extract cotton fibers, finally rolled into a ball, looking like chewed gum. After the eucommia rubber dries at room temperature, it becomes very hard. If pressed into a product after shaping, it will become a very hard state. For example, if pressed into a cup, after shaping, it will become a plastic cup, and tapping it will sound clack-clack. But if this cup made from eucommia rubber is soaked in hot water above 60 degrees, after a few seconds, it will instantly turn into elastic rubber, which can be squeezed at will, just like a tire. In this soft state, if the shape of the cup is changed, when the temperature drops, it will reshape itself into the new shape, becoming hard plastic. Therefore, this is a type of polymer that can switch between two physical states, plastic and rubber, depending on temperature, so it is called special rubber. Based on this property, modern technology often uses this special material to create prosthetics, meaning making a large cup, soaking it in hot water, then placing the amputated arm or leg into it. When it cools, it will shape into the most suitable form for the prosthetic. Of course, La Sung does not intend to make this. He is thinking of ways to turn eucommia rubber into regular rubber. The current Han tribe does not have a significant demand for plastic, but they need rubber very much. First, because La Sung has already manufactured pencils and is preparing to distribute them widely. If there are pencils, how can their companion, the eraser, be missing? To make an eraser, first, you need rubber material. Secondly, rubber tires. Hollow inflatable tires are difficult to make, but that doesn't mean they can't be made. In fact, the key technology does not lie in the rubber but in the tiny valve. Moreover, even if hollow inflatable tires cannot be made, making solid rubber tires is much better than the current wooden wheels. In terms of grip, shock absorption, and traction, they surpass wooden wheels. Additionally, other traditional rubber products can also be manufactured, such as rubber shoe soles, rubber tubes, important air valves, and even simple inflatable rubber boats are not impossible. Of course, even if it could be done right now, the output would be very limited. Meeting the demand for erasers would already be quite commendable. Therefore, after careful consideration, La Sung decided to establish a new district. It would be located in the northwest of the Fuma Pass, where the forest of Do Trong meets the grassland, to better exploit the natural resources available here. The floating island on the salt lake not only has iron ore but also contains a large amount of silver, lead, nitrate, natron, and many other accompanying metals. This place is not only an important source of raw materials for the Han people's weapons and tools but also one of the main areas producing currency materials for the tribe. Considering the importance of the resources, it would be hard for the Han people to find a second place like this. From here, if you head east for about 4 days, you will reach the northern area of the Bat Bao Mountain copper mine. The terrain here is flat, with a large swamp to the east, the Precious Mountain to the south, dense forests to the west, and grasslands to the north. On the small plain by the lake, the vegetation is lush and rare animals often appear, such as the miniature horses La Sung once saw about the size of a small dog, or blue antelopes, deer with antlers, and the giant turtles he once caught. Additionally, there are giant beavers the size of a husky, cranes taller than 2 meters, giant ancient geese, along with countless other waterfowl and fish. The creatures here are large, indicating an abundant food supply. Naturally, when they are well fed, humans also have more food. It stands to reason that such a good place must have a tribe living there. However, 2 days later, when La Sung, Dai Thu, and Van Chi arrived here, they found no signs of human presence, only a few hunters passing through, but no one settled permanently. Van Chi, what do you think about building a new district here? We could move the tribes living on the island in the middle of the lake here. These tribes are used to growing rice, collecting bird eggs, hunting waterfowl, and catching fresh fish. Being close to the large swamp, even if they move here, they can continue fishing and hunting in the swamp, and their living habits won't be affected much. As for the tribes living by the swamp, they only live near the water but do not actually depend on it. They also survive by farming and hunting, so they don't necessarily have to stay by the lake. I plan to move them west to both banks of the upper reaches of the New Yang River. There is also water there, meeting their living needs. What do you think? La Sung asked the two beside him while standing on a small mound. Not far away, 4 ancient elephants were playing and grazing by the water's edge. Van Chi looked around, his eyes sparkling. Even without mentioning the strategic geographical significance, just the living environment here made him feel delighted. La Sung suggested, moving the population from more than 20 islands in the lake here, including the Ling tribe. This matter relates to the future lives of the people, so Van Chi couldn't be careless. However, he couldn't find anything wrong. Leader, let's choose this place. I don't know about the other tribes, but the people of the Lin tribe will definitely agree to live here. Van Chi immediately expressed his opinion. This location is indeed suitable for settling the tribes living in the swamp. If we don't choose this place and force them to move to the highland grasslands in the northwest, making them leave the water to learn how to ride horses and herd sheep, it will definitely cause trouble. Moreover, even though this place is just a mountain treasure away from the Liu Yang district, it is precisely because of this that we can bring the copper mine on the mountain under the control of the Han people. In this way, the two districts can protect and develop the mine together, bringing many benefits for the future. In terms of transportation, it is very convenient to go from here to the Liu Yang district by water. Although getting to Han Yang and New Yang is not easy, it only takes about 3 to 4 days to reach the Xithong district. As long as we repair the road, transporting supplies later will not be a problem. If this road seems inconvenient, we can also contact the Fuma officials from the direction of the grasslands. It would only take a day on horseback to get there. Dai Thu, as the district beast, has been working for nearly 2 years. Under La Sung's guidance, he has been able to analyze many management issues clearly. Dai Thu could almost guess La Sung's intentions in choosing this location. While he analyzed, La Sung and Van Chi beside him also nodded continuously. La Sung agreed with Dai Thu's analysis, while Van Chi realized that choosing the location for the new district involved many such factors. On the other hand, Van Chi also had a new perspective on Dai Thursday. Previously, he and Dai Thu had met a few times but had never understood each other as deeply as today. In Van Chi's eyes, being a district beast, managing tens of thousands of people with the support of many advanced production and living methods of the Han people, he could also do it. Therefore, he confidently asked La Sung for a position as a district beast, but now he realized that this position was not easy at all. However, this status was earned by his own ability, so he couldn't give it up. Not knowing how to do it, learning more is enough. He was not a poor performer. With new knowledge, why should he fear not being able to learn? The three confirmed the terrain for the new district and then returned together. The next day, La Sung sent a letter to the Han Yang district, requesting 300 slaves who had their big toes chopped off to assist in building the new district. At the same time, he also recruited some craftsmen from the Han Yang and Liu Yang districts, those willing to move with generous treatment to ensure they would work diligently. The entire area of the narrow northern grassland, the 3 existing districts of the Han people, have basically been divided into 3 districts by La Sung. The new district is located in the northwest, primarily developing the livestock industry. The terrain here is high, and the water source is not abundant. If farming, it can only be experimented with sorghum and wheat. Based on these conditions, La Sung named the new district Muya District. Another district is located on both banks of the upper reaches of the New Yang River. This district does not manage both sides of the river but unifies the living area of both banks and one district. Thanks to controlling both riverbanks, the water resources here are very favorable, suitable for reclaiming many riverside fields. The land here not only sustains the people in the district but also has to compensate for the grain shortage for the 2 areas of the wild and the mine. The establishment of the district here, La Sung's main purpose was to build a logistics base to serve the mine. Therefore, this district was named Tan Kong District. To the east is the area by the large swamp they just surveyed. The terrain here needs no further discussion. Another area lies on both banks of the upper reaches of the Inu River. This district does not manage the land across the river, but unifies both riverbanks into one district for management. Thanks to occupying both riverbanks, the water resources here are very favorable, suitable for reclaiming many fields along the river. The land here not only sustains the people in the Kal district, but also has to compensate for the food shortage for the two areas of the wild and the mining area. The establishment of the district here, La Sung's main purpose was to build a logistics base to serve the mining area. Therefore, he named this district Tan Kun. To the east is the area by the great swamp they just examined. The terrain here needs no further discussion. The three of them had finished determining the terrain of the new district and then returned together. The next day, La Sung sent a letter to Han Feng requesting the escort of 300 slaves who had their big toes chopped off to support the construction of the new district. At the same time, he also recruited some craftsmen from Han Duwon and Lu Duwon, those willing to migrate here with generous treatment to ensure they would work comfortably. To the north of the three existing districts of the Han people, this narrow prairie was also divided by La Sung into 3 districts. The new district is located in the far northwest, mainly responsible for developing the livestock industry. The terrain here is high, and the water source is not abundant. If farming is attempted, it can only be experimented with sorghum and wheat. Based on these conditions, La Sung named the new district Mukdan District. Another area lies on both banks of the upper reaches of the Inu River. This district does not manage the land across the river, but unifies both riverbanks into one district for management. Thanks to occupying both riverbanks, the water resources here are very favorable, suitable for reclaiming many fields along the river. The land here not only sustains the people in the district, but also has to compensate for the food shortage for the two areas of the wild and the mining area. After completing the transaction of sea salt with the Maodong tribe on the prairie, the Tan tribe completely abandoned the method of selling white salt from the prairie through distribution. They switched to selling directly to Maodong and no longer cared about this matter. However, to gain the right to trade copper weapons and horse reins from the Tan tribe, Maodong also had to be responsible for providing a safe trading area for the Tan tribe. This area is fixed, serving as both a safe military base for the Tan tribe on the prairie and a transit station for goods from the Bamboo Island, resembling a logistics center. After arranging everything properly, Mu did not forget the main purpose of this trip, to find the Han tribe, negotiate with them, and if possible, live with them for a while to learn techniques. Ceramics, carriages, and woolen fabrics from the Han tribe all filled Mu with questions and curiosity. How were they made? What other wonderful things does the Han tribe have? Countless questions surged in Nu V's heart, so he led a group of 100 people, each with 2 horses, carrying enough gifts, livestock, and food for several months, traveling thousands of miles north to search for traces of the Han tribe. This journey lasted more than a month. After inquiring in many places, Nu V discovered that this year, the Han tribe did not come to the prairie to sell, and it was unclear what happened at their main tribe. Although he did not know exactly, from many nomadic tribes, Nu V heard information that the merchant caravan of the Han tribe often appeared from the northern mountain region of the prairie. With a direction, everything became easier. After finding the entrance to the mountains, Nu V and the group began searching for suitable places for people to live. No matter where the Han tribe is, people still need a place to survive, and they firmly believe that the Han tribe is a tribe that knows how to farm. Therefore, as long as they follow the rivers, they will find them. On the way, whenever they encountered other tribes, Nu V would give gifts and inquire about the Han tribe. In the first half of the month, Nu V could not find any useful clues. The tribes they met had never even heard of carriages, let alone seen them. Some tribes, upon seeing Nu V's group riding horses, immediately knelt down, treating them as gods who could tame wild beasts. Of course, there were also tribes eyeing their livestock, but Nu V's group consisted of elite cavalry, skilled in horseback riding and archery. Even though the opponents were numerous, they could still rely on the mobility advantage of cavalry to retreat without suffering any losses. After nearly a month of wandering in the mountains, they finally found a large river wide and deep enough. This river is the lower reaches of the Liuduang River. Following this river, which is over 100 meters wide, Nu V and the group quickly made a new discovery. They encountered a tribe that knew about the Han tribe. Although these locals had never directly interacted with the Han tribe, they had heard stories from other tribes. This made Nu V and the group see a glimmer of hope. The further north they went, the more detailed the information they received. From hearing stories to we have seen the caravan of the Han tribe. We have bought goods from their merchant caravan. Until today, they heard new news about the Han tribe. Are you also heading to the Han tribe? We used to buy goods from their merchant group. Up until today, they have heard new news about the Han tribe. Are you also heading to the Han tribe? A local man around 30 years old gestured with his hand and spoke in broken Chinese, seeming surprised when Niu Wei asked him, "That's right, so what are you all doing here? Are you also heading to the Han tribe?" Niu Wei quickly noticed the difference between this group and the previous tribes they had encountered. "That's right. Our tribe is preparing to officially join the Han tribe. This time I return from the Han tribe to bring my whole clan along. Looking at you all, riding horses and bringing many livestock. But your clothing and hairstyles don't resemble the merchant group of the Han tribe. So who are you?" Hearing your question, it seems like you still don't know where the Han tribe is. The local man began to be curious about Niu Wei's identity. "Ah, we are a tribe from the south, raising a few livestock. I heard that the Han tribe has many good things to trade, so I wanted to go there to exchange." Niu Wei quickly fabricated a story. The Han tribe already has people bringing goods directly to the place. The local man seemed surprised, but then thought this wasn't too strange, as it involved the Han tribe. From what the elder brother just said, it seems like he has been to the Han tribe and returned, and now he is bringing his whole clan to join the Han tribe. Niu Wei spoke while taking a piece of salted dried beef from his subordinate's hand, cutting it in half with a bronze knife, giving one half to the local man, and eating the other half himself first. This is a way to show goodwill, wanting to share food with the other party, and eating first also indicates that the meat is fine. Niu Wei's simple communication skills had become quite proficient. Whenever he asked for directions, he would give a small gift to thank, just like a modern person asking for directions and offering a cigarette. The middle-aged local man was not polite, accepting the piece of meat and taking a big bite, then continued to speak. "That's right. Before the snow fell during a gathering, I saw a nearby tribe change a lot. Everyone was wearing clothes and shoes made from something, and when I asked, I found out they were talking about the Han tribe. They said that tribe is very good, currently recruiting workers, and as long as you work, you can exchange for many good things. Not only fabrics to make clothes, but also salt, iron pots, and porcelain bowls. Moreover, they also provide food, and every meal is filling." I was very interested, so I asked them to take me to see. When I got there, I realized what was going on. Were they lying? Niu Wei couldn't help but interrupt and ask. "No, the Han tribe is even better than they said. They really feed you. As long as you're willing to work, it's not dangerous, just a bit tiring, but compared to hunting and foraging, it's not much different. The important thing is that in the Han tribe, everything is very stable. Meals are on time, never missing a meal. Not only do they feed you, but when you leave, they also give you money. Money in the Han tribe is very valuable, just recently appeared, and can be used to exchange for many good things. I also received a little. He. Once this middle-aged local man mentioned his working days at the Han tribe, he began to talk nonstop. Whenever he shared these experiences in front of his clan, he received attention and admiration, making him feel very satisfied. Niu Wei tried to understand the local man's words and filtered out useful information. The Han tribe is recruiting outsiders to work, not only providing food, but also giving out goods. What is going on? What is the Han tribe doing that requires so much manpower? But this is not as important as the fact that the person in front of him has been to the Han tribe and is currently on his way there. So why not go together? Thinking about finally finding the location of the Han tribe, soon to arrive, Niu Wei felt extremely excited. Oh, really? The elder brother is really skilled at the Han tribe to achieve such a thing. Listening to him, I want to go to the Han tribe and see for myself even more. It's just that we came from afar, and we don't know the way. How about we go with your tribe? I see your tribe has about 300 to 400 people, and on the way, you definitely need a lot of food. We have enough food, so let us take care of the food and drink on the way. Just need you to lead us to the Han tribe. What do you think?" Niu Wei pointed to the herd of livestock behind him and suggested to the leader of the local tribe. The local man heard such a good proposal and was very moved. In fact, the food they brought was not enough. From here to Luoyang County, they still had to travel more than a month, definitely not enough to eat. They might have to hunt while traveling, and it would be tough to get through. Previously, he had led 30 people from his clan to the Han tribe, and when he returned, he also received a little payment, but they didn't dare to exchange everything for goods to bring back, only exchanged a little necessary white salt for living. As for food, currently, the Han tribe is also lacking and not selling outside. Moreover, even if they could exchange, they wouldn't have horses or carts to bring back much. Now that there are people willing to provide food, as long as they lead them to the Han tribe, and his tribe is originally heading there, this seems to be fine. This group of people has so much livestock, rich to the brim, surely wouldn't do anything to his tribe. They also have nothing worth stealing. Therefore, the leader of the local tribe quickly agreed to Niu Wei's conditions, agreeing to lead them to the Han tribe. In return, the entire tribe of nearly 400 people enjoyed a rare meat meal at noon, along with each person getting a corn porridge tube. The pot was an iron pot bought from the Han tribe by the local man, while the dried meat and corn were provided by Niu Wei. When eating, looking at the corn porridge tube in hand, the leader of the local tribe was even more surprised. How do you have corn from the Han tribe? I only ever ate this at the Han tribe, and I heard that only they have it. Where did you get it from? Haha, this is corn that our tribe grows ourselves. The Han tribe also grows corn? What a coincidence. Niu Wei said with a meaningful tone. You also know how to grow corn. That's right, our tribe specializes in growing this, it's our main food. Of course, we also raise cattle, horses, and goats. Why do the Han people call this corn? Niu Wei explained simply. Oh, so that's it. But the Han people don't specialize in growing corn. They grow more rice over there. Corn is just a side crop. And indeed, corn isn't as tasty as white rice. The leader of the native tribe exclaimed. Now Niu Wei was also pleased at this moment, as he suddenly realized that talking to the native in front of him could indirectly gather some information about the Han people. For example, although the Han people also grow corn, it is not their main crop. The staple food of the Han people is what they call rice and white rice. The two groups of people harmoniously enjoyed each other's company. To match the pace of the natives, Niu Wei and his team also got off their horses to walk. After 2 days, when both sides became more familiar and understood each other better, Niu Wei took the initiative to let the horses help transport the children in the native tribe. Additionally, they didn't have to expend energy searching for food along the way. This significantly improved the movement speed of the entire group. After a few days of getting to know each other, the leader of the native tribe gradually opened up, starting to take out coins earned from the Han people to show off to Niu Wei. Is this what you call money? Can it be used to trade for anything? Now Niu Wei picked up a copper coin, surprised and asked, then glanced at the fellow tribesmen beside him, as if they could all read each other's thoughts. That's right, there are other coins as well, with different sizes, weights, and colors, which can be exchanged for various things. But these coins can also be exchanged for each other, and they have Han characters clearly indicating the denominations. It's just that I haven't learned yet, so I can only look at the pictures on them to know their value. The leader of the native tribe said as he took out different coins. Now Niu Wei also widened his eyes to observe closely. After getting permission, he picked up each coin to examine it carefully. These coins were crafted very intricately, with clear patterns and images, looking very new as if they had just been made. Just in terms of metal casting, Niu Wei knew that the Han people's level far surpassed that of the Sim people by a mile. More importantly, the round metal coins that the native leader showed him were all identical, as if they were cast from the same mold, with the same denomination. Whether it was the size, thickness, pattern, or even the direction and angle of the pattern, everything was exactly the same. How could they do that? With the current level of the Sin people, not to mention making an identical coin, just the technique of casting where each product is equally exquisite is already an unimaginable feat. Niu Wei thought silently. However, they did not lack the metal to cast coins. Whether it was the copper known as red metal or the silver known as white metal, the Sin people had both. Can using this get anything in the Han territory? In Niu Wei's heart, a bold plan gradually took shape, but before that, he also realized some things about the Han people from these coins. For example, the image of several rice stalks on the coin. This must be a type of plant but not corn. There are also images of rice planting, using oxen, plowing fields, and 3 types of animals that the Han people raise or revere. Finally, there are strange images on the larger coin. Niu Wei completely did not understand what they were doing. Of course, the most prominent feature was the image of a figure on the back of each coin. Hey buddy, who is the person on this coin? Why is his image on every coin? I heard that he is the leader of the Han people, rumored to be very powerful, young but extremely intelligent, and has taught his people many things they didn't know before. For example, making salt, weaving fabric, building carts, farming, and raising livestock, all taught by this leader. To the Han people, he is like a god. Moreover, there is a story among the Han people that this leader is the son of heaven. That's why he was born with an innate understanding of the uses of all things and how to exploit them. Even a stone, he has a way to refine it into iron and then use iron to create useful tools and sharp weapons. The native leader explained this, but there were still some things he hadn't mentioned. He had interacted with many surrounding tribes and also met many other tribes through the Han people. Each tribe has its own beliefs, from flowers, birds, fire, wood, water, earth, to the sun, moon, stars, and even ancestors who have passed away. But the idea of a tribe worshipping a living person like the Han people, he had never heard of before. However, considering the achievements of the Han leader, it wouldn't be strange to worship him as a god. Who knows, he might be the one sent by heaven to bring benefits to humanity. Niu Wei listened attentively and also learned something that made him feel very strange, which is that the Han leader seemed to really know everything. Could he be the son of heaven sent down to help humanity? This is hard to say. And in an era where the snow god is prevalent, there is no way that there are no deities in this world. Putting aside those strange thoughts, Niu Wei didn't think much more and focused on his original purpose. Where those techniques came from doesn't matter, he just wanted to learn them. Of course, if possible, the two groups continued their journey northward. Along the way, they encountered more tribes and other groups of people. After exchanging, they discovered that among them were people planning to go to the Han territory to work, some preparing to join the Han people, even just a few dozen people. There were also more complex groups, ranging from dozens to hundreds of people, all wild men, people who did not belong to any tribe. Living in small wandering groups, these wild men were gathered by those with minds, promising to lead them to a place of abundance and safety as long as they helped that tribe with work every day. These wild men also received benefits, which could be animal skins, food, or white salt, things that could win their trust, hoping they would follow. All you need to do is help that tribe with work every day. These wild people also receive benefits, which could be animal skins, food, or salt, things that can earn their trust, hoping they will follow. Niu Wei was curious about this, so he pulled a leading person aside, bribed him with a green bronze knife, and then learned their purpose. It turns out the Han people needed wild men. As long as they were strong, even if they had some disabilities, it was fine, as long as they knew how to farm. Don't you know? The conditions for recruiting new people in the Han tribe are different now than before. Those without property, or without many teammates, will be considered wild men, only allowed to help the old families in the tribe with farming, and must work for 2 full years before enjoying the benefits of an official member. That's called, oh right, it's called Hoko. And if it's a large tribe joining, then it's fine, as long as there are more than 20 people. Depending on the population and whether the things they bring are useful or not, their leader will also be granted different ranks. What is a rank? Niu Wei asked curiously. I don't know much about this either, but it's like a status in the tribe. For example, the leader gets to distribute food and women first, while others are ranked behind. The higher the rank, the more they get. But the Han tribe doesn't distribute women or food, they distribute land for growing crops. So what benefit do you get from bringing these wild men here? Niu Wei asked again. Hee. Of course, it's to make money, selling them to those with high ranks. You don't understand. Those with high ranks in the Han tribe have a lot of land, a lot of crops, and a lot of money. But they also have a lot of work. Their households can't keep up, so they have to find ways to go out and get wild men. But these people with ranks in the Han tribe are not ordinary folks. Most of them are minor officials, like captains in other tribes, leading people to hunt or gather, but they manage things a bit differently. These people are busy all day. They don't have time to go out looking for wild men, so I specialize in that, just to make a little money. The person held the green bronze knife that Niu Wei gave him, looking very pleased, because metal items are rare, especially weapons. The Han tribe doesn't easily sell them outside. Niu Wei frowned, thinking for a moment, and after understanding, he asked another question. So how do you know all this? You seem very familiar with the Han tribe. Huh. Hee, of course. I'm one of the first people to come to the Han tribe to work. It's been almost 2 years now. I just haven't joined the Han tribe yet. Why don't you say the Han tribe is really good? Niu Wei asked again. Oh, I just mentioned it. When I first arrived, I was just working, and when I returned, I could exchange for some items, and if I joined the Han tribe, I would also be given a house, and we would farm together, sharing the crops. But it's exhausting. There's work every day. I see those who worked with me back then. After joining, they got a house, but they aren't better off than me. They work no less than us but get less share. And we, besides being taken care of by the Han tribe for food and lodging, when we return, we also receive items. Every day after finishing work, there's food ready. We just eat. But they, after joining, farm during the day, have to gather firewood themselves, cook their own meals, and if they want meat, they have to wait for the tribe to distribute it. If they don't want to wait, they have to raise livestock, but raising livestock means they have to feed them, busy every day without rest. This year is better. The leader of the Han tribe has changed. Everything has been privatized, land is divided, and food is no longer distributed. How much you eat depends on how much you grow. It feels even worse than us, the hired hands. At least we still have the Han tribe taking care of our meals, but that rank is good. The higher the rank, the more you get, and the higher your status. But that's only for the Han people. Outsiders wanting a rank must see how many people and useful items they bring when they join. So you bring these wild men here to either exchange for money or to rely on these people to gain a rank. Niu Wei speculated. That's roughly it. But right now I haven't saved enough money. Once I have more money, I will find another group of wild men to lead them to join. So why are you saving a lot of money? What good will it do? Niu Wei was very eager to understand more about the Han tribe. Haha, why do you ask that? Money is a good thing. With money, you can buy oxen, horses, carts, buy food and clothes. If you don't save up now, when you join the Han tribe later, you won't have another chance. Do you know how the Han people live? If you want to use an ox to plow the fields, you have to go to the government to hire one. And the ox isn't even yours. Carts are even harder to come by, not something ordinary people can buy. A four-wheeled cart costs more than a boat. The most important thing isn't how much those things are worth, but that most ordinary people in the Han tribe spend most of their time farming. They don't have time to do other work to earn money. Wanting to buy a two-wheeled cart and an ox to work, you don't know how many years you have to save up. Am I willing to suffer like them? No, not at all. Now it's good. I'm saving more money, and I'm not restricted by the Han tribe. I have time to earn money, and once I save enough money to live comfortably, I will join the Han tribe, get a rank, and earn a salary without doing anything. Isn't that better? The wild man leader said. This and then played with the green bronze knife before leaving. Niu Wei didn't chase after him but stood there contemplating the words he just heard, while also understanding more about the Han tribe. It turns out that the life of the lower class in the Han tribe isn't that great either. So why are there so many tribes voluntarily joining? With this question, on the next leg of the journey, Niu Wei asked the local leader again, "What do you think? Why do we join the Han tribe? It's simple, of course, to have a better life. But I heard others say that the Han tribe also divides ranks, and ordinary people don't live very well." Niu Wei asked this question. You have to see what you want first. Ordinary people in the Han tribe have their own land, their own food, and can eat as much as they want. If they can't finish it, they can sell it for money. Niu Wei asked this question. He must first see what he wants. The common people in the Han tribe have their own land, their own food, and can eat as much as they like. If they can't finish it, they can sell it for money. Living comfortably, even though money isn't much, it's enough that if you don't want to be a lord or a district chief, why do you need a lot of money? Just like the common folks in the Han ethnic group, even if they go out without horses or carts, but what do they need to go out for? I don't know what others think, but everyone in my tribe wants to go. My tribe has nearly 400 people. We don't know how to grow food, we don't know how to raise livestock, and we certainly don't know how to weave fabric. Every day we can only rely on hunting and gathering to find food and animal skins. But with a tribe of a few hundred people, wanting to have enough to eat at every meal, wanting to live safely every day, for me as the leader, that's really hard. But the Han ethnic group is different. There are many people there. It's safe enough, no enemies can defeat us, there are city walls, and no wild beasts can kill us. It's very stable there. We farm, we don't need to gather, and we can still fill our bellies every day. We raise livestock, we don't need to risk hunting, and we still have meat to eat. Without animal skins, we can still weave fabric to make clothes. Even if you don't want to live like that, wanting to be a leader, the Han ethnic group has plenty of work, learn more skills, and there will be opportunities in the future. You can also work in factories to earn a salary. Every month you can earn a few dozen coins. Isn't that better than being hungry and struggling now? Niu Wei nodded thoughtfully, then quickly understood the issue. This is the difference in needs. The conditions of fulfillment are also different. They simply want a safe place to live, enough food every day, occasionally some meat to eat, not freezing to death in winter, and a woman to bear children is enough. As for the people you met earlier, they're not rare in their new tribe. Those kinds of people just like to eat without working, always thinking that whether they work a lot or a little, they should share equally, lazy and unwilling to grow food, yet dreaming of becoming someone above others, stepping on others to satisfy their own vanity. Just from this point alone, Niu Wei also sees that the Han ethnic group and their new tribe aren't that different. There are all kinds of people, and the thoughts of the ethnic group are not a unified block. This may be a common characteristic of large tribes with many people. Niu Wei concluded, but he also recognized a danger from the Han ethnic group, a threat from the development of the Han ethnic group. The Han ethnic group is not only superior in technology but is also rapidly expanding its population in many ways. How many people does the Han ethnic group currently have? Niu Wei didn't know, but he understood that just on this path alone, the number of people wanting to join the Han ethnic group has reached 1 or 2, but how many more such people are there? Because this is just one direction. What about the other directions of the Han ethnic group? Are there other ways to attract the population? This population growth rate is truly frightening, even more so than the new tribe. The new tribe is just an island, with only a few tribes on the island, and has been dominated by the new tribe. Although the names of the tribes are different, the new tribe is the one that truly holds power. The total population is only about 80,000. Although it has increased in recent years, it hasn't exceeded 90,000. And this is just an estimated number. The Han ethnic group has household registration and identity. There are also officials specifically responsible for these matters, but the new tribe does not. Just with a cover card, charcoal pencils, and shell knives. These writing tools have limited the use and spread of their writing. The more he compared such small details, the more Niu Wei felt the power of the Han ethnic group. It seems that in every situation, the Han ethnic group has a more mature way of managing than they do. Simply put, the Han ethnic group operates more efficiently, is more dynamic, and grows faster than their new tribe. As for the new tribe, due to geography and many other reasons, its development has been limited. If this continues, even though the Han ethnic group is not currently a match for the new tribe, soon the Han ethnic group will completely surpass them, even in terms of population. A Han ethnic group like that can absolutely not become an enemy. They truly do not have the strength to confront. It seems this time with the Han ethnic group, Niu Wei must lower himself, appear weak, generally not yield, but also have to admit the reality that the Han ethnic group is stronger than them. This cannot be denied. Absolutely must not be arrogant. Otherwise, not only will they not learn the techniques, but they also won't know if they can survive to return. Thinking like this, following the locals, after more than a month of long journey, finally at the end of May, in the middle of summer, Niu Wei and the group arrived at the legendary Han ethnic group, a large settlement named Liuyang District. Crossing the hill in front, going through a dense forest, suddenly a vast flat field appeared before their eyes. On the right is a large river sparkling in the sunlight. Along the river are fields stretching endlessly, with familiar corn plants to Niu Wei, but mostly a type of tall grass growing on muddy land or ponds. On the other side of the field, several earth-colored city walls are neatly lined up. To the east and west, there are also similar towers. Niu Wei didn't understand why they were arranged like that, but he could see that on the towers were fluttering the same type of flags with Chinese characters he had seen on many products of the Han ethnic group. Is that the residence of the Han ethnic group? How strange. It seems that everything is built of earth. Are they not afraid of being washed away by the rain? Behind Niu Wei, the companions who had gone through many hardships with him to get here were also staring at the distant city walls in amazement. Look over there. It seems there are people on it. In an instant, hundreds of pairs of eyes focused on the city walls. Come on, what's so surprising about that? On the city walls of the Han ethnic group, there are always guards. They are soldiers to prevent enemies and wild beasts. Let's go. It's getting dark. The local leader led the way for Niu Wei and the group, speaking loudly with a host's tone. It's understandable because they are the ones coming here to join the Han ethnic group. All right, no more noise, let's go. But remember to be careful. Don't provoke the Han ethnic group casually. Remember, this is not our tribe, and definitely not the grassland. Yes, elder. The people accompanying Niu Wei replied in unison. Then a group of people stepped out from the southern edge of the Liuyang district forest. The sudden appearance of such a large group immediately caught the attention of the guards on the city wall. Normally, it wouldn't be anything noteworthy. Since the recruitment market in Liuyang district was established, tribes have frequently come to work or join from that direction over the past 2 years. But this time, a troop of cavalry appeared from the south, and the number was considerable, reaching up to hundreds of people, each riding 2 horses, with many livestock trailing behind. This was truly unusual. Among the southern tribes, except for the distant nomadic tribes, who could possess so much livestock and also organize a cavalry of hundreds. More importantly, despite the considerable distance and unclear visibility, the guards could be sure that those people were not wearing Han clothing, nor were they carrying Han flags. Whether it was an army or a merchant group of the Han, any cavalry would have flags. These were not Han people. This conclusion made the guards immediately alert, hastily calling their teammates. Someone's coming, beat the drums quickly. There's a cavalry from an unknown tribe, they're not one of us. The teammates resting nearby, preparing to change shifts, heard this and immediately jumped up from the ground, adjusted their helmets, looked towards the cavalry in the south, and without hesitation ran up to the drum tower on the city wall to beat the drums urgently. Boom, 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 boom. A series of urgent drum beats sounded, the sound like thunder resonating everywhere. This was the alarm drum, and each city wall had only one, with a very large diameter, the drumhead made from the hides of 2 cows, so the sound matched its worth. When the drum sounded, the 6 earthen forts around, along with the nearby working citizens, immediately heard the alarm signal. What's happening in the fields? Is there an enemy coming? Who knows? Maybe so. The alarm cannot be beaten carelessly. Striking it wrong could lead to beheading. So what are we waiting for? Let's run, go home. The sound of the drum is from the southern city wall. The enemy is in the south. We're coming from the east gate. Don't worry about the houses anymore. Let's get to the nearest city first. Hurry up. Following the words of the squad leader, check whose house still has people left, call everyone back. In the neighborhoods within the city, the women hearing the alarm drum immediately went out to chase the children playing outside back home, then shut the doors tightly. The people in the workshops reacted differently to the sound of the drum. Most of the women gathered at the workshop gate to defend. Meanwhile, the men, under the foreman's command, gathered their tools and followed the usual work groups led by the foreman running towards the south gate where the drum sounded. In the newly constructed administrative area to the west, The chief was sitting in the district magistrate's hall, flipping through documents when he suddenly frowned. This is an alarm? What's happening? From the weapon rack nearby, he grabbed a long knife and ran out to the district magistrate's courtyard. Seeing the young aides panicking around, the chief immediately shouted, "Bring the horses here, gather the defense troops, close the city gates, and call the people outside back. Bodyguards, follow me, let's see what's happening." A series of commands from the chief gave the panicking young aides a sense of support, and they immediately took the orders and left. When the horses were brought over, a dozen bodyguards had also gathered, and the chief immediately led them galloping towards the city where the drum sounded. On the other side, Niu Wei and the locals accompanying him were also confused. "What's going on? What happened to the Han? Brother, what's wrong with the Han? Those people seem to be running into the city, and there's a noise like thunder. What's happening?" Niu Wei asked with a worried and confused expression. "What's happening? Those cities are not only residences but also to defend against enemies. They're rushing inside in broad daylight like this. They must have encountered an enemy." "Ah, right, that noise is the drum on the city wall. Usually, they beat it every night when closing the gates, but the drum doesn't sound like this. A drum this loud must be for an alarm. The side that discovers the enemy will beat the alarm drum." After saying this, the local leader and Niu Wei looked at each other, listening to the direction of the drum sound, which was indeed from their side. Then both looked back suspiciously. But behind them were only their tribe's people. There was no one else. "Could it be that we are the enemy? It's you, it's you." The voices of Niu Wei and the local leader rang out simultaneously, both looking at each other with doubtful and wary eyes. "What are you looking at? It's you. I've been with the Han for half a year now and have never heard of any tribe outside the Han that possesses so much livestock. Even the nomadic tribes they talk about can't come this far into Han territory. Previously, if they wanted to trade livestock, the Han had to go to the prairie themselves." "Ah, right. That noise is the drum on the city wall. Usually, they beat it every night when closing the gates, but the drum doesn't sound like this. A drum this loud must be for an alarm. The side that discovers the enemy will beat the alarm drum." After saying this, the local leader and Niu Wei looked at each other, listening to the direction of the drum sound, which was indeed from their side. Then both looked back suspiciously, but behind them were only their tribe's people. There was no one else. "Could it be that we are the enemy? It's you. It's you." The voices of Niu Wei and the local leader rang out simultaneously, both looking at each other with doubtful and wary eyes. "What are you looking at? It's you. I've been with the Han for half a year now, and have never heard of any tribe outside the Han that possesses so much livestock. Even the nomadic tribes they talk about can't come this far into Han territory. Previously, if they wanted to trade livestock, the Han had to go to the prairie themselves, and you all came here on your own. Tell me, are you the enemies of the Han?" The local leader loudly questioned Niu Wei, simultaneously taking a few steps back, the bone spear in his hand immediately aimed at Niu Wei. Seeing the leader react like this, the people of the tribe also immediately aimed their arrows at the cavalry beside them. Those who had traveled with them for over a month, those who had provided food for them for the past month. Niu Wei was also confused. This is how the Han deal with invading enemies. They see us as enemies. Currently, the new tribe and the Han are indeed at odds. But why? How do they know that this group of people is from the new tribe and not a nomadic tribe from the prairie? Could it be that the Han and the nomadic tribes are also at odds? No way. The merchant caravan of the Han people is very welcomed on the prairie, and there's never been any mention of them having conflicts. While Niu Wei was thinking, the reactions from the Han people continued. On the city wall, more and more flags appeared, and the number of people increased. This gate was tightly shut, and a cavalry team of several dozen riders rushed out from the western castle, then ran back into the western gate of the central castle. Not long after, the drums suddenly stopped, and the great tree had arrived at the southern tower. Looking from afar at the cavalry ahead, "They are definitely not Han people. You did well. These are not our people. Even though we don't know if they are enemies, we must not be careless." The great tree first praised the guard for deciding to sound the alarm. After that, he ordered a skilled bodyguard to shoot an arrow with a longbow forward, marking a warning line, hoping the other side would see it and stop. Niu Wei watched the arrow fly, slightly furrowing his brow. Is this a warning? After thinking for a moment, Niu Wei decided to negotiate himself. This time they truly came with goodwill, not intending to continue confronting the Han people. But since the Han side only shot one arrow, there might still be a chance. They were quite restrained. Thinking this, Niu Wei loudly said to those behind him, "I will go see for myself. You all stay here. If I get killed, don't worry. Just turn back home and tell the leader to hold on to our island tightly. Don't try to make contact with the Han people anymore." After giving instructions for the aftermath, Niu Wei rode forward alone, under the watchful eyes of everyone on the wall, getting closer to the city of Qi. When he was about 100 meters away from the city, he discarded his bow and arrows in front of many guards and the great tree. When he was about 50 to 60 meters away, he threw down his blue sword again, showing that he was unarmed and had no hostile intentions, hoping the other side would give him a chance to communicate. The Great Tree, who had been stationed in Liuyang County for 2 years, was also an experienced person, naturally understanding Niu Wei's intentions, but in wartime, the city gates could not be opened casually, so he ordered a cover basket to be lowered, allowing Niu Wei to enter by himself and then pull it back up. Niu Wei cooperated very well, quickly climbing up the wall, and hurriedly greeted in the language of the new tribe respectfully. However, the Han people saw them all riding horses and thought they were a nomadic tribe from the prairie, so they found someone who had lived on the prairie, was currently in charge of livestock in Liuyang County, and had joined the Han people to act as an interpreter. The interpreter first communicated with Niu Wei in the prairie language, then translated for the Great Tree in Han, enabling both sides. "Dear County Lord, he is not a prairie person. He says he is the elder of the new tribe, responsible for foreign trade. He came here to meet our leader, one to discuss trade with the prairie, and the other to make some transactions with the Han people. He says the horses outside are all his subordinates, and the livestock behind are all gifts for us." The interpreter conveyed the message to the Great Tree. "Oh, the elder of the new tribe, responsible for foreign trade, wants to discuss prairie trade and also wants to do business with the Han people. Ask him what he wants to trade. The leader is very busy. He may not meet him." The Great Tree said in surprise, "Clearly, I didn't expect the other party to be an important figure of the new tribe." The interpreter exchanged words with Niu Wei for a while and then continued to relay the message to the Great Tree. "Dear County Lord, he says he wants to buy things that our trading team sells to the prairie, like ironware, iron goods, fabrics. They can pay with livestock, horses, sheep, and furs. What can the prairie people offer? They can also provide such things and will not be less than what the prairie offers. Does the new tribe still want the carts from the Han people? Last time there was a conflict, yet they still couldn't stop them. They still want them, which is understandable. Carts are great, bringing so many conveniences. If I were the elder of the new tribe, I would definitely find ways to get not only the carts, but also the technology to make them. So, they really want the technology." The Great Tree immediately understood the crux of the matter. But ultimately, they must stabilize these people and report to the leader. Thinking this, the Great Tree immediately smiled warmly and said to him, "This is not impossible, but I am not the leader of the Han people. This matter must be approved by the leader. They can temporarily stay here, but they cannot move around freely. The leader is not here right now. We must send a message first. It may take half a month for the leader to arrive. If they want to negotiate, they must follow our arrangements and wait." The Great Tree's words were partly true and partly false. Reporting to the leader was correct, but in reality, it wouldn't take that much time. La Sung is currently at the newly established Weishan County north of Baobao Mountain, planning the construction of a new county with Yunji. If they use a hawk to send a message, at most half an hour, the news will arrive. If La Sung sets off immediately, he could arrive by tomorrow. But he deliberately said it would take half a month to give the Han people some buffer time, allowing La Sung more time to think and make the best decision for the Han people, while also stabilizing Niu Wei's group, temporarily keeping them on a tight leash, controlling their freedom. Who knows if they might secretly take the technology of the Han people and carry it away? After hearing the Great Tree's response, Niu Wei had no doubts. From sending the message to the arrival of the person, half a month was the equivalent speed of their new tribe. He just didn't know that the Han people had a more effective way to communicate, nor did he know where the Han leader was currently. He even felt a bit emotional. It seemed that the territory of the Han people was not small. Such a large living area was still not where the leader usually stayed. If La Sung sets off immediately, he could arrive by tomorrow. But he deliberately said half a month later to give the Han tribe some buffer time, allowing La Sung more time to think and make the best decision for the Han tribe. At the same time, it was also to stabilize Niu Wei's group, temporarily keeping an eye on them and controlling their freedom. Who knows if they might secretly take technology from the Han tribe? What if they take it away? After hearing the elder's answer, Niu Wei had no doubts. Sending news to the person took half a month, which was the same speed as their new tribe. He just didn't know that the Han tribe had a more effective way to communicate. He also didn't know where the Han tribe's soldiers were currently located. He even felt a bit emotional. It seems the territory of the Han tribe is not small. Such a large living area is still not where the leader usually stays. It seems that the Han tribe is even larger than he imagined. To seize the opportunity to negotiate with the Han tribe this time, Niu Wei also showed goodwill, ready to comply with the arrangements of the Great Tree. However, the Great Tree did not let them into the city, but first sent a military team to accompany Niu Wei outside, demanding all of Niu Wei's subordinates dismount and surrender their weapons, stripping them of their mobility and ability to resist. Afterwards, he set up a temporary camp for the foreign workers to stay in. This was a makeshift camp built with tents and earthen houses. The camp had 2 wells and 2 public restrooms. It was surrounded by wooden fences and obstacles. At the four corners, there were wooden watchtowers, currently manned by warriors of the Han tribe. Members of the new tribe were not allowed to go outside at will unless they had something to report to the Great Tree. Their livestock were all considered gifts to the Han tribe. More than 200 horses were temporarily held by the Han tribe, leaving them with only a few daily necessities and food. But after the long journey and sharing food with the guiding tribe earlier, they now had very little left. Niue suggested being provided with food, but the Great Tree replied that the Han tribe could not give them food for free, so they had to trade something in return. Currently, they only had more than 200 horses that the Great Tree could keep an eye on, so he agreed that the Han tribe would provide food and the cost of food would be deducted from those horses. The longer they stayed, the fewer horses would be left. Even though he knew he was being exploited by the Han tribe, Niue had no other choice. Under someone else's roof, he had to bow his head, so he had to accept the Great Tree's conditions and requested to notify the leader of the Han tribe soon. If the leader was not available, then they could be taken to meet the leader as well. With no other options, Niue had to save time and prepare a plan to return. Otherwise, if they went back without a single horse, walking could take several years. After handling the matters of the new tribe's envoy, the Great Tree sent cavalry to scout the surroundings, confirming that there were no members of the new tribe hiding, nor any other enemies, so the alarm was lifted and everyone returned to normal work. At the same time, with the foreign tribes preparing to join the Han tribe, especially the group that guided the new tribe, the Great Tree also accepted their request to join. However, vigilance and suspicion still remained. Who knows if there are spies from the new tribe among them? In the end, these people were granted official citizenship of the Han tribe, that is, Hukou, but they were not assigned to any city and were dispersed to newly built villages. The villages were all located outside the urban area, given farmland and residential land. Houses were built uniformly, and the land was cultivated collectively. But this was just a village, not accessible to the advanced technology of the Han tribe, and the villagers mainly farmed and dug canals. Even if there were spies hiding, they could not obtain any special technology. At the same time, the Great Tree also monitored these people, wary of any unusual actions. The newly arrived tribe did not oppose this arrangement. They had come here to seek a stable life, with houses and land for cultivation, and that was enough. At the same time, in Wei Mountain District, the scene was also very lively. 300 slaves who had their big toes chopped off were brought in, currently building the city walls of Wei Mountain District under the whip's pressure. Food aid from Liuyang District had also been transported by boat to supply the slaves and the first new residents of Wei Mountain District. More than 1,000 members of the Ling tribe had also moved in, making this place no longer too empty. In recent days, La Sung was here planning to divide the urban area, while Vane Chi was not idle, leading people throughout the large swamp, supporting more than 20 tribes on the islands in the lake. These tribes did not resist much when joining the Han tribe. First, because their direct leader was the familiar chief of the Ling tribe. Secondly, the quality of life of the Han tribe was indeed much better. Joining the Han tribe meant enjoying the conveniences brought by technology. Moreover, the leaders of those tribes would also come to Wei Mountain District to survey whether the environment and conditions were really as good as that. But after reviewing and with Van Chi's persuasion, they basically all agreed. Everything was progressing very smoothly. On one hand, the quality of life was improved. On the other hand, the living area was too small. Some islands in the lake were not large, but had to accommodate hundreds of people living. Normally, there was not enough space to move around. It was truly too cramped. This situation was becoming increasingly serious as their population grew, so they themselves also had the intention of moving to the mainland. While the Great Tree was negotiating with Niu Wei, La Sung was also not idle. At this moment, he was being introduced by Van Chi to welcome a tribe from the island in the lake to join. If it were a normal small tribe, La Sung might not be very interested, only seeing them as a number in the population growth report. But this tribe was different. Thanks to their geographical advantage in the swamp, they had long mastered the techniques of rice and millet cultivation. Also by chance, they had created a type of fermented rice wine from leftover rice. A tribe that knows how to brew wine, that was what caught La Sung's attention. Even though it was just primitive rice wine with low alcohol content, it still made La Sung very happy. Although he knew that modern strong alcohol was all distilled, talking and doing were two different things. If there was a foundation and then improvements, the Han tribe's brewing career would develop faster. Vang Chi had previously introduced La Sung to this tribe that knew how to brew wine. Because they had mastered agricultural techniques long ago and lived in a vast swamp with not many wild beasts, the population of this tribe was quite large, reaching over 500 people. This was also due to their special living area. If not, the population would definitely be much larger, just like the previous tribes. With many wild beasts, the population of this tribe is quite large, reaching over 500 people. This is also due to their unique living area. Otherwise, the population would definitely be even larger, just like previous tribes. This tribe doesn't have a name. Everything is named by La Sung himself. Based on their characteristics, this time is no exception. La Sung named them the Miracle Tribe, and their surname is also Miracle. Regardless of whether this surname existed before, it now exists here. Unlike tribes that rely on hunting and gathering, the leader of an agricultural tribe doesn't need to be physically strong. Instead, therefore, the Miracle Tribe only has one chief, an old man with gray hair named Old Wine. True to his name, Old Wine is being helped by the tribe members to follow Van Chi, not because he is weak, but because he is drunk. La Sung is also tipsy. It's hard to believe that at such a significant moment when the entire tribe is joining a larger tribe, he is drunk, doesn't he? When the group arrived in front of La Sung, what caught his attention the most was Old Wine's red nose, which was as bright as wine, standing out prominently. This guy shouldn't be called Old Wine. He should be called Wine Demon instead. His skin is dark and wrinkled. His body is thin, but he has a rather large belly. His long gray hair flutters in the wind, and he wears no jewelry on his head. Around his waist, he wraps a coarse hemp cloth, probably bought from the spirit tribe. Notably, he also carries a shiny yellow wine pouch that sways in front of his chest. La Sung speculates that it might be a wine container. The people of the wine tribe dress as it is summer. They only wrap a few pieces of hemp cloth, likely from the Han tribe. However, they haven't learned how to sew clothes, so they just wrap the cloth like animal skins, looking very cool. Some children are even completely naked. Dear Han leader, we, the wine tribe, are willing to join the Han tribe and offer our wine brewing methods. Old Wine is helped to stand in front of La Sung, drunkenly clasping his hands and speaking a few words in broken Han, probably because Van Chi just taught him. La Sung nods and says a few welcoming words for them to join, while encouraging them to work hard. Of course, these words are all translated by Van Chi. This old man has definitely drunk quite a bit. He's completely wasted. After completing the oath ceremony, La Sung has someone take him to rest. Communication with the wine tribe is handed over to Van Chi and Old Wine's eldest son, a middle-aged man around 30 years old. In fact, this is the person La Sung is most interested in. Since Old Wine no longer brews wine himself, this task is entirely handled by his eldest son. Dear leader, this is the wine we brewed ourselves. Please enjoy. Old Wine's eldest son, named Wine Wind, follows La Sung into a temporary tent made of wooden planks and takes out their tribe's wine to introduce. On the square table in the tent are several blue and white porcelain cups. Wine Wind pours their rice wine from a large pouch with a wooden stopper. It is a naturally fermented wine that is very cloudy, white in color, resembling rice water. In fact, it is rice water containing alcohol, made from rice, and even has rice grains inside. Van Chi and Wine Wind have already tasted it in front of La Sung. La Sung also takes a sip. It indeed has a wine flavor. Since this is naturally fermented wine with low alcohol content, drinking it feels like a beverage. La Sung even finds this flavor quite familiar, especially when chewing on some rice in the wine, reminiscent of the sweet glutinous rice wine he used to drink as a child back home. La Sung praises its delicious flavor and listens to Wine Wind recount the legend of their ancestors' wine brewing and the methods passed down. Low-alcohol fermented wine is a gift from nature, actually requiring no sophisticated techniques but mainly relying on naturally occurring luck. The process of brewing wine is essentially replicating the conditions of that process. The story that Wine Wind tells has a bit of a mythical color, but if you strip away the mist, its essence is not much different from La Sung's assumptions. The natural emergence of wine cannot lack three elements. The first is leftover rice, which is the main ingredient for brewing wine, cooked grains. The second is grains that have gone moldy or sprouted due to improper storage, providing bacteria and yeast, catalysts like saccharification. The third is forgetfulness, or in other words, the fermentation time. With these three conditions, the story of the birth of wine is basically the same. According to Wine Wind, their ancestors accidentally dropped moldy grains into the leftover rice. At that time, they knew that moldy food was inedible. Otherwise, they would get sick and die. Therefore, when the leftover rice became contaminated, they dared not eat it anymore, but they were reluctant to throw it away, so they stored the pouch containing the leftover rice in a corner. When they remembered it, it had turned into a liquid with a strange fragrance, which was wine. La Sung understood immediately after hearing this, because this story, no matter how it changes, must meet the three conditions above. Otherwise, natural wine cannot form. However, through this story, La Sung also recalls quite a bit of related knowledge. Wine can basically be divided into two types, fruit wine and grain wine. Among them, fruit wine is mainly grape wine, while grain wine has many types like millet, sorghum, soybeans, corn, rice, wheat, etc. This is all common knowledge for modern people, not to mention grape wine. Just talking about grain wine, it is divided into two types, low alcohol fermented wine and strong distilled wine. No matter which type, it requires microorganisms for fermentation. and this is the common difficulty for both. In the world, the main methods for making fermented grain wine usually have two ways. One is using malt, which is grains that have sprouted. This is the method that Westerners often use, especially for beer, a type of low-alcohol fermented wine. The second is the unique wine culture of China, moldy wine, which is moldy grains. The rice wine of the wine tribe is quite interesting. They use both types of catalysts, having both moldy grains and sprouted grains, and what can be used to make moldy wine is precisely what La Sung desires the most. Moldy wine means grains that have gone moldy. The rice wine of the rice tribe is quite interesting. They use both types of catalysts, having both moldy grains and sprouted seeds, and the thing that can be used to make moldy wine is exactly what La Sung desires the most. La Sung also recalled quite a bit of related knowledge. Wine can basically be divided into two types, fruit wine and grain wine. Among them, fruit wine is mainly grape wine, while grain wine has many types like millet, sorghum, soybeans, corn, rice, wheat, etc. These are all common knowledge for modern people, not to mention grape wine. Just talking about grain wine, it is divided into two types, low-alcohol fermented wine and strong distilled wine. Regardless of the type, it requires microorganisms for fermentation, and this is the common difficulty for both. In the world, the main methods for making fermented grain wine usually have two ways. One is using malt, which means grains that have sprouted. This is the method that Westerners often use, especially for beer, a type of low-alcohol fermented wine. The other is the unique wine culture of China. Moldy wine means grains that have gone moldy. The rice wine of the rice tribe is quite interesting. They use both types of catalysts, having both moldy grains and sprouted seeds, and the thing that can be used to make moldy wine is exactly what La Sung desires the most. According to La Sung's thoughts, any kind of alcohol is fine, even better if there are more varieties. But to produce alcohol, there is only one way, which is distilled liquor. This is also the reason why La Sung values moldy liquor, because according to his memory and understanding, high-proof liquor is made from moldy liquor, while low-proof liquor can simply use malt. The origin of moldy liquor has two methods. One is to make it oneself, but since there was no experience in the past, the newly made moldy liquor would be very unstable. Because it forms naturally, the microbial population in moldy liquor also varies, and these microorganisms greatly affect the distillation process. At this point, if they could obtain artificially selected and domesticated moldy liquor provided by the liquor tribe, the Han tribe would save decades in this crucial step. This is truly very important. Chief, this is the type of white grain we use to brew liquor. Every year during the hottest summer, we select the lowest quality grains. Then we cook them using bamboo tubes, mix in a bit of leftover white grain from the previous year, and let them sit in the earth for a few days. When the grains inside turn completely white, we can use them to brew liquor. Feng spoke while taking out another bamboo tube containing white grain for La Sung to see. The mouth of the bamboo tube was sealed with lotus leaves and mud. When the mud cover was removed, a sour smell immediately wafted up, and grains covered in white mold appeared before their eyes. Looking at the size, they might be rice grains. That's right, it's this. La Sung looked at these white grains and immediately knew that this was the type of yeast that the liquor tribe had passed down through generations. So, what is yeast? It is essentially fermented grains. But this type of white grain is different. According to Feng, they make new yeast every year, and when selecting new materials, they also cook them at high temperatures. So clearly, there can be no bacteria at this time. Normally, after cooking the materials, people would take them out and stack them in a sealed room to let them ferment naturally and gradually mold. But the downside of this method is that it cannot ensure that each time of natural fermentation produces the same type of bacteria. This also makes the quality of the final liquor uncontrollable. However, using artificial yeast can avoid this phenomenon. By selecting the most suitable bacteria and inoculating them into the cooked environment, the bacteria produced will be the type they desire. The benefit of this method is that they can actively choose the best bacteria. According to Feng, mixing leftover yeast from the previous year into this year's new materials is essentially inoculating bacteria from last year into the new materials. They have done this purposefully, and the bacteria passed down to this day is also the result of many generations. Perhaps they do not know what benefits this brings, but they also have their own reasoning. This is a technique passed down by ancestors, and we cannot change it carelessly. Otherwise, we will not be able to brew good liquor anymore. Although La Sung did not completely agree with this viewpoint, in the poor production conditions of the liquor tribe, this reasoning was not wrong. However, later when brewing liquor for the Han tribe, they must expand their thinking and research more methods. I plan to build a distillery in this new Waishan district and let your liquor tribe be responsible for production. What do you think? La Sung nodded and asked Feng. As long as the chief is willing to let us continue brewing liquor, this is certainly not a problem. Feng, hearing this from Van Chi, immediately expressed his attitude. Wait a minute, the liquor you brewed before, although delicious, was too monotonous in variety. Of course, this is also related to the conditions of your tribe, But the Han tribe has many resources. Just the types of grains you don't have amount to dozens. I want you to experiment with all of them. So, don't worry about building the distillery. Let Van Chi handle it. I will also prepare all the tools for you. In addition, you must quickly learn the Han language and characters, including mathematics and measurements, especially measurements, as they are the tools used to measure the weight of the Han tribe. With it, you can mix the materials more accurately. This is very important and affects large-scale brewing in the future. Right now, we are mainly experimenting, so I request that you record all measurable data, including the ratios and weights of materials, fermentation conditions, and usage times. Currently, there is no rush in brewing liquor. The first task I assign to you is to experiment with making different types of yeast from wheat, barley, flour, sorghum, regular rice, sticky rice, and corn. Using these 7 types of materials, grind them, cook them, mold them, that is, put them into molds and compact them, then inoculate them with a white grain mold you have passed down and see how many types of yeast can ultimately be created. After completing the first batch, you can also experiment with natural fermentation or mix various materials in different ratios before fermenting. In short, I want you to produce at least 20 to 30 different types of yeast and only then study brewing liquor. Ha, Chief, why do we need so many types of yeast? Before Zifeng could speak, Van Chi, who had been listening for a while and understood a bit about brewing, asked first. Using grains to brew liquor is ultimately for people to drink, and liquor is also food. 1 pound of liquor requires several pounds of food, which is too wasteful. Currently, the Han tribe cannot brew too much liquor, so it is necessary to experiment to find the most economical methods and formulas. In addition, I also need a type of high-proof liquor that can be used as medical alcohol, but the cost must be low. Therefore, my ultimate goal is for them to create a type of daiko, using corn cores, rice bran, and wheat bran as materials. I also need a type of high-proof liquor that can be used as medical alcohol, but the cost must be low. Therefore, my ultimate goal is for them to create a type of daiko, using corn cores, rice bran, and wheat bran as materials, brewing a type of alcohol with an extremely high concentration. This alcohol isn't meant for drinking but is a medicinal remedy. So do you understand now? It's not just food that can be used to make alcohol, right? Even corn cobs that can't be eaten can be used to brew alcohol. Van Chi was taken aback. He couldn't help but say that the chief's thinking was truly expansive, always coming up with strange ideas. No wonder he could create so many good things. But is it really feasible to use corn cobs to brew alcohol? Van Chi expressed his doubts. How would you know if you don't try? To be honest, I don't know either, but I think it could work. Then let's give it a shot. After all, that stuff is only useful for starting fires and nothing else. If it actually works, that would be great. La Sung said while shrugging. This wasn't just a random idea of his. In modern times, people really do use corn cobs to brew alcohol. With so many modern hospitals and such a high consumption of alcohol, how could they use all food supplies for brewing? That would be completely impractical. That's why La Sung wanted to experiment. If we could really produce cheap alcohol without wasting food, that would be fantastic. Suo Feng didn't quite understand, mainly because there were some things Van Chi also didn't know how to translate. He only knew that the chief wanted him to brew various types of alcohol and experiment with using different substitutes for food to brew. Suo Feng also felt this was a fanciful idea, but since everything was provided by the chief, he didn't care too much. Moreover, if it really meant brewing more types of alcohol, Suo Feng would be very willing. No one in the tribe was uninterested in the drink invented by their ancestors. Now that there was a chance to expand, they would certainly do their best. After finishing their tasks, Van Chi led the newly joined alcohol tribe to settle in. At that moment, a letter from Liuyang County sent by a hawk also arrived. Van Chi received the letter and appeared before La Sung. In fact, this was also the first time he witnessed the miraculous way of communication of the Han people, which was indeed very quick. Chief, what does the letter say? Van Chi knew how to write in Han characters. The Ling tribe and the Han tribe had been trading for over a year, and Van Chi, as the chief, had previously intended to join the Han tribe, so he had self-taught Han characters. However, since there were no suitable learning materials for Han characters at the moment, he didn't know many, mainly learning from the Han characters printed on various products. Moreover, this was a letter addressed to the chief, so he didn't have the right to read it first. La Sung frowned slightly, quickly skimming through the letter from the elder, then said to Van Chi, "The new tribe has sent a team of skilled warriors, and the leader is a great elder, saying they want to trade with our Han tribe with a large volume of transactions, but the elder over there couldn't decide, so they sent a letter to ask for my opinion. Is the new tribe's cavalry a tribe from the grasslands? Do we have a friendly relationship with them?" Van Chi asked curiously. "Well, since you just joined the Han tribe and haven't heard about any previous conflicts between the Han tribe and the new tribe, it's normal to have such questions. Not exactly friends, but not sworn enemies either. They aren't a tribe from the grasslands, but their trading team often operates on the grasslands. This tribe has a population comparable to that of the Han tribe, and they know how to make salt, smelt metals, farm, and raise livestock, and they even have cavalry. Moreover, their salt prices on the grasslands are cheaper than ours, which is why there was a conflict with them last time. Last summer, our cavalry killed over 100 men from their trading team. The soybean seeds that just arrived were also taken from them. La Song briefly introduced Van Chi to the relationship between the two tribes and the situation of the new tribe. After hearing this, Van Chi couldn't help but frown. Killing over 100 men like that and still not calling them sworn enemies, if it were the Ling tribe before, with a total population of just over 1,000, losing over 100 adult men in one go would mean it would take 7 or 8 years to recover. Yet the new tribes still actively came to trade. No wonder the chief said the population of the new tribe was comparable to the Han tribe. Indeed, quite a lot. Not caring about losing over 100 people. But this new tribe seems quite formidable. They even have corn that the Han tribe doesn't have. And they know how to raise livestock and smelt metals, even having their own skilled warriors. While they might not necessarily defeat the Han tribe, compared to other tribes, their strength is indeed impressive. Chief, they already know how to do so many things, so what do they want to trade with us? Van Chi didn't understand and continued to ask. No, this tribe may be large, but their technical level can't compare to ours at all. They don't know how to smelt iron, let alone steel, and without suitable metal tools, what do you think they can do? They can't even build carts, and boats are out of the question. That's why they've wanted to buy carts from us since last year. But at that time, they didn't agree, and there was fighting with them, killing people, and robbing goods. La Song's explanation made Van Chi truly realize the actual level of the new tribe. Without steel, there are no suitable metal tools, and they can't work with wood, so everything made from wood, they can't have. Indeed, a technique can change an entire era. So how does the chief plan to respond to them this time? How to respond to them? La Song hadn't thought of that yet, but he had an incomplete idea, which was to try to establish diplomatic relations with the new tribe. If the new tribe could send envoys to the Han tribe, then the Han tribe could also send envoys to the new tribe. Understanding each other should be a two-way street. By grasping the situation of the new tribe and establishing trade relations with them, the Han tribe would definitely not lose out. Even if there was no war between the two sides, La Song was confident that he could use economics to control the other party. The source of this confidence was the currency issued by the Han tribe. This was a war without gunpowder. There wasn't any bloodshed. La Song thought to himself, but how to respond would need some consideration first. Today, he finished arranging the brewing process, and tomorrow he would go check it out. You just go do your own thing. La Song sent Van Tri away, then wrote down the recipe for the brew he concocted along with some ideas about controlling temperature, fermentation time, and setting up the brewery. He hoped these things could provide additional reference materials and research directions for the development team. He had too many things to manage and no time to focus entirely on brewing. There was the construction of the new city, housing for the people, promoting agriculture and livestock, establishing a government management structure, and issuing currency, along with negotiating with the new tribe. All of it needed La Song to handle personally. Perhaps the most exhausting job in the world was being an emperor. La Song once again exclaimed this sentiment. The next morning, while the weather was still cool, La Song rode his gray horse, leading his guard team to Liuyang County, arriving only in the afternoon. However, he didn't meet with Mu Vi and the others directly, but first met with Dai Thu to ask for his opinion. The leader, Toad, also thought that we should trade with them. There was no need for the two tribes to keep fighting. Not because he was afraid of the new tribe, but because it wouldn't benefit either side. Previously, Du Fuc had proactively attacked the new tribe and seized a lot of crop seeds. I really didn't agree with this. Although his intentions were good, not wanting to sell vehicles to the new tribe for fear they would learn the manufacturing techniques and catch up to us, as well as wanting them to stop trading white salt on the prairie to protect the interests of the Han people. But I still thought he was too hasty. There must be a better solution, one that would allow us to obtain those seeds, avoid conflict, and still make a profit. Waging war might be the worst way, Dai Thu said very seriously. Yeah, you think the same as I do. Although Du Fuc's intentions were good, his methods were too rough. Perhaps because he had seen many different tribes outside, he felt that our Han tribe was the strongest, with a bit of complacency, always thinking that the Han tribe was invincible, not afraid of fighting anyone. In reality, war isn't that easy. It requires money and food everywhere. Not only is it a huge drain, but it also requires mobilizing a lot of young manpower, affecting the production of our Han tribe. That is the biggest loss. Perhaps before there was no other way, but now it's different. We have money, we have the power to issue currency, so even if the whole tribe focuses on production and doesn't fight, we can still use the economy to control the new tribe while promoting the development of the Han tribe. That would be much more beneficial than war. The new tribe isn't like those cannibals. They aren't crazy and don't need to be completely wiped out. Moreover, they have a large population, which is a huge market. If both sides can expand trade, the Han tribe will definitely make a fortune. The only problem is that the distance affects the trading time. La Sung also expressed his opinion. The two exchanged views, both agreeing that trade relations with the new tribe should be maintained. But to do that, the Han tribe must send a delegation to the new tribe, staying there to supervise and protect the interests of Han merchants in the new tribe. If anything happens, it would be easier to negotiate with their superiors. However, this is just a surface force. La Sung also had a covert plan, but he didn't share it with Dai Thu, not because he didn't trust him, but because he thought the fewer people who knew about it, the better. That was to establish a spy agency for both internal and external affairs, sending people to infiltrate the new tribe, coordinating with the delegation under the guise. The name Kum Wai Vei is both old-fashioned and heroic. Historically, it was the most successful spy agency. But in reality, many people don't know that this agency not only dealt with domestic corruption but also had the mission to infiltrate and gather information from foreign powers. Such examples are not rare, like infiltrating the Dat tribe on the prairie, providing military information to the Ming dynasty. La Sung also wanted to build such an organization, but would change its name. He didn't have a brocade robe but had armor, so he would call it Kim Ingo Vei. In name, this is a military organization aimed at protecting the leader of the Han tribe, which is La Sung. Their daily tasks are to ensure La Sung's safety along with escort duties when he goes on official business and guarding the palace. However, currently, there is no palace, so this task is temporarily set aside. Internally, this is the largest spy organization of the Han tribe, divided into two departments for internal and external affairs. Internally, they monitor the officials at all levels, including some major clans, powerful families, and even counterintelligence work within the country. Externally, they will send many personnel to infiltrate other powers, gathering all useful information for the Han tribe. Whatever the case, we have to be informed. And the first personnel for this department, La Sung had already thought of. That is Ditch, who is currently a small manager at the iron smelting workshop in Han Duong Fan, under Dai Trui. He is a young man about 175 centimeters tall, not yet 20 years old, just a bit taller than La Sung. Perhaps many people have forgotten who he is, but La Sung has not. Ditch is a wild man who was expelled from his tribe, also one of the more than 100 wild people that the Du tribe sought out to exchange for a cart with La Sung before joining the Han tribe. At that time, his arm had been dislocated for a long time, and La Sung personally reset the bone for him. Otherwise, that arm would have surely been ruined. Because of that, Ditch is very loyal to La Sung, never opposing his orders, doing whatever he is told. He was one of the first people to participate in the construction of Han Duong Fan. After recovering from his illness, because he was smart and healthy, Ditch was arranged by La Sung to work in the blacksmithing workshop, becoming a blacksmith. The reason La Sung chose Ditch first was that he had no background in the Han ethnicity. He was a wild man, not even having his own clan, completely clean background, but most importantly, he was extremely loyal to La Sung. Secondly, Ditch was very intelligent, had combat skills, and was a blacksmith. Those who could become craftsmen in the Han ethnicity were quite intelligent. La Sung was also confident that he could manage these tasks well and complete the mission he assigned. Since there were people already organized, infiltrating wouldn't be a difficult problem. La Sung planned that after gathering the first group of people, he would send them to work as laborers in the neighboring province to Liuyang district, starting to make contact with the envoy of the new ethnicity. Then, when the envoy of the new ethnicity left, they would also pretend to return to their tribe, but in reality, they would be noticed by New V and invited into the new ethnicity as core technical staff to improve the manufacturing level of the new ethnicity. As long as these people revealed a little bit of skill, they would gain the trust of the high-ranking officials of the new ethnicity and would definitely be assigned important tasks. If the number of infiltrators increased, La Sung could even launch a coup in the new ethnicity, overthrow the old powers, and turn the entire new ethnicity into his own. Of course, the prerequisite for this plan was that the operatives had to be absolutely loyal to La Sung, or at least loyal to the Han ethnicity. Otherwise, in the end, when the old powers of the new ethnicity were eliminated, these spies might turn against him and establish themselves as kings, which would be quite embarrassing. Under La Sung's secret organization, the Kim and Gove team was established smoothly. In this era, only the Han ethnicity had a household registration system, while the new ethnicity completely did not. Therefore, creating fake identities was not difficult at all, and there was no fear of them uncovering any issues. La Sung did not rush to meet Nu V's group right away, as the Great Tree had also given him some buffer time to prepare. During these days, he secretly summoned Ditch, granting him the surname Kim because he was the leader of Kim Ni-go-vei and officially appointed him as the first commander of Kim Ni-go-vei. This was the highest military position in the Han ethnicity at present. Although temporarily just a non-military official, it was enough to make Kim Di feel extremely excited. The leader entrusted him with a secret mission so confidential that even the district officials had no right to know, and moreover, he had the authority to supervise and report them. This was the absolute trust that the leader had in him. Next, La Sung followed many of Kim Di's suggestions, allowing him to mobilize some acquaintances from Handuang City and nearby districts. Most of them were wild people who had come here with him before, along with some people whom La Sung deemed capable and of clean backgrounds, totaling 60 people. But this was not the final number. After secretly gathering these people, La Sung did not appear immediately but let Kim Di meet them. He did not specify what the mission was, only saying that the district officials had assigned a task that might require them to be away for several years, unable to return home and facing dangers, even possibly not returning at all. However, anyone who agreed to participate would be granted a title that could be passed down to their descendants. No need to achieve merit, just participating would grant them a title, and even if they died, it could be passed down to future generations. Additionally, they would receive a separate salary, higher than the average, and if they couldn't spend it, they could send it back to their families. This reward was indeed very generous, but smart people understood that this was a job that risked their lives, not easy at all. Many immediately hesitated. Lord Kim, what exactly do we have to do that requires such a long time? A young man around 20 years old asked. Right now, I'm not too clear either. I only know that the long duration is due to the long journey taking several months, plus the working time would be at least 1 year, and there's no guarantee that 1 year would be enough to return. Kim Di replied, Lord Kim, so when we return, will the titles still be there? Will the salary continue? Another person asked, Your titles are for life, as long as you don't commit a crime. If you cause trouble yourself and lose your title, I can't manage that. As for the salary, as long as you continue to work, the money will always be paid. Oh, and one more thing, I forgot to mention. When the mission is completed, when you return, you will also be arranged for good jobs, with opportunities for promotion and title increases. Kim Di explained further. After hearing these words, everyone began to speculate. The mission was long due to the distance, and there were dangers, possibly even death without returning. Thinking this way, they could also guess what the mission was. The greatest enemy of the Han ethnicity was the cannibal tribe from the north. Going there would take several months and was also very dangerous. It seemed that this mission was to go there and cause trouble. Everyone automatically connected the dots. In fact, Kim Di's way of speaking was also directed by La Sung, not clarifying the mission, only providing vague information to mislead, ensuring that those who were eliminated and returned could not disclose the location of the remaining people. Of course, those benefits were not false. After a while of thinking, 42 out of 60 people decided to participate in the mission. The rewards were too enticing. If they just stayed home farming, they might never achieve a first-level title in their lifetime. Moreover, last year, Du Dao had also gone to the cannibal tribe. Although there were deaths and injuries on the way, the number of survivors was still greater than the number of deaths. After allowing 18 people to withdraw and return home, the remaining 42 were taken to a mountainous area in the southern part of Liuyang district, setting up camp to wait for further orders. 2 days later, La Sung personally came to meet them. At this point, they learned that the one assigning the mission was not the district official but the leader himself. The mission's location was not the north but the new ethnicity in the south. The mission duration. It's at least 3 years longer than Kim Di said. Lax also made it clear that this mission is dangerous and could be deadly, but since it's the leader's words, the promised rewards and titles are even more valuable. Specifically, what needs to be done, I can't tell you right now. But the location, time, danger, and treatment have all been clearly stated. Now I'm giving you a final opportunity. Anyone who doesn't want to go can withdraw right now. However, to ensure secrecy, those who withdraw will not be allowed to return home, but will be taken to the mint to work. For 5 years, they won't be allowed outside, but their salaries will still be paid and can be sent back to their families, but the promised titles will no longer exist. You decide for yourselves. La Sung waited for everyone to understand the situation and then asked again. This time, many people hesitated. The titles may be good, but they fear they might not survive to enjoy them. Now there's still a chance to withdraw. Even without a title, working at the mint is still a good job. And many want to get in but can't. So, this time, more than 10 people withdrew, leaving 42 down to 28. After sending the withdrawers home, the remaining 28 were all those with strong will. At least they had a strong desire for promotion and were not afraid of death. Even though the danger had been mentioned twice, they still chose to stay, so if anything happens, they can't blame anyone. The 28 remaining stood tall, seemingly understanding that they had become the trusted aides of the leader, working directly for him. something that ordinary people could not compare to. Lax did not prolong it any further, directly stating the mission this time. They had to hide their identities as Han people, pretending to be wild people working for the new tribe, striving to climb to high positions, using their power to provide information about the new tribe to the Han, and there were even more important missions. Lasu also reiterated the rewards and clarified their future arrangements. Your Kim Nuve is a military force, not only tasked with espionage, but later when you return, if you don't want to be spies anymore, you can come to my side as officers of the Imperial Guard, ensuring my safety. Everyone was overjoyed upon hearing this. It turned out that the good job they were promised was to be officers of the Imperial Guard. This is indeed a good job. After all, who would dare to touch the leader? So in their eyes, being an Imperial Guard was just following the leader everywhere, doing cleanup and guarding tasks, but being with the leader definitely gave them face. Thinking like this, the remaining people became even more determined, expressing their loyalty to Lasung, promising to excellently complete the tasks assigned by the leader. These people received simple training for a week at the temporary camp on the mountain. Besides physical training and close combat, the most important were the lessons on espionage. The curriculum was prepared by La Sung, with Kim D leading them to learn how to scout, relay information, climb to high positions, and support each other to push back the old members in the new tribe. After a week of training, their performance began. The first mission was for Kim D to lead them to Liuyang District to work, and this was completely unannounced to Liuyang District. There, no one knew them, so even before they left, they were no longer Han people. 3 days after they started working, La Song rode an elephant from the west, solemnly entering the Liuyang District Magistrate's office, officially meeting the delegation from New Wei. At this point, it had been half a month since New Wei proposed to meet La Sung. Everything went smoothly as Dathu said. It seemed that the Han leader really received the news and came right away. The Liuyang Magistrate's office was not a multi-story building, but was quite grand. It had a separate front and backyard, a main hall, a back courtyard, and several auxiliary rooms. The yard was paved with green bricks, and in the middle was a lotus pond moved from the Ling tribe, both for decoration and to store water in case of a fire at the magistrate's office. Neu Wei and 5 attendants followed the guide through the Guanshu area. This area was built as a separate earthen city, larger than Hanyang City, to learn from previous urban planning issues. However, inside the city walls, there were still not many constructions. Only the magistrate's office was completed, while the rest were still under construction. Following the wide dirt road to the center of the city, Niu Wei immediately saw the Grand Liu Yang Magistrate's office with green bricks and green tiles, brown-painted pillars, a large red-painted door, and a large sign hanging high with the 3 characters Liu Yang Fu written in gold paint. The main door had no drums or stone lions. These labor-intensive things had not yet been made due to time constraints. 4 guards in armor holding long spears stood solemnly, their eyes not glancing sideways, making it hard for people to look straight at them. Niu Wei had a similar reaction. Although he didn't dare to look at their faces, he still managed to observe their uniforms and weapons closely. However, the guiding attendant did not wait, hurriedly urging them to continue, as the leader was still waiting inside. Niu Wei walked while looking around, unable to help but be curious about the Han people. The large houses, square bricks, straight walls, sparkling blue tiles, red-painted beams with complex but aesthetic structures. The windows and doors were covered with frosted oil paper. The entire architecture exuded exquisite beauty, showcasing the Han people's advanced construction skills and reflecting their diverse manufacturing techniques. Looking back at the valley where the leader of the new tribe was, along with the covered tower, Niu Wei felt so small, incomparable. This was just the workplace of a district chief, and the Han people had many other districts. Following the attendant around the lotus pond, the main hall appeared before them. The door was not closed. Niu Wei stepped inside and immediately saw La Song sitting cross-legged on the main chair, holding a brush and writing. Reporting to the leader, the trade elder of the new tribe, Niu Wei has arrived. The attendant stood at the door, loudly reporting to lead them in. La Sum didn't raise her head to respond. The assistant quickly told Niu Wei and the others to take off their shoes and walk barefoot into the main hall. The floor was made of wood, not polished yet but already painted. The main chair was placed on a high platform facing the door, with a low table in front. La Sung sat cross-legged behind, while the others sat differently. There were a few low tables on both sides of the hall, and a tall elder was kneeling beside La Sung. This arrangement was mainly to fit the status and rules of etiquette. If all the tables and chairs were set up, La Sung sitting high while the others sat at the same level would not be appropriate, but if everyone was made to stand, it would be inconvenient for discussing business. Therefore, everyone knelt, with only La Sung preferring to sit cross-legged. Niu Wei entered the hall, walked to the center, and knelt on one knee, placing his right hand on his chest to show respect. "Greetings, leader of the Han tribe, I am Niu Wei." the elder in charge of foreign transactions of the new tribe. By the leader's order, I am here to present some gifts to the Han tribe and to discuss trade between our two sides. Niue respectfully stated the purpose in the language of the steppe. La Song also had a translator to convey the message, so communication was not an issue. Ah, you are the elder of commerce. So does the new tribe have other elders? La Song asked. Yes, that's correct. Each elder of the new tribe is responsible for different matters. Niue replied, slightly hesitant but still answering honestly. We have reviewed the new tribe's livestock, and it's neither too much nor too little. Haha, go ahead. What do you want to trade with the Han tribe? La Sung took out a new piece of paper, preparing to take notes. Hearing the translator, Niue felt a bit choked. Neither too much nor too little, but it's true that the Han tribe can trade directly with the steppe people, so they surely lack nothing in livestock. Besides these, the new tribe has nothing that the Han tribe would be interested in. But wait, they do have something else. Dear leader of the Han tribe, those livestock are just small gifts. We also have another gift that needs to be personally presented to the leader, but I didn't bring it with me right now. If it's not urgent, I can send someone back to fetch it. La Sung was a bit surprised to hear that. Could the new tribe have some other specialty or perhaps seeds? Thinking this, his eyes narrowed slightly. All right, go get it. You can also sit down beside. Yes, thank you. Leader of the Han tribe. Niue gently instructed his companion. After that person left the hall, he went to sit lower than the elder and knelt down. Someone, bring sugar and tea for Elder Nu. As soon as La Sung finished speaking, a young assistant in a black robe stepped out from behind the screen, carrying a tray with a cup of tea and a plate of sugar. These were the latest products La Sung prepared for export. Inviting Niue to taste them was also intended to promote the goods. If he wanted to do business, the Han tribe could also profit from it. The assistant placed the items in front of Niue and explained, "This tea is for drinking, and this sugar can be eaten directly. Please help yourself." Niue immediately became curious. The leader of the Han tribe was treating guests with these things. He opened the lid of the teacup, and white steam rose from the high mountain red tea. The tea was clear and golden red, with the tea leaves floating below, looking very interesting and stimulating to the taste buds. He took a sip. The taste was a bit strange, but not hard to drink, just too hot to enjoy fully. Niue had to put the teacup down. The type of painted ceramic cup he had seen before, he had bought a set from the steppe and brought it back to the new tribe. The tea was too hot to drink, so Niue shifted his attention to the plate of sugar. It was a shiny wooden plate, emitting a light fragrance, coated with a layer of peanut oil. The shallow plate held several dozen hard, transparent red sugar cubes, rectangular and about the size of peanuts. This was the first trial product, not yet mass-produced, so Niue was also curious. Emitting a light fragrance, covered in a layer of peanut oil, the shallow dish holds several dozen pieces of hard red transparent sugar, rectangular, about the size of a peanut. This is the first experimental product, not yet. Taste it. He had never eaten this before, not even heard its name, but a leader of the Han tribe like this surely wouldn't poison him in front of him, so he confidently picked up a piece to try. As soon as the sugar cube melted in his mouth, a rich sweetness exploded, stimulating his taste buds. What is this? Is this sugar? Sweeter than honey, but not the same flavor. Honey is a sticky liquid, while this sugar is dry yet just as sweet. The shape of the sugar cube is perfectly square and uniform, definitely an artificial product. Thinking of this, Niue was even more amazed by the Han tribe's manufacturing techniques. This must be even more precious than salt. Remembering what the servant just said, Niue added another sugar cube to his cup of tea. At this moment, with sugar in his mouth and tea sweetened, drinking it had a different flavor, seemingly even better. The red sugar combined with the red tea was truly wonderful. Thank you, Han tribe leader, for this gift. I wonder if we can buy some sugar and tea from this transaction. This is definitely something our leader would love. Of course, you can. There will be some in the Han tribe's gift in return, but not much. Right now, we have only made a little sugar. The same goes for tea. This is not ordinary leaves but must use the young leaves of the tea plant. Through processing, it becomes the red tea you are drinking. But these things are not important. Let's discuss the transactions and other rules first. Trading with the Han tribe is not forbidden, but we have one condition. The transactions must use the Han tribe's units of measurement and currency. As for how to use these units and currency, if you agree, I can send someone to teach you the techniques or sell you various measuring tools, La Sung said, while lightly tapping on the table. Hearing this, Niue was immediately overjoyed. During the half-month he lived among the Han tribe, although his movement was restricted, he had witnessed many things about the people and events here, especially in this Liuyang district, where the population is very large. He had also seen merchants using scales to measure the weight of goods in the morning market, a method of calculation that is both convenient and accurate. Whether you are a buyer or a seller, the ability to break down weights combined with small denominations of money ensures no one is cheated. Now that there is an opportunity to access such advanced techniques, Niu Wei, naturally, felt extremely happy, but also a bit suspicious, wondering what the Han tribe leader really meant. Could he really be that generous? La Song was certainly not a generous person, at least not in dealings with outside tribes. But regarding measurement, if he could standardize it globally, why wouldn't he? Moreover, selling scales to them would not be without profit, so why not sell? This is clearly something that has both economic and political benefits. If the Han tribe could truly popularize their measurement system in the new tribes, then later, when the Han tribe takes over, it would face fewer difficulties. Additionally, popularizing currency is not easy, mainly due to insufficient production, but it must be implemented gradually. Just think, if the Zhou tribe all used the Han tribe's currency for transactions, looking at the images on the coins, learning the characters on them, they would be no different from the Han tribe. La Song would eventually find a way to assimilate them. The negotiations could not conclude in one go. On the first day, both sides mainly agreed on the trading rules and the scope of exchange. Han tribe leader, we really need vehicles. Any type of vehicle will do. How much would you sell to the nomads? We can pay equivalent, or even a little more. As for other things, since we don't fully understand the Han tribe, we hope the leader will allow us to move around here or visit other districts of the Han tribe to see what goods might meet our needs. Only then can we provide a specific list for exchange with the leader, Niu Wei said enthusiastically. La Sung did not respond immediately, but pretended to ponder, even though he already had a clear plan in mind. Knock, knock, knock. His fingers lightly tapped on the table, as if considering carefully. Vehicles could be traded, just like the ones we sell to the nomads, but for ox-drawn carts, you'll have to handle that yourselves. Transactions would also use horse currency for payment. After a moment of thought, La Sung decided to temporarily use horse currency as the payment method. Horse currency is very important for the expansion and development of the Han tribe, but popularizing currency to the new tribes is currently not feasible. First, the amount of currency available is not enough to support such large transactions, and second, the banking or currency system has not been established, making circulation very inconvenient. To popularize the Han tribe's currency on the prairie and in the new tribes, at least a city must be built on the prairie and a bank established there. This will take at least 2 to 3 more years to implement. As for your desire to move freely, I can currently allow you to operate within Liu Yang district. However, you are not allowed to enter production workshops and agencies without prior notice, nor invade the homes of Han tribe citizens. At night, you are not allowed to stay in the city. If you violate this, you will be detained according to Han tribe law, and in serious cases, you may face execution. As for other districts, we will discuss that later, depending on your performance. After a while of waiting, this was also a plan that had been prepared in advance. He wanted them to stay in Liu Yang district for a while, mainly to give them enough time and opportunity to interact with the Jin Wu Wei people, creating an impression on Niu Wei that they were talents to be tapped, thus preparing for future ambush plans. As for allowing them to go to other districts, that cannot happen right now. He needs to arrange that first. However, this was also a plan that had been prepared in advance. He wanted to keep them in Liu Yang district for a while, mainly to give them enough time and opportunity to interact with the people of Kim No Wei, making an impression on Niu Wei that they were talents that could be tapped into, thus preparing for the ambush plan later on. As for sending them to other districts, that can't happen right now. He needs to arrange things first. However, Niu Wei had no idea about La Sung's plan. Hearing that he was allowed to move freely in the Liu Yang district and had the opportunity to visit other districts in the future, he was overjoyed, quickly stood up and rushed to the main hall to thank him. Grateful for the Han leader's consideration, Niu Wei would definitely manage his subordinates strictly, ensuring they did not violate the Han's regulations. For today. That's enough. You can go now. You can take those bags of red sugar with you. Someone, wrap it up for him. La Sung waved his hand, starting to send guests away. Niu Wei had achieved his first goal and felt very happy, at this moment only thinking about inspecting the entire city, so he hurriedly took his leave, grabbing the bag of red sugar wrapped in white paper, happily leading his people out. Just as he stepped out the door, he ran into a subordinate he had sent earlier to fetch some fruit. This person came running with a small bag of fruit. Leader, the elder Niu from the new tribe has come back to say he just got the fruit and wants to present it to the leader himself. The little attendant at the door reported, "Oh, I almost forgot, let him in." A moment later, Niu Wei took off his shoes and stepped back into the hall, holding a small but full leather bag. A little attendant was already standing there with a tray, requesting him to pour the gifts onto it. Although it was said to be a personal gift, Niu Wei did not have the right to approach La Sung closely, so passing it through an intermediary was still safer. Although La Shang was not afraid of danger, his safety was related to the entire Han tribe. so the great tree did not dare to be careless. The items in the bag were poured onto the tray, making a clattering sound. La Sung glanced over and immediately recognized that these were pearls and shells. These things were, indeed, very rare in the Han tribe. But for the new tribe living on the island, especially since they often expose themselves to sea salt, these things, while rare, were not impossible to obtain. Han leader, these are treasures that our tribe has gathered from the sea. This is a shell that can produce a very loud sound, and these beads are taken from the flesh of the shell. We call them shell bones, used for decoration. When the little attendant placed the tray in front of Li Sung, Miu Wei began to introduce. Shell bones? How ignorant. They must have seen that there were no bones in the bottle and thought the pearls in the flesh were bones, hence the name. La Sung thought to himself. However, whether Niu Wei was selective or not, these pearls, while not perfectly round and shiny, were quite large. The smallest one had a diameter of over 15 centimeters, larger than the glass marbles he used to play with as a child. The largest one had a diameter of up to 2 centimeters, totaling several hundred pieces. If brought back to the past, they would definitely be very valuable. Could it be that the environment of this time makes pearls grow so large? And how to use them? Pick a few to give to Xiao Dai and Zhang Huang, and the rest will be rewards for the subordinates. After all, this is a tribute. These are fine, but these are not shell bones but pearls taken from a type of sea clam called bang. The outer shell is the bone, while the pearl is not, and not every clam has them. However, they are not too rare. Moreover, this can also be farmed artificially, just like raising pigs and goats. La Sung held a handful of pearls, fiddling with them as he spoke. Hearing the translation, everyone showed surprise, especially Niu Wei, the one presenting the gift, who was even more astonished. How does this Han leader know so much? Could it be that they also have pearls? But that's not right. This is only found in the sea. Could it be that there are freshwater ones too? Moreover, it can be farmed. How? Our tribe has gathered so many pearls and didn't even know they could be farmed. Meanwhile, the little attendants were even more in awe of the leader's knowledge. Anything rare he could explain clearly. As for the great tree, after a moment of initial surprise, he remained seated, accustomed to La Sung's differences. If La Sung didn't know, that would be strange. However, seeing everyone's reactions in the hall, Niu Wei also had his own conclusions. The Han leader not only knew about pearls but also spoke very clearly, even knowing the farming techniques that even the new tribe did not have. The Liuyang district beast did not show surprise. Perhaps he had seen it before and was very familiar with it. The little attendants were surprised, but perhaps due to their low status, not knowing as much as the leader was normal. They really wanted to ask how to farm pearls, but in the end, Niu Wei still did not dare to speak up. This is a technique, and no tribe would easily reveal it. Anyone who did would definitely be a fool. So, after taking his leave once more, Niu Wei led his subordinates to the market. At this time, it was still early, the market had not closed, and many people were still gathering to chat. Niu Wei did not call all his subordinates, originally having up to 100 people. If they all went out in groups, it would definitely make people think they were looking for trouble. Therefore, he only brought along a few subordinates who always followed him, along with a little attendant who had been responsible for translating for them for the past few days. This little attendant had now become their pass and guide for entering and exiting the city, and also the one teaching Niu Wei to learn the Han language. The market was not located inside the city but on the main street between the neighborhoods. The Liuyang district currently has 6 earthen cities, which means 6 neighborhoods. Initially, the planning was built according to the scale of the capital, so there was a large space left between each city for future road paving. These reserved roads were about 100 meters wide for vehicle lanes, green trees, sidewalks, and even to build shops, inns, and restaurants on both sides of the main street. But currently, there were only dirt roads and weeds along the stalls selling all kinds of goods. Some people spread grass mats on the ground, displaying handmade grass sandals or fabric sandals made from old clothes. This type of fabric sandal was very popular among the Han tribe, resembling the classic black fabric sandals designed by La Sung and then taught to many women by Xiao Dai. If anyone's clothes at home were torn, they will sew it back up to keep wearing it. If it's too torn to use anymore, they'll cut the usable parts to make cloth sandals, which can be worn for a little longer. My lord, what are these sandals made of? This material doesn't seem to be animal skin. Niu Wei curiously asked the little attendant who was translating for him. It's made from hemp fabric, made from old clothes. Usually, families make a little themselves. This year, the Han people issued currency, and some people, wanting to make money, go to buy finished sandals or old clothes to make their own and then sell them at the market, mainly to outsiders who come to work, families newly joining the Han who don't have any fabric yet. So that's how it is. Torn clothes can still be made into sandals, not wasting materials. That's really great. Of course, hemp sandals not only save materials but are also very comfortable to wear. You've never worn hemp fabric, so you wouldn't know. Newly woven hemp fabric is usually stiff. It takes a few months of wearing and washing to become soft and comfortable. Therefore, new clothes may look nice, but aren't as comfortable as old clothes. The same goes for sandals. Even though they are made from old fabric, they don't pinch the feet at all. My whole family wears these, the little attendant enthusiastically introduced, non-stop. The leader has instructed that fabric can be sold to the new tribes. The more you sell, the better. This is a significant source of income. While food cannot be exported, fabric is the most essential commodity. Who doesn't need clothes? Are hemp sandals that good? Then I want to buy a few pairs, but we don't have Han currency, so what do we do? Na Yu Wei asked again. The county lord has already said, your expenses will be exchanged for horses. If you want to buy, I will help you pay. Then just write it down in your ledger. The little attendant said, since it wasn't his money, he didn't feel any loss. Niu Wei felt a headache. Exchanging for horses again. If they run out of horses, how will they get back? What will they eat in this Han tribe? They might have to stay here for a long time. Thinking of this, he asked again, so my lord, can we sell some belongings here to exchange for money? Or can my subordinates work to earn money? The county lord has already said, selling items or working is fine, but no wandering around, no hunting in the woods, and no chopping wood. In short, don't roam around. If you have belongings with you, you can also sell them here, but no forced buying or selling. Really? Then that's great. Tomorrow I will arrange for some subordinates to work. Please help them find jobs, and for today, please help us each get a pair of hemp sandals. Niu Wei said happily, although it sounds tough, at least there will be some income. Otherwise, those over 200 horses wouldn't know how long they could sustain them. The little attendant nodded, talking to the sandal vendor. The vendor then took out a measuring stick made of gold, measured the foot size of Niu Wei and his companions, and then selected the fitting sandals. In the end, the little attendant paid, and Niu Wei and his companions immediately changed into new sandals, feeling much lighter on their feet. These sandals are really comfortable, with thick but soft soles, no foot pain, and the hemp fabric is breathable, so even though it's summer, they don't feel hot at all. After that, they continued to stroll through the market. It was almost noon, and the sweet sugarcane vendor had long sold out. That was very popular, often selling out within half an hour after being brought ashore, but there were still many interesting things. There were vendors selling strange snacks, tables and chairs, brooms made from sorghum, all kinds of baskets, boxes, wooden barrels, yokes, one-wheeled carts, bamboo mats, grass mats, and all sorts of things. However, Niu Wei and his team didn't need these things, so they didn't buy anything, but he still asked the little attendant to introduce each item, satisfying their curiosity. The group chatted as they walked, and by lunchtime, they arrived at the food street. Smelling the delicious aroma of the food around, Niu Wei and his team couldn't leave anymore. My lord, what is this? It looks so strange. Is it food too? Yes, this is a new dish that our leader just thought of. I heard that in the western Hanyang district, there's a new tribe that just joined, and they brought glutinous rice to make this dish. This is called zongzi, wrapped in triangular reed leaves, using straw soaked in water to soak the glutinous rice, then wrapped in leaves and boiled, soaked in cold water. Eating it in summer is very refreshing, chewy, and filling, all made from grains. This type is cheaper, and this is bamboo tube rice cake, also made from glutinous rice, but it doesn't need to be wrapped in leaves. Just put the rice in a bamboo tube and cook it. You can take the whole tube out, add honey on top. The taste is indescribably delicious, but it's also more expensive. One bamboo tube can buy 3 of these rice cakes. The little attendant seemed to be a foodie, knowing all the dishes here, and was currently standing in front of the rice cake stall, introducing while swallowing saliva. Niu Wei also noticed he was drooling. Not just the little attendant, even he was tempted by these unusual dishes. If my lord says this rice cake is so delicious, then let's each have one of each type, and my lord can have a share too, just write it down in our ledger. Niu Wei said generously. Oh, how can I trouble you like that? My lord, it's fine, we're not lacking. All right, seeing how enthusiastic you all are, I won't refuse anymore. It's all your kindness, you've come from afar to the Han tribe, and as the host, I certainly can't let you down. Kid, give us each one rice cake, 1 bamboo tube rice cake, and add honey. No need to worry about the money. The little attendant pretended to refuse a bit, seeming afraid Niu Wei would change his mind, and hurriedly called the vendor to get the cakes. Niu Wei stood beside, looking confused. He hadn't even finished his polite words when the other person started eating. Seeing many customers coming to buy, the vendor was also very happy, took out the cakes, then took 7 bamboo tubes, untied the strings, used a stick to poke into a small hole at the bottom of the tube, separating the bamboo tube, taking out the pure white rice cakes, then dipped the cakes into the honey with the stick, handing them out one by one. Watching the interesting way of making cakes with pure white sticky rice coated in golden honey, Niue couldn't hold back anymore and took a bite. Mmm, so fragrant, both sweet and delicious. So good. After wandering around the market for a while, Niue and the others began searching for the Great Tree, the Beast District of Liuyang District, to request some jobs. After all, their identities were different, and there were many tasks they couldn't participate in. La Song had also given a lot of advice on this matter. Allowing them to dig rivers as laborers wasn't out of the question, but that job required no skills, making it hard to arrange for Jin Wo Wei to interact with them, because ordinary manual labor jobs were not appealing to the new ethnic group. However, they couldn't reveal important techniques to them, otherwise, it would be easy to nurture hidden threats. Finally, La Song thought for a while and decided to split them into groups, each group consisting of about several dozen people sent to different places. Some were assigned to the newly built White Liquor Workshop in Weishan District, participating in the entire liquor brewing process. The reason La Song arranged it this way was well considered. First, the Han ethnic group's current liquor brewing technique was still in the experimental stage, not yet refined, so letting them participate was fine. Second, brewing liquor required a lot of manpower, resources, and time, especially needing a large amount of food. For a nation, this was a significant burden. History has witnessed many instances of liquor control. Liquor is indeed food. This saying is not wrong. The more liquor there is, the less food there is, and the greater the burden on the nation. La Song's arrangement was to increase the burden on the new ethnic group. Just imagine, if they could spread the drinking customs and liquor brewing techniques to Zhu Island, it would surely consume a large amount of their food. With less food, the population growth rate would slow down, and the number of other livestock would decrease as well. Thus, the development of the ethnic group would be stunted, especially with liquor, which is easy to become addictive. Some others were assigned to help with farming, but only to plant barley and wheat, because these two types are used for brewing liquor and are consumed in large quantities. However, currently, the yield of the Han ethnic group is quite low, with one mu yielding just over 300 pounds. As long as they learn how to grow barley and wheat, La Song wouldn't need to arrange anything. They would automatically sneakily hide the seeds. Finally, when they leave, as long as they aren't thoroughly inspected, they would take the seeds with them, and it wouldn't hurt to even give them a little. Of course, for the collectors or competitors, La Song definitely had no good intentions, but this wasn't a conspiracy, it was an open scheme, clearly digging a pit for them to see if they would jump in. La Song not only wanted to teach the new ethnic group how to brew liquor and drink it, but also wanted to teach them to eat various wheat-based dishes like noodles, dry noodles, bread, scallion pancakes, buns, dumplings, etc. The goal was for them to completely love wheat-based food, then teach them to grow wheat and give them seeds. Thus, while liquor consumed a large amount of food, the popularization of wheat-based food and wheat cultivation in the new ethnic group would mean that a mu of land previously planted with corn could yield 1,000 pounds, feeding 2 people. Now, planting wheat not only extended the growth cycle but also reduced the yield to 300 pounds, meaning 3 to 4 mu were needed to feed one person. The food reserves of the new ethnic group would be significantly cut. Additionally, there were soybeans, a crop introduced from the new ethnic group last year. But La Song wanted to teach them the technique of pressing soybean oil, making soy milk, tofu, and various products from beans as well as peanuts and many ways to process peanuts. The purpose of this was similar to growing wheat, which was to reduce the area of main food crops for the new ethnic group, making them plant more secondary food crops, then using various methods to consume them. For example, planting beans and then pressing oil from them would ultimately require a lot of manpower, resources, and time, but only yield a little inedible oil. Naturally, food would also decrease, reducing the area planted with high-yield corn, with all agricultural land switched to low-yield barley, wheat, and soybeans. Peanuts couldn't serve as the main food, plus the liquor brewing consuming food. Within 2 years, 70% of the new ethnic group's population would lose their means of survival. The population wouldn't sharply decline, but if the lower-class farmers had nothing to eat, history has proven many times that the only outcome would be a rise in rebellion. Even if no one revolted, it was fine. La Song could send people from Jin Wo Wei to pretend to lead the way, leading the starving farmers to overthrow the old regime of the new ethnic group. During this time, the Han ethnic group would provide all material support for the rebels, and they could also teach them to fish at sea, then conveniently spread a type of rice with a short growth cycle and high yield to fill their stomachs. Don't underestimate rice, even if it might not yield as much as corn, it isn't far behind. Most importantly, rice is refined food, completely incomparable to corn, which is a coarse food. Thus, the Han ethnic group would gain both reputation and benefit, securing the hearts of the lower class on Zhu Island, making them realize that the Han ethnic group is 1,000 times better than the old leadership of the new ethnic group. At this moment, La Song would appear strongly, re-establishing order. If necessary, He might even move the entire population of Zhu Island to the mainland, then send his people over to completely take over the territory of the new ethnic group. This plan was called a culinary plan by La Sung, using delicious food to create a burden for the new ethnic group, crushing them, and then allowing the Han ethnic group to take over. The first part was an open scheme, mainly popularizing cuisine, which wouldn't meet much resistance, as no one could resist the allure of Chinese food. The latter part was a conspiracy, but the Han ethnic group hardly participated. Even if the new ethnic group fought fiercely, it wouldn't affect the Han ethnic group, except for a slight extension of time. The entire plan was almost perfect. This top-secret plan was known only to Le Sung and Kim Yi, while others, even the people from Kim No Wei who are preparing to disguise themselves, only know their own tasks, while the rest know nothing, because sometimes knowing less is safer. The oxtail is divided into 100 people into small groups to make wine, grow wheat, press oil, grind soybeans, make tofu, and one group is assigned to the ceramic kiln to fire ceramics. Each group has about 10 or so people, and around them are 1 or 2 people from Kim Ingo Wei disguised, working with them daily, preparing for the upcoming hiding. After arranging the recent activities of the oxtail and others, the entire process of contact and hiding is entrusted to Kim Ingi to manage. La Sung does not intervene anymore, only asking Kim Ingi for a report on the situation every few days, while he himself runs to the newly built shipyard in Liu Yang district to guide them technically. The Han people want to quickly intervene in the south, even within 3 years of building the city on the prairie. Without fast transportation, it cannot be accomplished. Currently, the only way to quickly enhance transportation capacity is to develop water transport. Water transport is famous for its heavy carrying capacity, even trains cannot compare. It can be said, in this era without trains, water transport is the most efficient and fastest means of transportation. Moreover, since most of the Han districts are built along rivers, the advantages of water transport are even greater. That day when Le Sung arrived at the shipyard, he saw the craftsmen studying the blueprints he provided. Some were processing wood or construct, for example, the steaming cage, the long steaming device. This is a processing device for super long planks consisting of a boiler and a steaming cage 30 meters long, capable of steaming the entire plank. The purpose is to increase the moisture content of the wood, while using high temperature to soften the wood, increasing its flexibility, helping the wood to bend into smoother curves. This is an essential step in processing ship planks. Of course, using fire to bend is also possible, but the efficiency is too slow, not meeting La Sung's speed requirements for shipbuilding. Moreover, since the ship is not too large, building it is also easier in many aspects. First is the use of materials. A ship 20 meters long, the main spine and planks must also be longer than 20 meters. In modern times, finding such tall trees is not easy, so it requires joining many pieces together. But here with La Sung, it is not necessary because there are many trees taller than 20 meters, so most of the wood is used in solid pieces, without needing to be joined, saving a lot of time and effort. The main spine of the ship is quite thick. Running from the bow to the stern, it is the largest spine. The bow curves up, forming a smooth curve, but this part cannot be steamed. It can only be soaked to wet, then use fire to heat combined with ropes and winches to pull and deform. Slowly bending, this is the most time-consuming step. Next, there are many ribs, which also need to be bent. Just making the spine for a small ship takes a whole week. On the day of assembling the spine, La Sung personally came to guide. The long spine is placed in the workshop by the river. This is the factory to facilitate launching after completion. Otherwise, a huge machine like this is very difficult to move. Then comes the installation of the ribs. Each rib is very large. Since the width of the ship is 6 meters, the ribs are also 6 meters long. In the absence of a crane, about 10 people are needed to carry it. Some stand on either side to carry, some stand in the middle to direct, then accurately fit the joint between the rib into the groove of the spine, using a long wooden hammer to secure it tightly, making the two parts fit perfectly. Finally, drilling holes with a hand drill, pouring fish glue in, nailing wood, locking the two parts together. The domestic sailing ship is 20 meters long, with ribs spaced half a meter apart, a total of 40 ribs, some wide, some narrow, with varying curves. But on the blueprints, they have been numbered and annotated beforehand. The workers just need to assemble according to the order on the blueprints. After installing and reinforcing all the ribs, 2 planks need to be laid on top to determine the distance and angle of each rib. Only then can they proceed to the step of laying the ship planks. However, this time laying the ship planks is different from the small boats made by hand before. Because this ship is larger, with a spine, the planks are also divided into 2 layers. One is to better prevent water leakage, and the other is to increase buoyancy. Because between the 2 layers of planks, there will be an air layer to help increase buoyancy, but only at the bottom of the ship, while the 2 sides of the ship still have a single layer. More importantly, This 20-meter-long ship uses iron nails to connect the planks. These large iron nails have also become the largest iron consumption workshop after weapons and tools, because to build a ship requires a lot of iron nails and various connectors. Not to mention that the ship can be equipped with heavy weapons. In the maritime era, a third-class warship could consume dozens of tons of iron. That is no joke. The speed of installing the planks is not slow at all, as everyone works in a chain, with clear division of labor. The people in the wood workshop use wind-powered automatic saws to cut round logs into planks, and the people in the shipyard specialize in steaming the planks to soften them. The rest are the assemblers. They just need to use hammers to nail the planks to the ship's spine. In fact, the shipbuilding process is generally not too complicated. First is erecting the spine, then wrapping the planks, that is, installing the ship planks. Next is testing the ship by launching it into the water to see if there are any leaks. Finally, a thorough inspection is done before proceeding to furnish the interior. Furnishing the ship is also like decorating a house. The ship in the water at this point is just an empty shell, like a rough house that is not yet finished. Furnishing the ship also involves quite a lot, including interior and exterior paint, installing masts, sails, oars, and adding various furnishings. It was like an unfinished house. Equipping the ship was quite a lot, including painting the inside and outside, installing the mast, rigging, paddles, and adding furniture, weapons, special equipment. For example, fishing boats will be equipped or upgraded with special fishing gear. And of course, the harpoon nets are a must. As for military ships, they will be fitted with large catapults or improved oil-slinging weapons, while also designing separate compartments for troops and weapons. However, the first sailboat of the Han people wasn't that complicated. It was just an ordinary transport ship and also a test boat. If any issues were discovered during the testing process, adjustments could be made on the new ships later. The construction of the ship's backbone took about a week, installing the backbone only took a day, and the installation of the planks also took a week. After that, the waterproofing process for the hull began. Just like when making the small boats before, this time was similar, but previously they often used deer horn glue mixed with fish glue, adding a bit of hair and hemp fibers to create a thick mixture. They used a small knife or a piece of wood to stuff this mixture into the gaps between the planks, then smoothed it out and painted over it. However, this time there was a slight change. First was the issue of fish glue. Although the Han people currently fish frequently, it still wasn't enough to meet the needs of the carpenters. Currently, carpenters do not use nails but rely on glue and wooden joints to craft wooden items. Therefore, to meet the shipbuilding demand, La Sung ordered the newcomers in Wei Mountain County to increase fishing, while the government would buy back the fish glue. Secondly, in the new waterproofing mixture, they use a lot of antelope horn as a substitute for the fish glue, which was in short supply. Additionally, the hemp fibers were replaced with finer hemp rope because the hemp rope has a sturdier structure. When mixed with glue, it would be more suitable for larger ships. The larger the ship, the more water it displaces, and the water pressure acting on the hull is also different. Therefore, different ship sizes will require different levels of waterproofing, and the craftsmen must adjust flexibly to suit. They use scraps of cloth and hemp rope, mixed with glue to stuff into the gaps between the planks. Then they used the old waterproofing mixture to smooth it out, waited for it to dry, and then painted over it. In fact, there is another type of material that is more suitable for waterproofing the hull, which is asphalt. Unfortunately, this material is not easy to find. The Han people currently do not have the means to extract it artificially, and natural asphalt has yet to be found, so this idea can only remain a thought. After half a month, the rough hull was finally completed, and it was time for the wooden boat to officially go into the water. This first launch was not held publicly. La Sung's attitude was not to hide it, but also not to announce it widely. Whoever saw it, while the government said nothing. After all, this was the first time. If the ship sank immediately after being launched, it would be quite embarrassing, so it was best to maintain a humble attitude. The launch time was set by La Sung for the afternoon, avoiding the morning when merchants would be flooding the docks. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon that day, at the shipyard by the riverside, the first sailboat of the Han people officially went into the water. All the support beams were removed. The large ship lay tilted on the muddy bank, surrounded by a few small boats floating on the surface of the water. Many people were standing by, waiting. La Sung decided to launch it by directing each boat out towards the river, mainly to prevent the ship from capsizing. At the stern of the ship, a group of people was pushing, while on the river, 2 elephants, Nuk Nuk and Hoi Sun, were pulling with ropes. These 2 elephants had grown significantly over the years, reaching a height of 3 meters, not only able to walk around in the shallow waters by the river, but even swimming across to the other side was no problem. Although their weight was mostly a thick layer of fat, it acted like a giant life buoy that helped increase buoyancy. La Sung stood on a small boat directing the 2 elephants, while those on the shore coordinated smoothly. After a while of effort, everyone finally managed to slowly pull the wooden ship into the water, releasing the ropes tied to the two elephants. La Sung was the first to jump onto the ship. It must be said that the 6-meter-wide ship was much more stable than the small boats. Even when a person jumped on, the ship hardly swayed. Of course, he wasn't the only one on board. There was also a group of sailors who were used to climbing boats. Currently, the ship had not yet been fitted with a mast and sails, so the main propulsion was still from the oars, which were essentially larger oars. On the side of the ship, a rowing machine holder was installed, and then the rowing machine was placed on top. This way, the rowers did not need to use both hands to row. They only needed 1 or 2 hands to hold the end of the oar to push it up and down, moving back and forth to propel the water. For those who frequently row with wooden oars, this was not hard to learn. And on the new small boats of the Han people, many have been improved with oar holders and larger oars. Thanks to this, the small boats that previously required many people to operate could now be pushed along by just one person, saving a lot of manpower for the water transport industry. After all, hiring an additional person also meant paying extra wages. As for those who rented boats for business, they could now row the boat themselves. Although it was a bit tiring, it saved them a chunk of labor costs. Many people praise this small improvement. In fact, this was just another application of the lever principle. Especially on the waterway between Hanyang County and New Duan County, the water transport industry was very developed. In the past few months, the number of boats passing through this stretch of river each day had reached hundreds of trips. Those who rented boats, some rented them to transport goods, while others rented boats for transport services. Small traders with little cargo did not need to rent an entire boat. They could find boats that specialize in carrying goods, place their orders on the boat, and the boat owner would wait until the boat was full before departing. As for those who rented boats for business, they could now row the boats themselves. It was a bit tough, but it saved them a chunk of money. Many praised this small improvement. In fact, this was just another application of the lever principle. Especially on the water route between Hanyang District and Ruyang District, the water transport industry was very developed. In the past few months, the number of boats passing through this stretch of river each day had reached hundreds of trips. Some boat renters rented boats to transport goods, while others rented boats for transport services. Small traders with little goods didn't need to rent an entire boat. They could find boats specializing in cargo transport, load their goods onto the boat, and the boat owner would wait until the boat was full before setting off. In essence, it's like carpooling, but instead it's sharing a boat, though it's still slower than renting one privately. Because the boat owner wants to make a profit, they have to take on more cargo. The boat rental service managed by the Hanyang District also developed in a similar model to the rickshaw companies during the Republic era. The boat is the company's asset. The rower has to pay rent to the company. The money earned from rowing after deducting the rental fee is theirs to keep, and in Hanyang City, everyone is a rower. This newly launched boat can carry up to 100 people, each weighing over 100 pounds, totaling more than 10,000 pounds, a figure that small boats can't compare to. Some people stand at the back of the boat and on both sides to row, while others go down to the lower decks, holding oil lamps to check for any leaks. La Sung stands on the bow of the boat. At this moment, there are no second-floor structures on the boat. Everything is completely empty, and La Sung also designed the sides of the boat to be low. The distance from the side of the boat to the water level is less than 1 meter, so from a distance, it looks like a crowd of people packed tightly into a giant wooden tub. Right now, those on the shore see this scene. Many people notice and call each other to come to the riverbank to watch, including Niu Wei, who is always curious about the Han people. Look over there, a big boat, seemingly coming from the newly built shipyard across the way. Oh my, this boat is huge. It must be equivalent to 2 or 3 of the smaller boats combined. So the new shipyard was built for this. I bet that in the future, the Liu Yang River will be filled with big boats like this. The previous boats could only carry a maximum of 30 people, while this one can probably hold up to 200. I see at least 5 or 6 people on it, and it still seems quite sparse. The farmers, workers, and small traders standing on the shore are buzzing about the new boat. Everyone is amazed by its size and cargo capacity. As people talk, they see Niu Wei and Yuan Xiao walking together, also puffing out their chests with pride. At this moment, they feel proud and honored to be part of the Han people. When, standing in front of outsiders, just mentioning their identity within the Han people gives them a sense of pride, surely making others envious. Niu Wei also greets a few familiar traders, but his gaze remains fixed on the large boat on the river. He has been with the Han people for nearly a month. He has seen small rafts or boats frequently come to the shore to sell goods, and he even rented a small boat to try it out. Initially, he was impressed by the Han people's shipbuilding skills. He had seen rafts before, but this type of wooden boat was something he had never seen. However, at first, he had no intentions regarding this. On the raft, there are small rivers containing fresh water, but they are not skilled at navigating waterways. Occasionally, a trip with a raft is enough. Renting a small boat wouldn't be of much use. Because the raft is surrounded by the sea, if they want to go out to sea, relying on such a small boat would be pointless. But the large ship in front of him made Niu Wei's heart race. It was a feeling of excitement. This boat is so big, it can carry so many people at once. It must also be able to carry a lot of cargo. I wonder how much salt it could carry. A ship this large should be able to safely cross that strait, right? If so, the new tribe won't have to wait until the end of the month when the tide goes out to cross to the mainland. At that time, building a port would allow them to go whenever they want. Sir, tomorrow could you help me ask the hand leader if this large ship is for sale to our new tribe? And if so, how many pearls or goats would be needed? Niu Wei suddenly asked the translator beside him. Niu Wei showed extreme interest in the newly launched boat. It should be noted that the new tribe is located on an island, surrounded by the sea, with only one path leading to the mainland, and they can only cross once a month. Currently, the new tribe has enough people, enough food, they know how to smelt metals, and they also know how to raise livestock, so they don't lack meat or fish. The dried sea salt not only meets their own needs but can also be used to trade with nomadic tribes for many horses to build a military. It can be said that the new tribe has no worries about development. The only limitation to their growth is the small size of their land. Therefore, if the new tribe can equip this large ship, they can frequently travel between the Bamboo Island and the mainland, expanding new territories on land. Even if they have no intention of advancing, just using this large ship for transport, regularly trading with the mainland would be enough for them to make a fortune. Yeah, even if the large ship is only 20 meters long, I can help you ask, but I think the chances of success are low. This type of large ship is not only desired by the new tribe. Even our Han people have only built one so far. Moreover, even if the leader agrees to sell it to you and you have enough money to buy it, you would still have to wait for our Han people to finish building it. A ship this large takes a lot of time to construct. After you place the order, you would have to wait a few more years. Also, for a ship this large, even if we sold it to you right now, how would you plan to get it back? The translator, Yuan Xiao, was responsible for analyzing this for Niu Wei. Niu Wei listened very attentively, and the translation made a lot of sense, but he still felt unsatisfied, thinking that if the Han people agreed to sell, he would definitely find a way to bring it back. But by the last sentence, Niu Wei suddenly froze. That's right, a ship this large has no wheels. Even if they sold it to them, how would they get it back? This thing can only travel on water. Once on land, it's just a useless pile of wood. But the question is there any waterway from Liuyang district leading straight to Bamboo Island? Niu Wei immediately deflated. Forget it, no need to ask anymore. He was right. Even if the Han leader agreed to sell it to us, we can't bring it back either. Niu Wei looked very disappointed, but he was still quite fascinated by this large boat. After all, this is a high-tech product of the Han people. Just standing on the shore and watching makes him feel excited. On the river, the large boat slowly moved thanks to the propulsion of the hanging sail. Many craftsmen were holding oil lamps in the boat's cabin, checking for any leaks. After about 2 hours of inspection, they found no serious issues. All the craftsmen breathed a sigh of relief. It's great that there are no problems, because if there were issues, repairs would be very troublesome and would definitely slow down the work. However, La Sung wasn't too worried, because during the boat construction process, he almost visited the shipyard every day, directly overseeing any starting steps. With the project being directly supervised by the leader, no craftsman dared to slack off. They worked very carefully, fearing that if La Sung stopped managing, these craftsmen would become negligent. La Sung thought that perhaps he should implement a system of accountability, which is an effective method to avoid laziness among workers and lack of focus. Moreover, this system has been maintained historically from the Warring States period to modern times for a reason. Before the Qin dynasty, Li Si relied on the accountability system to help the Qin state establish a unified foundation among the 6 states. In modern times, this system is still applied in various production industries. In essence, this is a method of signing craftsmen's information onto products, thereby tracing their responsibilities. For instance, during the Qin dynasty, all weapon parts had to be engraved with the craftsman's name or serial number. If any part failed to meet standards, only that craftsman would be held accountable. In modern times, this system has changed slightly. Production information is encoded into barcodes, but if any batch has issues, the workers from that shift can still be identified. The industry that most thoroughly preserves this system is likely shipbuilding. Even in modern times, steel ships made entirely of steel require welders to stamp their identification numbers onto the welds. If later on the ship encounters an accident and sinks, when it's salvaged, and any faulty welds are discovered, the welder will still be held accountable. Currently, this type of wooden boat, although it cannot stamp steel, and the accountability system along with strict penalties may seem a bit harsh. La Sung can adjust it slightly. Instead of punishing the workers, he would punish the person in charge. If any boat has issues, La Song might not fine the workers, but he will definitely hold the person in charge accountable, who told him not to supervise well. If the supervisor doesn't take it seriously, how can the workers below do a good job? Of course, to avoid the situation where the supervisor gets caught between both sides, meaning workers take advantage of their position and deliberately do not follow the supervisor's requirements, they must also be given some power to handle disobedient workers. This way, La Sung can play the good guy, pushing the responsibility of handling workers onto the supervisor, while he himself does not need to. Manage production and workers specifically. If any issues arise, just punishing one supervisor would be enough. It's like killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, without offending the working class, while also making them work seriously. Isn't that great? The large boat floated on the river for a while, and after confirming there were no issues, La Sung ordered to head back. There was still a lot of work to do. They didn't have time to waste. The large boat returned to the dedicated dock of the shipyard, where all finishing work would be carried out. To provide enough thrust to increase speed, La Sung designed this boat with 3 masts. The 2 main masts were positioned 8 meters and 14 meters from the bow, nearly dividing the length of the boat into 3 equal parts, with only the bow being slightly longer. One mast tilted at the bow, allowing for a triangular sail to be hoisted depending on the situation, helping the boat to move forward even against the wind. At the same time, this mast could also be considered a spearhead. Although the Han people currently have no enemies on the water, it's better to be prepared. The distance between the 2 main masts is 6 meters. This is the position for the upper deck of the boat, which can build a cabin 6 meters wide. As the saying goes, how can a sailboat be called a sailboat without a sail? Moreover, this sail is very necessary. Otherwise, when going out to sea in the rain, where will the sailors take shelter? Where will they sleep? However, this is the first experimental boat, and La Song did not intend to do it half-heartedly. He directly built a 2-meter-high wooden house on the deck, with a flat roof, above which is an observation deck. There are wooden stairs on both sides of the house, allowing sailors to climb up to observe or control the sail, and they could even install 4 crossbows on it. There are also 4 windows on both sides, styled with square glass paper, but the way to open the windows is by sliding them to the sides. Since the boat is quite shaky, all equipment on the deck must be secured as much as possible. Things that do not need to move are made fixed. The speed of constructing the upper deck is not slower than building the boat. Making these square houses is clearly a strength of the craftsman. Therefore, Niu Wei, who runs to the riverbank every day to watch, has witnessed this miraculous process. On the second day after the first test run, Niu Wei suddenly noticed that the boat builders had erected 3 very tall poles on the boat, 2 standing in the middle of the boat, and 1 lying tilted at the bow. This left him puzzled, wondering what these poles were for. Aren't they very cumbersome? In fact, it wasn't just him. Even the Han people were surprised to see the new boat suddenly appear with these poles, chatting excitedly, wondering what the leader had come up with this time. A day later, many craftsmen began to appear on the boat. They brought a lot of square wood and planks onto the boat, then used hammers to nail them haphazardly. In just 3 or 4 days, they had built a square cabin on the deck, with a few windows on either side. The next day, some people started adding stairs and railings on the wooden roof, turning the entire factory into an outdoor observation deck. For the next 2 days, others smeared putty into the gaps of the wooden planks. Niu Wei didn't understand what they were doing. It looked like decoration, but not quite. In fact, they were waterproofing the upper structure, using a method similar to that of the hull below. Finally, when the workers began to paint the boat, suddenly a 4-wheeled cart from Hanyang City drove into the shipyard, and no one knew what was on it. It wasn't until the next morning, when merchants from the island in the middle of the lake came to Liuyang County to trade, that everyone suddenly spotted 2 small boats. The boats carried nothing but small bamboo sticks, and this boat didn't dock at the merchant's pier but headed straight to the shipyard. What did the shipyard need so much bamboo for? Everyone was puzzled, including Niu Wei. As a result, the next day, they witnessed an even stranger sight. A group of craftsmen brought a large bag onto the observation deck in the middle of the boat, then pulled out something huge. It might be a national flag, but it looked too big. After that, the craftsmen inserted bamboo poles into the national flag. It seemed to have 2 layers. Finally, when a skinny young man like a monkey climbed up the pole to tie a rope, they saw the craftsman below pulling the national flag up like raising a flag. It was a red sail flag, with a gigantic black Chinese character in the center, looking twice as big as a person. The flag also had horizontal lines, which were actually bamboo sticks inserted inside. By this point, many people suddenly understood. So those 2 poles were flagpoles. But just as they were thinking that, someone suddenly noticed the boat was moving and slowly leaving the dock. Of course, if it was just a boat moving, it wouldn't be strange, but they didn't see anyone rowing the boat. Without someone rowing, How could the boat move? Oh my gosh, it's amazing. The leader has created a self-propelled boat. In fact, some people had previously complained about this newly built large boat, not for any other reason but because it was too big. The small boats they had rowed before were already exhausting. Now making such a large one, although it could carry more goods and people, rowing would definitely be more tiring. At this point, those who held that opinion felt like they had been slapped in the face. How could the clever leader, almost like a deity, not think of this issue? How could there be no solution? How could it be? The sails billowed, and the two gigantic white and red sails began to propel the boat with the wind. The triangular sail at the front mast was temporarily not hoisted. That was something Lai Sung had only heard about and didn't fully understand how it worked, so it would have to be tested gradually. At this point, the completion of the boat was considered done, and then it was just a matter of continuous testing, discovering any shortcomings, and gradually improving. The hull of the boat was painted in 3 colors, red, black, and yellow, with the body of the boat being black and the area near the side painted bright red, while the cabin on the deck was painted black, but the windows on both sides were yellow, and the railings on the observation deck were painted red. The masts retained their wooden color but were coated with a layer of tea tree oil for waterproofing. Even the lower deck was the same. The cargo holds and the walls of the upper cabin were all painted white, mainly to increase brightness inside the cabin. White walls always made the space feel brighter. All these layers of paint were mixed from tea tree oil and natural paint, not only for aesthetics but mainly to prevent corrosion, creating a protective layer. After all, the boat couldn't be stuffed into a house or under a roof, soaking in water every day, enduring sun and rain. If it wasn't painted, it could easily get moldy and reduce its lifespan. Although the cost of painting wasn't small, in the long run, it still had many benefits. Niue on the shore was so overwhelmed by this beautiful large boat that he couldn't speak. Compared to the bare boat he first saw, after half a month of modifications, it had completely changed, not only looking better but also upgraded in functionality. By now, he still didn't understand how such a large boat could move without rowing. Could it be the magic of the Han people? People still said that the leader of the Han people was a divine being. Could it be that he really had extraordinary skills? However, after hearing many people discussing, he learned the truth. Most of the Han people had seen windmills. These were not rare among the Han. Many who saw it for the first time were also very curious about how it could turn by itself without oxen or horses, and after being explained by the elders, they learned it was powered by the wind, using wind power as propulsion. Now seeing the gigantic sails on the boat, many smart people immediately recognized their function. This was a sailing boat, using wind power to push it forward. As long as there was wind, the boat would move by itself, and without wind, it would use rowing machines as propulsion. The 2 large things hanging on it were the sails that the leader had set up. Yin Xiao explained to Niue again. Niue was stunned. Although he knew this wasn't the magic of the Han leader, he was still amazed by the leader's creativity. Using the wind to push the large boat, how did he come up with that? Truly a divine being. Having visited the riverbank countless times to admire the large sailing boat of the Han people, Niue felt extremely delighted with the atmosphere here. Compared to the Sin people, a tribe that had existed for a long time, the Han people made him feel a sense of youth and vibrant energy. Each person in this tribe was living actively, calculating how much food they would harvest this year, how much money that food would bring, and how they would have another child next year. Small traders, besides farming, also utilized their free time to earn extra income. He didn't know when it had started, how much money they would get, and next year they would have another child. Small traders, besides farming, also used their free time to earn extra income. I don't know when it started. Many people realize that no matter what job they do, they can easily make money. Therefore, more and more people are getting into business. La Sung is not surprised by this. The Han ethnic group currently has a large population, and with a population comes demand. The current market still has many gaps. As long as you have products, there will definitely be buyers. So, selling anything is easy. Of course, this wouldn't be possible without La Sung's support. For instance, the snacks he popularized are very well liked. The lives of the craftsmen are even more positive. Regarding the manufacturing industry, the greatest happiness is not about how much salary you earn or getting promoted, but seeing the products you made with your own hands being used. The first sailboat was fully equipped over half a month ago. These days, the crew is continuously testing, partly to check the performance of the new boat, and partly to train the crew on how to operate the sails. However, this type of hard sail, which is Chinese style, is very easy to control, so the crew learns quickly. At the same time, they not only get familiar with the equipment on the boat but also continuously learn about the weather and hydrological conditions. At the top of the mast, a red flag is hoisted to indicate the wind direction. After more than 10 days of travel, the crew has summarized the common wind directions for this season. The Liuyang River is a large river flowing from north to south, but this area likely has large mountains on both the north and south sides, so there are often east and west winds. For sailboats moving on the river, this is the crosswind. Favorable and unfavorable winds rarely appear, mostly it's crosswinds. But this wind direction is very suitable for the Chinese-style sails, because as long as you raise the sail and adjust it to form a 45-degree angle with the hull, the boat can still move. Although people often say that favorable winds help the boat go the fastest, if there are favorable winds, there will definitely be times when you encounter unfavorable winds. However, the biggest advantage of crosswinds is that there are neither favorable nor unfavorable winds. Whether you want to go downstream or upstream, you can always find the right angle for the sail to catch the wind and push the boat forward. These days, the crew is continuously practicing sail control, and they have learned how to position the sailboat to catch the wind, then take advantage of the favorable wind to complete a 180-degree turn on a stretch of river less than 100 meters wide. At the same time, after changing direction, they can quickly adjust the sail angle to continue taking advantage of the crosswind. La Sung is also closely monitoring this, and he has designed two new types of small boats to coordinate with the larger sailboat. One is a small hydrological reconnaissance boat. This boat is less than 5 meters long, less than 2 meters wide, and is meant for one person, slightly larger than the kayak he once made. But the difference is that this boat also has a sail. However, the mast can be flexibly detached. The purpose of making this boat is to guide the larger boat, because the hydrological environment in inland rivers is quite complex. Whether the riverbed has submerged rocks, the slope in front, whether there is a strong current, or even if there are waterfalls ahead. If you don't know anything and just drive the larger boat in, it could lead to the boat breaking and people dying. With this boat, a person can drive the small boat to scout ahead, and if they find that the way ahead is not suitable for the larger boat to pass, they can timely signal the larger boat behind to stop or turn around. Although this may seem unfair to the scout ahead, if sacrificing one person can save the larger boat and many crew members, La Sung will definitely not hesitate to sacrifice the scout. Of course, a high salary and good benefits are also mandatory. This position is completely voluntary, and no one is forced, because if forced, it would be even more dangerous. If someone is coerced into doing this and harbors resentment, and there is a waterfall ahead that they don't signal about, the whole crew could die together. The other new small boat is a flat-bottomed boat equipped on the larger sailboat. This boat is 5 meters long but 2.5 meters wide, with a length-to-width ratio of 2:1, designed not for speed but to carry many people. The front and back of the boat are flat, with no engine, relying entirely on human power to paddle. In fact, this is a landing craft. When the riverbank has too many rocks or the water level is too shallow, and the larger boat cannot dock, it can anchor in the middle of the river and let the crew down into the small boat to land. Therefore, La Sung designed this flat-bottomed boat to be only 5 meters long, because when not in use, the boat will be placed on the deck of the larger boat, and when needed, it can also serve as a lifeboat. At the same time, to deal with potential situations, La Sung equipped 2 landing boats on the larger sailboat, usually placed parallel on the rear deck, just enough space for 2, while on the front deck there are 4 hydrological reconnaissance boats as a backup in case of emergencies. Normally, the crew will stay in the middle cabin and on the deck of the cabin. Finally, to ensure the crew can survive in case of an emergency, the boat is also equipped with many leather bags made from whole goat hides, with the heads and legs removed, filled with air, tightly tied at the mouth, coated with a layer of white paint, and placed in a red net bag made from hemp, to be used as life buoys. When falling into the water, they can hold onto this leather bag. The reason for the outer layer of netting is of course to make it easier to grip. Otherwise, a large airbag floating on the water would be very hard to hold onto. The small boats were quickly equipped onto the larger boat, and the crew is also undergoing corresponding training. Of course, swimming training cannot be omitted. The shipyard is also continuously operating. After gaining experience from successfully building the first sailboat, the subsequent progress is much faster. Currently, the production line is in the process of preparing materials for one. The shipyard was also continuously operating. After successfully building the first sailboat, the subsequent progress was much faster. Currently, the production line was preparing materials for one, building one, testing one, and equipping one. 4 boats with different progress are being made, and the speed can't be said to be slow. Almost every week, a new boat is launched, just like releasing sticky rice cakes. The first boat being built is also continuously recruiting sailors, training maritime skills for future sailors. La Sung even thought about opening a driving school, specializing in training for horse-drawn carriages and sailboats, only accepting adult students, who would then receive a driver's license. From now on, without a license, no one can drive a boat casually. Oh no, I mean no one can drive a vehicle casually. Thinking it over, it seems feasible, because whether driving or steering a boat requires skills. Otherwise, even if ordinary people manage to save up to buy one, It would be very troublesome if they don't know how to use it. Moreover, opening such a driving school could both stockpile driving talents for the tribe and charge fees, increasing revenue for the government. Thirdly, if they later need to recruit carriage drivers or sailors, it would be easier. Just flipping through the household registration records would reveal everything. Just as the third large sailboat began to be equipped, a convoy arrived from Hanyang City. This time it was still to transport sails, as the weaving workshop is located there. Currently, only Hanyang City has the capability to produce large sails. However, what's important is not the sails, but the fact that the person transporting the goods this time is the two cousins, the Du brothers, who have been idle for half a year. Leader, you finally remembered us. Please assign us a task. I've been so bored at home that I'm about to grow moss. As soon as Du Fuck saw La Sung, he couldn't help but complain. Since the beginning of the year, when La Sung decided to build the new district, he didn't allow Du Fuck to continue trading on the prairie and made him stay home to help with construction. But how could the Du brothers be content with that? They had longed to travel far again. But La Sung seemed to deliberately forget about them, never assigning them a task to go far. Oh, really? But I heard you've been doing quite well these past few months. Both of your wives are pregnant again. La Sung chuckled teasingly. Well, that's because I've been too idle. What can you do when you're idle? Du Fuck showed an embarrassed expression. Ha ha, you don't need to be idle anymore. This time I called you two here because I have a task for you. La Sung said slowly. What kind of task? Are we still going to the prairie this time? Just point out the location, and Du Fuck will definitely get there, determined to complete the mission assigned by the leader, and won't turn back until the goal is achieved. Du Fuck promised with determination. Ha ha, it's not that serious, but this mission does have some danger. Do you know what you're carrying on your cart? La Sung didn't answer Du Fuck's question but asked back. What, isn't it sails? But that looks too big. Some even resemble national flags. Du Fuck thought for a moment and then answered honestly, still not understanding La Sung's meaning. Right, that's the sail. Used for the newly built large boat. Let's not talk here anymore. Let's get on the boat and discuss, La Sung said while waving his hand for the two to follow. Huh? Okay. The two were a bit surprised but quickly agreed. A moment later, the three arrived at the riverbank, immediately spotting a large sailboat docked by the shore. The hull of the boat is entirely black, but the sides and window railings are painted in gold and red. The whole boat gives off a very eye-catching vibe. The large boat at this moment isn't hoisting sails but is quietly docked in the river. Many sailors are standing at the back of the boat practicing the skill of smoothly deploying and retracting the boat. This is a mandatory skill that every sailor must master. Just then, another large sailboat practicing sail control also returned, gliding swiftly across the water, finally docking at the shipyard's pier. This strange sight left Du Fuck and Du Da gaping in astonishment. They exclaimed the phrase that anyone who sees a sailboat would say, "Does this boat run by itself?" All right, your mission is like that, but you won't set off immediately. Both of you and your companions must participate in a month of boat handling training, getting familiar with the living environment and the accompanying sailors. When you go out, your lives and all the sailors' lives depend on those boats. After arranging the mission, La Sung reminded the two again. The Du brothers quickly agreed. In fact, they had long been eager to get on the boat. Sailing is a high-end experience, much more interesting than riding horses or driving. This is a large house that can move, accommodating hundreds of people. After handling this matter, there's temporarily nothing else that La Sung needs to personally resolve. The construction of Wei Mountain District is being monitored by Van Tri and has now entered a stable phase. The earthen wall built in the district of New Duong is a square with 4 sides, each side 1 kilometer long. Outside the city of Chi, several brick kilns have also been built, producing bricks daily from the soil dug for the canals. The fields are also being continuously developed thanks to the efforts of the migrants, planting rice and corn, provided by the government along with sweet sorghum they brought themselves. The migrants here are the same. As long as they officially join the Han ethnicity, they will be registered, have their household registration, and will be allocated land according to their rank. Although there aren't many houses in the city yet, the distillery has already started operating. Currently, La Sung has proposed 2 to 3 dozen different brewing formulas. The people of the wine tribe are also conducting experiments in an orderly manner. It's just that brewing takes a lot of time, so results aren't available yet, and thus, management is still not possible. The road construction workshop has shown quick results after initial small tests and is now on track, located at the Liuyang Market District. The process of producing red sugar mainly involves pressing juice, cooking sugar, stir-frying, soft red sugar, pouring into molds to cool. Making sugar cubes is very simple. Even without specialized equipment, as long as you have the tools to cook sugar, you can do it manually. The technique isn't too difficult. Otherwise, the Chow tribe wouldn't have been able to produce red sugar so early. However, To adapt for mass production, La Sung designed a sugarcane pressing machine. This machine is powered by a windmill. In front, there is a continuously moving blade that can cut the sugarcane into segments as desired. After that, these segments are fed into a hydraulic cylinder to extract the juice. This hydraulic device is essentially similar to the oil press at the Han Yang Cheng oil mill, where water is manually poured into the press to increase the weight of the pressing hammer, and after pressing, the water release valve is pulled. This is the most primitive hydraulic equipment. At least the principle is the same. The only difference is the power source. The device is completely stable, just waiting for the sugarcane harvest season to produce red sugar in bulk. As for white sugar, which has had its color removed, or yellow sugar, must be made from red sugar as the raw material and undergo a second deep processing to be produced. But La Sung doesn't have plans for that yet, not to mention whether it can be done. Even if it could be done, the cost wouldn't be cheap. Moreover, with red sugar as his seasoning, La Sung could revive some delicious dishes from his past life, such as red stews that, without soy sauce, must use sugar for coloring. Additionally, there's another use, which is smoked river meat. Many people love smoked river meat, especially smoked pig head, smoked chicken, and smoked duck. La Sung used to really enjoy it, but back then, there was no red sugar, so it couldn't be made. This type of cooked smoked meat is different from smoked meat for preservation. Cooked smoked meat only needs smoke from fresh, damp grass. But for cooked, smoked meat, sugar must be used. In fact, it's not that difficult. Taking smoked chicken as an example, kill the chicken, season it with salt, boil it in a pot, then take it out to drain, and place it in a large pot. Do not add water to the pot. Pour a bowl of red sugar directly into it. Place a cover on top, put the chicken inside, cover it, and start a dry fire. The red sugar in the pot, when heated, will emit a lot of smoke, ultimately giving the chicken a bright red color, making it not only visually appealing but also enhancing the unique smoky flavor of red sugar. During La Sung's time in Liuyang County, Da Shu and the two brothers, Du Fu and Du Ya, also benefited, frequently enjoying a variety of delicious dishes at the Fu County Dining Hall. Lotus roots from Daijie, radishes and cabbages from Liuyang County, green beans, bean sprouts, boiled peanuts, adding a bit of chili to make a mixed vegetable dish, smoked chicken, smoked duck, small fish, battered and fried, small shrimp fried, crispy, fried peanuts, along with a few large cakes and a jar of rice wine. It was truly delightful. However, such days would eventually come to an end. In these 6 months, although La Sung was busy everywhere, he did not forget to write books. After more than a year, 2 books he personally authored, a poetry anthology and the Han Li, were finally completed. The poetry anthology is a book aimed at nurturing feelings, promoting traditional virtues such as hard work, respect for the elderly, love for the young, and frugality in maintaining the household. The poetic content in the book revolves around these themes. For example, the poem Man Nong Tnh. The main purpose of this book is still to teach people how to read and write. It is a basic book on language and literature. The Han Li mainly discusses various types of rituals, folk festivals, marriage, funerals, sacrifices, friendships, gatherings, banquets, while also incorporating the 20 titles of the Han people, outlining the etiquette that different social status titles should have in these activities. This book is of intermediate level. First, learn the characters, understand some traditional virtues, and then study Han Li. Just by finishing these 2 books, one can basically graduate. All schools in the future must follow this standard. As for students who want to become officials at a higher level, in addition to these, they must also study essays, mainly discussing current affairs, ways to solve problems, how to handle relationships between officials and the people, how to complete tasks assigned by superiors, and the virtues that officials need to uphold. Additionally, there is a book on Han law. This is a constitution but is not yet completed, because, along with the increasing perfection of the Han people's system, the situations encountered are also becoming more numerous, especially in terms of law. It must be detailed so that law enforcers have legal grounds to rely on, rather than relying on personal subjective feelings to judge whether someone is guilty or not. This point must be clear. It is precisely because La Sung has to think ahead of every possible situation, then come up with ways to handle and determine what punishment to impose. These are all aspects of language and literature. As for mathematics, La Sung has also completed 2 books with very simple and straightforward titles: Basic Mathematics, Intermediate Mathematics, while Advanced Mathematics is not yet finished. Among them, Basic Mathematics relates to elementary knowledge, addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, table creation, bookkeeping. Basic Geometry mainly focuses on the characteristics of certain shapes: length, width, height, area, volume, capacity, angles, and weight. These intermediate mathematics knowledge relates to simple equation calculations, algebra, functions, advanced geometry, and also includes some secondary physics knowledge, mainly about mechanics, which are also knowledge that can be acquired currently. At least, just by finishing basic mathematics, one can understand part of it. Completing these subjects allows one to participate in the construction of some road and bridge projects, machinery, manufacturing, shipbuilding, etc., which belong to the engineering specialty. As for more advanced topics, La Sung has not yet written them and has no intention of publishing them. As for integrals, he does not think that the current primitive people can grasp them. Moreover, even if they learn these things, they wouldn't use them in life. The final book is Nature. The content of this book is copied from. He didn't think that the current primitive people could grasp it. Moreover, even if they learned these things, they wouldn't use them in life. The last book was titled Nature. The content of this book was copied from elementary natural science books and middle school science, covering many fields of knowledge, but not requiring in-depth study, mainly aimed at popularizing knowledge. It includes topics from astronomy, geography, to weather. The 4 seasons changing weather, biology, basic physics, and chemistry are all mentioned. For example, what is thunder? Why does it rain? How do clouds form? Why does river water flow? When it rains, one shouldn't stay under a tree. Otherwise, they could get struck by lightning. These contents, seemingly unimportant, can dispel superstitious thoughts, preventing primitive people from thinking that a solar eclipse is a dog in the sky eating the sun, signaling the end of the world. In biology, without going into cells, but discussing seed germination, plant growth, and animal reproduction, various species of plants and animals. Additionally, there is some knowledge about mold. Learning these things mainly aims to popularize some basic knowledge about agriculture and animal husbandry. Even though they still farm, they don't know why seeds germinate. How fruits ripen, they know but don't understand. However, after reading this book, they will gain a new understanding of flora and fauna. What are mammals? What are egg-laying animals? Cold-blooded animals and reptiles, learning to distinguish between livestock and how to tame cattle, horses, and goats. In physics and chemistry, there's only a simple introduction to the changes in states of matter. What is dissolving? What is evaporation? What is condensation? And there is also some simple knowledge about light. For example, how is a rainbow formed? In chemistry, it mainly introduces metals and carbon for readers to recognize some metals. What are their properties? How is carbon produced? Is it toxic? In winter, when burning coal, remember to open the window, otherwise, you could get carbon monoxide poisoning. These are all things that can happen. This is a completely miscellaneous book. Its main purpose is to popularize some life knowledge for the people, helping them to no longer be overly superstitious, and then through the mouths of students, pass it on to their parents, gradually spreading throughout the Han people. These books have not yet been printed. Currently, there is only a handwritten manuscript in La Sung's hands, so as soon as he finished dealing with things here, he wanted to return. The only place that can print books right now is Hanyang City, and the school is also there, so how could he not go back? Before leaving, La Sung called the Elder Tree to arrange for him to build a new market if conditions allowed. The entire city will be used as a school, because the population in Liuyang district is also quite large. Educating children is an issue. Currently, La Sung's curriculum is finished. Printing won't take much time, so he must quickly get to work on this issue. After arranging this task, La Sung called the elder merchant Niu Wei of the Shin tribe. This guy has not gone to the market for the past 2 months, but has been by the riverside watching boats or gathering with small traders, visiting the food street daily. The most important thing is still to communicate with his subordinates, asking if they learned any skills while working, who they are around, if anyone can be pulled in, and knowing some skills, building good relationships with them, making it easier to lure them later. However, Niu Wei did not expect that the leader of the Han tribe specifically sought him out just to ask if he wanted to go to school, if he wanted to check out Hanyang district. Could it be that the 2-month trial period is over, finally allowing us to go to other districts? Niu Wei, feeling anxious yet a bit hopeful, once again went to Liuyang County to meet La Sung, who had summoned him, bringing a Niu Wei didn't expect that the leader of the Han tribe specifically sought him out just to ask if he wanted to go to school or if he wanted to check out Hanyang district. Could it be that the 2-month trial had passed, finally giving? Niu Wei shook his head inwardly, thinking that it wasn't due to a lack of ability to provide, but it wasn't necessary to send that many. Moreover, the distance between the 2 tribes is too far. Sending so many people would require a large amount of food and supplies on the way, almost a colossal number. To be precise, the Shin tribe is not incapable of providing these cattle and horses because they don't need to spend their own resources. The Shin tribe only needs to transport a batch of white salt from the bamboo island to the prairie to exchange for a large number of cattle and horses. And white salt for the Shin tribe, a tribe near the sea, is almost endless. It just takes time to dry it. La Sung naturally understands this, but the reason he set such conditions is mainly because the Han tribe is currently focusing all efforts on developing the tribe, so trade with the prairie has been somewhat neglected. This is also the reason why he didn't allow Yu Fu to return this year. not because of a lack of people, but because of a lack of goods. The most sought-after items in prairie trade are white salt, iron pots, and fabrics. However, the Han tribe only has one salt mine, and in the past 2 years, the population has increased too much. And this year, many new districts have been established. One salt mine must provide enough salt for nearly 100,000 people every day. It's not that the quantity of salt is insufficient, but the production capacity is limited. Salt from the mine cannot be extracted and consumed immediately. It requires many processes such as dissolving, filtering, evaporating, and crystallizing, so the output is limited. Currently, internal supply is fine, but there isn't much surplus for export. The demand for iron is similar. Previously, production was relatively abundant, but with the increase in population, internal demand for iron pots, agricultural tools, weapons, boats, and tools has increased significantly. The Han tribe currently has no surplus strength to export iron goods, only able to meet internal demand first. To expand steel production, they must wait until Xinjiang district is completed, then they can build a steel factory. The same goes for fabrics. With the increase in population, the demand for clothing and shoes has skyrocketed, not to mention that there is now also a demand for boat cabins, consuming a large amount of fabric. Therefore, external supply can only be temporarily halted. Of course, just saving is not enough. They also need to expand the supply. La Sung's return this time, a large amount of fabric. Therefore, the supply could only be temporarily halted. Of course, just saving wasn't enough. They also had to expand the supply. This time, La Sung returned. Besides pushing for the printing of books and opening schools, the most important thing is to find ways to increase the productivity of various goods. For these reasons, La Sung came up with a way for the new tribe to supply white salt to the prairie, in exchange for a large number of cattle and horses to send back to the Han tribe. Besides tuition fees, other items will also be paid for with cattle and horses, thus generating a continuous source of livestock, further empowering the development of the Han tribe. As for the concern that the new tribe might grow strong in the future, affecting the prairie and ultimately interfering with the Han tribe, that is impossible, because as long as La Sung's plan succeeds, the new tribe and the nomadic tribes will gain no benefits. They can only continue to provide resources to the Han tribe. And soon, La Sung will control the entire new tribe. At that point, whatever he wants to do will be decided by La Sung, right? First, if the new tribe wants to receive technical support and goods from the Han tribe, they can only exchange cattle and horses. Therefore, they will have to use more manpower for drying salt and transporting goods. The techniques passed to the new tribe cannot be applied immediately. They need time to learn. As for the nomadic tribes on the prairie, to receive metal support and white salt from the new tribe, they can only sell the horses they painstakingly raised to the new tribe, which is essentially selling to the Han tribe indirectly. The greatest asset of the nomadic tribes is the large number of cattle and horses. Therefore, when a large number of cattle and horses are transferred to the Han tribe, their power will also be weakened. Dear Han leader, let's send 100 people ahead. Too many would make the long journey inconvenient. But Han leader, why only accept those under 16? Nai Wei asked the translator to inquire with La Sung, why only accept children under 16? Should I say that these kids are still innocent and easily brainwashed? That was La Sung's thought, but he didn't say it out loud. When these kids learn the culture of the Han tribe, compared to the new tribe where they were born, where their hearts will lean is uncertain. Because young people learn faster, and after finishing their studies, they have more time to contribute to the new tribe. If you send a bunch of old men, learning slowly and possibly pretending to be dead halfway, you spend so much tuition. Isn't that a loss? La Sung innocently explained. Niu Wei, after hearing the translator, immediately showed understanding, continuously praising La Sung for being smarter than others. Oh, and also, if you want to come to learn, you will definitely need pens, ink, paper, and inkstones when you go back. I am willing to teach you the techniques to make these things, as well as printing techniques, so you can continue to study and teach the knowledge of the Han tribe to more people. But don't get too excited. These techniques are very important. Passing them to the new tribe is fine, but you also need to use conditions to exchange. La Sung dug a big hole for Nai Wei. Making this decision, La Sung had also thought it through carefully. To quickly spread the culture of the Han tribe in the new tribe, without things like paper-making and printing techniques as means of transmission, it would be very difficult to implement. Niu Wei listened, and heard there were techniques to learn, immediately perked up. Of course, the conditions La Sung proposed were also within his acceptable range. If La Sung didn't ask for anything and just gave the techniques for free, that would really be strange. On the contrary, the higher the price the Han tribe offers, the more assured he feels. The Han leader just says, as long as we can do it, we will definitely find a way to resolve it. Niu Wei also didn't speak too fully. His words had a diplomatic flair. Doing here certainly means things they consider beneficial, while things harmful to the new tribe can just be said to be impossible. Just the kind of crafty diplomacy La Song didn't directly state the conditions of the Han tribe, but first asked Niu Wei a few questions in return. You've been in the Han tribe for 2 months? Did I tell people to beat you? Oh no, the Han leader treats us very well. Niu Wei was a bit confused, not understanding what La Sung meant. So did I give you a separate area to live in and arrange work for you to earn food in the Han tribe? That's right. Niu Wei continued to look puzzled. Yes, that's what I mean. The techniques for making pens, ink, paper, and inkstones can be taught to you. But these things are not easy to make, which is why your tuition is so expensive. Therefore, if I directly teach you, you won't learn it without a few years. So, I plan to send a delegation to the new tribe like you. In this delegation, there will be craftsmen skilled in these techniques, and they will guide the techniques while your people will work as craftsmen, so that these things can be produced in a short time. But La Song paused for a moment and continued. But I want you to also allocate a piece of land for the delegation to stay. This land must be a bit spacious, have housing, close to a water source, and have farmland for them to grow food themselves, so it will be less troublesome for you to provide food, and we also need to build a few workshops, because the craftsmen in the delegation need a place to teach the techniques for making these things. Being close to the workshop would also be more convenient, no need to run around. As for the school, we can also help build it there, using the returning students as teachers. With the support of the Han delegation, it can quickly help your people learn advanced knowledge. Yes, this place should preferably be near the sea. Since the Han tribe also agrees to trade with the new tribe must also allow Han merchants to come there to sell goods. Therefore, we need to build a port for transporting goods. Oh, we also need to open a bank there, because when trading with you, we need to use the currency of the Han tribe. Of course, you also don't need to worry that we will stay forever. I can sign an agreement with the new tribe to lease this land for 20 years, and the rent will be the techniques we teach. So, La Song calmly spoke a long segment, expressing his intention to create a land leasing area in the new ethnic group. This was a bold idea and not without the potential for success. Remember that the Han people are bargaining with technology. Such advanced techniques are surely valuable, right? Even though most of it is just paper, ink, and printing techniques, once this goal is achieved, the Han people will have a solid foundation in the new ethnic territory, playing a significant role in reconnaissance, infiltration, and strategic deployment in the new ethnic group. Niu Wei was completely stunned after hearing this. He really didn't expect La Sung to make such a request, and it was also the first time he had heard of the concept of leasing land with a usage term. Moreover, La Sung blocked all possible reasons for rebuttal. Hearing La Sung say this, Niu Wei had no choice but to agree, promising that when he sent someone back this time, he would particularly emphasize this to the leader. Hopefully, their leader would approve at that time. After that, Niu Wei bowed to La Sung and took his leave. This time, not all members of the new ethnic envoy had the opportunity to go to Hanyang City to learn, so before leaving, Niu Wei had to rearrange these people, while also assigning some to report back. In fact, this was also to prepare a sum of money for purchases and tuition, while leading the Han ethnic envoy back to the new ethnic group for the leader to select a group of youths to study. There were many things to arrange, and since La Sung was also about to head back to Hanyang City, the time available for Niu Wei was limited. By that evening, Niu Wei bought some delicious snacks at the market and returned to the camp. His subordinates had also received notifications from the Han people, and at this time, they had all returned to the camp waiting for further instructions. Hello, Elder, Grand Elder. Yeah, everyone sit down. I bought some food, let's eat together, and I have a few things to discuss. In an open area of the camp, a fire was roasting a whole lamb. This was a dish Niu Wei specially bought along with some spices like dill and chili, plus a lot of fried fish, fried shrimp, and peanuts to go with it. The people working at the tavern also brought back a tube of rice wine, not much, just enough for each person to have a cup. Everyone happily sat around the grass mat. For the past 2 months, they had been working in the workshop, eating like everyone else. Not every day could they eat so much meat like this. After distributing the lamb to everyone, Niu Wei sent some people to guard the surroundings, then discussed privately with a few small leaders. I told you to pay attention to finding useful people, secretly collecting seeds and techniques from the Han people. How far have you all gotten? Report one by one. Niu Wei quietly asked a few people. Elder, let me go first. I followed a small official in Liuyang County to manage the official fields, but they only let me manage the barley part, not allowing me to participate in other areas, so I only learned how to grow barley. The Han people are indeed very skilled in agriculture. They use wood and iron to make a type of farming tool called a plow, which comes in many varieties. Some are pulled by people, while others are pulled by oxen. You haven't seen it for real, but on the Han people's 5-cent coins, there's a picture of that plow, which is used to plow the land very quickly, deep and straight. Not only that, they also fertilize the soil, meaning they pile up manure, then process it somehow, and then bury it in the fields, saying that this way, the rice will yield more grains. I don't know if it's true or not since the barley hasn't ripened yet, but they all do it this way. The person the elder told me to find, I have also found. He is a man about 30 years old, and he has brothers from the same clan, both of whom were expelled by their tribe, considered wild men, and then joined another tribe to serve the Han people. But there are only two of them, and they didn't bring anything useful, so they weren't given surnames. These two were sent to manage the official fields, saying that they must farm for 5 years before being granted official household registration, land, and private property, and they have only been doing this for just over 2 years, so they need at least 3 more years for an opportunity. These two are very skilled in farming, having farmed official fields for more than 2 years. They not only know how to farm but also know how to repair farming tools and fertilize. They are all useful people. I asked them if they wanted to follow me. If they come to the new ethnic group, they will be given land right away, with houses already available for them, and they will also be provided with an ox. If there are suitable people, I can even introduce wives to them. As a result, they agreed immediately, even complaining that while the Han people are good, they manage too strictly and are stingy. Even half of the food they grow themselves must be given to the Bo-Lak. As long as I tell the truth, they are ready to leave at any time. Haha, the small leader finished speaking and laughed, seeming proud of what he had done. Niu Wei wasn't as optimistic, but he didn't doubt the identities of those two. He was just worried that this would be exposed. Thinking of this, he asked the small leader, "Does anyone else know about this? Did you tell them not to say anything to anyone?" The elder is assured. These two are timid. I scared them, telling them not to tell anyone. If it gets out and the Han people find out, not only will they not benefit, but they could also be severely punished, even turned into slaves. They were terrified after hearing this, especially afraid of being turned into slaves. I heard that the slaves of the Han people all have their toes chopped off, so I guess these two won't talk nonsense. At most, they will only discuss it among themselves. The small leader continued to analyze. Yeah, you did well. Tomorrow, contact these two. Perhaps you will need to head back for a trip. Niu Wei thought for a moment, saw no problem, and then arranged for the small leader to handle the farming. Are you going back in a few days? Yeah, sure. The small leader was a bit stunned, then saw Niu Wei nod and understood. And you guys? How are you doing? Niu Wei asked again. Let me speak. I work at the winery. The Han people's winery has just been built, the technology provided partly by the Han leader, the rest mainly done by a new wine clan that came. Recently, everyone has been following the Han leader's method to make wine yeast. The people from the wine clan are also trying to use this new yeast to brew wine. I remember all the methods already. It was just that the time was short, and it was still unknown how the new wine would turn out. But this was quite easy. Just use moldy grains and leftover rice to ferment, but it seemed they had to use a type of grain with husks. I don't know if our corn will work, but we can use leftovers. I also got a bit of barley seeds from the wine workshop, stuffed them in my shoes to bring out, hiding a little each day, and now I've got about 1 or 2 pounds. As for the person the elder told me to find, I don't have anyone suitable. The people in the wine workshop, apart from the wine, all have household registration of the Han tribe. They can't leave casually. I also haven't had the chance to interact with others. Another small leader also reported his situation. Okay, you did well. If you can't find anyone, then just let it go. Trying too hard will easily get you caught. Where are the barley seeds now? Have you brought them back? Niu Wei also commented a few things and finally asked about the seeds he was most concerned about. I brought them back just now. I hid them in my pants, and no one noticed. Okay. After we finish eating, bring them to me to see. What about the others? Niu Wei continued to ask. Now it's my turn to talk. Haha. I was assigned to cook for the workers at the construction site. These past few days I've been eating well, so much that I've gained weight. Haha. Another small leader just opened his mouth, and several people around punched him. Really jealous, his job is the best. Although cooking is dirty and tiring, when it's time to eat, he always gets to eat first. This is also a privilege for most cooks. Alright, stop hitting him. Once we go back and can grow barley ourselves, I'll cook for you guys. Now we're discussing the main topic. The small leader pleaded with the others, threatening that if they didn't let him off, he would have to cook delicious food. Okay, what did I say before? Let's talk about the seeds. Many types of vegetables of the Han tribe come from the seeds we brought last time, but there are also some types we don't have, like cabbage, radishes, long beans, and there's a type of pickled cucumber called sour cucumber. The most famous vegetable is chili, which you guys have already eaten. Not only can it be eaten fresh, but also dried to make spices, stir-fried, boiled, ground into chili powder, and used for grilling or mixed with noodles. It's the most important vegetable for the Han tribe, and every household grows it. I also bought some seeds from the chef, all of which are homegrown. Besides sour cucumbers, long beans, radishes, cabbage, and chili, they all have. I used the shells that the elder gave me. Ah, The Han leader calls them pearls. In exchange for him, he brought the pearls back to give to his wife. The cooking utensils of the Han tribe also come in many types. I've studied almost all of them, and the most commonly used is the iron pot. We probably can't make this ourselves, but other things like wooden rolling pins, steamers, and some rough ceramic jars we can all make. Oh, and there's a type of vegetable called loofah that I also managed to get. Next to the kitchen, there are a few plants, long loofahs that we can't eat all of. When they ripen and dry, the insides can be taken out to wash pots. I also got some seeds. The rest are mostly noodles and rice along with some stir-fry methods. The Han tribe has too many ways to eat. I can't learn them all. But I can find some people who know how to make these dishes. In the kitchen, there are many outsiders who come to work. Some have been working for nearly 2 years, and I've also found a few good cooks who also know how to weave steamers and use cooking utensils, ready to follow us. Just need to tell them. It's just that the kitchen knives of the Han tribe are made of iron. I don't know how our new tribe does it. Kitchen knives are very important. Without a kitchen knife, it's hard to cook. After the small leader finished reporting his situation, he finally expressed his concerns because iron items are not easy to make. Okay, we'll deal with this later. Let's see if the Han envoy has any way to handle this. Niu Wei nodded in thought, considering it a temporary pause on this topic. When these people finished speaking, everyone looked towards the little leader, who finally said, "Me. I work at the tofu factory, and the soybeans are from our new tribe, but we really don't know how to eat like the Han people." The little leader finally sighed, then continued. The job at the tofu factory involves soaking soybeans for a day, then grinding them into soy milk using a stone mill. The soy milk can be boiled and drunk, but when raw, it is toxic. After boiling, adding salt water and stirring will cause the soy milk to coagulate into tofu. At this point, you can add seasonings to eat right away or put it in a wooden box, line it with cloth, press it tightly, and after a while, it will turn into a block of tofu. The most important thing is the salt water. The people at the tofu factory say that this salt water forms naturally. It is water that accumulates under the Han people's salt mines, actually salty brine. Although we eat sea salt, there are also salt mines on Bamboo Island, near the mouth of the Qingquan River. At that time, digging a well would probably yield brine. There is also dried tofu and tofu skin, which are just different pressing methods, but everything else is the same. However, if we want to make it, we might need a lot of cloth. Other than that, there's nothing special. I've been doing this for over a month. The most important thing at the tofu factory is the stone mill. I don't know how to make it, but I found someone who does. Making the stone isn't hard, it just takes a lot of time to grind, but if there are iron tools, it would definitely be faster. The little leader finally finished his introduction and also shared his opinion. Again, it's about iron tools. It seems that iron is really important. In just a short time, Niu Wei had heard them mention it many times. Iron farming tools, iron weapons, iron cooking utensils, there's hardly anything that isn't related to iron. But the new tribe is completely clueless about this. They don't even know if there are iron mines. While Niu Wei was gathering his subordinates for a meeting, the Jin Wu Wei side wasn't sitting still either. Thanks to the government's extensive spy network, after confirming that the new tribe's people had retreated, Jin Yi also summoned the subordinates who had infiltrated the production factories again. The situation of these 28 people varied. Among them, the group with the most contacts was in the construction kitchen with as many as 6 people, while the others had only 2 or 3 people each, and the winery had no one. In total, only 12 people were confirmed to have been taken away. Out of 28 who infiltrated, 12 succeeded. This number is not small at all. If it were any higher, it would be easy for the other side to notice. However, the others won't just sit back. La Sung can change their identities, allowing them to join the envoy or disguise themselves as merchants, later responsible for communication between the Han people and the envoy. Of course, with such a small number, they would struggle to make a significant impact. The infiltration plan will continue. The next step is for the school to recruit some exchange students from the new tribe, while also bringing in some students from the Han people. This way, the security unit will be basically stable. In a tense meeting, everyone came to an agreement. When they arrive at the new tribe, they will support each other, help each other, and definitely complete the mission assigned by the leader. In fact, when they first arrive, they don't have any specific tasks, just need to successfully infiltrate, remain undetected, and protecting themselves would already be a victory. Then they can strive to climb to a higher position in the new tribe, waiting for orders from the leader. There are no celebrations, no parties, their mission has just begun. After saying goodbye to each other, everyone quietly returned. The next day, La Sung began arranging the convoy loaded with goods, mainly white paper, produced by the paper mill over the past 2 months, preparing to return to Hanyang City for mass printing of books. These books are all drafts. As long as the Han people's government stabilizes, La Sung won't change, the drafts will remain unchanged. Han etiquette, elementary, intermediate, mathematics, and natural sciences, These 4 books can completely serve as long-term basic textbooks. Additionally, there are bamboo brushes made in Liuyang County. Because the island in the lake here has a lot of bamboo, and Liuyang County raises many antelopes and wolves, the raw materials for the brushes are also abundant. The ink and inkstones are produced in Hanyang County, where the mountainous area has many pines, and there are also kilns available, so making inkstones is easy. During this time, La Sung also researched a handheld brush sized like a fountain pen. The brush tip is made of small wolf hair with a diameter of 3 millimeters, and the back cover can hold ink along with a cap that has the same diameter as the body of the pen to protect the brush tip. This type of brush is actually not difficult to make. The key point is that you cannot use regular water-based ink because if left unused for a long time, the ink inside will settle and separate, making it almost impossible to write, and disassembling and cleaning it is not easy. Therefore, La Sung used the oil-based ink that the printing workshop had previously formulated. This is the type of ink with the best effectiveness among the samples tested. The ink hardly settles, the brush tip absorbs ink well, does not easily spill, and evaporates quickly. It can be said to be quick-drying ink. After writing a few dozen characters, the characters written later are already dry by the time the earlier ones are finished, without needing to dry for half a day like water-based ink. However, such good ink naturally costs more. Because one type is water-based, while this one is oil-based, the costs are different. This handheld brush is designated by La Sung as a special brush for official duties, very convenient. For business trips, no need to carry ink and inkstones, it can be taken out and used anywhere. The first people equipped with this brush, besides the officials of Liuyang County, are the 2 brothers Du Fu and Du Ya. Both are people who frequently travel, especially Du Fu. La Sung even asked him to write a travel journal every day. Currently, in the Han people, besides La Sung, Du Fu is almost the one who writes the most. After both the Han and Nu tribes had arranged their personnel, La Sung set off back to Hanyang County on the 3rd day of the negotiations. This time, besides La Sung and the convoy carrying goods, Niu Wei also led 50 people preparing to leave for Hanyang City. It's not that they have anything special to do, but they need to meet with the Han people's envoy. Since La Sung has not finished selecting personnel for the envoy, they cannot set off immediately. La Sung is still riding his gray horse, trotting alongside. In front and behind are long convoys filled with white paper and brushes, along with a lot of animal skins and sheep wool. All are to supplement the newly established districts. Niu Wei, leading his 50 men on horseback beside him, looked at the long convoy of the Han people, feeling a sense of admiration. If the new tribe also had such a strong transport capacity, I wonder what the scene would be like. The new tribe still only has shoulder poles. The strongest means of transport for the government is just local horses, which is far inferior to the Han people. The group continued westward along the main road. Just outside Liuyang County, right outside the city, they saw many people digging artificial canals along with special villages scattered along the riverbanks, called villages, but in fact, they are similar to modern residential areas. All houses are connected, plus surrounding walls, forming a large compound. The entire village only has one entrance, and every morning and evening, the village head checks attendance. No one is allowed to go out freely, because this is still an undeveloped wilderness. No one knows if a wild boar or some giant bird might suddenly appear to attack humans. Looking at the villages under construction, the artificial canal being dug, along with the tools and iron shovels that the Han people are holding, Niu Wei felt mixed emotions. All these conveniences are thanks to tools. Moreover, having lived in the Han people for 2 months, Niu Wei has not lived in vain. Now, he is no longer the naive person he was when he first arrived, and he understands the purpose of digging canals. Besides taking soil to make bricks for building houses, they can also bring water from the big river to irrigate the fields, turning previously uncultivable land into arable land. In terms of land reclamation and maximizing land use, the new tribe is also far behind the Han people. If the new tribe could fully develop the entire concealed island, then that island stretching thousands of miles could not have less than 100,000 people. The group traveled by horse-drawn carriage, so naturally, their speed was not slow. After walking for a while in the morning, Niu Wei saw a rammed earth city ahead with a large flag bearing Chinese characters fluttering in the wind. This was also a newly built county town this year, located at the intersection of 4 districts called the Xitong County. Although it was built in a short time, there was no shortage of people here. Initially, over 3,000 people were assigned here, along with a few hundred slaves brought in. The area was bustling with people, vehicles, and a lot of livestock. The group stopped for lunch at Xitong County, and the convoy unloaded some supplementary goods, allowing the horses and cattle to graze and drink water before continuing their journey westward. The afternoon road was quite desolate, occasionally encountering a few cargo carts, all belonging to the Han ethnic group, and very few other people were seen. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Niu Wei finally spotted some Han people in the woods by the roadside. They were dressed in cloth, their hair neatly tied back, carrying firewood towards the Ruyang County. These people were all from Yang County, chopping wood and gathering firewood, frequently operating in this area, which meant they were close to the Ruyang River. Sure enough, after about another hour of walking, Niu Wei saw, in the distance under the sunset, a small shimmering river cutting across the horizon. On the other side of the river, rice fields swayed in the wind, and amidst the surrounding fields, a city built of green bricks stood out clearly. Aside from the layout and decoration of the streets, the architecture of Hanyang City also impressed people. Compared to the grand halls in Liuyang County, the buildings here were generally much taller. The residential areas were quite decent, consisting of independent houses. Although not as large as those in Liuyang County, they were arranged harmoniously, with a beautiful green environment and all necessary living conveniences. The most notable feature was that in every alley, there was a small platform surrounded by wooden fences, with a well inside. When disposing of dirty water, residents could pour it directly into the underground sewer in the middle of the alley. On the 4 main streets, there were also public restrooms, and along the way, there were wicker baskets made of rattan. Additionally, there were several large storage areas. Some warehouses were actual storage, while others had been converted into production workshops or barracks. The temporary accommodation for Niu Wei's group was in an old military barracks. After bringing them here, La Sung went home, leaving the rest to the interpreter to arrange everything. Once La Sung left, Niu Wei felt more comfortable talking. Unable to contain his curiosity and excitement, he asked a young officer to be his guide. The whole group first arrived at the barracks where they would stay. It still looked the same as before, with one side having double-decker bunk beds and the other side featuring a blackboard and rows of desks and chairs. Niu Wei's subordinates were also very curious, showing interest in everything. "Excuse me, interpreter, what is this used for? To sleep? Why is there even a canopy?" He didn't understand. "I know. This is definitely for storing things. The top is for clothes, bedding, and the bottom is for sleeping. Come on, stop talking nonsense. If you don't know, don't say anything silly, or you'll make people laugh." The little leaders argued loudly about how to use the bunk beds, and if Niu Wei hadn't shouted for them to stop, they might have climbed up to investigate immediately. "Haha. Everyone, this is a bunk bed. Both the top and bottom are for sleeping. Each bed can accommodate 2 people. Initially, our Hanyang City wasn't very large. To save space, the leader had these types of beds made. This place was originally a barracks for Han soldiers, but now they have moved elsewhere, so it is used as temporary accommodation. In the coming days, you will also stay here. Feel free to use the beds. Both top and bottom are fine, just don't break them. There's a ladder to climb up, but if you're not used to it, sleeping on the bottom is fine. It's convenient for going to the restroom at night." The young officer explained to everyone from the new ethnic group. So that's how it is. The Han leader is indeed smart, coming up with such an idea. But I think this house is quite spacious. Even if all the beds were removed, there would still be enough room. So why are there so many desks and chairs over there? Niu Wei couldn't help but wonder. I just mentioned, this used to be a barracks for soldiers, so half of it is arranged as a classroom. Normally, soldiers also have to learn to read here. Learning to read, soldiers have to learn to read. Niu Wei looked at the interpreter with wide eyes in disbelief. He couldn't understand why those warriors wielding spears and killing people only needed to be strong and fierce, knowing how to use weapons. Why did they have to learn to read? Could it be that knowing how to read makes one stronger than those muscular brutes? Or does the Han ethnic group value cultural education so much that even soldiers are required to learn? I don't really know about this either. The leader must have his own arrangements. The interpreter knew the answer but couldn't say everything. La Sung's idea of having soldiers learn to read was not a secret. The original purpose was nothing special, just to train some officers, preparing manpower for the future expansion of the army. To become an officer, the most important thing is to know how to read and write Chinese characters. Otherwise, how can one understand written orders from superiors? After hearing the answer, Niu Wei immediately understood. It must be related to the secrets of the Han ethnic group, so he didn't ask further, but instead asked the interpreter to take him for a stroll around the city. "I can take you to see, but you can't enter the production workshops in the city. Also, don't wander around later. If you get caught, you'll be punished. You should understand this, all right? If you want to take a walk, then I'll take you to the school and the square in the city." Hanyang City isn't very large. Aside from a few tall buildings in the central area, there's not much else worth seeing. The young officer thought for a moment and then said, "All right, everything will follow your arrangements. So shall we go now?" Niu Wei eagerly asked. "Yes, please follow me, Niu Wei." The two walked together. Behind were a few young subordinates, preparing to go to school with Niu Wei. The group began to stroll through the city, and just a few steps away from the camp, the sound of drums suddenly echoed from the city gate, startling Niu Wei. Remembering when they first arrived, they were seen as enemies by the Han people. Back then, the Luduong district also beat the drums like this. Could it be that enemies are attacking? Oh, don't be scared. That's the evening drum of Han Duong City. Every day at sunset, the drum beats 500 times to urge people outside the city to return quickly. When the drum stops, the city gate will close. On that day, no one is allowed. By nightfall, there will be a bell signaling, ringing 10 times, marking the curfew. All residents in the city must return home and are not allowed to walk on the streets. At night, there are also soldiers patrolling. If caught, the outcome won't be good. You all here should pay attention to this in the future. Yin, the small translator, explained the special regulations of Han Duong City to Niu Wei and everyone else. Unlike other districts, currently, the record-keeping of the diary has not yet reached a year. It's just an experiment to find the rules, so it hasn't been widely adopted in other districts. So that's how it is. Han Duong City is indeed different. Niu Wei couldn't help but marvel. This place not only has superior infrastructure compared to Lu Duong District, but also a very complete management system, even having a public timekeeping agency. Soon after, the drums stopped. The willow trees planted along the road, which looked very ordinary, suddenly emitted a pink-white glow in the night. The light wasn't too bright, but due to the large number, thousands of willow branches shone like street lamps, illuminating the entire street and city. What is this? The entire group of the Han people stared in amazement. No matter how advanced the technology of the Han people is, this miraculous scene before their eyes cannot— Could this be the magic of the Han people, the kingdom of the gods? Ha ha ha, don't be surprised. This is a kind of rare treasure of our Han people. This tree is called Liu Huing Quang, named by our leader. Initially discovered in a valley, this tree can glow, so the leader had some young trees brought back to plant in the city, saying they could be used as streetlights. Look, indeed this tree has been planted for over a year, has grown back branches and leaves, and can now serve its purpose. Wien, the translator, explained proudly. Being praised by outsiders made any Han person feel proud. The Han people indeed have such miraculous plants. It's truly eye-opening. Niu Wei sighed, just wondering how this tree could be transplanted, and if it could be grown in the Tan people, that would be great. This is something I can't decide, and I don't know how to plant trees. Mr. Niu Wei, please ask our leader directly tomorrow. Vien, the small translator, hurriedly refused. Boasting is fine, but he couldn't casually make promises about this, even though this tree has no other function besides illuminating at night. The whole group continued. It was midsummer, the hottest time of the year. After a hard day's work, the people took a bath and seized the cool night to go out for a stroll. Since currency was introduced, Han Duong City also had some small trading activities, but because this place is the production base of the Han people, every family is well off, and the market mainly sells snacks. Although Niu Wei hadn't had dinner, after 2 months of eating various snacks in Lu Duong District, he had somewhat built up immunity to these foods. At this moment, his attention was fully focused on the tall buildings beside him. Sir, what are those tall buildings for? Oh, you mean over there? That's the school and the district chief's mansion that I was going to introduce to you. Do you see the tallest 5-story building in the middle? Niu Wei didn't quite understand. That's right. Tall buildings in Han language refer to houses with 2 stories or more. Just like the bunk beds you sleep in, houses can also be built multiple stories. Ah, I understand this. Our 10 people also have stilt houses. Yes, that 5-story building with red lanterns hanging in the middle is the district chief's mansion of Han Duong. Vien, the small translator, introduced as they walked. By now, it was dark, and the school buildings had no lights, so they could only see faintly under the moonlight and the light of Liu Huing Quang, sketching out the architectural shapes, while the interiors couldn't be observed closely, having to wait for tomorrow's arrangements. With the remaining time before the curfew, the whole group stopped by the snack street for dinner before returning to the camp. As for La Sung, he went straight home. As soon as he stepped through the door, he heard a familiar voice. Husband, you're finally home. I thought you had abandoned me. A woman dressed in a yellow silk dress rushed into La Sung's arms. La Sung looked at the woman in a brand new Han outfit, who had learned to dress in the Han style, and couldn't help but be astonished. You can talk now? No, I can speak Han now. Yes, it's all thanks to Sister Tu Diep who taught me. She's really good, weaving such beautiful silks, and she taught me how to sew and do things. Unfortunately, I'm clumsy and can't do it like her. But recently, I learned how to make tofu, and I can sell a little money every day. Tonight's dinner also has fried tofu. It's really eye-opening. Niu Wei sighed, just wondering how this plant could be transplanted, and if there were any restrictions. I wonder if the Han people could sell us some seeds or saplings. If we could grow it in the new tribe, that would be great. I can't decide this, and I also don't know how to plant trees. Mr. Niu Wei, please ask our leader directly tomorrow. The little officer hurriedly declined. Bragging is fine, but he can't casually make promises about this, even though this plant only serves to illuminate at night and has no other use. The whole group continued towards the square in the city. It was midsummer, the hottest time of the year. After a hard day's work, the citizens, after bathing, took the opportunity to go out for a stroll in the cool night. Since the currency was introduced, Hanyang City also has some small trading activities, but since this place is the production base of the Han people, every family is well off, and the market mainly sells snacks. Although Yi Wei hadn't had dinner yet, after 2 months of eating all sorts of snacks in Liu Yang district, he had somewhat built up immunity to these foods. At this moment, his attention was completely focused on the tall buildings nearby. "Excuse me, sir. What are those tall buildings for?" "Oh, you mean over there? That's the school and the district chief's mansion that I intended to introduce to you. Do you see the tallest 5-story building in the middle?" Liu Wei didn't quite understand. That's right. Tall buildings in Han language refer to houses with 2 or more stories, just like the bunk beds you sleep in. Houses can also be built multiple stories. Ah, I understand this. Our new tribe also has still houses. Yes, the 5-story building with the red lanterns hanging in the middle is the Hanyang District Chief's mansion, where the government offices are located. The 4 3-story buildings on either side are the schools of Hanyang City, which is also where you and future overseas students will come to study. The little officer introduced while walking, and by this time, it was dark, and the school buildings had no lights illuminating them, so they could only see vaguely under the moonlight and the light of the willow glow, sketching out the architectural shapes, while the interiors couldn't be observed closely, having to wait until tomorrow to arrange. With the remaining time before the curfew, the whole group stopped by the snack street for dinner before returning to the camp. As for La Sung, it was different. He went straight home, and as soon as he stepped through the door, he heard a familiar voice. "Husband, you're finally back. I thought you had abandoned me." A woman in a yellow silk dress rushed into La Sung's arms. La Sung looked at the woman in the brand new Han clothing, who had learned to dress in the Han style, and couldn't help but be surprised. "You can talk now?" "No, I can speak Han now." "Yes, it's all thanks to Sister Xiao Dai teaching me. She's really good, weaving such beautiful silks, and teaching me to sew and do chores. It's a pity I'm clumsy and can't do it like her. But recently, I've learned how to make tofu, and I can sell a little money every day. Tonight's dinner also has fried tofu. Sister Xiao Dai likes my tofu the most. Husband, do you want to try some?" "La Sung, is there still a lot of tofu left? I don't really like fried food. If there's any left, make me a bowl of tofu mixed with chili. In this hot weather, I want something light." "Oh, chili. If we have chili at home, I'll go out to the garden and pick some right away." After saying that, Chiam Huyen immediately took small steps and ran off. Not because she was gentle, but because her dress restricted her movements. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Tiu Diep returned, holding a roll of freshly woven silk. Seeing La Sung standing in the yard, her eyes instantly sparkled with joy. "My husband." The soft fabric shoes quickly touched the ground, and the white silk in her arms was thrown straight onto the small table in the yard. With a rush, she hugged La Sung tightly, clinging to him like a koala, her arms and legs wrapped around him. He, I'm back. Did you miss me?" La Sung asked as he held her in his arms. "Yeah, of course, I miss you so much I can't forget. Your mom mentions you every day, and just now when I got back, she asked why you haven't given the chief a child yet. You two are grown-ups now. Girls my age already have 2 or 3 kids, and the oldest can even help feed the chickens. What about you and the chief? No matter how busy you are, you should have a kid. You're 15 this year." After saying that, Tiu Diep shot a look full of reproach straight into La Sung's eyes. "All right, then I won't wander around anymore. Let's think about having kids first." Under Tiu Diep's pressure-filled gaze, La Sung finally chose to give in. In fact, he did have feelings for Tiu Diep. Back then, she had honey-brown skin. Her face wasn't stunning but was neat enough, a healthy body, and a cheerful, lively personality. That's also why La Sung chose her. Now, Tiu Diep has lived with the Han people for over 4 years, completely different from before. She wasn't ugly, it was just that her living conditions used to be poor. In recent years, with La Sung's care, she could eat whatever she wanted, bathe regularly, maintain hygiene, and wear elegant Han-style dresses. Moreover, as the chief's wife with skilled weaving and dyeing techniques, she has become much more beautiful. Her body is well-nourished, her skin rosy and fairer than before, perhaps due to wearing modest dresses. With the confidence from her status and career, her demeanor has also improved, increasingly resembling that of a chief's lady. Hearing La Sung agree, Tiu Diep joyfully hugged his neck tightly, unable to hide her happiness. This scene was accidentally witnessed by Chiam Huyen, who had just returned from picking chilies. She quickly blushed and said, "Sister Tiu Diep is back too? I'm going to cook now." La Sung nodded and said, "All right, you go ahead." He gently patted Tiu Diep's back. "Come on, let's go cook together. This time I brought back some interesting things for you two to see later." "What is it? Did you find some kind of plant that can be used for dyeing?" Tiu Diep released her grip on La Sung and asked while walking towards the kitchen. No, it's a kind of beautiful decoration. It's a gift from the envoy of the Sin tribe. In the mountains, we rarely see them. I picked some, and I'll share them with you two later. La Sung intentionally kept it a secret, not revealing what it was. He entered the main room, sat down on a small stool by the stove, and started to light the fire to help the two of them. A gentleman who avoids the kitchen is not La Sung. He is not that kind of person. On the contrary, he enjoys cooking, especially when he can recreate a dish from his past life. It brings him joy. This might also be a way of reminiscing. Moreover, the entire culinary culture of the Han people seems to originate from La Sung's kitchen. If he stopped cooking, there wouldn't be any new dishes in the Han tribe for half a year. The dinner for the three of them was already prepared in a small pot beside them. Tiu Diep and Chiam Huyen were washing dishes and chopping vegetables, while La Sung took on the role of the head chef. A plate of seasoned lamb, a plate of stir-fried cabbage with chili, plus fried tofu with bean sprouts and blood pudding. Finally, there was a bowl of white tofu mixed with chili sauce that La Sung requested. 4 dishes were enough to celebrate La Sung's return and to prepare for the upcoming plan to have kids. There was no soup because making soup takes time, and lately, La Sung prefers drinking tea, so they rarely make soup at home. Even if they do, it's mainly using animal organs because they are quite nutritious. The 3 of them ate together. La Sung occasionally served food to the 2, while secretly observing how Tiu Diep and Chiam Huyen interacted with each other. Fortunately, nothing concerning happened. Perhaps due to the influence of the era's beliefs, tribal chiefs have the priority to marry, so most chiefs have more than one wife. Therefore, Tiu Diep didn't show jealousy or want to monopolize La Sung. At least on the surface, she treated Chiam Huyen quite well. When she heard the two talk about their lives recently, La Sung could feel that Chiam Huyen had been well taken care of by Tiu Diep. As for Chiam Huyen, she admired the relationship between La Sung and Tiu Diep, but it was purely admiration, with no jealousy at all. Her current life has exceeded her initial expectations, so she had nothing to be dissatisfied or jealous about. Whatever Tiu Diep had, she was willing to share with Chiam Huyen, and as for feelings, they could take their time since the two had just started living together. After dinner, La Sung took the two out for a walk and then to the Guan residence to get the things he brought back. A few new office supplies and a small bag of pearls. These pearls were all quite large, not only round but also had some beautifully shaped ones. Making a necklace would be a bit too flashy, but earrings would work. However, the Han tribe currently doesn't have a habit of piercing ears. People usually make necklaces, bracelets, or hair decorations. La Sung thought for a moment and decided to make hair decorations for the two. The golden hairpins combined with the large pearls form a beautiful set, will definitely bring an elegant beauty rather than a huge necklace. Making a step exchange seems pioneering, while making a necklace feels a bit extravagant, both rough and flashy. The two girls were very excited, continuously picking up the pearls to try them on each other's heads, even thinking of ways to make decorations for La Sung, making him feel helpless. In the end, he had to hide in the study, took out paper and pen to design a few styles of hairpins and step exchanges, intending to ask a goldsmith to try making them later. After the three of them played for a while, they took a bath together and finally heard the evening bell ringing throughout the city. The curfew began, and everyone returned home. The night breeze gently blew through the glowing willow trees, and on the deserted street, only the sound of a few patrolling soldiers' footsteps remained. Inside the residential houses, laughter and chatter rang out joyfully, creating a safe and comfortable living environment. The abundant and stable food supply has made the reproductive time for humans no longer limited to a specific season like livestock. Currently, in the Han tribe, childbirth occurs year-round, not only satisfying people's emotional needs, but also being a joint effort of each couple to build a family. Moreover, the leader has issued a directive, stating that having a child will grant an additional piece of tax-free land. That tax exemption is a real benefit. La Sung's family is no exception. At this moment, he resembled a diligent old ox plowing 2 fields, hoping for a bountiful harvest next year. The next morning, La Sung woke up early to cook meat porridge for the two, while Xiao Di and Ji Huang rarely slept in. He left breakfast on the small table by the bed, finished his portion, and then went outside. There were many things to do today. He couldn't just stay home immersed in romance. Early in the morning, La Sung took his new book draft to the teaching building with the printing workshop to meet Bai Qi, the person in charge of the printing shop. These are the new books I've compiled. This hand ritual book is complete, just printed according to the layout inside. There are some illustrations. I've sketched them with a pencil, so just have someone else turn them into printed versions. The 2 books on basic and intermediate math also have many illustrations, data, and tables. If there are enough personnel, I suggest we carve them into printed versions right away. The print run for these books is very large. Carving the prints won't be a loss, and it will actually be more convenient. The natural science book can be printed last, It also has many illustrations, so take your time arranging the print carving. These books won't undergo significant changes in the next few years, so feel free to print them. Each book should be printed in 10,000 copies. Besides being used for the schools here, they will also need to be distributed to other districts later. Seeing Bai Qi flipping through each page of the draft, La Sung assigned the production task. Leader, do these books really need to be printed in such large quantities? Bai Qi asked in surprise. Of course, this will be a mandatory textbook in schools in the future. It won't change for 100 years. Just follow my instructions without worry. La Sung explained to Bai Qi, who looked surprised and confused. After a long while, La Sung still hadn't seen the publishing house appear, but he noticed the translator, leading several people from Niu Wei on a tour of the teaching building. So he sent someone to chase after them. Elder Niu, please take a look. This is our Han tribe's teaching place, called a school. This building is the lecture hall. Each floor has 6 classrooms, a total of 3 floors, with stairs on both sides, capable of accommodating 1,000 students at the same time. In Hanyang City, we have a total of 4 such lecture halls. The translator led Niu Wei into the building, passing through each classroom on the first floor, then leading them up to the second floor via the side stairs. From the moment they entered the lecture hall, Niu Wei and his companions were so overwhelmed that they couldn't speak. They stepped up the stone steps, passed through the main door, and right in front was a corridor paved with light yellow square tiles. The walls were painted white, with the lower part painted green, forming an elegant border. On both sides of the corridor, there were large windows, allowing natural light to flood in, making the space bright and airy. One of the people accompanying Niu Wei was so scared upon entering the corridor that he didn't dare to walk, fearing he would break the tiles underfoot. He even bent down, touched a tile with his hand, and exclaimed in amazement, "Isn't this a plate used for eating?" Ha ha ha. The translator laughed loudly and explained, "That's right, not wrong. This is ceramic tile. The method of making it is similar to making porcelain plates, just that they are pressed flat." Niu Wei also marveled. The Han tribe is indeed very skilled to be able to make so many identical porcelain plates, but using such good porcelain plates too. Laying the floor, isn't that a bit of a waste? The translator smiled and explained further. Ha ha. Elder Niu probably doesn't know that wooden floors, while cheaper, are hard to maintain. Moreover, this is a lecture hall, a public place, where thousands of teachers and students come and go every day. There are many books, papers, oil lamps, and candles here. If everything were made of wood, just a spark could cause the whole building to catch fire, which is very dangerous. Therefore, when building the lecture hall, our leader decided to use water and fire-resistant bricks. The floors are the same, all 3 levels are tiled, fireproof, and waterproof, plus, they are easier to clean than wooden floors. Although the cost is higher, it is worth it in the long run. Niu Wei nodded, showing that he understood. Oh, so that's how it is. He couldn't help but admire in his heart. The leader of the Han people is indeed very skilled, and he is also a careful person, having considered potential risks from the very beginning of construction, eliminating dangers from the get-go. Truly impressive, the group then entered a bright classroom. The classroom is spacious, rectangular, with blackboards at both the front and back, and windows on either side. The ceiling and walls are painted white, making the space bright. At the front is a lectern, with neatly arranged rows of desks and chairs below. Counting carefully, one classroom can accommodate 78 people. However, Niu Wei was very curious about the 2 blackboards, wondering what they were used for. "Excuse me, may I ask what these 2 blackboards are for? I remember we have something similar in our camp." The translator smiled, led them to the front, opened the drawer of the lectern, took out a piece of chalk, and wrote 3 Han characters on the blackboard. What I'm holding is called chalk, which can write Han characters directly on the blackboard. This way, when the teacher explains how to write characters, they can write on the board for all students to see. These characters can also be erased, and the blackboard can be used multiple times. Niu Wei was amazed. "Oh, so this blackboard is truly a wonderful thing. Is this also an invention of the Han leader?" The translator replied proudly. "Of course, our leader has created many wonderful things. Otherwise, the Han people wouldn't have been able to develop as strongly as they are today." Niu Wei couldn't help but admire in his heart. The leader of the Han people is indeed very skilled. Just this blackboard alone, I wonder how he came up with it. After checking out the classrooms on the first floor, the translator led them up to the second floor. Niu Wei and his companions once again marveled at the craftsmanship of the wooden stairs and the architectural layout of the building, continuously praising the Han people for being impressive. The second and third floors have layouts similar to the first, but the difference is that from the windows, they can enjoy the distant scenery. Standing at the window on the third floor, they could even see the Ruyang River, about a mile away from the city, taking in half of Hanyang City in their view. However, Niu Wei felt a bit regretful that he couldn't see inside the production workshops. The Han people didn't allow them to tour those places, perhaps because that is where their true technological secrets are kept. These workshops must surely surpass anything the Shin people have. As the group left the lecture hall, a young attendant in black approached, whispered a few words to the translator, and then returned to the official building. The translator nodded and turned to Niu Wei and his companions, clasping his hands and saying, "Elder Niu, I have some matters to attend to, contacting the envoy group, so I cannot continue accompanying you. Please feel free to explore the city, but do not casually enter the production workshops, or you might get caught and punished." After saying this, the translator also clasped his hands in farewell and walked toward the nearby official building. He was also a bit curious about what the leader wanted with him. As he climbed to the 5th floor, he knocked on La Sung's office door. "Come in." La Sung's voice came from inside. The translator hurriedly entered, clasping his hands and bowing to La Sung, who was standing by the window. "Your humble servant greets the leader." La Sung turned to look at him and asked directly, "Do you know how to drive a carriage and ride a horse?" Having participated in 2 trade caravans on the prairie, he understood the customs of the prairie people, knew how to speak their language, and was currently responsible for welcoming the envoy group from the Sin people, acting as their translator and guide. "How is this job? Are you comfortable with it?" The translator thought for a moment and replied, "Leader, the job is going quite smoothly. The Shin people are very approachable, or perhaps because our Han people are stronger than them, they don't dare to be too unruly. With both the Han people and the leader behind them, my job is also easier. No matter how things are arranged, they don't dare to oppose. They just know how to obey. For the leader to allow them to come to the Han people to study is already a great privilege." La Sung nodded, showing satisfaction. "Not bad. You understand that this is very good. For everything, you have your own opinions and also know how to leverage the backing power to deal with outsiders. You are doing very well in understanding correctly. A weak country has no diplomacy. A weak tribe gets bullied by others. Only by becoming strong can one deal with others. Look, we set such strict conditions. Did Niu Wei dare to say anything? He only bit his tongue and accepted it to exchange for a little bit of technology." The translator continued, "The leader is right. I owe my current job to the leader's guidance." La Sung looked back at him, thinking to himself, this guy really knows how to talk. He would be excellent for receiving guests. This job mainly involves talking to guests, but you must know what to say and what not to say, not to embarrass the tribe and not to make the guests feel bullied, and definitely not to reveal the tribe's secrets. In other words, this is an art of language. La Sung sat down behind the desk and asked further, "By the way, do you have a name? What name? Do you have a surname? You definitely cannot reveal the tribe's secrets. In other words, this is a linguistic art." La Sung sat down at the table and asked, "By the way, do you have a name? What name? Do you have a surname?" The translator replied, his voice slightly trembling, "Dear leader, I am the 3rd child in my family. Everyone usually calls me Tam. When our tribe came here, there were only a few dozen people, and at that time, the leader had not yet given us a surname." He was feeling very emotional inside. The leader asked like that, could it be that he wants to give me a surname? To be personally given a surname by the leader, what a great honor that would be. La Sung suddenly remembered the origin of this person. It was during the winter when Hanyang City had just been completed, before the development of Liuyang County. A small tribe of only a few dozen people voluntarily came to ask to join because they were lacking food. At that time, only 2 people managed to reach Hanyang City. The rest were rescued by La Sung's men. By the time they arrived, they were nearly frozen to death. At that time, La Sung really did not give a surname to this small tribe. People were about to freeze to death, saving them came first. Later, he got busy with many other things and forgot. For the Han people, a tribe of only a few dozen was indeed not noteworthy. La Sung nodded. "You have been with the Han people for 2 or 3 years now, participating in many tasks and completing them well. Therefore, I will give you an official name." The translator felt even more emotional upon hearing this. Not only a surname, but the leader also personally named him. This was indeed a great honor. Among the tens of thousands of Han people, how many could receive such treatment? La Sung continued, "I plan to promote you. From now on, you will be responsible for diplomatic receptions with the government, and your official title will be Hong Lu Sai. You will be the first Hong Lu Si Xiao Kang, reporting directly to me and following my directives. If you encounter difficulties in your work or need supplies, you can make a report, and I will approve it. You can request other officials to cooperate. What do you think of this position?" The translator, upon hearing this, was filled with joy and gratitude. He quickly knelt down and bowed his head in thanks. "I thank you, leader. I will definitely do my best and not let you down." La Sung smiled and nodded. "Good, you should strive to do well. Hong Lucy is an important department. You must show your talents." The translator bowed his head once more and quietly left the office. His heart was filled with joy and hope. From now on, he not only had an official name but also an important position, becoming an indispensable part of the Han people's diplomatic machinery. Okay, get up, tell me your next plan. La Song waved his hand, signaling Hong Fu not to perform any formalities. Thank you, leader, but I'm not sure which plan you are asking about, Hong Fu asked back, slightly confused. Just having been given a title, now he was being asked about the next plan. Could it be about managing the newly allocated hundreds of acres of land? Of course, it's about Hong Lu Si. In just a few months, at the latest by spring, the new tribe will send a group of students to study here. At that time, how do you think they should be arranged? La Song raised his head and asked Hong Fu. This depends on the leader's intentions, but in my opinion, there are only two ways. One is to manage them closely, limiting their contact with our people. The other is to let them be free, allowing them to interact more with the populace. I'm not sure which way the leader wants to choose. Hong Fu also wasn't certain of La Sung's thoughts, so he only presented the two most likely options. As long as the leader chose one, he would know he guessed right and would know how to act next. La was also surprised that Hong Fu was so perceptive. Although he didn't state it clearly, he cleverly hinted at what La Sung was thinking. Indeed, Hong Fu was a talented individual. His cleverness lay in the fact that even though he had guessed the answer, he didn't say it outright. Truly wise people don't say what shouldn't be said, don't ask what shouldn't be asked, and don't know what shouldn't be known. Since the leader hasn't assigned a specific task, it's best to just do your job well, don't be too greedy, or you might bring disaster upon yourself. Okay, then let them be free, just take care of their food and lodging. As long as they don't break the law, there's no need to manage them too tightly. Laxo subtly suggested. Yes, Hong Fu understands. I will definitely follow the leader's request, taking good care of them and ensuring they don't violate the laws of the Han people. Hong Fu immediately understood La Sung's meaning, only responding about his own responsibilities, not mentioning anything else. His intention was to take care of their food and lodging, while leaving everything else alone. One military man and one god, both were confronting each other, seemingly saying nothing, but clearly understanding each other's intentions. One person didn't speak, and the other didn't ask, creating a strangely harmonious atmosphere. After Hong Fu left, not long after, Shu Na also arrived. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time. Shu Na was now 23 years old, looking more mature than before. On his head, he wore a leather cap adorned with a wolf head emblem, along with a bronze pin, symbolizing the 7th level noble rank, and he had a short beard about an inch long on his chin. Shu Na wore a deep red military uniform without armor, with wide trousers neatly tucked into black boots. A wide leather belt hugged his well-proportioned figure, from which hung a rolled-up leather whip. The symbol of the position of Si Ma Jun, the one who holds military law, is also a tool that instills fear in soldiers. Upon entering the room, Shu Na immediately clasped his hands in salute, saying only 4 words. He was still as he used to be, speaking little but working very decisively, increasingly resembling a true soldier. Do you know about the new tribe's envoy? La Sung knew Shu Na's character, so he didn't beat around the bush. I know a little. That tribe also trades salt on the grasslands like us. I heard they also know metallurgy and grow maize. Their envoy arrived 2 months ago, first going to Liuyang County, and just recently arrived at Hanyang City. I heard the leader wants them to study here, and I met an elder named Niu Wei, but hasn't talked to them yet. Thu Na shared everything he knew, but didn't ask La Sung why he was asking about this. La Sung nodded. The information Thu Na provided was all basic knowledge that the merchants and locals frequently passing through Liuyang district were aware of, nothing secret. However, since Thu Na had not directly interacted with the new ethnic delegation, not knowing further detail, La Sung then clarified his intentions with Thu Na. Regarding Thu Na, he completely trusted his loyalty, so he even revealed the existence of the Golden Shield organization, as well as the plan to gain control over the new ethnic group. The plan is like this. I intend to have you act as the ambassador, representing me, representing the entire Han ethnicity, fully responsible for all matters of the delegation, including executing the next plan and communicating with me. This mission could last several years, and during that time, you will have to reside permanently in the new ethnic area. Your family can rest assured. I will arrange for someone to take care of them properly. Your salary will also be sent back regularly. If establishing the lease area goes smoothly, after you settle down and are safe, when the trade route opens, I can also send someone to bring your family over for a reunion. Once the new ethnic matter is resolved, if you want to stay on as an official or return to do something else, just let me know. What do you think? Do you want to take on this mission? After laying out the plan regarding the new ethnic group, La Sung continued to explain the purpose of calling Thu Na to ask for his opinion on this position. Thu Na appeared hesitant. This was not a small matter. Loyalty is one thing, but this mission was clearly not simple, and it required going so far away. Who knows what the future holds? It could be a one-way trip, or even dying in a foreign land. His wife was still young, and his children were only 3 or 4 years old, letting go was not easy. That was only natural, and it was a normal reaction for a person. If the leader told him to go to Liuyang district or even to Xinjiang district in the northern iron ore mining area, Fu Na would not hesitate to accept immediately. But the new ethnic group was all the way across the sea, truly too far. If I go, when would I have to leave? Fu Na asked. He also understood the importance of this mission. Based on his trust in the leader, Fu Na had never thought the plan would fail. But the key point was that the leader needed someone to execute the plan with absolute loyalty. Otherwise, even if the plan succeeded, if the ambassador took many Han techniques and declared himself king, breaking free from Han control, then all the years of preparation and investment would go down the drain. Therefore, Fu Na also understood that he was one of the most promising candidates for the ambassador position in the new ethnic group, perhaps even the most suitable. If he didn't go, the leader would be in a tough spot. So, Fu Na decided to accept but still wanted to clarify the departure time, as he still had family obligations, wanting to spend time with his wife and children. The earliest departure time would be at least a month from now. Currently, the delegation had not been established yet. If you agree, we will start recruiting you. Besides some necessary craftsmen and members of the Golden Shield organization, you can also choose some close subordinates or people you want to bring along, then report back to me, and I will take care of it. Besides manpower, we also need to prepare some supplies, so we can't leave in the short term. It will take at least another month. If you have anything to do, you can make use of this time. When we have the personnel list, I will give you time off, Lasung said, while lightly tapping his fingers on the table. In fact, separating someone from their family also made him feel uncomfortable. But there was no other way. The Han ethnicity needed to develop, and sacrifices were always necessary. If Fu Na didn't go, someone else would. At least this plan was quite mild, costing much less than launching a direct war, and the number of casualties would be lower. Then I, Ha Shen, accept this mission. I have no one I want to bring along. I asked the leader to arrange everything, just hoping the leader will give me time off so I can spend time at home with my wife and children. This might be the last time I get to see them. Fu Na understood the importance of this mission. Based on his trust in the leader, he had never thought the plan would fail. But the most crucial point was that the leader needed someone to execute it with absolute loyalty. Otherwise, even if the plan succeeded, if the envoy took many techniques from the Han tribe and declared himself king, breaking free from control, then all the years of preparation and investment would be wasted. Thus, Fu Na understood that he was one of the most promising candidates for the ambassador position in the Golden Tribe. If he didn't go, the leader would be in a difficult position. In the end, he still decided to accept, but needed to clarify the departure time to spend time with his family. The earliest departure time would be at least a month from now. Currently, the delegation had not been established. If you agree, we will start selecting personnel. Besides some necessary craftsmen and members of the Golden Shield organization, you can also choose some close subordinates or people you want to bring along and report back to me. Besides manpower, we also need to prepare some supplies, so we can't leave in the short term. At least it will be a month later. You can do what you want during this time. Please submit the list of personnel you need, and I will give you time off. Before there are highways and railways, even before there is an official road, water transport was considered the most convenient and efficient means of transportation under natural conditions. As Bell said, rivers are the highways in the jungle. Lasung understood this well. Therefore, besides worrying about the delegation, what concerned him the most in all the affairs of the Han ethnicity was you can do whatever you want during this time. Please submit the list of staff you need, and then I will grant you leave. Before there were highways and railways, even before there was an official road, water transportation was considered the most convenient and efficient means of transport in natural conditions. As Bell said, rivers are the highways in the jungle. La Sung understood this well. Therefore, aside from worrying about the envoy, what concerned him the most in all the work of the Han people was the matter of building and developing new districts, along with a sailing exploration team. Exploring new sea routes is one of the most important tasks for the Han people at this time. In recent times, 5 new style sailing ships have been launched. How much does each of these ships cost? About 20,000 coins each. Well, while the average monthly salary of the people is only 30 coins, a wooden boat 8 meters long costs only 1,000 coins. So why are sailing ships so much more expensive? The reason is that production costs cannot be reduced. Some might wonder, isn't it just a pile of wood? There's plenty on the mountain, you can chop as much as you want, and it doesn't cost anything. So where do the high costs come from? In reality, it's not that simple. The wood on the mountain is indeed free. You can chop as much as you want without anyone overseeing it, but transporting those large, solid logs down from the mountain requires a lot of manpower, oxen, and horses, and everything costs money. The wood is expensive not because of the high price of the wood itself, but because of the enormous transportation costs. Moreover, to build a ship, you need large, solid logs that are long and sturdy. they cannot be cut short for transport. This increases the difficulty and costs even more. Once transported, there's still the need for storage. The freshly cut wood is still wet and cannot be used immediately. It must be dried in the shade for at least a year before it can be worked into material. This means that the wood cut today is for use 1 or 2 years later. During the drying period, the wood must not be exposed to rain, so a dedicated storage area is needed. It doesn't have to be a building, but at least it must have a roof, and this also incurs costs. Additionally, as the size of the ship increases, accessories like anchors and iron nails also significantly increase, and these items are not much cheaper than wood. There's also caulking oil, grass paint, hemp fiber, fish glue. Things that seem trivial but actually cost a lot. Compared to smaller boats, sailing ships have additional sails, each requiring 4 sails, 2 for regular use and 2 as spares. Spares cannot be overlooked because without spare sails, if something goes wrong at sea, the ship will lose power. What are spare sails? For a sailing ship, they are 2 backup engines. Each sail is made from 2 layers of hemp fabric, which also costs quite a bit. Furthermore, the technology for shipbuilding is very expensive. A small boat 8 meters long can only be called a dinghy, small in size and with just 1 layer of hull. In contrast, a sailing ship with a spine structure and a complex production process is entirely different. On top of that, treating the wood with high temperatures, fuel consumption along with 2 decks and a large cabin protruding above the deck further increases costs, especially since the mast requires not only high-quality wood but also the exquisite craftsmanship of carpenters. Without the direct guidance of La Sung, the carpenters might not even know how to turn a log into a perfect round mast. Additionally, sailing ships are equipped with many other devices such as 2 small boats for landing, 3 one-man hydrographic scout boats, and life bags. The cost for these devices also amounts to over 5,000 coins, taking up a significant portion of the total cost. Some might wonder if these things are also included in the cost of the sailing ship. Of course, just like when hearing that an aircraft carrier costs at least 500 billion and that's not even the largest type, people will ask why it's so expensive. Where does the money go? A large part is spent on the aircraft. Each fighter jet on the aircraft carrier costs at least 2 billion, and an aircraft carrier can carry nearly 40 of them. The large American aircraft carriers can even carry hundreds, and just the cost of the aircraft alone reaches hundreds of billions. But are the aircraft counted in the cost of building the aircraft carrier? Is an aircraft carrier just a ship? This question is very understandable. An aircraft carrier without aircraft is still called an aircraft carrier. Only when the ship and the aircraft are combined is it called an aircraft carrier. Similarly, can a sailing ship without hydrographic scout boats still be called a geographical exploration ship? Even the sailing warships of the Great Maritime Expedition included the cost of hundreds of cannons in the ship's price. The reason is simple. Without hundreds of tons of cannons, can it still be called a warship? For the current Han people, this expenditure is still quite large. The main reason is that most of the income of the Han people today is not in cash but in actual goods like food, hemp, fiber, and living paint. The main source of income for the Han people mainly comes from production workshops, that is, state-owned enterprises. Salt mining, iron smelting, and textile production are the largest sources of income, because the people need food, farming tools, and clothing fabric, and they can only buy from the government. Currently, the Han people hardly have private workshops. The entire production industry is monopolized by the state. Of course, this is talking about large items, while things like thickening and weaving, the government will not open workshops to compete with the people. The income lower than these 3 sectors comes from trade taxes, as this is cash income. Additionally, income from leasing and selling boats in Handuang City is also included in the budget. The head tax, also known as the household tax, is also a significant source of revenue. Finally, foreign trade activities, and the largest current order is for carriages from these Shin people. The 2-wheeled carriages ordered by these Shin people are numerous, and the price that the Han people offer is not much cheaper than that of the ships. Although payment is not made in cash, if converted to horse coins, the value is no less than 1,000 coins. These horse coins, once in the hands of the Han people, can be sold or leased back to the people, creating a significant source of income. Regarding expenditures, the Han people have heavily invested in construction over the past 2 years, spending a lot of money. The largest infrastructure project currently is the new districts being built, including city walls, streets, government offices, schools, and the renovation of the irrigation system for agriculture. These public works were all carried out during the off-farming season by mobilizing laborers. Since laborers are similar to military service, they are unpaid work, helping the Han people save a significant amount. Additionally, the use of many slaves also helps save costs since they only need to be provided with food and provisions. The government collects a lot from taxes. Furthermore, the new districts require a lot of living supplies, and the residents buying these from workshops also contributes to increasing income. Overall, the new districts can achieve a balance of income and expenditure. This shows that Long has managed quite well. Besides a little food, the old districts basically do not need to financially support the new city. However, even so, each sailing boat worth 20,000 coins still gives La Sung a headache, but he cannot avoid spending this money as it will affect future development. Moreover, if the waterways can truly be exploited, income will definitely increase. This means that this investment will never be a loss. It's just that the profits will come slowly. Nevertheless, La Sung still feels that the income is not enough, as the Han people are about to face another huge expenditure, which is investing in education. Aside from a little food, Xinjiang hardly needs to rely on support from the old districts. Still, a sailing boat costing around 20,000 also makes La Sung feel heartbroken when he has to spend. But he cannot avoid spending, as this will affect future development. Furthermore, if the water transport system can truly be exploited, income will definitely increase. In other words, this investment will certainly not be a loss, it's just that earning profits will take longer. However, La Sung still feels that the current income is not enough, as the Han people are about to face another massive financial expenditure, which is investing in education. La Sung has his own thoughts on how to exploit the potential of craftsmen and how they can contribute benefits to the tribe. This stems from a rather inadequate reality of the Han people. Currently, all craftsmen are concentrated in government-managed workshops, while the common people hardly have anyone considered a skilled worker. At most, they are just laborers who know little about simple tasks, and they are not even qualified to be called apprentices. This leads to a strange situation. In the previous feudal period, the economy was primarily small-scale farming. What is small-scale farming? Simply self-sufficient, the people hardly need to consume, they weave their own fabric, and the husbands raise silkworms. Buying fabric did not exist. Back then, they didn't even have spinning machines, the fabric was all spun by hand. This process is called achievement, and from the achievement today also originates from there. They grow rice for food and raise livestock for meat. If not, raising a few chickens to get some eggs is not difficult. There's no need to buy food except for salt. Solving food and clothing, they chop their own firewood, and money is only needed to buy salt and iron because farming tools are indispensable. There's nothing else to spend money on. But the Han people are different. The Han people are a society transitioning from a communal system to a private ownership and have only transitioned for a short time, so problems inevitably arise. For example, when they were still communal, the Han people established collective farms. Livestock were all collectively owned, and the people did not have private livestock. There were also weaving and metallurgy workshops, both of which were products of the communal system. At that time, establishing these workshops helped maximize resources for production, not only improving efficiency but also reducing material waste. For example, in metallurgy, instead of each household building a small furnace, concentrating on building a few large furnaces would be more economical. At least they could focus on using charcoal, minimizing heat loss. Moreover, commoners also do not have the ability to exploit and crush ore. Mixing materials is even more impossible. Resources are scarce. How can they be wasted? From this perspective, even after transitioning to private ownership, the production model of the workshops remains a symbol of advancement. The weaving workshop is the same. They wash wool, spin, yarn, and then weave it into fabric. Just the intermediate steps take so much time, not to mention that each person's skill varies, and the quality of the products cannot be guaranteed. But with the workshop model, a production line can be applied, which not only shortens the time between processes but also allows each worker to do just one task, thereby improving skills, ensuring quality, and production efficiency, which cannot be compared to private workshops. But now it's different. Although the private ownership system has begun, it's still just paying workers in the workshops from labor obligations to paid labor. However, the actual ownership of the workshops still lies in the hands of the state, not because of the privatization reform that distributes production equipment to the people. That is unreasonable. Currently, the Han people need to focus on developing a small-scale farming economy, helping the people to be self-sufficient. Don't think that transitioning from collective factories to private workshops is a regression of society. That is also unreasonable. The issue must be analyzed based on the context of the era. An overly advanced production model, facing a backward context, will easily lead to problems. It's like you have a Han Feng truck but no original engine, only a donkey as a power source. Even if you try to tie the donkey to the truck and whip it, the donkey still cannot pull it. At this moment, you only have the donkey, no other options, but you cannot stand still. Therefore, it's better to replace the truck with a two-wheeled wooden cart. Although the load capacity is different, at least the donkey cart can move, rather than standing still worrying. The Han people are currently facing a similar situation. The weaving workshop in Handong City with dozens of looms has been unable to meet the fabric needs of tens of thousands of people. Not to mention the big players like the sailboats also consume a lot of fabric. So how do we scale up the workshop? The machinery is easy, we just need the carpenters in the wood shop to make it. But where do we get the workers? The men are the main labor force. Besides growing food, they also participate in many construction projects, not to mention hiring a bunch of men to weave fabric isn't practical. But the women are really busy too. They have fields just as productive as the men, growing hemp, vegetables, beans, and dye plants. Who has time to work in a workshop? Aren't they already tired enough? Moreover, they also have to give birth, which is an important task related to the population growth of the entire tribe. From a physiological perspective, women are indeed the weaker group. It's not to belittle them, just an objective analysis. Being pregnant, taking care of small children, and waiting for the second or third child to be born is tough. How can we expect them to work in the workshop? But if we don't expand the workshop, how can we increase productivity and generate revenue for the government? La Sung has a solution for the woodshop to manufacture a series of spinning and weaving machines. However, the Han people will not set up any more weaving workshops, but will sell these devices directly to the people. The biggest problem right now is that the people don't want weaving machines. They just have no way to buy them. There weren't any places to sell them before, and the government workshop doesn't sell them either. If they want to hire craftsmen, there aren't any skilled workers available. This is the reality of the Han people that La Sung mentioned. Craftsmen in the community are extremely scarce. It's hard for the people to find a carpenter to make things, while the Han tribe government doesn't sell finished products. This leads to many items still having a market gap, even though the demand for purchases is very high. La Sung is confident that if these machines are sold to the newly established districts, they will definitely be warmly welcomed and bought in large quantities. Don't think that vehicles and boats are unpopular. Every household needs at least one weaving machine. Moreover, La Sung is a person from modern times who has traveled back. With his knowledge and experience, he can completely turn weaving machines into a must-have item for marriage, creating the concept that getting married in the Han tribe means buying a weaving machine, similar to how bicycles and regarding ironware, although it needs strict management doesn't mean not selling. La Sung has an unfinished idea. Craftsmen in the community could be certified through government exams and then use this certification to apply for a private blacksmith shop. Once they have a business license, they can buy iron bars from the government to process items for the people. The purpose of this is to maintain strict control. Private blacksmith shops can only buy iron for processing, not smelting it themselves. And each blacksmith shop's level will determine how many iron bars they can buy each year. For example, based on the city's population, the wear and tear of farming tools, and the annual population growth, standards for iron purchases can be established for each blacksmith shop. Of course, this is just an initial idea. It can't be implemented immediately because how the exams will be conducted, how many levels there will be, how the grading will work, and how many iron bars each level will be allocated all need to be thoroughly researched. On the other hand, there's the issue of transitioning existing weaving and metallurgy workshops. Once weaving machines and blacksmith shops become popular in the community, the existence of these two workshops will shrink. If they don't transition, they won't survive. This is the reality of the Han tribe that La Sung described. Craftsmen in the community are extremely scarce. It's hard for the people to find a carpenter to make things, while the Han tribe government doesn't sell finished products. This creates market gaps in many items, even though the demand for purchases has been clearly expressed. La Sung is completely confident that if these machines are sold to the newly established districts, they will definitely be warmly welcomed and sell like hotcakes. Don't think that vehicles and boats are unpopular. Every household needs at least one weaving machine. As a person from modern times, with his knowledge and experience, La Sung can completely turn weaving machines into 4 essential wedding items. He intends to use media to create the concept that getting married requires a weaving machine to stimulate demand, similar to the trend of buying bicycles and tape recorders at weddings in 1970 seconds China. Regarding ironware, although it needs strict control, it doesn't mean it should be banned from sale. La Sung has an unfinished idea. Craftsmen in the community could be certified after passing the government exam. With this certification, they can apply to open a private forge. After being licensed, they can buy pre-made iron bars from the government to process into tools for the people. The issue of firearms is not something that can be resolved immediately. It's a big topic. Even now, La Sung still hasn't decided whether to pursue it or how it will affect the development of civilization in the future. If ambitious people see the power of firearms and possess them, it will definitely be a disaster for this world. However, the world's population is still extremely low. La Sung's only long-term goal right now is to strive to develop the population throughout his life. Because in a period of low labor productivity, the population is the real strength we can rely on. Why did the resistance in China, despite being in a weak situation, ultimately stand firm? It's thanks to the large population. As long as people aren't completely wiped out, we will never surrender. The Chinese have always been like this. Even if the invaders occupy us for a while, as long as people are alive, the uprising will never stop. Just look at the Yuan dynasty. It was all about resistance from start to finish. La Sung is urgently gathering manpower, selecting talents, preparing supplies and vehicles, and mobilizing food and resources. If ambitious people see the power of firearms and possess them, it will definitely be a disaster for this world. However, the world's population is still extremely low. La Sung's only long-term goal right now is to strive to develop the population throughout his life, because in a period of low labor productivity, the population is the real strength we can rely on. Why do the resistance in China, despite being in a weak situation, ultimately stand firm? It's thanks to the large population. As long as people aren't completely wiped out, we will never surrender. The Chinese have always been like this. Even if the invaders occupy us for a while, as long as people are alive, the uprising will never stop. Just look at the Yuan dynasty. It was all about resistance from start to finish. La Sung is urgently gathering manpower, selecting talents, preparing supplies and vehicles, and mobilizing food and resources, not only for the envoy and the trading fleet but also for the 2 exploration ships about to set sail. More than half a month after the Tale of the Ox arrived at Hanyang City, the envoy and the trading fleet still hadn't departed. But the 2 brothers from the Du family in the eastern Liuyang County had set off at the urging of La Sung. After completing basic sailing training, each led 3 sailing ships out to sea. This is the farthest sea journey in the history of the Han people. The flood control trip at the beginning of the year cannot be compared. Even though there were dozens of wooden ships and hundreds of manpower at that time, sailing ships are a different story. The missions of these 2 fleets are completely different, and although there were many ships at that time, each wooden ship could only carry a limited number of people. A sailing ship can carry hundreds of people along with enough food and fuel. It's important to emphasize that the exploration sailing ships are equipped with stoves. These small stoves made of fireproof clay are easy to move and can be kept in the cabin. They can be brought ashore for cooking. There is also charcoal in the cabin, allowing the crew to cook right on the ship. Just this point alone makes sailing ships far superior to wooden ships. Can you eat and live on the ship? My sailing ship can, and the living conditions aren't bad. That day, La Sung personally saw off Du Fuc as he set out south, then went along with Du Ye's fleet. They traveled through the Shui Dai Jia River to the newly built Weishan County, checked on the work of Yun Ji, the county chief there, and then hurried back to Hanyang City. After that, he continuously communicated with Du Fuc through letters sent by Hawk. Why do that? Because La Sung was curious. A completely new world map was gradually unfolding before him through the records in Du Fuc's journey diary. It's not that La Sung was too impatient, but the speed of this domestic sailing ship is truly astonishing. If it really accelerates, you will understand the power of water transport. If you can't imagine it, there's an ancient poem that vividly describes it, bidding farewell to Baidi amidst the rosy clouds, 1,000 miles to Jiangling in a day. On both banks, the monkeys are constantly howling, and the light ships have crossed countless mountains. Traveling 1,000 miles in a day is not an exaggeration. Of course, this depends on favorable winds and currents. And Du Fuc's fleet was indeed moving with the current, heading straight downstream. Even without favorable winds, the push from the crosswind was still considerable. Even under the support of the hydrological scout ship ahead, Du Fuc intentionally slowed down. But even so, the fleet reached the confluence of the Jinsha River and the southeastern branch of the Wuxie River and Liuyang River in just one day. How to describe this hydrological relationship? It can be said that the Liuyang River and the Rushui River both flow from north to south, about 100 kilometers apart in an east-west direction, with the Ruyang County in between. Looking at the map, these 2 rivers are almost parallel, resembling the number 11. The lower reaches of the Rushui River, after bending a large curve to the southeast, flow straight through Wuxie into the Jinsha River. This is the waterway that La Sung led people through at the beginning of the year. But at the end of this waterway, that is, at the end of the Rushui River, before entering the Wuxie mountain range, there is a branch of the river flowing southeast. At that time, La Sung confirmed that based on the flow direction of this branch, it would definitely flow into the Liuyang River. What was the result? It really did flow into the Liuyang River. This is like creating a horizontal connection between the 2 parallel rivers. From 11 it turned into the letter H, except that the angle of this connecting road isn't very straight, slightly slanting from northwest to southeast, resembling the letter N. But the 2 rivers have indeed connected at the lower reaches, over 100 kilometers apart. Moreover, this horizontal branch is not small. It is summer, and the rainfall and water are abundant. The width of this river commonly reaches 50 meters, even wider than the Rushui River, enough for sailing ships to navigate. It's just that the depth of this river has not yet been surveyed, but with a width of 50 meters, even if the water is shallow, it cannot be too shallow. Theoretically, in summer, this river could become a waterway connecting Liuyang County with Hanyang and Ruyang. Of course, whether this route is stable and effective is another question. Is the water deep enough? How large a ship can navigate, and what weight and draft it can withstand are still unknowns. More importantly, this is just the hydrological situation in summer. In autumn and winter, the inland river water is affected by rainfall and tides, and the water level often drops. Will there still be conditions for sailing ships to pass through then? We will have to wait until autumn for a real survey to find out. On the evening of departure, when Du Fu's fleet arrived at the confluence between the Liuyang River and this branch, he immediately ordered to anchor the fleet, then sent a letter by hawk back to Sung, requesting instructions to survey this branch. Du Fu's decision was correct, as the purpose of establishing this fleet was to explore all possible waterways in the lower reaches, scout the hydrological situation of the routes, see if they could support ship passage, and how large a ship they could. This was their main mission. That evening, Sung promptly responded by sending a ship into this branch to survey hydrological information upstream and proceed to the Jinsha River mouth to observe the specific situation of the section of the river block by blasting at the beginning of the year to see if it had recovered or cleared. After completing this mission, they had to report back in a timely manner and then return to the branch to reunite with the other two ships, continuing downstream on the Liuyang River. The discovery of this waterway will definitely impact the future development strategy of the Han people, because since the beginning of the year, Sung has planned for this area, where he intends to build a large wooden county and a Jinshuan county. On both banks of this basin, one side is dense primary forest of the route, and proceed to the Jinsha River mouth to observe the specific situation of the section of the river blocked by blasting at the beginning of the year, to see if it had recovered or cleared. After completing this mission, they had to report back in a timely manner, and then return to the branch to reunite with the other two ships, continuing downstream on the Liuyang River. The discovery of this waterway will definitely impact the future development strategy of the Han people, because since the beginning of the year, Sung has planned for this area, where he intends to build a large wooden county and a Jinshuan county. On both banks of this basin, one side is dense primary forest, one side is a vast plain formed from floods, with abundant wood and land resources, and there's no shortage of water. This is definitely an ideal place for agricultural development at this time. Taking advantage of the wood resources here, and being close to important waterways, building a large shipyard right on site to construct bigger boats wouldn't be a problem. It can be said that as long as there are people, this place is undoubtedly a precious land suitable for human survival and development, with enough food, firewood, building materials, and especially convenient waterways. A feng shui land like this, where can you find it in this era? It's a pity that the population shortage has limited the development of the Han people, stifling Sung's ambitions. Otherwise, he would have definitely expanded the territory of the Han people to a level that others wouldn't even dare to imagine. But all of this can only be achieved when the population is large enough. Without a permanent resident population, how can you occupy a piece of land? Even if it's unclaimed land. Although Lahong felt very powerless, the next day there was good news. The #1 scout ship successfully navigated along the river branch and reached the mouth of the Ohip River. In the blazing summer sun, the deer tribe living along the banks of the large river still waited as usual, starting their activities around 4 or 5 in the afternoon to avoid the scorching heat at 2 or 3. The women held wooden fish spears, standing in the shallow water to catch fish. Some were pulling ropes, lifting woven cages from the river. Inside were filled with moss, fresh fruit meat, and even pieces of animal bones. But the most attractive were the live fish trapped in the cages. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't escape their fate of drying out. That was the price to pay for being greedy for bait. It was hot, and the kids didn't want to wear grass skirts like the adults. They just ran around the fish cages, shouting and counting how many they caught, then happily helped the adults carry the cages back to the village. Some girls were learning how to gather food, holding long branches to poke around on the ground, occasionally running to the river, scooping water with their hands and pouring it into small holes in the ground. Before long, a cicada larva crawled up. The girl joyfully picked it up and put it into a small cage hanging at her waist. The cage already had dozens of cicada larvae. This type is rich in protein, and when roasted and peeled, you'll find a piece of white meat larger than a peanut, a rare delicacy. Some mischievous kids stood by the river playing with the water. Even when scolded by the adults to stay back, they still dipped their feet into the water to play. The men weren't idle either. Some were digging a hole by the riverbank, standing barefoot molding clay, not to play, but to make pottery. Next to them, an elderly man with gray hair was meticulously shaping a ceramic vase. The finished and dried clay batches were neatly arranged on a clear patch of land, with dry grass and firewood piled up and lit. Firing pottery outdoors like this can also be successful, but the failure rate is high due to unstable temperatures, without a closed kiln to retain heat, making it easy to crack. The strong members of the hunting team held homemade weapons walking along the riverbank looking for prey. This not only helps drive animals to drink water in the evening, preventing them from attacking the tribe, but also allows them to hunt for more food. Usually, at this time, animals would come to the river to drink, so the hunting team didn't have to toil under the scorching sun to search. They just needed to wait by the riverbank to protect the tribe while also getting a lot of meat. Especially in this area, there are many small deer, catching a few every day, and sometimes they even caught live deer. Perhaps because of the heat, killing the deer right away would be hard to preserve, so they tied the deer to a tree. The silly deer just grazed on the grass under the tree without dying. This situation led them to think. After discussing with the leader and the elders, they decided to catch more deer to tie up. Thus, the deer tribe accidentally learned how to raise animals. The deer tribe is good at learning, also enjoys exploring interesting things and asking questions, which leads to deeper thoughts. No matter what they think, they ultimately draw experiences and benefits. However, their ability to think and learn is limited. When an event exceeds their imagination, even something they wouldn't dare to dream of appears before their eyes, the entire deer tribe is stunned. The river, hundreds of meters wide, flows slowly, suddenly from upstream. A figure floats down. That person wears strange clothing, hair tied neatly on top of their head, wearing a wide-brimmed conical hat, and carries a white airbag on their back. The most notable thing is that this person is standing on a strange white object, helping them stand firm and float on the water. In their hand, they hold a large triangular sail bigger than themselves, on which is painted a strange black symbol. Behind the strange object beneath their feet seems to be a long piece of wood, one end submerged in the water. This is actually a depth gauge made of hollow wood, filled with sand to sink into the water. The other end is tied to the scout ship. If the gauge touches the bottom and is obstructed by the leverage effect, the top of the scout ship will tilt forward, helping the driver see the depth of the water visually. This is Lei Sung's invention. The entire deer tribe stared at the strange person standing still on the water, just holding that huge sail. They could drift downstream. The whole tribe was amazed. What is this? Is it a person? What are they standing on? How can they float on water? Did they make it themselves? A series of questions popped up in their minds, but they realized that there was no experience or knowledge that could answer these questions. Even the oldest, most experienced, and wisest elder of the tribe didn't know what it was. Only, what is this? Is it a person? What is he standing on? How is he floating on the water? Did he make it himself? A series of questions popped into their heads, but they realized that there was no experience or knowledge that could answer these questions. Even the oldest, most experienced, and wisest elder of the tribe had no idea what it was. Only, they stood staring at the river. The hydrographic scout on the river had also seen them. It had been 3 days, and finally, they spotted a living person. This was quite an important discovery, so he quickly turned the triangular sail sideways. The sail no longer had any tension, and the scout boat suddenly lost its momentum, starting to drift slowly with the current. Then, he used his hand to raise the depth gauge, plunging it into the mud at the riverbed, using it as an anchor to stop the boat completely. The one-man scout boat stood still in the middle of the river, the boatman staring intently at the deer tribe people on the shore. In fact, there was a bronze gong hanging from his sail. Just hitting it could alert the fleet behind, 500 meters away. But right now, the hydrological situation was stable, not affecting the movement of the fleet. The current in this stretch was quite slow, probably due to the flat terrain, with no rapids. They had just discovered people on the shore, so there was no need to sound the alarm. Therefore, he didn't strike the gong, stopped the boat, and waited for the fleet behind to catch up. Since he was alone, he wouldn't approach the people on the shore by himself. Hurry up, that guy has stopped. He's stopped. What is he planning to do? Is he going to come over here? Long legs, you run fast, go call the hunting team back right away. Tell them there are strangers on the river. Kids, hurry home. Those of you with fish spears don't stand by the water anymore. Gather together. Everyone protect the tribe while waiting for the hunting team to return. The elder staying in the village quickly ordered, asking everyone in the tribe to be on high alert. They still couldn't determine the intentions of the strange person standing on the water. 500 meters was not far for the sailboat with only half the sail up. If they accelerated, they could reach there in less than a minute. The observer standing on the roof of the first cabin quickly spotted the hydrographic scout boat stopping in the river ahead. Huyen is fine. The person is fine. Perhaps the scout stopped on his own. Maybe he discovered something. At that moment, the observer also caught a whiff of smoke in the air, instinctively looking to both sides of the riverbank and quickly noticing something unusual on the east bank. There were many people there, women holding wooden fish spears. The observer immediately reported the situation to Du Fuck in the cabin, asking for further instructions on whether the fleet should approach the shore to contact them. Du Fuck, upon hearing this, was quite excited to discover a tribe, running up to the second deck to observe the riverbank. Indeed, finding a tribe with a considerable number of people. Based on the number of women left in the tribe, he estimated that this tribe had at least 400 to 500 people. Lower the sail and beat the drum to order the boats behind to lower their sails, using flags to request the fleet to switch to paddles and continue moving up to the position of the scout boat, then drop anchor to stop and receive. The scout boat, ordering the fleet to stop in the middle of the river without approaching the shore. A series of orders from Du Fuc were transmitted. Many sailors on the boat began to act. Those responsible for the sail untied the ropes and lowered the entire sail. The strong sailors at the stern began to push the boat forward slowly with their strength. The signal caller on the second deck beat the drum to alert the boats behind, then used flags to relay commands to them. 3 large boats moved in unison, quickly sliding closer to the scout boat and then completely dropping anchor to stop. The scout saw the large boats had stopped and signaled with flags to summon him, so he folded the triangular sail, propped up the pole, and moved towards the large boat. With the help of the sailors, both he and the boat were pulled onto the deck of the large boat. At this point, the deer tribe was even more astonished, if not frightened. Just one scout boat had previously confused them, even leaving them bewildered. Now, with 3 gigantic monsters many times larger, carrying countless people, they were even more terrified. What scared them the most was that they had just heard loud noises coming from those monsters, a dull but very loud sound, like thunder rumbling in the sky before it rains. Fortunately, the men in the tribe's hunting team had returned in time. They hadn't gone far, as they still needed to protect the tribe from wild beasts. But when they ran back and saw the 3 large boats stopping on the water, they were also stunned. What the heck is this? There are many strangers on board. What are they here for? Captain Du, aren't we going over there to contact them? Should we let the boat approach the shore? I see there are rocks over there, and the water is quite deep. Maybe we can stop the boat. The first mate of boat number 1 asked. No approaching the shore. This isn't about whether the water is deep enough or not. Don't you see they are already very scared and tense? If we approach the shore now, what if they suddenly attack us? What if they throw fire at our boat? Aren't you afraid the boat will catch fire? Du Fuc immediately opposed. So we're not going anymore. But our mission, the leader agreed to let us have more contact with outside tribes. The first mate also began to argue back. Previously, he had never worked with Du Fuc. Originally, he was the captain of the new boat, but suddenly Du Fuc was assigned, and he became the first mate. The first mate couldn't help but feel resentful. Moreover, he didn't understand Du Fuc well. At this moment, thinking Du Fuc was cowardly, feeling even more contemptuous. I didn't say not to contact them. Just send someone down to the stern to lower a landing boat. A few people come with me to use the landing boat to go ashore. The others stay on the boat and don't move. Prepare some gifts, take a set of porcelain, a jar of white salt with chili and spices, and add 2 lengths of linen. Yeah, that's enough for now. Hurry up and get ready. And also, everyone who lands with me must carry a knife. Everyone needs to be on high alert. The commander gave orders continuously, and the sailors began to act. They reached the back of the ship and used ropes to lower the larger landing boats. Each large boat has 2 landing crafts, and each landing craft can carry 30 people at a time. At this moment, the first mate on the ship also said nothing. This isn't about being cowardly, clearly. It's about being brave. Only a few dared to go ashore to face hundreds of people, and even with knives, not everyone would dare to do it. So he stayed silent. The landing boats were quickly lowered, and the commander personally led a few trusted individuals carrying gifts onto the small boat, rowing towards the deer tribe on the shore. They are coming. They are coming. But it seems like only a few people. The deer tribe immediately became more tense. Fortunately, they saw that the opponents weren't all landing at once. There were only a few people, and they didn't seem to carry sharp weapons like spears, but they were still very worried. The key point is that this is just the hydrological situation in summer. In autumn and winter, the water level of the inland rivers often drops due to rainfall and tides. Will the sailboat still be able to move then? It will have to wait until autumn to assess the actual situation. On the afternoon of departure, when the fleet reached the junction of the Luyang River and this branch, he immediately ordered the anchor dropped and sent a hawk with a message to request instructions from La Sung regarding the exploration mission of the river branch. The commander's decision was completely correct. The purpose of establishing this fleet was to survey all navigable waterways in the lower reach, study the hydrological conditions of the channels, and assess the navigability and permissible ship tonnage. This was their primary mission. On the same afternoon they received the news. La Sung promptly responded by sending a reconnaissance ship upstream of the river branch to gather hydrological information, heading towards the Kim Sa River to investigate the situation of the block section that had been blown up since the beginning of the year to see if it was clear. After completing the mission, they had to report back immediately and return to join forces with 2 other ships, continuing the journey downstream the Jumu district and the Jinshuan district. On one side of the river basin is a dense primeval forest, while the other side is a fertile alluvial plain formed from floods, rich in wood and land resources. The abundant water supply truly makes this an ideal land for agricultural development at the current stage. With abundant timber close to the important waterway, building a large shipyard to manufacture large vessels is entirely feasible. It can be said that as long as there is manpower, this is a golden land for development with ample food, plenty of firewood, and surplus building, especially with convenient waterway transportation, a rare promised land in today's world. Unfortunately, population limitations have stifled the development of the Han tribe, binding La Sung's ambitions. If not, he could have expanded the tribe's territory at an astonishing pace. But everything depends on having a strong enough workforce. Without a permanent resident population, how can one occupy a piece of land, even if it is unclaimed? Despite feeling powerless, the next day La Sung still received good news. The first reconnaissance ship had successfully navigated along the river branch to the mouth of the Ogap River. Although they didn't see any signs of threat from the opponents, the vigilance of the deer tribe remained quite high. Dozens of members of the hunting team with long spears always faced Du Fuc and his companions, while others continuously observed the large ship on the water, ready in case they suddenly approached the shore. However, the elder and the leader of the deer tribe also realized that Du Fuc and his companions wanted to make contact with their tribe. Therefore, the two of them moved towards Du Fuc. Behind them was the large army of the tribe, so they weren't too afraid. "Dear tribe leader, please accept this gift from our tribe." Du Fuc stopped about 3 meters away from the tribe leader and the elder, speaking while extending a folded piece of burlap forward, indicating a desire to present it. Although they didn't understand the words, the two guessed Du Fuc's intention. The leader of the deer tribe hesitated for a moment, letting the elder stay behind while he stepped forward to take the cloth and then stepped back. However, after examining it closely, they still didn't understand what it was. What use does it have? The elder also touched it a few times but still couldn't figure it out. Both looked at Du Fuc with questioning eyes. "This is burlap used for making clothes." Du Fuc spoke while gently tugging at the cloth on his body. The leader and elder of the deer tribe immediately showed signs of understanding. Then Du Fuc received more gifts from his subordinates, handing them to the leader of the deer tribe one by one and explaining, "This is pottery used for eating rice, drinking soup, and this is seasoning. You can taste it and you'll know right away, but don't eat too much." The leader of the deer tribe took a handful of red powder from a fist-sized blue and white ceramic jar and put it in his mouth. Immediately, his face turned bright red as if he had just swallowed a hot coal, and he began to spit wildly. One hand held the jar while the other squeezed his throat, shouting loudly, "It's poisonous! It's poisonous!" The leader's shout caused the entire hunting team to rush forward, surrounding Du Fuc and his companions. Some of Du Fuc's subordinates also drew their swords, standing in front of the opponents, creating a standoff. Du Fuc quickly stopped his subordinates. He gestured not to attack first, while continuously using his hands to signal an explanation to the elder of the deer tribe. Meanwhile, the leader of the deer tribe, a young man in his 20s, tasted the chili powder for the first time in his life, so spicy that tears and mucus flowed continuously. He had just used his hands to scoop the chili powder, and now he used those same hands to rub his eyes. Oh my, it felt like pouring oil on fire, like pouring chili water into his eyes, causing him so much pain that he fell to the ground. His face turned bright red as if he had just swallowed a piece of hot coal and started spitting wildly. One hand holding a jar, the other squeezing his neck, he shouted loudly, "It's poison! It's poison!" The leader's shout made the hunting team rush forward, surrounding Du Fuc and his companions. Some of Du Fuc's subordinates also drew their swords, standing in front of the opponent, creating a standoff. Du Fuc quickly stopped his subordinates, signaling not to attack first, while continuously signaling to explain to the elder of the Hu tribe. Meanwhile, the leader of the Hu tribe, a young man in his 20s, was tasting chili powder for the first time in his life, so spicy that tears and mucus flowed non-stop. He had just used his hand to scoop up the chili powder, and now he was rubbing his eyes with that same hand. Oh my, it felt like adding fuel to the fire, like pouring chili water into his eyes, causing him so much pain that he fell to the ground, rolling around and shouting. This unexpected situation made the entire deer tribe furious. How dare a few people come here to poison our leader in front of everyone? Don't they know what fear is? They are underestimating us. A group of people roared and charged forward, intending to stab Du Fuc and his companions like a swarm of bees. However, Du Fuc is not a coward. Under the protection of his subordinates, he continuously used words and gestures to explain to Elder Bo Lak Hu. The elder, being experienced, realized that Du Fuc and his companions meant no harm, and the gifts they brought were all treasures. Just the chili pepper jar alone, regardless of what was inside, was exquisitely crafted, resembling pottery with beautiful patterns. Using something so beautiful to hold food, could it really be poison? Moreover, what were they trying to achieve? There was no motive at all. "I can save him. I can heal him. Please let me through," Du Fuc shouted while signaling. The elder of the deer tribe also understood somewhat, knowing that Du Fuc wanted to resolve the issue. Perhaps they hadn't meant to do it, but their leader had done something wrong. Let that one through, Just him? The others surround him. Don't kill them. The elder thought for a moment and then gave the order. The hunting team was not too pleased but still let Do Fuck pass, although some followed closely behind. Do Fuck hurried over, picked up several pieces of pottery from the ground, chose a large bowl, filled it with water, and poured it on the rolling leader Bo Lak Hu. Then he filled the bowl again, this time washing the leader's fingers to prevent him from rubbing his eyes. The cold water helped ease the pain, but the leader still dared not open his eyes. Finally, Do Fuck set the bowl down, signaled to the elder, allowing the leader to go to the river to wash his face. The elder observed closely, seeing that washing with water was indeed effective, then instructed a warrior to help the leader wash his hands and face. After a while, the leader stabilized, sitting on a rock by the river, panting, trying to open his eyes, but still felt a burning sensation, though was no longer too uncomfortable. The elder approached, waved his hand in front of the leader's face, receiving a response that he was fine, which relieved him. Meanwhile, Do Fuck bent down to pick up the chili powder jar that the leader had thrown into the grass. Fortunately, the jar was sturdy, and the ground was soft, so it didn't break, but half of the chili powder had spilled, which was a pity. He also told himself that next time he should only bring plain salt, and not let others easily try the chili, because not everyone can handle that spiciness. After seeing that the leader was okay, the men in the hunting team also calmed down. Do Fuck held the chili jar, his face showing regret, unsure if he was regretting not being able to poison the leader or because half of the chili powder had spilled. He dipped his finger into the chili powder and brought it to his mouth to taste, making a slurping sound, then raised his hand, looking innocent, saying it wasn't his chili that was poisonous, but the leader had eaten too much. At this moment, the leader of the deer tribe also understood, realizing that it wasn't poisonous. Perhaps he was just too sensitive, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Du Fuq didn't want to continue testing these ignorant people anymore. He picked up the jar of plain salt, dipped a little, brought it to his mouth, and then offered it to the elder to taste. This was the quickest way to get acquainted, because in any tribe, as long as they know the value of plain salt, they will definitely find a way to acquire it. After the recent incident, the elder of the deer tribe didn't dare to be reckless, only dipping a little salt to bring to his mouth. The pure salty flavor spread in his mouth, stimulating his taste buds, causing the elder's expression to become extremely rich. Everyone around stared at the elder, fearing that the previous incident would repeat itself. Fortunately, nothing happened, and the elder's expression even showed a bit of surprise and joy. What was that white powder in the jar? Was it really that delicious? Everyone thought in unison. The elder excitedly said something, then dipped a bit of salt and brought it to the leader's mouth. The leader tasted the salty flavor, his eyes lit up, knowing right away that this was something good, while feeling even more embarrassed about his initial reaction. Perhaps that was also something good, he just ate too much. After receiving the plain salt, both of them changed their attitudes. They knew the value of plain salt, which they couldn't produce themselves. Only these strange people from the river had it. To get more, they had to establish a good relationship with them. The plain salt diplomacy of the Han people was always quick and effective. Whoever brought plain salt there was considered a distinguished guest, a VIP. Moreover, since the other party had given many precious gifts, the deer tribe should treat them well. Most importantly, they needed to negotiate what the deer tribe could offer in exchange for more plain salt, which meant entering the trade negotiation phase. Du Fuck and his companions were warmly invited to the living area of the deer tribe, not far from the riverbank, only about 500 meters away. Standing in the living area, one could see the river. The living area was surrounded by a high and thick fence. The outside was covered with mud, looking like a wall, but in reality, it was only as thick as a hand, serving more as camouflage than defense. It could probably be pushed down easily. Inside the fence were mainly houses made of wooden stakes and covered with mud to shield from rain and wind, with thatched roofs. Such houses were distributed irregularly. In front of each house were large and small ugly ceramic jars, but very practical. It seemed that pottery here wasn't very valuable, and if this tribe knew how to make pottery, then the surrounding areas must also have this technique. This was important information. Du Fuck thought it was already late afternoon. The sky wasn't completely dark yet, but since there were guests, and moreover, the hunting team had a good harvest today. The women also caught many fish. The elder of the deer tribe ordered everyone to start a fire to cook. In the living area of the deer tribe, the leaders' and elders' houses were adjacent, tall and large, with a wooden post at the entrance tied with a pair of huge deer antlers, perhaps a spiritual symbol or a display of status. In the living area of the Hu tribe, the leaders' and elders' houses were adjacent, tall and grand, with a wooden post in front holding a pair of giant deer antlers, perhaps a spiritual symbol or a display of status. The population is about 400 people, but the deer tribe still lives by hunting and gathering. The only difference is that they are also skilled at fishing and raising livestock. In the deer pen, there are about a dozen deer of all sizes, well taken care of, with with children going out daily to gather grass for them to eat, looking quite healthy, probably kept as a food reserve, not easy to kill for meat. The people in the tribe live in family units. Each household has its own home and set of utensils, but when it comes to cooking in the evening, all the hunted meat, caught fish, and gathered fruits and vegetables are brought to the leader's house. After that, the leader distributes them to each family based on their contributions and number of people. Families receive the ingredients and then cook for themselves, while the nomads and their companions are invited to eat with the leader. The dinner is quite lavish, featuring roasted deer meat and soup cooked in a ceramic pot. Salt is very precious. The leader can't bear to put it in the pot, only calling the men from the hunting team to give each of them a little in a bowl for the whole family to share. A small jar of white salt, in just a moment, has already diminished significantly, causing the leader and the elders to feel heartbroken. The people of the deer tribe know that the salt was brought by guests, so they are very happy. Their attitude towards the nomads and their companions also changes, becoming more enthusiastic. While waiting for the food to cook, of course, it's time to discuss important matters. The nomad uses common gestures to communicate with the leader and the elders of the deer tribe. The leader of the deer tribe hopes to exchange some items for white salt, but he doesn't know if it will be possible, nor does he know what they want to trade. After a tough exchange, the two finally understand the intentions of the nomad and his companions. They came to trade. The gifts the nomad previously presented can all be used for exchange. Some fabrics for making clothes have been given to the leader's wife. Several middle-aged women holding the fabric look at the clothing style of the nomad and his companions with great interest. The thin and beautiful ceramics are more exquisite but actually hold little significance for the deer tribe because they already have crude ceramics and do not need to waste anything to exchange for fine ceramics. If considered art, the gifts from the nomad are sufficient. Other spices besides white salt include chili and pepper, which the nomad has guided the chief and the elders of the deer tribe on how to use properly. Watching the nomad carefully sprinkle spices on the piece of roasted meat, the chief suddenly feels embarrassed, realizing that these things are not meant to be eaten directly. After a busy moment, the elder of the deer holds the jar of white salt and asks the nomad about the price. The nomad is flustered. Business is fine, but what does the deer tribe have that the Han tribe needs? They have nothing that would entice the Han tribe, except for a large number of livestock or domestic animals, which the Han tribe always needs. But even these, the deer tribe is also lacking, not enough for trade. Both sides fall into silence, troubled to find a solution. A pale yellow diamond the size of a pigeon egg is placed in the nomad's hand. The transparency and purity of the stone remind him of the clear quartz his brother Du Ya once showed him. However, with the nomad's knowledge, he easily recognizes that this is not quartz. The crystal structure of quartz is completely different, and in nature, unprocessed, rough stones cannot resemble the stone he is holding. While the nomad is admiring the diamond, Elder Luck next to him keeps signaling to Chief Luck, but even though his eyes seem like they are about to pop out, Chief Luck remains seated, reluctant to leave. "Oh my God, Earth, why are you keeping that bloodstone? The guests want the stone. If it can be used to exchange for white salt for the whole tribe, why not give it to them? Go get that stone now." Elder Duck, no longer patient, directly advises Chief Luck. They didn't specify what kind of stone they wanted. Why should it always be that one? Chief Luck protests, unwilling. This statement makes Elder Luck so angry that he nearly faints. He uses the staff in his hand to slam down on the ground, his voice deep with anger. "Don't forget you are the chief, and don't forget who put you in this position. Do you remember the oath you made to the Luck god on the day you became chief?" Chief Luck is scolded by Elder Luck, suddenly feeling a jolt in his heart. He suddenly remembers that this old man in front of him is Elder Luck, who has watched him grow up since he was a naked baby, even old enough to be his grandfather. Therefore, he reluctantly returns to his hut, and after a while, brings out a clear red diamond the size of a walnut, slamming it into the nomad's hand, then sits down to slice the roasted meat, remaining silent. This red diamond is extremely pure, with a natural and even color, high transparency, and no impurities, its size even larger than a typical walnut, nearly the size of a small egg. Honestly, one cannot blame Chief Luck for being reluctant. A gem of such caliber, anyone who sees it would not want to give it away. Now, it is in the nomad's hands and was given directly by Chief Luck, so there's no reason to return it. If La Sung could see this stone, one shouldn't say that. Rather, if this stone appeared in the world where La Sung once lived, it would definitely cause a tremendous uproar. This is a blood diamond, the rarest color among diamonds. With high purity and large size, perhaps the world could not find a second one. If it were announced, who knows how many wealthy clans would fight over it. But in this era, it is vastly different. Unprocessed stones have little aesthetic value. And people of this era, while also valuing jewelry and liking to make decorations, still have to prioritize food and clothing. The demand for such gemstones is not very high. Hey, I wonder how many of these stones can we get? How much salt can they exchange for our tribe? Elder Luck looks at the nomad. This one is vastly different. Rough stone that hasn't been processed, lacking high aesthetic value. And people in this era, while they also value jewelry and like to make decorations, still prioritize food and clothing. The demand for such gemstones isn't very high. Hey, do you know if these stones are available? How much salt can they be exchanged for our tribe? Elder Locke looked at Dufuk, who was intently admiring the stone without saying anything, feeling both happy and worried. Happy because he saw Dufuk very satisfied with the two stones, but worried because he didn't know how much salt they would be exchanged for. If Dufuk suggested exchanging by volume or weight 1-for-1, Elder Locke might spit blood immediately. Such gemstones, the Locke tribe didn't have many, only 2 in total. Hearing Elder Locke's reminder, Dufuk regained his composure, cleared his throat twice, and replied, "Ah, these 2 stones are very good, but aside from being used as decorations, they have no other use. I can exchange some white salt for you, but definitely not much, just enough for your tribe to use for a few months." Elder Locke and the Locke tribe leader thought for a moment, realizing that the amount of salt exchanged wasn't small. The stone, while beautiful, could only be admired, not eaten, while white salt could be consumed and was even more precious than food. At least for now, they couldn't find it. What will the future hold? The Han tribe's friend doesn't know what we will need to exchange for white salt later. Does it have to be this type of stone? Elder Locke continued to ask. As I just said, this type of stone is fine, but it doesn't have much use, just for decoration. If there are many, then it's okay, but I guess you don't have many. However, you don't need to focus solely on one type. If you find this type of stone, I am sure there are also other special stones around the place where it was discovered. From the beginning, I said, as long as it's something special and different, it's all good. Transparent stones like water are fine, vibrant colors are fine, reflective ones are fine. Even if you just feel it's special, different from ordinary stones, you can bring them to me to see. If I find it useful, we can continue to exchange later. Oh, and one more important thing. The stones you bring shouldn't be too few. At least they should be common in the area. Otherwise, they won't be of any use. Dufuk reiterated his stone selection criteria, then suddenly remembered something. He reached into his clothes, took out a fabric bag, and from it pulled out a copper coin, showing it to Elder Locke and the Locke tribe leader. Do you see any stones that can reflect light like this? If so, that would be great. Different colors are also fine. The 2 of them saw the characteristic reflective light of the metal for the first time, unable to help but be fascinated by its sparkle. However, the Locke tribe leader was the one who reacted the fastest. "I think I've seen a stone that can reflect light like this," he said while standing up, revealing a round gray-black cushion the size of the mat he had just sat on. It turned out that the Locke tribe leader had just used it as a... Dufuk looked at the huge gray-black stone, which seemed unremarkable, like ordinary sandstone or lava rock, but he didn't see any metallic sheen. The stone was completely dull, without a hint of metal. "Wait a moment," the Locke tribe leader added, then placed the roasted meat into a large ceramic jar, turned around, and ran to the river to find a pebble the size of a soccer ball. After running nearly a mile, he carried the stone back and forth without even breathing heavily, proving his good physical condition. After returning, he stood in front of Dufuk and everyone, raised the pebble, and then slammed it down hard onto the large black stone on the ground. A loud bang echoed, and the black stone that was used as a seat immediately shattered into dozens of large and small pieces. At this moment, only to see the freshly broken surfaces of the black stone, reflecting a beautiful metallic sheen under the campfire light. Moreover, the patterns on the cut surface of the stone resembled the crystals of limestone, clearly showing the layers and veins. At this moment, Dufuk could no longer remain calm. He was a long-time member of the Han tribe, having seen many types of ores. Back in the day, the Han and many residents had worked in ore transportation, so they were not unfamiliar with the main types of ores that the Han tribe mined. Unlike the newcomers who joined later, although they used coins made of lead, silver, and bronze, and cooking and farming tools made of iron, hardly anyone had ever seen raw metal ore. But Dufuk knew and was very familiar. Just a glance at the cut surface of the black stone, he immediately recognized it as a type of ore. Although he didn't know what kind of ore it was definitely ore. The cut surface of the stone was pure black, glossy black, so black that it reflected light, unlike the dull gray surface. Moreover, it felt uncertain. When struck, it not only shattered into pieces but also shed a lot of fragments. Dufuk, not because the stone bit his hand, but because he used force as if holding metal ore but felt it was incredibly light. It felt like using all his strength to lift a heavy object, but when he lifted it, it felt as light as foam. Because he wasn't prepared, he was startled. In fact, this was mainly due to Dufuk's inherent thinking. Seeing the stone with a metallic sheen, he immediately thought of metal ore. And the types of metal ores that the Han tribe currently has, regardless of which type, all share a common characteristic. For the same volume, they are much heavier than other types of stones. This is because ores contain many heavy metals, and high density makes them heavier, which is normal. But at this moment, the black stone in Du Fuck's hand was not only not heavy, but also much lighter than pebbles, basalt, or granite, having a metallic sheen but lacking the weight of metal. What on earth is this stone? Du Fuck couldn't understand, but his intuition told him that this stone could be very useful. Perhaps the tribe leader knows what this is. The tribe leader knows everything, doesn't he? Does his tribe friend not know if this stone can be used to exchange for salt? If so, just exchange. After running nearly a mile, he carried the stone back and forth without even breathing heavily, proving his good physical condition. After returning, he stood in front of Du Fuck and everyone. He lifted the pebble and slammed it down hard onto the large black stone on the ground. A loud boom echoed, and the black stone, which was originally used as a seat, shattered into dozens of large and small pieces. At this moment, everyone looked back, only to see the freshly broken surfaces of the black stone reflecting a layer of beautiful metallic sheen under the campfire light. Moreover, the patterns on the cut surface of the stone resembled the crystals of limestone, clearly showing distinct layers and veins. At this moment, Du Fuck could no longer remain calm. He was a longtime member of the Han tribe and had seen many types of ores. Back in the day, the Han tribe was involved in metallurgy in Hanyang City, and many residents had worked in ore transportation, so they were quite familiar with the main types of ores that the Han tribe mined. Unlike the newcomers who joined later, even though they used coins made of lead, silver, and copper, and had cooking and farming tools made of iron, hardly anyone had ever seen raw metal ore. But Du Fuck knew and was very familiar with it. Just a glance at the cut surface of the black stone, he immediately recognized it as a type of ore. Although he didn't know what kind of ore it was definitely ore. The cut surface of the stone was pure black, glossy, so black that it was reflective, unlike the dull gray surface. Furthermore, it felt unstable. When struck, it not only shattered into pieces but also released a lot of fragments. Du Fuck couldn't help but pick up a piece. As soon as he touched it, he was startled. Not because the stone bit his hand, but because he used the force as if he were holding metal ore, yet it felt incredibly light. It felt like he was using all his strength to lift something heavy, but when he lifted it, it felt as light as foam. Caught off guard, he was flustered. In fact, this was mainly due to Du Fuck's ingrained thinking. Seeing the stone with a metallic sheen, he immediately thought of metal ore. And the types of metal ores that the Han tribe currently had, regardless of which type, shared a common characteristic. For the same volume, they were much heavier than other types of stones. This was because ores contain a lot of heavy metals, and a high density made them heavier, which was normal. But at this moment, the black stone in Du Fuck's hand was not only not heavy, but also much lighter than pebbles, basalt, or granite. This was strange. It had a metallic sheen but lacked the weight of metal. What kind of stone was this? Du Fuck couldn't understand, but his intuition told him that this stone could be very useful. Perhaps the tribe leader knew what it was. The tribe leader knows everything. Doesn't his friend know if this stone can be exchanged for salt? If so, just exchanging for a weight of salt equal to the stone would be enough. Chief Locke asked again. The outfit immediately revealed a strange expression. Trading heavy salt for stone. What do you think? If this really is a large mine, he suddenly remembered the iron mine that the clan leader named Xinjiang District, where the clan leader said that the iron reserves underground were enough for the Han people to use for thousands of years to come. If your mine has that much, where would I get that much salt to trade? This stone looks very similar, but whether it's useful or not, I don't know. Our tribe has never seen this type of stone before, but I can take some back for the clan leader to see. At most, it will take 2 days to get news very quickly. Do you have a lot of this type of stone? About how much? Du Fuck answered Chief Luke's question and then asked back. If this really is an ore, there must be a lot around. There are many, but they are all in the mountains. There are some around, but they are hard to dig out and are buried underground, making it very difficult to extract. Chief Luke helplessly replied, So is this precious stone found in the same place as that stone? Du Fuck took out 2 diamonds and asked further. This transparent stone was found by our hunting team while setting traps in the mountains. There are also those black stones around. If you say they are from the same place, then that's not wrong. Chief Luke continued to answer. In fact, he really hoped the Han people would agree to use this black stone to trade for white salt, not for any other reason, but because there is a lot of this black stone here, yet it has no use. It's not reliable. It can't be used as a stone tool because it's not durable. Moreover, this stone can easily lose its color. If you hold it too long, your hands will get stained black and it takes a long time to wash clean. There are no advantages, only disadvantages. If only these foolish Han people would notice it, then every day the hunting team could gather a bit while hunting, enough for the whole tribe to use salt. With this situation, Du Fuck had no more plans. He could only order the ship's crew to stop, then use a hawk to send a message, sending a few samples of stone and recording what he saw for La Sung to evaluate the value of this stone. Fortunately, Chief Luke is not too far from the Han people, traveling along the Liuyang River downstream for about 300 or 400 kilometers. Sailing with a sailboat would take at most 3 days. Using a hawk to send messages would be even faster. It would only take a few hours to fly back to the Han people, and no matter which district it was, it would only take half a day. The next morning, as soon as Du Fu called the sailors ashore to work, La Sung also received the package that Du Fu sent back. Indeed, it was a package containing not only a letter but also several stones tightly wrapped in a coarse cloth brought by a young messenger from the Eagle tribe in Hanyang City. La Sung let go of the 2 women who were hugging him, took Chen down from the bed, and entered the study to open this heavy package. As soon as he opened it, he stood frozen in place. Inside were 2 rough diamonds and several pieces of coal of different sizes. Coal? Yes, it is coal. He was too familiar with this. There was no way to confuse it. When he was young, every winter break when he returned to his grandfather's hometown, his grandfather's house was still a 4-story house without central heating, and each household had to burn a stove with coal. Each time they bought 2 tons, stored in sacks piled high in the yard. This was raw coal sold at the coal station, already cleaned, not the processed briquette coal. Each piece of coal varied in size. Some were so large they couldn't fit in the stove, so they had to be chopped small with an axe. La Sung had done this at his grandfather's house from elementary school to high school. By the time he went to college and moved away, the old neighborhood had switched to central heating. Since then, he no longer had to burn coal himself. Even so, he was very familiar with these pieces of coal. But what? A coal mine? Du Fu discovered a coal mine. For a common mineral like coal, La Sung was very familiar, but to be sure, he still threw a piece into the kitchen fire to test. The piece of coal burned very strongly, with blue flames rising, but there was also a lot of smoke, filling the room with a sulfur smell that made him hurriedly open the windows and doors for ventilation. However, this situation was understandable. This was raw coal that had not been processed, and the quality was not the best, so it was normal to have smoke. Regarding coal mining, La Sung did not understand deeply, but he still grasped the basic knowledge. For example, the coal sold on the market is all selected coal, also known as washed coal, which is very different from raw coal. Coal is mainly carbon but also contains many sulfur compounds, so low-quality coals will emit a sulfur smell when burned and can be divided into 2 main types, smokeless coal and smoky coal. Especially in ancient times, people hardly used coal as fuel because the ancients did not have large-scale mining and selection techniques. It wasn't that they didn't know, but they didn't have the conditions. In coal mines, there are often many calcium accompanying stones, a type of mineral mainly composed of calcium oxide but not pure, still containing a lot of carbon. Saying it can't burn would be incorrect. It just burns incompletely, and the heat output is not as good as pure coal. It can be said that using accompanying stones as fuel is very wasteful. They are not only heavier than coal, making transportation laborious, but the gas heat output efficiency is also low. But if not used, it is still a type of coal, just of lower quality. With the frugality of the Chinese people, not testing it before throwing it away feels a bit regrettable. Anyone who has burned coal knows that this looks like coal but is hard to ignite. Indeed, accompanying stones and pure coal look similar on the outside. This is also the biggest problem in ancient coal selection. After modern science and technology developed, people not only mastered the technique of washing coal, or in other words, had the conditions to perform the coal washing step, but also had a quick method to distinguish between coal and accompanying stones, which is the heavy liquid flotation technique. Simply put, based on the fact that accompanying stones have a higher density than pure coal, still containing a lot of carbon, saying it can't burn would be incorrect. It just burns incompletely, and the heat output is not as good as pure coal. It can be said that using accompanying stones as fuel is very wasteful. They are not only heavier than coal, making transportation laborious, but the gas heat output efficiency is also low. But if not used, it is still a type of coal, just of lower quality. With the frugality of the Chinese people, not testing it before throwing it away feels a bit regrettable. Anyone who has burned coal knows that this looks like coal but is hard to ignite. Indeed, accompanying stones and pure coal look similar on the outside. This is also the biggest problem in ancient coal selection. After modern science and technology developed, people not only mastered the technique of washing coal, or in other words, had the conditions to perform the coal washing step, but also had a quick method to distinguish between coal and accompanying stones, which is the heavy liquid flotation technique. Simply put, based on the fact that accompanying stones have a higher density than pure coal, they provided both a heavy solution that was artificially prepared. Due to the different densities, the accompanying stones would sink to the bottom, while the pure coal would float on top. This is the technique of flotation using a heavy solution. The formula for the heavy solution La Sung is not very clear. I'm not an expert in this field, but similar types of solutions can also be created. For example, Seawater. Because seawater contains a lot of salt, everyone knows that salt water has a greater density than fresh water. Take the Dead Sea on Earth, a famous saltwater lake where one can float on the surface without needing to swim. With the current level of science and technology, using seawater to wash and select coal is the most suitable. However, the Han people are not near the sea, yet in the mining area of Xinjiang. There is a saltwater lake surrounded by heavy metal mining areas. It cannot be used for harvesting table salt, but using this lake water to wash coal is very appropriate. Regarding the use of accompanying stones, this calcium oxide mineral is often mixed with coal to supply thermal power plants or used as construction material, because calcium oxide is actually quite similar to quicklime, which is an important raw material for cement production. The method of producing quicklime from calcium oxide is by heating limestone, where calcium carbonate decomposes into carbon dioxide gas and quicklime. After that, the quicklime absorbs moisture and turns into hydrated lime, calcium hydroxide. La Song quickly skimmed through the knowledge related to coal in his mind. It wasn't random thinking. These things were all useful for the new coal mining development. The goal is to maximize utilization and minimize pollution risks. For example, in the current situation of the Han people, wanting the entire population to switch to coal is unrealistic. They can only focus on supplying the most coal-dependent sectors, such as the metallurgy and steel-making factories in Xinjiang. However, for steelmaking, regular coal is not very effective. It must be processed into coke. Therefore, if the Han people want to utilize this coal mine, they not only need to build a coal washing plant but also a coke production plant. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. The coal washing plant is not difficult. They just need to channel water from the salt lake to build a flotation tank along with a storage and drying area for the coal. The difficulty is not high. Given the current situation of the Han people, this is entirely feasible. The coke plant is also not too complicated. Turning coal into coke is actually very easy. You just need to distill the coal. That is, put the coal into a container and place it over a fire, but without letting the coal catch fire. This is very easy to do. Just pump a large amount of carbon dioxide into the distillation container to prevent the fire from burning. Carbon dioxide can extinguish fire. In an environment with a lot of carbon dioxide, fire cannot burn. This is basic knowledge. As mentioned earlier, heating limestone will release a large amount of carbon dioxide, ultimately yielding quicklime. Therefore, when needing to combine these two projects, coke can be produced. La Song's idea was to build two adjacent distillation towers. The distillation tower is divided into two levels. The lower level burns coal to provide heat, while the upper level contains the raw materials needed for the reaction. One tower is for producing coke, and the other is for producing quicklime. Then, from the top of the limestone distillation tower, a gas pipe connects to the top of the coke production tower, channeling the large amount of carbon dioxide generated from burning quicklime into the coke production tower to prevent the coal at the top of the coke production tower from catching fire. The principle is very simple, and construction is easy. Just use green bricks to build the two towers, and the gas pipe in between can also be built with bricks. If not feasible, then burn some ceramic pipes and connect them together. These are all things the Han people can currently do. Regarding the location for building these two plants, La Song has also calculated carefully, considering transportation conditions and waste discharge issues, deciding that building the plants in the eastern marsh of Liuyang district is the best option. The marsh has the ability to dilute and decompose pollutants, earning it the nickname, the kidneys of the planet. As mentioned earlier, this is the best choice for waste treatment under current natural conditions. Additionally, since the mining and production output of the Han people is not large right now, there are absolutely no issues. This is a marshy area, a lake. The conditions for waterway transportation are very favorable. The raw coal mined from the deer tribe mentioned can be loaded onto boats, traveling along the Liuyang River to the island in the middle of the marsh, and then coal selection can be carried out right on the island, separating coal and accompanying stones. After drying in the storage and drying area, the selected coal can be transported to the coke production plant, with part used as fuel and part processed into coke, ultimately being loaded onto boats, traveling downstream through the Chaoyang River into the Ruyang River, and then transported directly to the steel plant in Xinjiang, while also being able to bring water back from the lake. Although this waterway route may be longer, it is still easier than overland transport, even if the overland route is shorter in distance, but to transport a boatload of coal requires at least 7 or 8 four-wheeled ox carts, and a solid road must be built. Because the coal transport carts are very heavy, they have high requirements for the load-bearing capacity of the road. Considering all conditions, waterway transport only requires 20,000 coins to build a boat, but overland transport requires building a solid road hundreds of kilometers long, needing 8 four-wheeled ox carts along with the corresponding number of oxen, calculating 2 oxen per cart. The overall cost of overland transport is a huge figure. Waterway transport, the lowest cost. So which option is better is obvious. Only someone crazy would choose overland. Moreover, the road from the deer tribe to the island in the middle of the lake can only be traveled by water. No matter how it is arranged, this is not something that can be completed in a short time. Because the steel plant in Xinjiang has not yet been completed, the tribes on the island in the middle of the lake have not yet cleared everything, and the marsh map. The lowest cost, so which option is better is obvious. Only a fool would choose the land route. Moreover, the road from the deer tribe to the island in the middle of the lake could only be traveled by water. No matter how it was arranged, this was not something that could be completed in a short time. Since the steel mill in New City had not been completed yet, the tribes on the island in the middle of the lake had not finished clearing up, and the swamp map. It hasn't been thoroughly surveyed yet. The coking plant and coal washing plant haven't been built either. Even if construction starts now, it won't be finished until next year. So, La Sung immediately wrote a reply to Du Fuc. The content was as follows. This black mineral is called coal, a very important resource that can be used as fuel, burns better than charcoal, and can be used for smelting iron. He can conduct small transactions with the deer tribe first, aiming to stabilize them, understand the specific location of the coal mine, and then send a few people for field surveys. First is the terrain, whether it's a plain or mountainous area, and if it's suitable for large-scale mining. In short, is the path convenient? Can it be transported by vehicle? La Sung didn't plan to have everyone carry coal out of the mine, as the efficiency would be too low and the labor cost too high. Second, is the mining easy? That is the coal deep or shallow, easy to dig? What equipment is needed, and is there a need for explosives? Third, the distribution of the ore vein and the area covered, as well as the coal reserves, with current exploration techniques being to dig wells a few hundred meters or a mile from the ore discovery point to see if there's coal. The method for exploring reserves is to dig deep wells to see how deep the coal is. Of course, this depends on capability. This black mineral is called coal, an incredibly important resource. It can be used as fuel instead of firewood, with an even higher efficiency than wood, coal, and is especially suitable for iron smelting. For now, you can proceed with small transactions with the deer tribe. The Han people sending someone to the area around the deer tribe to scout the terrain. In fact, the leader of the deer tribe and the elders are reluctant to accept. But the Han people are too strong, not to mention anything else. Just the population alone is countless times more than the deer tribe. Although it's unclear exactly how many Han people there are, just looking at the number of people on those large ships is already no less than theirs. The deer tribe has only about 400 people in total, including men, women, children, and the elderly. Meanwhile, on the 4 ships of the Han people, just the number of adult men has reached nearly 300. That's a huge gap, and moreover, Du Fuc has also promised them a non-aggression pact. The team sent by the Han people will operate far from the deer tribe's residence. Their main purpose is to search for this black stone. Du Fuc has informed the deer tribe of this, helping them understand that the Han people do not intend to invade them. Of course, if it were just that, the actions of the Han people wouldn't bring any benefits to the deer tribe. What truly moved the leadership of the deer tribe was Du Fuc's plan for assistance. This isn't a new tactic. Whenever the Han people develop a new base, when manpower is lacking, they will establish a support area locally. Initially, it's just selling daily necessities and later directly recruiting labor. This is the fastest way to integrate with surrounding tribes and grasp the local power situation. Through this market, the Han people can win people's hearts, while also conveying to the surrounding tribes that the Han people are very developed. At the very least, the daily necessities of the Han people are not something they can produce themselves. The most important is white salt. The Han people can use white salt to indirectly control the surrounding tribes. When that time comes, anyone who doesn't obey, just cut off their salt supply and see who dares to oppose the Han people. By that afternoon, when Vu Mao led the 4th ship in, Du Fuc had played the role of introducing both sides. After all, Du Fuc couldn't stay here forever. The one who will continue to trade for a long time with the deer tribe will be Vu Mao and his people. The next morning, Du Fuc's convoy of 3 ships continued downstream. Everything related to the deer tribe, the coal mine, and the market was handed over to the geological survey ship led by Vu Mao. This ship carried 90 sailors, nearly fully loaded, with 60 people responsible for surveying the coal mine, while the remaining 30 stayed on the ship, handling logistics, building the port and living quarters, while also organizing market activities around the area. This task is very important. The logistics officer is an office official named Qin Engon, who was transferred from Liu Yang County. Normally, he works at the Liu Yang County office, responsible for material and financial statistics, and recently participated in organizing foreign labor workers for construction. This time, to build the new base, La Sung requested the chief to find a responsible person. The chief then summoned officials in the county office to discuss this matter. Since this is a strange location, far from the Han people, and has to be built from scratch on a desolate land, with extremely difficult living conditions, surrounded by many unfamiliar tribal powers. It's unsafe, so many officials are reluctant to go. After all, they are officials within the Han people's regulatory and legal system. They belong to the upper class, the elite officials, enjoying a higher social status compared to ordinary people. But this only holds value within the Han territory. Within Han territory, they can feel proud, but once they step outside the Han land, who still cares who they are? Everyone has just one head, who fears whom. For this reason, the number of people voluntarily accepting the mission has decreased, who wouldn't want to stay home, enjoying the respect of everyone. But Qin Engon is an exception. He actively volunteered for this mission. A strange land, an important mine, a new base, a new market. What kind of process is this? What mission? Clearly, the leader wants to expand the map, or rather, build a new county. If he can lead this mission and do a good job, won't he be valued by the leader later? Who knows? He might become the county chief or district magistrate of this new county. If he could lead this mission and do a good job, wouldn't he be valued by the leader later? Who knows? He might become the district beast or the county magistrate of this new district. Are all his colleagues idiots? A bright future like this, and they can't see it. If you don't want to become big shots, don't blame me for being rude. Jing Yan thought to himself. No need to argue. Compared to the officials in Liuyang district, Jing Yan is the most ambitious and determined one. No matter his abilities, at least he dares to take on this task. That proves he's stronger than most people. Moreover, he's quite confident about this mission. Recently, he's been frequently organizing construction workers from outside, interacting a lot with outsiders. Long-term work has also helped him better understand the mindset of these workers. Therefore, instead of going to the Lu clan on the second day, Jing Yan got straight to work. He chose a section of river about 130 meters wide, marked the spot with deep water near the shore, preparing to build a large port for transporting supplies and large-scale landings later on. This is the top priority. If they decide to exploit this area, the number of people and supplies coming in later will definitely be considerable. Without a convenient port, those who arrive later will have to use small boats to reach the shore, which will be very inefficient. Moreover, those small boats can't transport large equipment to the shore. For example, how could a cart get ashore? However, to build the port, relying solely on their remaining 30 people is not enough. The 60 people led by Vu Mao who are searching for mines, the logistics still have to be handled by Jing Yan, and he can't expect Vu Mao to help. Therefore, he needs to recruit local labor. That afternoon, after bringing some supplies ashore, Jing Yan cooked a hearty lunch and sent someone to carry the pot to the Lu clan's residence as a guest. In the sweltering summer, before everyone in the Lu clan had hidden from the sun indoors, no one was outside, so everyone was present. In a grass hut of the Lu clan, the ground was covered with a mat that Jing Yan brought along. In the middle of the hut was a low rectangular table. On the table were stewed meat, fish soup, fried shrimp, roasted peanuts, and smoked river meat from the Han clan. Everything was neatly cut and arranged on plates. In front of the leader and the elder of the Lu clan was a large bowl of rice and, more importantly, a small jar of rice wine. The two leaders of the Lu clan were overwhelmed by these exquisite and sumptuous dishes, unsure how to eat. Leader, elder, please try the food from our Han clan. Here are the chopsticks. If you two are not used to them, you can use the spoon next to them. Jing Yan said while demonstrating for the two. Seeing the leader's son from the Lu clan running around, he generously took out a small box of red sugar to share with the kids. Of course, before giving it to the children, he had to ask their parents for permission, so he first invited the leader of the Lu clan to taste it. The leader of the Lu clan looked at the exquisite wooden box and then at the rectangular transparent red sugar cubes inside, surprisingly asked, "Is this food?" In fact, he even suspected it was some kind of transparent gemstone because it looked too delicate, not like food. But seeing Jing Yan nod in confirmation, he carefully picked one up to lick. When he sensed the special sweetness, he didn't hesitate any longer and put it in his mouth. The sweet flavor immediately spread in his mouth, making him feel like he was eating honey, but different from the sweetness of honey. They say sugar can enhance a person's sense of happiness, and it's true. The leader of the Lu clan immediately broke into a gentle smile, then took a few sugar cubes to share with his child, carefully putting the box of sugar away in front of him. The elder of the Lu clan was somewhat hesitant. This meal looked sumptuous, but in their view, food is the most precious thing. No tribe would easily give away such delicious food to others. Even the two hunting teams from two tribes could fight to the death just to compete for a prey. So, the Han clan brings such delicious food to them. What are their intentions? Moreover, the Han clan sent people here to garrison. What do they really want to do? How will this affect the Lu clan? He is the wise man of the Lu clan, the elder, responsible for the tribe's future. He doesn't want the Lu clan to fall into a tragic end. What seems good, like the tail of a venomous snake, makes a gentle sound to lure you in. You reach out your hand and then turn around to bite you fatally. The elder of the Lu clan is genuinely worried. He is old now. Can the current leader lead the Lu clan further? Although he doesn't quite believe Jing Zi's words about transporting 10 boats of coal every day, looking in his serious eyes, he doesn't seem to be joking, which makes it even more surprising. Does the Han clan really need that much coal? However, these are not the most important issues at the moment. The most urgent thing is that the Han clan has canceled the condition of exchanging coal for daily necessities. The Han clan is not interested in anything else, so how can the Lu clan obtain essential items like white salt? Therefore, the Lu clan leader asked this question to Jing Zi, but unexpectedly, he fell into his trap. Jing Zi had been waiting for this question for a long time. Lu clan leader, chief, this issue is very easy to solve. Currently, our Han clan has decided to settle here for a long time to mine coal, so we will definitely build some houses. We also need a large area by the river to pile up coal. In short, there are many things to build, but right now we don't have enough people, so we want to ask the Lu clan to send people to help, chop trees, build houses in exchange. We will help you work. The Lu clan leader and the elders asked simultaneously. You will help us work. That's right, we will pay you. As long as you send people to help, build houses in exchange, we will help you work. Chief Locke and the elders asked simultaneously. You will help us work. That's right, we will pay. As long as you send someone to assist us, we will provide daily meals in exchange for some household items like shoes, fabric, and white salt. You don't need to worry about hunting since you'll be helping us without having the time. Whether it's men, women, or even children, we will take care of the meals. However, we can only guarantee the staple food supply. You'll have to provide your own meat and fish, and we'll help with the preparation. The chief of the Kin Tut explained it this way. Chief Luck and the elders looked at the sumptuous feast before them and finally understood the intentions of the Kin Tut chief. It turned out this was a trial meal to introduce the construction site meals. To be honest, Chief Luck and the elders were quite interested in this proposal. The main reason was that the Luck tribe primarily relied on hunting and fishing, making their daily food supply unstable. Aside from catching 1 or 2 live deer for storage, the Luck tribe had almost nothing saved up. This made them very vulnerable to natural disasters. If any incident occurred that prevented them from hunting or moving far, the entire tribe would face starvation. Therefore, having a stable food source would significantly improve the Luck tribe's lives. However, everything has 2 sides. If the tribe's food source depended on outsiders, it meant they would be completely reliant and would struggle to develop independently. Thus, Chief Luck was also very hesitant. After some thought, this wise elder decided to send a few people to help the Han tribe for a few days to see how things were. If there were no benefits, they would stop. But he didn't expect that this decision would pull the entire Luck tribe into a new whirlwind. After both sides reached an agreement, the Kin Tut chief recruited the first group of workers from the Luck tribe. That very afternoon, both sides began their first trial cooperation. First, the Kin Tut chief sent down a pile of tools and rice from the boat. The rice, of course, was for eating. But this was also the first time the Han tribe provided food for the Luck tribe. Although it was just a small portion, since the Luck tribe only sent 20 people, the Kin Tut chief sent his people to lead along with 10 Luck tribe members to clear the ground near the riverbank. Each person was given a shovel to dig and level the ground. The Luck tribe members were also instructed on how to use the advanced tools they had never seen before, even though it was just a regular shovel from the Han tribe. Chief Luck stood by with his staff, observing, surprised at how many strange things the Han tribe had. The work that afternoon wasn't much. A group of people worked together to clear a small area, then burned the surrounding grass and sprinkled some yellow powder mined from Bat Bow Mountain to repel insects. After that, the Kin Tut chief sent down some green oilcloth bamboo stakes from the boat. The sailors and the Luck tribe worked together to set up a few tents on the cleared ground, laying down some grass mats inside, making it livable for tonight. Chief Doc was surprised at how quick the Han tribe was. In just 1 or 2 hours, they had built their shelters. He immediately sought out the Kin Tut chief and asked, Han tribe friend, how can your houses be built so quickly? Will you need our help again later? No. This is just a temporary shelter. Right now, it's summer, and it's hot, so it's fine to stay in such a thin tent, but it won't work in winter. If we stay here, we'll definitely freeze to death, so we're just temporarily setting up a place to stay. Later, we'll build sturdier houses. Chief Luck nodded, recalling the freezing winter days. Perhaps he had thought too much, but soon he was filled with hope about the sturdy houses of the Han tribe. If the temporary shelter was this good, what would the solid houses be like? And those strange tools, what were they made of? What other tools did they have? Intense curiosity filled Chief Luck's mind. Before it got completely dark, that curiosity grew even stronger. The reason was that among the 20 Luck tribe members sent 10 were kept by the Kin Tut chief by the riverbank to set up camp. The other 10, under the guidance of the Han sailors, or rather, the Luk tribe members leading the Han sailors, went into the surrounding forest together. One was to familiarize themselves with the environment, and the other was to chop some trees and firewood, preparing construction materials. These 10 Luk tribe members were led by Chief Luk. He and the elders split up to monitor each group, wanting to see what the Han tribe intended to do. The result was that the divine actions of the Han tribe while chopping trees once again amazed them. A Han sailor, under Chief Luk's guidance, went to a nearby forest. After selecting the right type of tree and size, they took out a flat, long object made from a material the Luk tribe had never seen. One side had triangular serrations, while the other was flat, with 2 wooden handles at both ends. This was a tool that required 2 people to use. They tied a rope to the tree they intended to chop, then pulled it toward the surrounding trees in different directions. The Han tribe explained that this was to prevent the tree from falling haphazardly, which could be dangerous. Once the rope was secured, they could control the direction in which the tree fell. Chief Duck nodded in silent admiration, thinking to himself that the Han tribe had real experience. Chopping trees not only involved specialized tools but also many rules about the direction of the tree's fall. Good, I learned another trick. After securing the rope, the Han tribe demonstrated first. They pulled the flat tool across the bottom of the tree trunk, then the 2 of them pulled back and forth. The flat tool quickly embedded itself into the tree trunk, continuously pushing out wood shavings. In just a few minutes, a tree with a diameter of 20 centimeters was felled. The Luk tribe men were instantly amazed as if they had encountered a deity. This miraculous tool not only chopped trees quickly but also saved much more effort compared to using a stone axe. Most importantly, the cross-section of the tree stump was very flat, looking nothing like it was made by a human, unlike the jagged cuts they made with stone axes. The Han tribe explained that this was to avoid trees falling haphazardly, which could be dangerous. Once the rope was secured, they could control the direction in which the tree fell. Chief Duck nodded in silent admiration, thinking to himself that the Han tribe had real experience. Chopping trees not only involved specialized tools but also many rules about the direction of the tree's fall. Good, I learned another trick. After securing the rope, the Han tribe demonstrated first. They pulled the flat tool across the bottom of the tree trunk, then the 2 of them pulled back and forth. The flat tool quickly embedded itself into the tree trunk, continuously pushing out wood shavings. In just a few minutes, a tree with a diameter of 20 centimeters was felled. The Luk tribe men were instantly amazed as if they had encountered a deity. This miraculous tool not only chopped trees quickly but also saved much more effort compared to using a stone axe. Most importantly, the cross-section of the tree stump was very flat, looking nothing like it was made by a human, unlike the jagged cuts they made with stone axes. Next, the Han people took out a smaller, flatter tool, also with serrated edges but designed for one-handed use. A group of people used the tool and within just a few minutes had chopped off all the branches and twigs from the large tree, turning it into a bare log with piles of branches stacked up, some used for construction materials and others for firewood. The fleet of the envoy continued downstream, carrying out the mission of scouting the new waterway for the Han people. The sailboat of Kin Ngon had also returned to Liren County to transport the next batch of manpower and supplies. Meanwhile, in Handuing City, La Song had finally finished preparing the personnel and supplies for the envoy and merchant group. At the beginning of the 3rd month of summer, La Song officially held a ceremony to send off the envoy and personally handed the ceremonial flag to Thune. The flag ceremony was held right in front of the government building of Handuing City. Besides the officials of the Han people, many citizens also rushed to see them off. This was because among the 100 envoys and 300 merchants, there were also their relatives, a journey that could last for many years, and whether they would return or not, so almost all the departing individuals were seen off by their families. Even the clan leaders came to express their respect for the members of their clan. In front of a large crowd of citizens, Le Sung first conducted the ceremony to read the edict, announcing the reason for sending envoys to the new clan. Of course, these were just formal words. The true purpose of the envoy was known only to a select few. After that, La Sung began the process of handing over the ceremonial flag. The ceremonial flag was a symbol of the envoy embroidered on silk, representing the belonging of the group. The ceremonial staff, traditionally, was a bamboo pole decorated with tufts of cow tail hair, symbolizing the identity of the envoy. However, Le Sung felt that using ordinary bamboo as a ceremonial staff was too trivial and did not reflect the spirit of a great nation. Moreover, in a place like the Bamboo Island, where bamboo grew everywhere, using bamboo as a ceremonial staff would be looked down upon. Therefore, La Sung requested the metalworking workshop to create a ceremonial staff made of hollow bronze. The entire hollow metal tube was cast using a clay mold, and after completion, the mud inside was pushed out, then decorated with tufts of cow tail hair like the traditional ceremonial staff. The ceremonial staff gleamed with a golden light, intricately carved with exquisite patterns and 16 silver-plated characters, Pham Krun Han Jia, Tui Vien Tut Chu Kun Thu Ki Ti, Dai Thain Tuin Thu. Additionally, there were 2 bronze spears, 2 long battle kites, 2 bronze tridents, and 2 golden tridents carried by 8 people following the envoy, serving both as ceremonial implements and symbols of the envoy's military power while outside their territory. With these implements, the envoy had the authority to execute anyone in the group, and if they encountered Han people outside their territory, they could use them to carry out the leader's orders. In summary, as long as they were not within Han territory, Thu Na could use these items to enforce the authority of the Han leader. The one holding the ceremonial flag was as if the leader was personally present. This also showed Lasung's absolute trust in Thu Na. Additionally, there were the official uniforms of the envoy, the gold-plated seal of the envoy, a white bronze token, and a 3-foot-long sword. Not only was Thu Na fully equipped, but the other members of the envoy also wore deep red uniforms, wore deer-hide boots, carried steel knives at their sides, and each had their own black wooden token. The escort team was simpler. Besides 2 cavalry units, the others had no specialized equipment, but supplies, vehicles, and livestock were all adequately prepared. Meanwhile, the envoy of the new clan stood by observing the flag ceremony, filled with envy. They saw the importance that the Han leader placed on their envoy, not only granting many ceremonial implements and symbols, but also bestowing great power, and even preparing a dedicated logistics team, with supplies being extremely generous. In contrast, they felt quite pitiful. The idea of sending envoys to the Han people was proposed by them, but on the journey, they received no support from their tribe, not even their leader considered it important. Perhaps if they died outside the borders, the leader would just shake his head and send another elder to replace them. Comparing the 2 sides, one could imagine the mood of the new clan's envoys at this moment. When comparing the strength and living standards of both sides, some even had the thought that it would be better to leave the new clan and join the Han people. Even if they only knew how to ride horses, they could be valued in the Han people. So why endure hardship in the new clan, especially since there were single young men in the new clan's envoy? After seeing the beautiful Han girls in colorful attire, they longed even more to stay in the Han territory. Although no one dared to express it clearly, just a small opportunity. If someone was chosen to persuade, there would definitely be people willing to join the Han people. This was also the reason why La Sung requested the new clan to only send teenagers under 16 to study abroad. Finally, the envoy of the new clan, along with the envoy and merchant group of the Han people, also set off. La Sung personally saw them off outside the city, watching them cross the bridge and head south before returning to the city to begin presiding over the first autumn recruitment of the school, along with the work of coal mining and preparing for the coking plant. Notebooks and writing paper were being produced in a hurry. Dudan and Van Chi were also speeding up the relocation and transportation of the residents of Ho Island, quickly bringing them ashore to free the Lake Islands for the construction of the industrial zone. The terrain reconnaissance in the marshes, led by Du Dao, was also being conducted simultaneously. This was an important task related to selecting the construction site for the industrial zone, primarily concerning the issue of waste discharge. If the wastewater from the industrial zone polluted the source, the water of the Liuyang River is truly regrettable. Meanwhile, Du Fuck, the brother of Du Ya, after leaving the Lu clan, managed to travel hundreds of miles in just 2 days with his fleet. Following this new river area, Du Fuck made some new discoveries. On the 2nd day after leaving the Lu clan, the fleet began to encounter new situations. The river downstream was widening, expanding from over 100 meters to 400 meters. Some bends and gorges were particularly notable, with sections of the river even exceeding 1,000 meters wide, enough to call it a large river. Not only was the water surface wider, but in this super-wide river area, several small islands also appeared. However, when the hydrological reconnaissance boats landed on these islands, they discovered that they were not islands but just sandbanks formed by silt deposits. These sandbanks varied in size, totaling around 60 to 70 of them, stretching hundreds of miles along the river. The reason for the formation of these wide water areas and sandbanks was due to the relatively low elevation of the terrain in this hundreds of miles stretch, almost flatland. Some areas could even be called low basins with elevations about 100 meters above sea level. There weren't many tall mountains around, mainly plains and forests. One could compare the terrain here to a large plate. This terrain caused the river's flow to be very gentle, making the silt from upstream lose its momentum, continuing to drift downstream and settle in this calm stretch of river. The sand on the sandbanks was very fine, a type of pure river sand, appearing light white under the blazing sun, clearly high-quality building material. If carefully selected, it could even be used to make hourglasses. The large sandbanks measured about 300 to 400 meters in length and width, while the smaller ones, only a few square meters, rose above the water, Real men dared to face crocodiles. The bravest hunters had to challenge themselves against the fiercest beasts. The Han men, although increasingly civilized under their leader, still had not completely lost their wild instincts and fiery blood. After all, La Sung had only been here for less than a year. Previously, the men in these tribes had lived by hunting since childhood. This time, they successfully took down a crocodile that was 78 meters long. The sailors had been sitting on the boat for several days, bored to death, but now they were incredibly excited. After butchering the first crocodile, they quickly resorted to their old tricks, grabbing weapons and rushing to the riverbank to haul up a few more crocodiles with iron hooks. The sandbank by the river quickly became stained red with blood and water, turning into a terrible muck. But the more than 200 sailors under Du Fuck showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, they became even more enthusiastic. "Captain Du, this monster's meat is so plentiful, and it's so tender. It looks like chicken. I wonder if it tastes good. It must be delicious. Don't you see how strong it is?" The leader says, "That's called muscle." "Right, muscle. Meat with lots of muscle is all good. Captain Du, the skin of this monster is tough, even tougher than cowhide. If we use this for boots or armor, it would definitely be durable and strong. We should keep some of this skin." A sailor holding a piece of crocodile hide shook it and said to Du Fuck. Du Fuck picked it up to examine and shouted loudly to everyone, "Brothers, this crocodile skin is very useful. Bring it back for the leader. Who knows what good things can be made from it? Don't chop it up carelessly. Focus on the head. Peel it off as intact as possible. Rest assured, Captain, I'll take care of it." "Got it, brothers, don't tear it. This stuff will make good gear." "Captain Du, this monster has a lot of fat. Should we keep it?" "Keep it all. Take whatever looks good. Today, everyone eats their fill, and let's make some dried meat to save for the boat. Hurry up. Is anyone there? I just hooked another one." "Hurry up. I can barely pull it now." Du Fuck and the sailors were busy bustling about. Meanwhile, in the nearby forest, many members of the Lai clan along with their cats were hiding behind the bushes, wide-eyed, looking at Du Fuck. Then a flurry of chatter erupted. "What are they using? How are they so strong? They can pierce through that monster. I don't know. Where did these people come from? Why is everyone so skilled? Why are there no women or children? Could this just be their hunting party? Then their tribe must be quite large, right? Their clothing is so strange. What are they wearing? It doesn't look like animal skins. Maybe they made their own shoes too. What are they wearing? Yeah, their hair is even tied up on top of their heads, probably for convenience while working. Seeing them hunt so passionately, their hair doesn't fall down to cover their eyes. Yeah, those things aren't important. Now we have to think about whether we should approach them. They are killing monsters by the river, disturbing our hunting. Normally, we would have gone out to hunt by now. If we don't go out, what will we eat tonight? Everyone will be hungry. But if we go out, they will definitely discover us, and we won't be able to match them." The young leader of the Loi clan suddenly spoke to his companions. "We don't know if they are good people. They have such strong weapons. Will they attack us? Looking at them kill monsters so easily, they are definitely not easy to deal with. But this is our usual hunting area. They are outsiders. But who knows, they might not be bad. Their weapons are strong, and they are good at hunting, so they surely have enough food. They probably won't attack other tribes. We also don't intend to drive them away. We just want to hunt there. We don't need the monsters in the water. We just need the small animals drinking by the river. It should be fine. Yeah, they already have plenty of meat. They probably won't mind if we eat a little too. Who knows, they might be easy to talk to. If we could trade for a few of their weapons, that would be great. The stuff they use is really powerful, piercing through the tough skin of the monster with one shot. Last time, the former leader took people to kill monsters with bone spears and stone spears, stabbing endlessly without breaking through, and even lost a few men to the monster. Those who weren't dragged away were bitten to death. If only we had weapons then. If only they were like them. You think they're so beautiful, but even if they easily trade, do you think they would exchange such powerful weapons for us? Weapons like this must be harder to make than sharpening a stone spear. If you had a weapon like that, would you trade it for someone else? I'm done. Let's stop arguing. What's the point of talking about this now? Even if they agreed to trade, who would dare to approach them? So what should we do? Either way, we have to go outside. They've scared off all the prey over there. If we don't go out, we'll definitely be hungry tonight. I should have saved that melon for dinner this morning. I wonder if we can still find melons up north? Let's not talk anymore. We should listen to the leader. The leader of the Li clan spoke up again. All right, as per tradition, let's ask Li Shen if we should go. Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this. The leader of the Li clan picked up the old cat beside him, raised it high above his head, and stared intently into its mismatched eyes, mumbling some incomprehensible words. The cat seemed to be losing patience. Its soft belly suddenly let out a loud growl, and it wriggled free from the leader's hands, using its 4 paws to push off the leader's head and darting towards the river bank where the Han clan was killing crocodiles. Well, It can't help it, it's too hungry. Following these guys, it would probably starve to death. Looking at those people by the riverbank, even a little leftover meat would be enough for it to fill up. Let's just give up on these guys and head over there for safety. The old cat led the way, and the other cats raced after it. They rushed towards the riverbank occupied by the Han clan, starting to fight over the scraps of meat on the ground. They ate while raising their tails, cautiously watching the Han people, but not too scared. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to get close to the clothing and crew. These cats had lived with humans, eating and sleeping together, so they weren't too afraid of people. It's just that when facing the unfamiliar Han people, they were still a bit wary. Meanwhile, the Han sailors were completely confused. Out of nowhere, a bunch of little furry creatures appeared, daring to fight for food right in front of them. Even if it was just leftover scraps and bits of meat they discarded, these little creatures were quite bold. The Li clan was just as bewildered, as everything was calm until their cats suddenly charged straight towards the Han clan. The Li clan regarded these cats as sacred, as their spiritual creatures. Seeing the cats rush into the midst of the Han people wielding knives, some Li clan members, without thinking, immediately ran after them, startling both sides. "Captain Du, someone is running over there. Everyone be careful, there are wild people." Du turned around and shouted loudly. With the principle of friendly exchange and peaceful development, when the number of captured crocodiles was sufficient, Du generously invited the Lei clan to share dinner. After all, they had taken their land, affecting their hunting. It wouldn't be right to let their entire clan go hungry. The dinner was held right in the living area of the Lei clan, not far from the riverbank, about 2 kilometers away. This distance isn't too far. If you walk quickly, it only takes 20 minutes to reach the riverbank, and there are no wild beasts bothering you. The terrain is sheltered from the wind, open, and is quite a good location. The living area is situated in a forest, on a slightly elevated piece of land, surrounded by a wooden fence, with only a few dozen tents made from animal skins and straw. The living environment is simple but quite clean, just that it's so poor that they don't even have a few decent stone bowls. Although the Han sailors didn't say anything, they felt very uncomfortable. People often say it's easy to go from poor to rich, but hard to go from rich to poor. Although the Han clan's life wasn't extravagant, at least their living conveniences were sufficient, making it somewhat convenient. Fortunately, the ship's crew brought enough daily necessities, so they didn't feel too miserable. The large iron pot was placed on a simple stone stove, using flint to start a fire, steaming 2 pots of rice, and cooking crocodile meat soup. Unfortunately, there were no vegetables, but luckily, the Lei clan also brought some fruit. It was a type of sweet melon, slightly larger than a fist, with a green skin patterned, bright red flesh, black seeds, juicy, and sweet. If someone were here, they would definitely recognize this as watermelon. It's just that this type of melon is small, each weighing about 2 to 3 pounds. The Han clan was used to farming, so whenever they encountered strange seeds, they would try to collect them. According to the nobility system established by the leader, anyone who contributed a new type of plant for the tribe would be granted nobility. Even though the exploration crew was large, this couldn't be counted as individual merit, but if they brought this sweet melon seed,